Peace. come through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we cause it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child, not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
It's about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up, never get up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
Has to make a big focus right now. They will be at Ascension.
Rolling Thunder that comes out. And now they fly out of
Somos campeones!
Hello, everyone. It is time, finally. Hopeful teams from North America, Latin America, and Brazil battled it out through 2 splits to find out who can make it to Ascension and who can battle through everything to be the one to move up to VCT Americas. Welcome to VCT Ascension Americas. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'm so excited to be here and so excited to be hanging out on the desk with 2 wonderful analysts. We have none other than Roy and M80. Guys, it is time. I am so excited to get underway with everything. They're making me wait a little bit. All good things are worth waiting for, but it'll be a really fun time for this entirety of the tournament. Being able to see all these teams fight off on LAN over in Mexico as well, I think is just going to be a really exciting opportunity, especially since we got to see last year's Ascended team from Americas, G2, and the success they've had during this year. So there's going to be a lot of eyes for today on who's going to be bringing it in, and we'll bring in our analysts eventually. We'll eventually bring them in. It's you know, every good day has to start with a little bit of drama, right? So good, but everyone watching want to know who you're rooting for and everything else throughout the tournament with all of these hopeful teams. I don't want to know who you guys are rooting for. I've yapped a lot already. Em, why don't you take over the yap time? How are you feeling for Ascension?
Very moment, and this is such an important tournament for all 6 of these teams. It all comes down to here. Not much room for error, Roy, because every moment counts.
Every moment does count. I think the one thing I'm looking forward to is a lot of these players are actually so flashy and so fun to watch. And I think this introduction, like obviously in LATAM and in Brazil, like these players are not really unknown, but to us in North America, they're kind of relatively unknown because they don't really come from big backgrounds, at least most of them, except some of the players on RETA. You might recognize some of them from previously, like Crew and MIBR. But a lot of these players are so fun and they're really upcoming and they're really exciting to watch. And I'm just happy to see good old Valorant.
Especially too, after Ascension, only one team can be moving on into Americas. But for the players, this is also a really good opportunity to show what they've got, because you know there's Western media, players can get pulled up. So being able to see everyone from all these different regions really be able to show what they got will be awesome. Especially too, there's going to be a lot of Valorant for Ascension. So how this is going to be going down is we have our 6 qualified teams, and we're going to be doing a group stage round robin single elimination. So this will be really fun because we get an opportunity to see all these teams square off against each other. So it really is kind of a best of the best. They're even kicking it off today with 3 games.
Yeah, 3 VO3. So we've got a day, like you said, fully jam-packed of Valorant. And looking at the teams that we have today, I love round robin. I don't know about you, Roy, but I think it's great. Get everybody into the battlefield, get everybody playing against each other, because not everybody's going to move it forward to the second part, which is going to be a double M series. So this group stage that we're going to be seeing this week with round robin is important. Like I said, there's not much room for error. Every moment, every round, win-loss counts, and it's going to be important. So we're going to be starting off, and being a player myself, and you're the first team that's playing and the first day of the event, I mean, it's a fun moment to be able to kick it off.
Absolutely. And I think that also one thing we have to kind of keep in mind is a lot of these teams haven't really played or shown their officials in about 5 to 6 weeks. So there's a lot of like unknown and periods of development. And I think like this group stage, the reason why I'm a big fan of it is because it's sort of like an introductory to what everyone's sort of doing, right? And how much of their strategy they can keep hidden, and how much of their gameplay they can kind of, you know, keep sort of as like an X factor when it comes to the times that actually matter, which is playoffs. So right now it's mostly just like introductory. Obviously every match matters. You want to qualify for playoffs, but there's not too much stress in that regard. And there's a lot of room for interpretation, a lot of room to like kind of show yourself but not expose too much.
That'll be fun too, because you're saying too that there hasn't been officials, but this is the time to give everything. You want to make sure, of course, we're going to have a lot of our group stage ahead of us, but at the end of this, only 4 teams can make it out of that group stage and make it into that 4-team double elimination bracket to try and be the team to ascend. And we're talking about, hey, maybe on the North America broadcast end of things, that some people might not be too familiar with the team. So to get acquainted, we do have a couple of videos for our first matchup of the day with RETA Esports and 2Game Esports.
Nuestro camino fue un camino muy difícil porque tuvimos muchas dificultades desde el empiezo del año, pero siempre supimos que éramos una equipe muy buena, que teníamos mucha experiencia y sabíamos que íbamos a lograr a qualificación a la Ascension y ahora vamos a buscar nuestra victoria en la Ascension. Creo que el apoyo de las personas de la región del Latam está siendo algo fundamental para nosotros porque es una región muy querida, tiene mucho cariño, nos tratan muy bien, entonces con certeza nos ayuda mucho eso. Creo que por más que el Tier 2 ese año, principalmente en Brasil y en Las, tenga muchas dificultades, vai ser um campeonato bem disputado, todas as equipes estão em um nível bem alto, nenhuma equipe está aqui por perdida, todas estão aqui com muito talento, muito esforço, muito trabalho, então vai ser um campeonato com um nível muito parejo. Estamos bem confiantes, a sensação do debut é única, creio que todos nós ya tenemos experiencia, principalmente los cabros de mi equipo tienen mucha más experiencia que yo, pero estamos bien ansiosos para empezar. Tenemos mucho que enseñar a todos ustedes que están nos acompañando y la partida contra la 2Game va a ser algo muy bueno de se ver, de se mirar, porque ellos también tienen un nivel muy alto, están volviendo ahora de un bootcamp en la Europa, creo, entonces va a ser algo muy bueno. El Silence é um duelista muito bueno, já trabalhei junto com ele, já jogamos juntos em outro equipo. Creio que a vantagem dele agora é a flexibilidade dele, que está jogando com outros perrotas, está jogando em outras roles também, então isso creio que vai cambiar um pouco o estilo dele também e vamos saber aproveitar disso.
Sim, eu acho que meu time ele merece muito, por todo o esforço, tudo que a gente já fez, tudo que a gente já passou. Já passamos muita coisa junto e eu acho que dentro do servidor a gente vem se provando cada vez mais. Nesse Ascension é a nossa prova final. Chegou para ganhar e mostrar que a gente merece sim. Sim, eu acho que meu time ele é digno de ascender, de ir para esse Ascension ganhar, né? Esse Ascension. A gente passou por muita coisa junto, muitos desafios, sempre juntos, um apoiando o outro. Eu acho que o Ascension agora é a prova final. E a gente vai mostrar que a gente merece estar aqui. O nosso primeiro confronto contra a RETA eu acho que vai ser um dos mais difíceis do campeonato. Acho uma equipe muito boa, mas a gente está preparado, se preparamos para essa partida e vai dar tudo certo, sair com a vitória. Acho que o Brasil no FPS sempre foi uma região muito boa. Acho que a gente sempre joga com muita garra, por mais que às vezes o NA e outros times tiveram treinos melhores, acho que a gente vem com garra para dentro do servidor e o jogo é jogado. Eu acho que o nosso nível é alto, acho que os dois times que estão aqui, a gente e a Galores, estamos representando bem o Brasil e vamos mostrar isso aí no servidor.
Always love the insight from the players, especially to being able to hear how they're talking about just the matchup and the team ahead of them, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. And time for us to dive a little bit deeper into these teams and the players as well. Going to be kicking it off with RETA Esports, talk a little bit more about this. And Roy, when we're looking at this team just across the board, when I'm looking at a team that can go all the way, I mean, they've definitely been able to show off throughout their playoffs that, hey, this is the team that has what it takes. This will be fun, especially to for Maurice, a little bit of redemption arc ahead.
And I think you can, I mean, even in the video, you could tell that 2G is giving respect to this team because they are actually a very dominant force. Their team structure is actually pretty interesting when you think about it, because they have Snauzine, their duelist player, and he takes a lot of first engagements, and their sort of structure is, okay, we send Snauzine at them, we kind of brawl it out, we like devolve the rounds into like sort of these late round situations, but then they have these very experienced players like Delzik and Nagzit, and they have all these like awesome players that can close out rounds that have really high clutch percentages, and they're such a cool team in that regard, where like they have a very clear identity, they're a very strong team, and it's just about knowing, okay, like this is what they're up to, can we deal with what they're going to be bringing to the table?
Yeah, and I have to say, when I watched them play in their grand finals match, to me, I felt like it was a really fun one to watch. It was a nail biter. It went all 5 maps, which, you know, Roy, it's not easy to do. It really takes a lot of strength, a lot of energy from you to win in a BO5 series, especially if it goes all 5 maps. We have Delzik on the screen here because look at these stats from Delzik. Delzik is a player to watch, in my opinion, Roy, for this upcoming match.
If there's one thing I always preach about, it's about star player controllers. And if I'm thinking about a star player controller, I'm thinking about this person right here in specific. He has 25% clutch rates. His kill to death is 1.25 in the controller role. He's an absolute force, and he's sort of the X factor controller that you sort of expect when you're thinking of like very high level star player controllers and very ratty players that play around their smokes and they anchor sites very well, but they're also willing to take risks as well. Like this person right here is an awesome player, and they're gonna have to figure out a way to kind of minimize his value because he is going to have impact whether you like it or not.
Yeah, 100%. That was my first impression looking over everything. I was like, ooh, okay, if Delzik starts popping off, this could absolutely go south. But another player to be watching out for, and I love that we're not just focusing on the duelists, at least for the start of this. We have to be looking at as well, because you're talking about, Roy, that clutch factor that these players have and these teams have, and the fact that RETA Esports has 2 of those individuals on their team, I think, is so dangerous and something to really be watching out for.
Absolutely. I mean, Nagze, obviously, he's former crew player. He's a very terrifying player to play against. I mean, check out his statistics, right? I mean, his ADR is it's not really accurate, but I think it's 141. Kill to death ratio is 1.13 as well. But look at his clutch rate, 30%. Like, how are these players so consistently closing out rounds, right? And this kind of goes back to what I was saying before. You have Snauzine that's in your face throughout the beginning and the middle of the round, and then you're setting up Delzik and Nagzit, some of the best closers in the league, to come out and secure these rounds for you.
Yeah, and adding to what you were talking about with the clutch percentage, I mean, this is a player, if you press tab and you're going up 1v1 for the round win here, I mean, I would be worried. This player just shows that he's got what it takes to win the round. So, very good player, Negs. And also just being the annoying, I love the annoying menace Sentinel players. These are really, really a struggle to play against.
100%. So a little bit of something to watch. If either of these 2 players are out there still alive, you can expect maybe a little craziness to happen. And that's definitely something for team to be watching out for in today's series. And talking a little bit more about this team, I think when you're talking about, hey, this other team has this clutch potential, this is going to be really fun. This team overall, Roy, I mean, the comps they have, how these players play, this is a team that I'm really excited to see what they're going to be bringing to be kicking off Ascension.
Absolutely. And this is Brazil's number 2 seed team, by the way, for context to anyone watching right now. This team, though, don't be fooled. They're number 2 seed, yes, but they're a very strong and a very exciting team. And one of my favorite players on this team is Spike. He's such an awesome player. He's a very flashy Neon player. He's a very flashy Yoru player. But they also have a cool dynamic as well with Silence, right? Who's also their secondary duelist, also Sentinel player, where it's sort of an interesting dynamic. But look at the stats right here for Spike, right? Like 156 damage per round. He's on an entry roll, and he's on a 1.2 KD.
Yeah, my question for the day, you guys, is anybody not gonna get punctured by Spike? Ah, you get it?
Oh.
No.
I had to start it with
the mom jokes?
Yeah. Oh, I like it. Yes. But I mean, like you were saying, Roy, Spike is a star player, in my opinion. This is somebody that everybody needs to watch out for. When we were listening to the interview, we were hearing how how much they respected their opponents, and these are the teams that I like. This means that they're doing their homework at the end of the day, and Spike is a player that has a game plan, and he's going to go in there with that.
And someone else that they had talked about having respect for on 2 game was the secondary duelist that you were talking about, Roy, which is Eilings. Especially too, I love that we get this flashy neon with Spike, also being able to pick up stuff like the Euro. I think it's so fun. But then being able to have 2 really proficient duelists, seeing Silence on more things like that Raze and the Jet, I think this team can have really, really explosive power. And when there is this explosive duelist who also has the capability of being able to just like root in the team and clutch up as a Senti, I love that 2-pronged core.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 specialists in completely different styles of duelists, right? Which makes your team very flexible and very versatile. I mean, we kind of saw that with the 2023 EG, right? With Jaw and with Demon 1. And it's sort of the similar style here for this team. But both of these players, the crazy part is they're both of their stats are insane. No matter what they're playing, there's no weaknesses, there's no drawbacks. They're incredibly comfortable playing all styles of their roles, whether Silence is on Sentinel or whether he's on Duelist. He's gonna be a force and he's going to have impact and he's gonna make a name for himself.
Yeah, and I love that. I think really when you're looking at making a name for yourself, being able to show that now that we're on land for all these players and there is the stakes that are so high, this is really where we get to see these teams kind of step up. And with these teams as well, we've talked so much about these individual players and how their play styles kind of feed into the team. So being able to highlight Spike and Snowzine here, Roy, I think also can encapsulate what we can see and anticipate ahead of this match.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the first kill participation, right? Like you can just tell that they have so many of those. And this kind of goes back again to RETA style versus 2G style, where it's like 2 game, they have a lot of set pieces and they have a lot of sort of like send the duelist at you with a lot of utility style. Whereas, you know, RETA is kind of the same thing, but they like to play a little bit slower. They like to sort of draw the rounds out, make you very uncomfortable and have these very experienced closers to sort of deal with the round. And it's really this first kill participation is going to be a big factor in this matchup, and it's going to be, in my opinion, one of the deciding factors on how these rounds will unfold.
I agree. I think these are 2 players that are going to go head to head, like you were saying. And watching Snow was interesting for me. I feel like the playoffs specifically, Snow really showed up. Snow was there for his team. I'm getting a tongue twister here. For his team in the playoffs. And I just feel like we haven't seen them play in some time, over a month. So I'm excited for this first game of these 2 players specifically, like you were saying, because they had so much time to study their opponents and make their star players, like these 2 on the screen right now, shine even further.
Yeah, it's been a bit. So being able to see what these teams have been working on and what they bring for the table today is going to be an absolute thrill. And we've already waited a month, so what is a few more minutes? We're going to be taking a short break as we get the teams ready and everything set up. But after this, it'll be RETA going up against 2 game. Stay tuned.
Peace.
come through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we cause it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
It's about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna give up, never give up now. Never gonna stop, never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me.
I VCT, it can be us. So it's us, of course. Yeah, we are the funniest team. We are together. We are all together. So we have fun and we like our style. So yeah,
I think heretics, because they have a lot of I don't know how to say it, aura, because they are, I think they are like a family, and I like that. I remember when I was on Leviton and my team was like this.
I think I'd say loud, probably, because of the history it has made in my country. I'd probably say loud.
Probably Sentinels or 100 Thieves, just because I have ex-teammates on that team, and I like seeing them succeed.
I guess Heretics now. I like their game style and how they play, and super fun guys playing. They seem to like each other.
My favorite team is G2.
I would say I'm rooting for G2 and Love the most. Probably them.
I think I have to say G2. Yeah, they showed the way, man. Like they ascended. They went, I think, top 3 on Shanghai, and I think that kind of shows the potential of the tier 2 teams.
I think Furia, maybe the team I have more common ground, like more friendly people that are playing.
Probably Lev or Genji, but they just got locked out, so I'll go with Lev.
Wow, that's a tough one. I might say Genji.
I would have to say my favorite VCT team so far right now would have to be EDG, because they bring a new style, or like a different style, I would say, more aggressive than other teams, and they're really fun to watch, you know? It's kind of cool seeing a new region win like they did, and it brings a lot more viewership to the game, so it was really cool to watch them do what they did.
Thanks for sticking with us, everyone. We have to make sure everything is ready, but we will have a full day of Valorant ahead. 3 best of 3s, kicking it off with RETA Esports going up against 2Game Esports. And reminder, this is group stage to be starting things out. But out of the 6 teams, only 4 are going to make it out of our group stage into that double elimination bracket to try and be the team that ascends. So even if, you know, one loss isn't going to be it from the get-go, you want to try and have a good start to the tournament.
Yeah, like I said, I love round robin. It's just a full-on playing battlefield. Everybody has a chance. Everybody plays everybody, and it's important to remember all the rounds count, all of the round wins, and you just don't want to let a mistake happen, in my opinion, because you want to end up not only being one of the 4 teams out of the 6 that makes it on to the next period, but also have one of the best seeds, right? You want the best advantage that you can get, because this is the tournament of the year for these players.
100%. And when we're looking at these 2 teams, I mean, Roy, you have to be talking about how their playoffs and how their seasons went before they even got to Ascension. When we're talking about getting off on the right foot, I mean, RETA Esports' example, team that was doing very well beforehand.
Yeah, I think very well is an understatement. To put it into context, they have only lost 3 matches in 2024. The entire year up until this point, they have only lost 3 officials. To be fair though, 2 of them were in split 2, so I mean, I guess maybe things got a little shaky, but they still are the number 1 seed. They still won the tournament. They are a really strong team. And the one thing though from the video that we saw before we hopped on here was 2G talking about their style and like their own flair, and like they just look so happy to be here, and they look like they're like in love with their style and their identity. And I think that is a buff on like in its own way, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the fact that, hey, in split 2, RETA had these 2 losses. It's been a bit since these teams have gotten to play in official. So what we can maybe see coming out in Ascension could be a lot of a different look, and that's something I'm especially interested in looking at with our Zippo map select, especially too if we're looking back to, I mean, just even map rotations and everything, that there's going to be maybe a little bit of unfamiliarity, Roy, when you're looking at something like Abyss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of the teams have not shown that whatsoever, but here we go with the map select. It is going to be Bind for the, it's Bind at Sunsets. Oh, I love that. I actually love that very much. So Bind is pretty interesting because 2G did swap their comp recently, and they sort of run this like composition that we haven't really seen teams running. And it's a double duelist, double controllers, but not Viper. It's Omen Brim. And again, there has been a bit of a period since their last official, so there might be some changes. But if we do see the same comp, it is so fun to watch, and I'm really excited for that first map.
You know what? Also, looking at Lotus being banned, I think that's an interesting one. Both of these teams are really good on Lotus, so the fact that that got banned, maybe they just wanted to get it out of here and do a whole fresh reset like you were talking about, because Sunset's map 2, and that's not really the best map for both teams. So, like Sierra was saying pregame, they had lots of time to prepare. We haven't seen them play in over a month, so they picked it for a reason, right? Sunset, so that's going to be an interesting map, especially for such an important match.
I'm really hoping, since it has been some time, I mean, obviously there is you want to make sure you're at the top and you've every advantage you can for Ascension. I'm really hoping, Roy, when we are looking at 2-game, that we haven't necessarily gotten to see too much deviation with the compositions and stuff, because even if we do need a level up coming into the tournament, I want to see that kind of expanded off with their play style, because I think the compositions they got and like kind of how they can maybe throw people for a loop, I think, and kind of take things by storm.
Yeah, and a bit of a circle back as well. I mean, on that point is, we talked about Spike on 2G having a really, really strong Neon, and he's one of the flashiest players in Brazil right now, at least on the come up. And the maps that have been selected are actually the maps that he plays Neon on. So they're kind of in strength to 2G style. And I think we're going to see a lot of like the duelist battling, and whether they're like RETA can actually put a stop to this flashy Brazilian style that Spike will be bringing and 2G will be bringing.
Playing right into what 2-game could go for. I absolutely love that. I'm curious to how are you feeling about this just map select in general? Because going into the series, I kind of was thinking that RETA Esports might have the upper hand, and I still think super talented. They got that clutch potential. They have that possibility.
Yes.
But look at the map pool. I don't know anymore.
Yeah, they have the clutchers that's needed. I'm looking at the stats that I have written down for their Split 2 series. 75% win rate for them, so they've played it 8 times, RETA. So Bind is a good map for them. Like Roy was saying, we could be seeing an insane, crazy Neon action going on, and if that can't be stopped, if there can't be answers found for that, this game could go either way.
It'll be interesting too if we do get to that third map of Abyss here, considering that this is still the map that's a little bit more unknown. I believe it was RETA that did have the one official on it. Yep. So a little bit of a look of what they're able to do, bringing out more of that harbor composition. But when we're looking at 2-game, the sky's the limit with what they can do. So that will be a really interesting one for both of these teams and how they're able to adapt if we do get to that third map.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point, Sierra, because I think part of me believes that 2G kind of won this veto. Like, yeah, maybe their bind statistically is not the best map they've ever played, and RETA is a very strong bind team, but they have a lot of prep work available for RETA. Like, they've shown their bind, they've shown their sunset, and they've shown the abyss. They have the left comp with the double controller and harbor. But on the other hand, 2G has a lot of that unknown factor where it's like there's been a long period of time they've never shown their abyss. Obviously, their sunset is a pretty strong map. They're playing to their strengths, and it's like a part of me feels like 2G won the veto in some ways, but again, we're talking about RETA here. It's not a team that's just gonna like roll over just because the veto is not in their favor or they're not really comfortable with it.
100%. I mean, the team has the caliber, the team has the players and the skill and the experience behind that. Hey, this will be a competitive series, whichever way you slice it. Even if 2-game does come out just guns a-blazing, trying to really catch them off guard. So I think that'll be the kind of the fun matchup in the preparation and the known quantity versus this whole unknown amp.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the maps. We've talked about what we think about them that are here, but we need to talk about the mindset. I love that we got the opportunity to listen to a few interviews from some of the players, and the mindset of them going into here, I felt like we're kind of polar opposite. One team has full-on respect for the other team, is knowing that they're going to be going the best opponents, in their opinion. The other is going in strong, confident, and just feeling like this is going to be an easy win for them. So as the mindset of a player with this map pool, Roy, like you were saying, 2G has a really good chance.
I think they have the "we're just happy to be here" buff. It is sort of like a psychological hack, right? Because like when you're just happy to be here and you're happy to you have fun playing the game in the way that you want to play the game, I think you sort of like circumvent the stress factor, right? Where it's like, I'm not really too worried about it. Oh yeah, RETA's a good team. We're gonna respect them. But like at the end of the day, when you're playing just to have fun, just to have a good time, you're not really thinking about, oh, what if we lose? Oh, what if this happens? What if what if we start off on a bad foot? Like you're not even these things aren't even being processed. It's just like, how can we play the game in a way that we're having fun? And that's a huge buff.
Yeah. And it's interesting with the mindsets aligning too with kind of the journeys that these teams have taken to get here. So RETA Esports, as you touched upon, Roy, this is the team that during this 2024 of only losing I believe you said three officials, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's a lot of pressure kind of coming into this tournament, being able to win their playoffs and doing just such a strong run. Whereas for 2Game, I mean, they definitely had a good season, but losing out in this lower final to then qualify off to the circuit points, they definitely feel that they, alongside this mindset, alongside this play style, alongside everything else, that they kind of look like more of this underdog team to me, which that is a dangerous thing because, all they can go is up.
Yeah, I've been in this position before, and it's a really powerful feeling if you come into a tournament with that, because you want nothing more than to prove everybody wrong. They're working hard day in and day out, and they're sweating blood, tears, all of it in between, and they've probably been sacrificing a lot to be here and make it happen. So going in as essentially the underdog of this match, but they're just a really good team, just scraping their way by to qualify, I feel like that kind of just brings this little bit of energy out of them. They want the win. They want everybody to know they are here to play and play hard.
Yeah, especially too, like, it definitely is not meant to discount getting in by these circuit points, but it's definitely like hey, there was still a little bit more that we could have done last time. So I feel like it's a little bit more of that little bit of a redemption arc. But I'm curious then when you're looking at RETA and the fact that there was this smidge of this stumble, if you even call it that, considering they lost very few matches throughout the year, Roy, how they're going to be taking this tournament as well.
Can I bring up a sort of controversial point here on RETA?
Oh, yes.
Here we go.
I love,
so I
love
think
these hot takes.
I think the level of competition in LATAM is good, is really good, but it's not to the same level that we see here in North America, where we have a little bit stronger talent in tier 2, right? And I think the style of RETA has been very successful because they have almost outmaneuvered mechanically, and to the point where they have so much experience, they're able to close out these rounds, but they haven't been tested to the highest level. Now they might be able to get away with it versus some of the teams, but I think once they start having the matchups versus teams like M80, who are just like, they're able to match them on every front. Like, they have the mechanics to match them, they have the strategy to match them, they have compositions that there's no way RETA has gotten to practice against. I think that's where we're going to see the real level of RETA, whether they are the team that is like, are they undeniably are they the best team in this tournament? Are they not the best team in this tournament? Because we don't have like a banana for scale right now. Like, we don't really know what level these teams are at. And like, we only know like M80 in North America, but we don't know what M80 is like in LATAM, and we don't know what M80 is like in Brazil, right? Like, we don't know how the scale is. And I think until we see these matchups happening, that's when we'll really know what level RETA's at.
Everything kind of existing in its own vacuum up until this point. Or we just scream NA bias at Roy and kind of move on and kind of save him. But no, it'll be... I love it when we get to see kind of like the regions for Ascension be able to face off against each other, because I think when you're looking and having that conversation of which region, which team, I think this is a really important time to merge all of these teams in one tournament to really see who can take all. The teams are going to be hitting the stage soon, but we want to make sure everyone can go get their water, go get their snacks. So quick break. We'll be right back.
Peace.
Thanks for bearing with us, everyone. But for realsies, we're about to get started with the first match here in VCT Ascension Americas. This is going to be really fun. Reminder, this is group stage, but we have the top of Latin America, RETA Esports, going up against the underdogs of Brazil in 2-game esports. This is going to be the first look at what they're offering here in Ascension to prove that they are ready. Roy, this is going to be a great way to be starting off our tour.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing we probably did not stress enough during this intro was the fact that, I mean, whoever ascends from this tournament is their lives are going to change completely. Their reality is going to change. Their lifestyle is going to change. Everything's going to change. Obviously, they're going to remain competitors, but that's about the only consistency they will have once they win this tournament. So a lot is at stake. There's big things coming in here for both of these teams, and I'm kind of excited to see what they bring to the table on their opening match.
There's something about the walkout, the experience with all the lights on you, people in the crowd. There's just this euphoric moment right now that the players are probably experiencing because they've worked so hard to get here. And you can see as they're about to huddle, they're really getting into the zone. I love this moment as a player, just really embracing it all and just trusting the process of what it was like to get here.
For one of these teams, this could be the new reality going on forward, but this is where it's all going to matter. The entire season leading up to this. Reminder, 4 teams will make it out of the groups. So one loss isn't going to do it, but you want to make sure you're showing up and showing out. And with quite a bit of time since we've seen them last, what are they going to be bringing out? What style are they going to be doing? And who's going to show that they have what it takes once they get to environment to show that they are ready to be that next team to ascend?
And I think
Roy, this is awesome.
Yeah, this is so cool. This is really, really cool. I think a really cool talking point as well is the fact that obviously some of the RETA players have already experienced what it's like to be on stage, whereas some of the players on 2Game might not have. And I think, you know, this is going to be sort of a battle between the experience of RETA versus the, you know, kind of the underdog passion that 2Game brings to the table. I think it's going to be cool in that regard for sure.
And Em, I mean, you're talking about this euphoric feeling going out onto this stage, and like this is a moment for some of these players that this is going to be kind of like that first opportunity, but also then everything they've built up for, how does that translate to once they're sitting in those seats, kind of that stress and everything else that's going to be accompanied with that?
Yeah, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about that feeling. But look, we have the players select. Oh my gosh.
What is this? Is right. We're talking about things changing in 2-game esports. They changed off of the quirky and they're going with something a little bit more traditional.
No, my day is immeasurably ruined. They have gone from a really fun composition to the meta. No.
I mean, looking at changing ways, I mean, maybe RETA was prepared for the quirkiness that was this neon and these double smokes, everything else. I don't know. Maybe we're getting the ultimate switcheroo here going up to a traditional, but we got more of a mirror coming on out. We'll have to see how it turns out. RETA Esports going up against 2-game esports. It's going to be fine, and we're heading over to Uber and Wyatt for match number 1.
Thank you very much, friends. Yeah, great to be here. Uber joined by Wyatt for our first match of this Americas Ascension tournament. And you can see, obviously, already maybe some tension filling the arena. Plenty on the line for these teams, but this is group stage matches first. I want to remind everyone of that before we move to playoffs. We have our 6 teams playing through this somewhat round-robin situation. Wyatt RETA are the #1 seed from the LATAM region, and 2-game esports, I mean, they placed 3rd overall in playoffs, but it's the circuit points that actually got them here to Monterey.
Yeah, not just in the playoffs of Split 2, but Split 1 as well. So 2-game, they've been consistent throughout the year in what's been a very volatile Brazilian challengers scene, and it's led them to this point. But can they step up when it actually matters the most now, surpass the placements they've had previously against a RETA that are more than experienced? In fact, they are the most experienced team at this event. They have 3 players that have been to champions, been to masters, and 2-game, they've not been to anything. They've been to challengers in Brazil. That is it.
And we are wasting no time jumping in here. RETA going to be on the defensive side here. You know, so yes, Spike's not on that signature neon look here. Maybe wishing for it. After that little engagement, it's going to be a Snowzine able to find one in showers. RETA with 2 players to fall back to the side, but Silence has already got into land.
Nice position. Deep sight control take here from 2G. Silence going to back off now. Just play towards Lamps, the second duelist of the pairing. 4-2 game when they swap between that Spike and Neon, like you mentioned. And when he's not on it, Silence, he's going to play the Jet. He's going to play the Raze, and he's damn good at both those agents.
So we have a little wrap here already for Mariz. Has to watch out. That's the player swinging through from Shower. Zap able to catch him out before Prize even got there. So that flank, that wrap here for sure, still unbeknownst to RETA. Still 3 players to work with though, and they are stacked up for this. Now Zap's about to get a lot of action. But Prize here from the box. Only a scratch. RETA going to take this pistol away.
Yeah, just shots going completely awry. That Viper's wall serving to try and divide in that retake situation. Price trying to find a time to swing, and he did find the right one, but shots just not connecting, and it's RETA, that #1 seed, the favorite side certainly going into this game, picking up that first pistol.
And I think it's worth talking about here. Something we should expect to see a lot from Snowzine is that aggression. He really seems to be maybe the odd one out in terms of the approach here for RETA, who are generally a really methodical team, but they love to throw snow at their opponents early in the round and see how they respond and maybe play off of it.
Yeah, RETA really are a kind of by-the-numbers textbook team. They play the meta comps of the year on every single map. They have experienced players. They're well-rounded, no doubt. Molly. And on the opposite side, 2Game, you know, oftentimes it seems that they rely on that explosivity that Spike provides when he's playing Neon, which Roy on the desk mentioned was previously playing here. I was hoping to see it just as much as he was. This is new for 2Game. It's not new for the meta by any means, but it's new for them.
RETA also with a fair amount of experience dealing with Neon comps, especially those defensive pops you see from them, as they dealt with that against All Night ad nauseum in that 5-map upper final that ended up qualifying them to this very tournament. So they've definitely been conditioned to work with that kind of aggression from their opponents here. This is more methodical, but Mariz waiting. Does get busied out pretty much straight away. Will be taken down by Spike. It's going to be Delzik to step up next, and he is spraying wildly. At least able to find Spike. Good timing here for Snow. Silence is felt instantly, and that flash was beautiful, but Zap's able to shrug it off and take down the Raze. Now Suter and Nagzek grouped up here through spawn. They don't realize that Suter snuck onto the site, but it looks like Prize heard it. Now the 1 versus 2 for the Gecko. Player sitting way back towards Octagon. You can see Zap waiting on this, but Prize is looking the wrong way. Now Suter can work with this. Mosh pit over to create a little bit of spacing, but there's still the issue of the defuse. Gives it a tap. Zap has to respect this, sitting there with the Outlaw, and Suter's too good. Bulldog claims it's Prize, and RETA at least able to recover from an awkward start to the round.
Suter just offered 1 player at a time. They're able to capitalize with the Bulldog. It was Prize just unaware on that site. Outlaw not able to contain the necessary angle. A lot of damage done and the Spike down. It's one of those eco rounds where someone says in the comms after, that was a good round though, but you still feel a little bit bad because it became so winnable. But it was still a good round, all things considered, with the damage that's been dealt here.
Yeah, this is what the bonus looks like as a result for RETA. It's pretty bare. Where of course 2G are now armed to the teeth. RETA to chalk one up. RETA here like pretty adamant about maintaining this sort of short presence. So the Snow is more than happy to hold down with the Bulldog. And Nagzat wants to exercise some control here over at B-Long.
Slow goings to open things up here. Zap now ready to use that Trailblazer just to gain the space long, gain that space towards Octagon, allowing safe passage for the team to get up close, work into a position where they could go further, be execute.
Delzik starting to get a little antsy here. Gonna play off Nagzak. These are the 2 pistols, or 2 of them that RETA are boasting. Hoping for maybe a crossfire setup here should 2G make that push. They are grouped up an option on here, and there's no one on that B side. Keep that in mind. Here comes the hit. Up to the high ground instantly for Silence. No resistance on the side as LZ is going to be getting it now. Double swing should do the job, but it's going to come from another direction as well through the TP play. Naxit's able to turn that into a kill, pick up a weapon, play the post plant from the exterior.
Now, if Nags could find this kill off Zap, that would be immense, and he does with the Stinger.
Upgrade. Big upgrade for him weapon-wise. Wasn't able to pick up the gun, though. Silence on the timing. Emerges here from Octagon to take the challenge, and he wins it out. Mirror is now at long distance. Better weapon wins. The remaining guns on Rita, and nothing to sneer at, though.
Player standing.
Defuse already underway, and Silence walks into it. Suda's had a fantastic game so far. And he gets it to half. Whoa, not an option there. Prize is going to be able to hold that angle and give 2G that first round win.
I love how Nags and Delzik played that together in Hookah, the ex-crew duo that attended several international events together, just fighting that lone Brimstone, finding that pick as the teammates over on the A side crunch through the teleporter to make things really dangerous for 2G, convert by the skin of their teeth, and it's left the economy in dire straits for them. Look at it right now, 4 players below 500 credits. This is a very crucial round for both teams.
Reta up against the barrier almost there over at Octagon. Almost signaling an early pop on that B long side. They opt to play it a bit more passively. We do an insertion of snow here towards showers, so we're really investing in the periphery in this round. But all of 2G going to make their way straight down short. He comes out Thrash, and it's going to be a back away here by Delzik after throwing the molly. Not going to interrupt the plant, though. His prize caught out by that Thrash, and Snow is going to be able to capitalize here. All of Rita, with the exception of Nags, that grouped up towards Shower.
That was nicely done to find that first opening, and now LZ on his lonesome. 4 players gathered up in Shower spikes. Nice Thrash. 1 for 1 with the Keko ultimates.
Flood coming out of Showers, though. Doesn't pay off for Muriz early, though. The Dizzy did still stick. Spikes was able to hold it down. 2 left here for Rita to work with for the time being. Suda wants to swing this angle. Spikes cannot connect it. Now it's up to LZ in the post plant. Sees 2 and just opts to take the 1 for the time being. Suda aware and is going to be able to take that engagement, but we didn't get to half. We didn't get the defuse.
Time not on his side. A lot of damage dealt. Again, it's 2G just barely getting away with winning back-to-back rounds at this point. Economy is going to continue to be in a tough spot for them. Late in the round, LZ just biding his time, re-wrapped Showers after watching short. Nicely played. The controller for the 2G side. Now Reta investing a little bit into this round, making sure they can buy up for the next.
Classic Snowzine round, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, Snowzine just loves picking up the scoped weapons as much as possible. He's a marshal more than a rifle, I swear.
All right, that's the confirm there for Mariza about this B-long play. Now the molly licks at his feet, though. Takes him a little low. Down to 24. And Suda gets picked up coming out of spawn. Silence had that one lined up. And Naxat's going to opt to get off the site, or at least check to see the situation was, maybe get that weapon.
Yeah, he wanted to get
at least the Phantom in hand.
That was the lone rifle, and heavy armor just gets destroyed, rocked by that nade from Silence. Look at this rewrap right now from Snowzine. Flanking with the Marshal pushed all the way out of A. Everyone gathered up in Octagon. They have the main advantage, but they are fully contained right now.
They're taking their time, playing it slow. Still found a timing though that gets him ahead of the Marshal for the time being. Silence already gotten onto the side, but Nagset makes good on that picked up weapon at the start of the round. And they're too fast with it. LG flying on the site now. Snowzine hoping to make use of the showstopper, and Silence is fell, but now a 1v2 with nothing but a Marshal to work with. It's a tall order indeed, and Prize will again finish the job. Snowzine too low to deal with the wallbang.
It is just never easy for this 2G side. I mean, a risk to be taken. Throw Snowzine in that round, pushing all the way behind with the Marshal, but at the moment, 2G have been playing a very straightforward game, Mitch. I mean, they are just straight up hitting sites. And now they're going to have to be very concerned, Reta exploiting it in that round, continuing to keep their economy so honest. Despite winning 3 rounds in a row, it is still left LZ with 0 credits and just a Guardian.
Every round has been like 1 or 2 players maybe surviving for the winning team. Extremely scrappy stuff here. 2G a little bit more constrained in this composition, playing a lot off the timings of the refresh of that Sky utility. It's a slow start to the round again, but Rita are not the team really to push off sites and give you these free kills early in the round. That's all nights.
And now both Vipers right now do have the pit available. Nagza not opting to use it for any early round map control. Perhaps we'll use it in the late round, perhaps not, as he goes down to Silence, who's been finding some fantastic openings. Back-to-back first bloods for the Rays.
Nagza as well, the veteran. Absolutely clowned on that B site. Opting to pull out of Hookah and not play that close control now in these gun rounds. And again, it is Snow. Pushing off the site once more. His timing is going to be keeping Prize honest for much of this game. And this isn't easy. It's a freebie kill. So Zine hoping for a little bit more than this, but at some point, RETA have to establish themselves in this round. A side of the map under control, but Asuka essentially alone here, trying to disrupt 2G as they swarm over the B side.
Yeah, swarming into B, Silence. Just brute force, running it down, not having to contend with any mollies from the Vipers. That was the first pick they found. No Snowzine was on that flying Suzer. Nothing to do but save at this juncture in the round. It is over. And finally, for the sake of 2G, they're getting away with a clean one here. Retaining their ultimates as well. Not having to use them here can save them for the following round. And RETA's economy, it is broken.
And again, pretty clean stuff. I mean, 2G step up and find an absolute humdinger of an opener as Nagza just gets slammed by Silence. And they simply just sprawl over that B side in general. Very straightforward stuff here from this 2G side. And RETA are a team who we've seen in the past be, with great calling from Muriz, be really effective at dealing with those aggressive probes here. The timings for 2G, they might be catching them off here. This is not just sort of what we expect from the LATAM region, not what they're used to potentially, which is just that go fast, go hard approach.
Now, I will say as well, from what we've seen of 2G on Bind, regionally for the BR Challengers, they have found way more success on the attack half. So if things go as they did previously, if they follow that pattern, this is the favored side for them. And it's really coming down to these first kills. Massive credit to Silence, who's just been putting the team on his back in the early rounds, creating situations where they can just get into these sites for free. Really nice start from 2G, the underdog, that second seed from Brazil against the first seed of LATAM.
And again, the method in which they qualify here to Ascension may lead people to have a dim view of them. I think, we did get to see them play against Glories twice in that particular tournament to sort of qualify here for Monterey. And, especially that first outing. Close games, but in general, not the most convincing showing from this 2-game squad. In fact, it was a series in which I think LZ has to drop 27 on Bind, and they still end up dropping that map. They're playing the double duelist style, right? Where something that kind of priced them into those kind of aggressive pops at the start of rounds on defense that can leave them susceptible, especially to a team like RETA, who will just hold off sights and wait for that push. Straight away, the Viper Spear here being used defensively. So he's going to be forced off that truck angle, of course, by this orbital strike. RETA definitely have the A site well in hand.
A massive commitment, and for what? From 2G. Trailblazer used immediately, trying to push Nagza, one of the veterans on RETA, into the orbital strike. Doesn't pay off, and now that's just 2 info gathering pieces of utility as the Boombot just goes on an adventure and disappears, not finding a target. And the ultimate wasted. And short control retained. Nagza just going to be so pesky with that judge. How do you clear him out at this point?
With util ideally, but a lot of that for 2G to work with. That's going to ruin me, by the way. The start of this round. Already spending a fair bit of it, right, on that first probe. They had that sky flashes, though, of course. Here comes that Trailblazer. Snoozing gets caught out completely. That really takes a lot of the lethality out of this A-site hold. And the Viper's Pit essentially has been circumvented. Now Nagza needs to find a way to get value out of this judge here. And potentially have to leave the pit to do so.
Yeah, and how do you find the timing for that? This is going to be really tough. That was nicely done from 2G. Really nicely done from Zap. Off that entry kill, off the Trailblazer. RETA do have some good utility to get back in here. They have the Trailblazer of their own. Spike is holding close, gets the first onto Maurice, and Silence picks up the angle to send Delzik to the grave.
Suter has really been the standout player here for RETA. But this is far too much to ask from the young blood. And it's going to be Spikes ending up finishing the job. Just a weird off-angle hold there. on towards Vents. And RETA frankly walked straight into it. And this is the criticism we had of RETA, I think, at times through their run to qualification. Not always bringing anything necessarily new. That X Factor element also a little muted on this side. They've got a great duelist in Snozine, but he really had some very sketchy outings, a little streaky at times. Need to find a way to put him in a position to succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Silence not going to pick up. The Outlaw has 3 light armored targets, potentially 1 shot. So it looks like some early shower control is going to be the mission here from 2G. Standard Viper utility goes down short to pressure towards Lamps. Feign that someone could be walking up, going for a lurk play. Taking that position in Lamps.
Very, very tempted by the prospect of a dizzy recovery, giving him an opportunity, and again he just serves himself up. We saw this on the pistol round. At least that time, Snow was able to turn that into a 1-for-1 trade, but that is an ugly look. Again, the duelist, the first casualty over at the A site for RETA.
And that is a bit of conditioning from 2G, exploiting Snozine's willingness to go for these flanks, expecting that they're going to be fully gathered up in these 4-1s. Nice timing on the orbital strike. Just isolates Prize as soon as it gets caught. Caught by the flash. And there it is.
Elsie not able to respond, at least trade out that kill. The timing not quite there as he emerges from Lamps and ends up offering himself up as well. Muri's quiet game so far for that ex-MIBR veteran. There's no way to really make his way out of Lamps here. Nagzad also slowly coming on this flank via showers. And that's a big one to win out. Muri's now able to establish a bit of a foothold here on this site. Paint shells are a bit concerning, knock him down to 53. And still that flank is coming. Nagzad making his way, but won't check his right. He's spotted by Spikes. Now Maurice is all alone. Spikes will clean him up as well. 2G look dominant on this attack side.
And that's a mistake that can't be afforded by such an experienced veteran player like Nagzad. That is the freest kill of all time. That would have served as a distraction for Maurice to try and get out. Play a real honest 2v2 at that point into the round. A tragic end as the momentum continues for that second seed from Brazil. Just running them over with pure force. Again, just playing this pretty straightforward game, though the opening was different. You know, they played very spread, expecting some aggression to come out, and it did come. They baited out Snozine to find that entry. The first blood game has been so favored towards the attackers.
I got the spike.
That is a tough mosh pit to hit there. Almost caught by the Great. It doesn't end up achieving its purpose. RETA trying to make it... Okay, they're calling it audible here and moving all their resources over towards the B side. Might be in response to that util use by 2G, but it's just Zach here. Can he keep them interested? Oh, that'll do it. Muri's having to shrug that one off now, and that Viper Wall, of course, will allow 2G to make their way into A, essentially undetected, because that's such a defensive positioning here for Delzik.
Yeah, the Cloud came up as well to cut off the Lance angles. I'm just expecting the push through Hookah. Heads up there to find, again, a first blood for the 2G side. It's just back to back to back to back for them, getting first kills. And now right on the retake with tragic weaponry. How do you close space with a Stinger and a Bucky in this situation? I mean, it's just a wrap. You cannot get back in the site.
26 HP and a Bucky. Getting out of Vents that way is not going to happen. Looks like a RETA know it as well. Time is short here for the LATAM squad, and 2G are schooling them on their map of choice, folks. Suti here on hopes to catch someone falling off the site, but that opportunity also goes begging, and that'll be a 7th round by number 2 seed from Brazil.
And RETA had found success on Bind playing this within their region. You know, they defeated All Knights in the grand finals on this map, which is when they swung things back to win that best of 5 series. But 2G have shown some solid level of play here as well. Picking into a map that's certainly not at the bottom of the pool by any means for the Brazilian side. And Snozine finally operator in his hands, the preferred weapon of the RETA duelist.
I mean, you know, it's back to the talk on the desk as well was about the veteran factor of RETA and how they've been on stages before. I mean, you've got players that have had multiple champions appearances, not just global events, not just being on stage, champions.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and yet
Three players with champions appearances. Nags has been to 3 champions and 4 masters. Delzik, 2 champions, 4 masters. I mean, more experience within those 2 players internationally than any combined amount of other players here in this tournament.
And it's one of their youngest players, Suter, able to step up for them in some of these crucial moments. Outside of that, it's been pretty quiet for this team, whereas 2Game look really comfortable, right? A lot of what we're seeing is, a lot of individual challenges being taken. They are able to play slow enough to bait Snowzine out of position, right? You've mentioned it a couple of times. He's made his way into showers. He also got caught out standing up on that B side. It seems like RETA have not been able to put him in a position to succeed. Operator in hand this round, we might see that just taken over to shower. But that's a line you can still break with some of that util. We have seen Spike move in there with a Dizzy and to try and draw some of these defenders out.
One of my biggest issues watching 2G regionally was that they were throwing away far too many man advantage situations. They were good at finding first kills, but they weren't good enough at closing out rounds. That has not been a problem for them here at all.
Showstopper play here. Silence able to catch Delta because he tries to make his way in. At least Snowzine can deal with Silence. But Spike, he had the mosh pit set up. How does Huta play off this? Maybe wants to check if Zap is in the corner, but he's not going to be spotted out. Mosh pit also completely unbothered. There it is though. Suter's able to move up. This wingman eventually finds his mark. Now the Viper's pit though placed down in the post plant. For RETA now to have to work around this. There's still no plant yet. There could be a transition through spawn here for 2G. They need to check tower. And Nagsat almost preemptively is drifted over in the B direction, just in case.
Yeah, has remained steadfast there. Just watching for spawn as well. Completely aware. Are 2G going to be ready for this, though? Can Nagsat find the first, maybe fall off the angle, just retreat to elbow or octagon? But passively does find the first. Once more, gets a little greedy and punished for it. Traded out by Spikes.
30 seconds left.
A relatively exposed position for Nagsat to play from. I guess he's not sure if there is actually a rotation through spawn. Spikes has to hold it down. So far, so good. Suter, without the opportunity to follow up on Muri's being caught, now has to swing into 2. This is looking ugly for RETA. You know what? Sometimes you got to thrash him. It does not make the distance. And now he still has to face the firing squad.
That is tough. And that's also Spike just taking a pure 1v1, by the way, to win that in the 2 versus 2. Some of those ranked demon tendencies coming out of a player that's playing on his first legit team here ever in Valorant. I would have loved to have seen Nagsat just fall off in that situation. I mean, maybe feeling like someone could have been pressuring behind, like there would have been someone coming through hookah or octagon. It is...
Exactly. I mean, if he had the info, he probably takes a far safer position in that situation. But that Viper's pit obscures all the information about 2G's positioning. He doesn't know for sure if they're going to come through spawn at him there. So he overthinks it a little. Here they come straight down short once more. This time, though, less explosive out of the raise. The Silence doesn't need to shove a showstopper down anyone's throat. Snow again on a shotgun. Forced to try and play through lamps. Again stymied. Forced back by a molly. And now Wingman goes to work on the plant.
That is great utility to force the judge out of the close quarter area, trying to get back in, but here comes the thrash, and Snowzine detained.
You've got to go in for this one. Muskett as well. Suter was hoping to play off of Snow there. He's able to satchel away, but Spikes is going to be there to finish the job, and through the smoke, Suter falls. It's just Maurice and Delzik left to work with years of experience. And it's asking a lot still. Delzik for 3. But 2G are 9 rounds on his attack side already.
This Spike Gecko gameplay has been lovely. A player that's known for neon, primarily. I think primarily is an understatement. Has been a neon ranked demon, and when he does get the opportunity to play neon on some of these maps in pro play, does go crazy. But has to be on that flex roll, and this is some fantastic gameplay. All of the thrashes connecting, great timing on the molly. The utility usage has been sublime from the young player.
2G have a massive lead to represent that. Trade here for the attack side. It's going to be Snow falling again, at least though. Gets his. Delzik realizing to follow up for the The Boombot might be quicker than the other ones will be ready for. And again, he will be carved out with this excellent utility application by 2G. And they can slow the pace down now.
Does Mariz dare swing this try and even things up? There have been so many little individual mistakes from the RETA side, just players getting caught in poor positions or pushing up too aggressively. I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point, but, you know, finding these first bloods and crucial picks to get man advantages have all been going in the way of 2G. Mariz holding the angle, instant trade again from Spikes. 2 trades in the round. The cast stats are looking great.
Suda here, able to slow this one down, at least with the mosh pit. Nagzed has been ever so slowly wrapping around this round. He might be a little bit late on the timing here as Wingman's going to go to work once more. Suda, can he emerge and find something here? No. Wingman of his own. Caught by a little bit of that snake bite damage by the looks of things, and Spikes just finishes him off in the end. He really offers only a token resistance.
Spike planted.
Does necessitate a manual plant, but Nagzed now has to navigate this 1v3 alone from Hookah. 2G, again, swarming over this B site.
Oh yeah!
And there's a thrash ready to use well, just in case Nagzed tries to bite off more than he can chew. And there it is. The knife kill to end the round.
I mean,
and half.
This is not even a game of Valorant right now. 2G are just steamrolling them. You know, even in a slow round like this, they are just exploiting these solo efforts from RETA. These little mistakes are being punished every single time by the side that is, you know, seriously experience gapped in this game. They're making RETA look like the ones who are, you know, playing at their first international tournament. This is fantastic. This is the 2nd seed from Brazil. The team from Brazil that came in 3rd place at both splits and qualified off of points.
How much of the narrative this year, like how much of the narrative this year as far as Americas is concerned is about Brazil languishing as a region, right? You know, maybe struggling to get good practice opportunities against franchise teams, yada, yada. But this is the number 2 seed and they are looking, well, they're bringing with confidence. And one, I guess, criticism that's been leveled at RETA in the past is, where's the firepower at on this team? You have some great minds on this roster. But do you have like a game-changing duelist? Not always. Snow can have these, you know, blips on the radar where he has these pop-off games, but you see in this game, he's being exploited, baited out, taken down by Util, being read into very effectively by 2G, who are shutting down this superstar very well.
And if I am to offer a little bit of hope here as a pause is taken at the half, it is the fact that within their region, I mentioned this prior, but the attack sides of 2Game Unbind is where they have been able to succeed. The defense, not as much. You know, they had some situations where they've made huge comebacks and it was on their attack half. They did that against, you know, Galores, who we're going to see later today. The number 1 seed from Brazil was on the attack after they were able to make these comebacks. So
that was a double duelist comp on defense.
It was, yeah, it absolutely was. You know, this is just a more consistent, tried and true composition.
And obviously, Spike is the player previously on that extra duelist, has acclimated extremely well to this particular role. The util use has been fantastic. I mean, being able to catch out, I think Snow's in that, you know, that one round where we see Silence with their showstopper jump onto that A site there and look like he's going to get traded out in the end, but there's a mosh pit sitting under the feet of Snowzine that takes him out. Very, very clean in general from 2G. Can they channel that same momentum here on the defensive side?
That same momentum against a RETA who are very slow on attack. But look at this. 2G have a full stack here for this hit.
They've read it. Are they going to be ready for it? Snowzine touches down, and then he's live lifeless body. It's the ground after. Fantastic little paint shell there from Silence, and Nagzed, shell-shocked, reeling, has to scurry away and try and make something happen on the other side of the map.
And on that note, just send us to sunset unless, you know, Nagzed hits one of
Wide
the
on the get me out call already
of all time. I mean, they're simply aware. They had 4 players ready for the straight-up B hit. Crush RETA in the palm of their hands. It's just so easy for them right now. This is a shocking result, genuinely. I mean,
I will say that like those Raider, the Raider B hits that we saw in their regional final were a little shaky, pretty questionable. When they have to go up tempo, play that more aggressive style, we can see some holes start to creep in. In fact, a lot of the time on this attack side, they played offside, right? They waited for these pushes up. I don't think 2G are so one-dimensional though, as you know, All Night's demonstrated them to be in that game, as to just throw away these easy kills at the start of the round. This is remarkably well drilled from the Brazilian number 2 seed.
And RETA now no option, obviously, but to force. They're going to have 5 stingers into this round, with Nags, at the very least, the tiniest, most minuscule of consolation prizes at this point in the game is getting the spike down, so they can force while 2G have 11 before they get to 12. Couple Bulldogs, few Spectres for the economically favored side on defense.
Colony here for RETA as they try and come in with silence. Takes first contact. Does get traded out. LZ expecting an emergency from this Viper War momentarily, hoping to play off the Dizzy, and Delzik falls. Suitor at least able to trade once more, but it's favoring the defenders now, and the spike is loose. Speaking of which, they've made their way into Lamps. And Mariz does not know where to look. This little insertion from Zap here at the top of short could be devastating. Almost a time in there for Mariz. Might still have it here. No! Spike sends it around on him. Devastating for RETA. Their best chance of the half. And the best chance they're going to have for the rest of the game. Point. Falls flat.
Yeah, that is just the force buy denied. 2-game look completely different from the 2-game we saw regionally in those matches in Brazil. The level of fundamentals compared to where they were at the last time we saw them play at the end of July, worlds of difference, Mitch. I mean, they were struggling to close out man advantage rounds because the spacing, the trading was just not up to par against the other quality teams in the region. It was good, but not where it needed to be to contend at an event like Ascension. And they are there now. They are trading everything out. These RETA players are being dived so hard on a fundamental level.
Showers crunch here coming out from 2G. Thrust over towards RETA, but they are able to create some distance. The attack is now grouped towards the top short.
Look at the spike. Look at the spike.
That is mental. They just dropped the bag and got out of there. It's like a highway robbery. And now RETA have to try and find a way back. Weaponry, approximately equivalent. There's not really where Smazeem's going to thrive, though, with his choice of Arsenal, and Spike steps up, brimming with confidence. Smazeem forced out of the action entirely. Silence steps up yet again, and it's his candy being taken from Infants. RETA down to Suitor. The only player really put in a position to distinguish himself on this map, and that even is a stretch. Spike is loose in a different postcode, and 5 players for 2G camping it.
30 seconds left.
Calling this a blowout doesn't do justice to how dominant 2G have been right here. Suto going down, tried his best, was really the only standout at times for RETA. Absolutely crushed. Not the result anyone expected going into this first map. Obviously, this is a BO3. Not going to call it yet. You have to imagine that these RETA players, these experienced players, they've definitely got it in them to recover from a map loss like that. But it's going to be such a challenge. That was RETA's map pick as well.
Man, Zap rather already just screaming across the stage at RETA. Probably decidedly unimpressed from the foot being put forward by the #1 team out of LATAM. They're going to need to take a break, I think, and recoup. They were able to win a reverse sweep to get themselves here, but that is a brutal way to start. And now they're moving over to 2G's map choice. Stick around, of course, everybody. Coming up next will be Sunset. We'll see if RETA can pull themselves out of the dumpster.
Hey, 2Game might have been the underdogs coming into this series, but as soon as they hit the stage, they looked like anything but, with an astounding 13-2 victory over one of the teams that we were hyping up going into this, RETA Esports. I mean, Roy, we were talking about looking back on the year and RETA in this run that they've had, and even the first couple of rounds, you kind of cast your curse at it a little bit, and then 2Game just had the most insane turnaround, and just, wow, statement match.
So in the promotion video, one of the players was talking about aura. Do you remember? You guys remember that? Well, turns out I'm the one with the aura because my caster curse is through the roof apparently. Because after watching the first 2 rounds, RETA looked in complete control. There was some kind of like rookie mistakes happening from 2G. But as soon as those 2 rounds ended, it was just a completely different show from them. And I feel like Wyatt's reaction towards the end, where he was just stunned by 2G's performance, was completely justified because it looked like 2G was the one playing with the confidence of the overdog.
It was incredible. Like, I was right along with you. I know it was only the first 2 rounds in, but a couple of the mistakes, I thought, hey, maybe it's some stage nerves, just kind of nerves going into the tournament, but they got over it real fast. And even with the composition change going into this, playing something a little bit more traditional, I mean, it worked out really well for this team that we had hyped up as being these kind of unorthodox kings.
Yeah, it would have been so fun to see the neon, but hey, this was even funner to watch in my opinion. 10-2 half for 2G. And I have to say, I was saying that they have, you know, a good vibe going in here. Everyone's doubting them. They're going against RETA, who's a really good team, and they just kind of use that energy in a positive way for them, and it showed. I think they went short maybe 8 times in a row, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So they just kind of kept abusing that with multiple ways of crunching. Like this round in particular, when we saw Silent, who was just abusing with the raised rocket, and multiple people dying. I mean, let's look at the stats here. Okay, it's very much in 2G's favor, and I'm pleasantly happy for them. Honestly, a lot of people doubted them, and I'm just very happy that they were able to show a very dominating first series of the entire tournament.
Yeah, honestly, we kind of got to see 2G's play on like many different levels, right? Like we saw their set pieces off the round start. That were really clean, really well put together. We also saw them do like very insane late rounding and mid rounding as well. And they showed multiple layers. It wasn't just like a one style show. They showed they're able to match RETA on all levels: experience, confidence, strategy, macro, micro, almost every single way. And you look at the stats right here. These are what is 11 first bloods for the 2G side, which is kind of wild.
I mean, you're talking about matching the stats that and like the caliber of play that RETA can have, but even just going above and beyond it, we have to talk more about Spike, because when we're talking about, hey, the composition and what we can see coming on out, we had so much praise for Spike and this Neon play, kind of paving the way in what we could see. And we didn't get to see the Neon, but we did definitely get to see that high caliber gameplay in the get-go. And like, right, it's just nuts.
363 ACS, like what crazy. More? 26% on the openers as well on the Gecko roll is just madness, right? And like we did talk about that, he is a flashy Neon and Yoru player, but he's also a really good Gecko. So it's like, what can't the man do?
Honestly, that's if I'm RETA Esports, I'm walking off that stage and I'm like, how do we stop Spike in this next one? Because oh my goodness, he just went absolutely crazy, and I'm scared for anyone going up against 2Game Esports when Spike is having performances like this. That's for sure.
Yeah, and looking at the KDA for Spike, the 4.7, that means that Spike is good for almost 5 every round. Like, we're so close to being good for almost getting 5 kills every round that they've played. So we were talking and highlighting a lot of Spike pregame, of saying, you know, these cheesy mom jokes. Is anybody going to be unpunctured by Spike? And it turns out, no, Spike was the answer for 2G.
It's difficult too, because we look at just the stats, and Spike was insane. But when you look at the team as a whole, I mean, it's not even just one person, Roy. I mean, the confidence of the entire team going into this, even reflecting back on one of these earlier rounds, the confidence was through the roof. They were oozing confidence. They had the aura. This was the aura team.
Yeah, I mean, check it out. This is not a flashy clip, but it's really just to highlight the fact that they're just not backing down. They're not trying to like big brain the rounds. They're not trying to do more than they have to. They're just confident. They're still. Their nerves are ice cold, and it looks like they're here to win and have fun, and it's going beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They had the confidence, and RETA never really punished them for anything like this overconfidence they had. Not even overconfidence, just rightfully deserved confidence. Have to see going into the series, now that it is 2G's map picked, exactly how this is going to be going down, because that was a statement on RETA's map pick. And now we're going on over to Sunset here, and RETA, they need to have a quick turnaround on this.
Yeah, if RETA, I mean, this is a team with a lot of experienced players. We were talking about that multiple times. So if they want a chance of brushing off that really rough opener match, they're all just going to have to take a moment and breathe and just fully focus in on not their map pick, which is okay. But this is going to be really difficult because they lost their map pick. 2G's picking Ascent for a reason. They're prepped on it. We've only seen them play it a few times, but they're obviously prepped on it because they picked it for a reason. So they have to keep the ball rolling, keep this momentum, keep having fun if they just want to have a second dominant map against RETA.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Sunset. You know what this means, Roy?
Sierra, you and I have been in sync since the show started, and I can already read your mind, okay?
Okay, what does it mean? What does it mean?
Spike had a very good first map, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now we're going into the second map on one of his favorite agents, the Neon. And if he can carry that confidence and carry that performance going into the second map, Spike is about to farm. He's about to farm.
Does he break 5 KDA? Does he break the 5.0? He had the 4.7, but oh my goodness. Seeing the deviations over on Bind, it definitely was something that worked out for them. They've had a little bit of time off to really kind of tweak going back to something a little bit more traditional. But when we're looking at Sunset and just looking at how strong Neon is on this map in general, this is one that I really envision going into our agent select that we're not necessarily going to see a change from, or at least not in that way. So I am so excited. RETA maybe can have an answer to this, because this is something they might have a little bit more tape on, but they need a little bit more than just that tape and that knowledge to match that confidence 2G had.
Yeah, hopefully 2G still sticks to their agent pool that we were talking about. The Neon, in my opinion, I feel like they have one of the best Neons in the scene. If we keep this Neon going on this second map, I don't know if RETA, unfortunately, will find an answer against the Neon for this map, like I said. So I'm just curious if they might change who they're gonna play, because they changed Vine. You know, we were expecting a different agent pool, so I guess we'll find out shortly. But either way, like I said, that's a tough one to come back from. So hopefully they're finding answers right now, pre-talking. It's all about the leader. Can he hype up his team and get ready for map 2?
I mean, when I look at RETA Esports, there are a team that are able to bounce back. When I look back at the playoffs that they had to even qualify for this event in the playoffs, it was a reverse sweep after being down. So they are capable of this bounce back. They have that mental fortitude. Can they bring it out now is going to be the big question as we head into our Blacklight Agent Select. Get that confirmation. I am begging the Valorant gods to get to see some Neon. It is not just one, but it's going to be 2. We're highlighting between Spikes and Snowzine to start things off, and it's going to be that Neon head-to-head here, Roy.
Yeah, I'm absolutely not surprised, right? Because RETA was running the second version of Heretics' comp with the Raze, but I mean, RETA lost to the comp that they created. They lost to the Neon Breach Sova comp, and it's not that surprising to see them return to it. But although the difference here for these teams is they were running the KO, but now they've swapped into the Breach, so they have a little bit more added utility to support the Neons running in and trying to get those kills.
Always love the Breach swap over. Breach is so strong on this map, but I want to know, actually, sorry, I'll have to talk to you in the green room about your thoughts, because for us, our game is ready. So instead, we are going to be hearing from Uber and Wyatt as we head into map number 2 of Sunset. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Sierra and Co. Yes, this map 2 is where we need to see RETA take a big step up on a map, Wyatt, that they actually haven't played in a couple of months, and their composition looked vastly different. We sort of looking over the stats and saying, okay, I mean, they're playing Sova KO with the Raze. It's fine. It doesn't really seem to have a lot of pick potential. There's no breaches involved. So we're happy to see these adaptations, and also the mirror here, of course, seeing Neon being picked up by RETA, definitely a less preferred agent for them. I'm curious to see how it plays out, because Snowzine has a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, definitely. Snowzine's only played 40 rounds of Neon competitively up against Spike, who prior to being on this team was just a known ranked demon in Brazil, playing tons of Neon pre-buff and now post-buff, playing it on his first legit team here, and has shown dominance, putting up over 1 kill per round within Brazilian challengers, which is just nasty. So this is going to be a real test for Snowzine, having to step up after a map 1 that was just tragic for RETA.
Well, Spike's wasting no time in getting into market there, but Snowzine is going to be ready. So that aggressive thrust up the middle of the map for 2G does get stifled, but they've also made their way into the B site. Through the cyber cage, though, Snow's been able to find a second one, getting off to a good start. Also 2G swarming here. Silent wants to get into Boba. This is a huge extension. And again, they're just walking into RETA. Only prize left now. And they're blinking, you'll miss it. That's the pistol going to RETA.
Just feeling at the end there like they need to do something proactive to even up the man alive situation they were down to, and can't really be mad if that but completely goes awry. Now, RETA did start map 1 with a pistol round win, but this one feels far more important than that one. They need to halt this momentum from 2G, the underdog that is just really feeling electric right now. And a good start from Snowzine too, just finding 2 kills, besting Spike there on that fast split attempt. All classics for 2G. Should be pretty textbook easy here for RETA to get a second on the board, stabilize their economy, get a clean buy into the next bonus round just by saving the guns into it, not going down here.
There it is. Snowzine has a great time to play off the fault line. LZ is caught entirely. Beautiful setup there for Suta. They actually left Delzik to push up for a moment to play off that one-way. 2G definitely having to respect this. And if that first round or this round's anything to go by, we're expecting a more up-tempo game between these two as opposed to the more methodical stretches of bind. Smoke dissipates here, and Delzik opts to get off the angle. Suta falling back to the site here. Paranoia also to slow up the attackers.
Yeah, setting up. Suto has that utility prepped and ready. One-way smoke going to go down as well. Long range with the Bulldog. Just fires off, scoped up, burst. Doesn't connect. Will just fall off and set up some simple crossfires here. This stun looks like it's going to get tons of value.
Spikes in again. Takes most of his health and damage basically instantly. Snow, though, overwhelmed. But the rest of RETA are there. And it's just a flood out by the attackers here from Halls. Left. And then out breaking like waves upon rock. That'll be a conversion here on the pistol. RETA with their second.
Nicely done from RETA, saving most of the weapons over. As 2G are going to get into that full buy now. Able to afford all the heavy armors, all of the necessary utility rifles by just playing with the classics in the prior. Let's see what damage RETA can do. Can they actually start to build upon this pistol round win, get some momentum, which they could just never capture on that first map?
Was a Cypher cam initially placed up to watch B lobby. That's been since removed.
Look at this RETA want to go for an aggressive play in B lobby. Fast in there, but Spike's best knows in this time. 1 for 1, the Neon exchange.
Clearly more than happy to take that engagement with Spike. 2G happy enough with this for now. The Omen Smoke definitely is going to slow them up. Delzik has been very, very good at cutting the map up defensively, falling back, buying a lot of time for rotations to come through. So 2G just cut noise entirely here. This will be spotted out though pretty quickly by the Aldrone. Sees at least 2.
Good info there from Mariz, an experienced initiator, playing with MIBR last year in VCT Americas. 2G are going to fall off though, and Mariz playing this angle is providing some good information. Look at that rotate on the top of the map from RETA. They are all working over towards A, where Cypher has modicum of a setup, at least one trip on the site, and the cam to watch over elbow. They might just get in position here to play spoiler to this buy round from 2G.
Smoke towards Link. And look at this, Delzik just surges through it. Cyber Cage also for the defenders here to play off of. Attacking Aldrone. Spots them out. It's going to be Delzik and Suda falling back to back. Even with that one way in play, it's being disrespected. Nags that also circumvents the one thrown towards spawn.
God.
Eventually, Spikes reaches the end of the line. The Acme Anvil dropping at just the right time, apparently, to catch him. And it's Muriz. Now 1 versus 4. Caller for RETA. Definitely a veteran presence on this team. If you watched any of their games regionally, you'll see him trying to be the cooler head, especially if, I don't know, Snow is trying to stream with their opponents midway through a series. He'll get involved and calm it down.
He has been a guy who's been trying to kind of calm the team down, keep the mental in a sound place, not getting overly excited. That's something we've seen in Valorant from teams that are finding success, have a lot of momentum at one of their first big events. And then when things start to go wrong, it's just all sucked away and they are crushed by it. I remember Heretics talking about that earlier in the year when they had attended their first event and suffered a pretty tragic comeback against them. You know, this is something that a team like 2G will, you know, perhaps have to contend with, the mental aspect of the game being at their first big event here.
I mean, to even get here, RETA had to win a reverse sweep in a best of 5. The marathon of the series. All right, going to be a trade here. Snow still wants to commit a little bit more. Relay Bolt deployed and was able to find Zap there through the Cyber Cage. That's enough to fall back on now. 2G, though, not convinced. They're still asking here for some more action. Silence will have to incrementally move up through halls here.
And already just 4 rounds in, I am seeing a difference in RETA's ability to kind of push and pull on defense. In a moment like that, the aggression, the combination of stuns that the Breach Neon duo offers that are so strong together. And then just falling back after finding that advantage. This is something I'm buying they weren't really set up to do. And now look at them on the minimap as well. They are so ready to flood with this man advantage, with this reset Breach utility.
Ludo, huge in the early rounds, setting up Snow for a lot of those fights. Played 5 different agents in the best of 5 that qualified RETA to Ascension. True flex player.
Cover going out.
So Link's going to be smoked off again here by 2G. RETA forced to play from the periphery, maybe looking to set up a flood behind this fault line. Suto also has a flash to work with, so that's a fault line over towards halls and then in straight away. You hear the Neon slide. Snow's going to be able to find prize, and that takes a second. That's the Snow we were looking for. Beautiful stuff, and RETA get their third on the board.
So well done from Snow, the RETA duelist, the slide in. Both Spike and Snow already kind of putting on a show, trying to keep track as well of how many times they're getting frags onto each other. Low HP, but taking advantage of that Neon movement. The slides just being so strong at the moment. Has just become such a presence in the meta. The dominance we saw from this agent at Champions carrying over now to Ascension as well. Sunset just such a playground for the agent. And speaking of Spike, ultimate available, not necessary to buy a rifle, just heavy armor. Going to pop that straight away. Fast aggression towards the A site.
Fast lane thrown up as well to get him into Link instantly. This is going to throw a wrench in the works for RETA. They have to know this is happening. That's why Muriz is actually pathing through spawn here. Spike is guaranteed to check it, and Muriz has no recourse there. Snow also picked off. That was inside halls. Here, all of 2G. Look at this. We talk about how the splits on this map usually don't go very well. You play up mid. But all of 2G now set up over towards spawn. Naxat will see it all.
Spike down.
Somehow LC is isolated with the spike there. There's no positioning for 2G to trade off that whatsoever. Delzik now chiming in as well. Old heads prevailing here. And 2G are down to 2 players. They look headless after they make their way into spawn. Now Silence and Prize have to put it together.
Spike planted.
Such an overheat to bring this into the 2v2. Again, it's this old crew duo that attended several international events together to try and close things out. A round that was looking so dire. Good information from the camera at the very least.
Standing.
Delzik with another third into the round, all on Prize.
Glenn's just showing himself in halls there. Prize is not in a position to crossfire or to trade. Does he know? He knows!
Never give up.
Naxat falls and Prize clutches it up there. But so much of the work generated by that spike rush up mid, I'm going to say it, on the Neon.
Yeah, perfect swings, perfect peaks, and yeah, seeing there in that round, one of the advantages of running the Neon on Sunset is that it gives you the ability to go for some crazy split sight hits that you can't do with the other agents. You know, taking advantage of mid sometimes, taking advantage of length to get so deep into spawn, and all of a sudden the A anchors are getting, pressured from 3 different angles. Can be so hard to hit that site. 2G really overheated that, but Prize the Sova saving them.
Busted to get over towards the A side here, but Spike hasn't stepped in yet. Still in that no man's land. Snow was hoping to capitalize, but he runs into 2 or 3 players. Link gets cleared as well. See, Sudi gets forced back by that Hunter's Fury. And Zap is well and truly in halls. Delzik knows his teammate has fallen back on the site entirely. This is a pretty exposed position to be in now as we see the swarm of 2G out onto the A side.
And that early aggression just getting snapped upon by 2G. Snow's getting shut down. Some of those plays have worked, but this is really the first time it's fell to pieces early, and RETA are going to be forced to save. Look at the economy right now for them. 3 rifles in hand and no credits in the bank.
Marie's there. 10 HP. Was at least able to pick up one of the fallen weapons. That was Snow in spawn. Who dropped his Phantom away. It's a great way to fire back here. Seeing a lot more from RETA than we did on Bind. But now we see 2G step it up a notch. The tempo drastically different. Feels like an entirely different match. And both teams looking to stretch their Neon players to their limits.
Yeah, it is just how much can you exploit the speed and abilities of Neon on this map. There it was Prize using the early Hunter's Fury to cause some disarray for the defenders, mess up their positions, have them focus, half their brain on dodging that, while the other half is getting scrambled by a Neon sliding around. And it just destroys that early aggression from RETA. Going for a lot of the early little set plays with the stun combinations. As the defenders set up mostly towards A again with the stun combo.
Standing ahead.
Fast hit.
main. Yeah, that's where 2G are headed.
B-Lobby taking controller very quickly here. Naxat obviously in that loose anchor position. Has a cam set up that can see the market, and of course the push out onto B proper. And nothing has been done to set up 2G's presence here on the A side. But as far as Delzik is concerned, they're just respecting the one-way.
And so far in this position, Delzik has done a nice job of just getting information, maybe getting a pick and falling off. Hasn't overplayed these situations. Has been doing a nice job taking advantage of the teleports as well. already looking a lot more competent here, playing the Omen on Sunset than on Bind. Was definitely struggling. Here comes the drone from Prize to re-clear. Delzik pushed off.
This is what 2G are forced to spend to even get this periphery under control, considering they maintained no presence here early in the round. They have drawn 3 players from RETA. This has opened up the mid-push. Zapdo spots out Suter. Backs away behind the fault line here, but in the meantime, it's the push through halls for 2G. They will be able to get onto this A site.
I mean, look at how much of a distraction that was. Look at the attention drawn. Multiple players from RETA turned their crosshairs towards mid. Recon was used over there, not going to be available for the retake. And perhaps cycling very, very late. 5 versus 5 now, though. No real ultimates in play.
Flashpoint there makes it tough. Silence able to swing into it. Great setup there by Zap. And this guy, happy just to stand his ground in the open. Spike's not looking to capitalize, wants to play this dirty little corner. Muriz has to have seen this one before, but he's still not going to be ready for it. And the swing is good for Spikes. Magzed's got nothing to do and no money to blow. He's going to have to walk away and keep this weapon.
Yeah, just relegated to saving yet again. It's been tough goings for RETA trying to retake over towards that A site. The setups from 2G have been nice, and they are continuing to win out the trading game. The difference in the fundamentals, the level of the two teams that we saw on Bind were just so extreme. And obviously this has been better from RETA so far, but in the situations like this, still like struggling to trade out Silence there, for instance. He's able to get 2. You know, you have to be going 1 for 1 on him there when he's just in the open taking that duel.
It was so effortless, the way that 2G actually pulled rotations from RETA in that round. That probe in towards B main, 3 players on the B side. A little poke towards top mid by Zap pulls both players off the A site. It's perfect, honestly. Spikes there. Okay. Moving dangerously, the Bucky causing a problem. And Delzik still wants to fight this here. Mural theft would have been good to capitalize on, even with the smoke in play, but he now needs to give up that angle. Delzik pinged out in the corner. Silence gets rid of him now, pushing up onto the side. Suki here trying to slow them up. Aftershock thrown in. Magzed wants to try and loop in from market, but the shot is wild, of course. He's only got a stinger to work with, and he'll be cut off from the site entirely. RETA now caught on the outside looking in. Magzed can't upgrade to a better weapon.
Nah, he needed that kill in that moment, but the bullets just went everywhere but the head of LZ. And now the Suiter's so weak, still just the singers in hand. This one is over. Recon cycled as well. I mean, obviously RETA are just cooked in this round.
Such an efficient gun round for 2G as well. They spend Spike in a 1-for-2 exchange in towards B lobby. And the rest, well, you see it play out here, folks. Magzed and Suter. To perish to the Spike here. I'm going to run it back now for round number 9. Oh,
goes down to the shock even.
That is brutal. Yeah, 10 HP. Makes you awfully susceptible to that. Here's that early probe here. RETA really do go for it, but they commit themselves to this corner.
And when you're going for that play, I mean, I'm just asking why not have the breach there as well. That additional stun coming through would have been massive. It would have caught at least 2 players had Suiter been positioned, you know, towards that little doorway in market, right, where you can just send that stun straight into the B lobby. But just Asova and Snazine, the Neon, I mean, they are just crushed by Spike's stun. I mean, Spike's movement is just so phenomenal on Neon. He is ridiculous. You know, being able to weave around, hit both players with the stun, makes it all too easy to trade things out. It's been a little bit closer, but man, 2Game look good. Their attack sizing, they remain straightforward, but they remain so effective.
And we're watching RETA be so committed to grouping that in order to do so, they're giving up a lot of map control to make that happen. Making sure 3 players stacked on the B side at the drop of a penny. You know, pulling off the A side to try and make sure they can have top mid control with 2 players. They're allowing this aggressive 2G team just to move in and take what they please. And then they're forced to try and play some sort of flood retake, which, well, we saw work for Snow a few rounds ago, right? The slide in onto the A side looked fine. But it's awful risky for them now, and they've been cut out of the site multiple times.
Oh,
nicely done.
My God,
the jump peek there. That is hard to hit.
Holy, whiffs the second zap in onto the site. Spray coming in from Nags, trying to capitalize. LZ deep, zap with a lovely trade, and here comes Prize as well. Still, the trading from 2G has just been sublime. Everyone on the site dealt with, despite that shot from Smazine getting an unreal opening.
Paranoid here. Prize already caught out by the aftershock. Delcy can make something happening, but Silence actually wins out the 1v1. Now Suitor, again, just has to peer around the corner and hope to find something. Quieter outing for him on Sunset. And 2G hit a fat blind on Snow at the start of that round to make sure he's not walking away with the operator.
And even with that, just being outgunned, absolutely bogged down by utility in the backside as well.
Right there.
Everything coming through from the breach, the paranoia. There's just so much going on, so much to contend with anchoring there. Just absolutely blown out on the site. The operator coming in out of the timeout and is gone immediately.
Gotta go. Here we go.
This time, though, not quite so aggressive for 2G to actually lose control here. B lobby! And Snowzine straight up mid. With that Neon Ultimate is able to find one, but now 2G stabilized. Suda realizes he's overexposed. Decides to give that ground up. He only has a Sheriff to work with. And so even trades at the start of the round, but big damage on both Prize and Zap.
A bold risk from RETA on a bad buy. Sending it all. Hunter's Fury coming through from Mariz. So much damage done. More than winnable, even with the weak weaponry. I mean, one Sheriff shot would kill Prize. One Sheriff shot would kill Zap. So Suitor, even with that weapon, still very valuable in this situation. This drone, perfect timing from Mariz, should be able to spot at least one. Does spot two, the barrel from Zap around the corner.
Mariz with a lot of util still to work with now. The fault line doesn't do a whole lot. Just force him off the line here. More into that B side. Prize and Zap so low. Here comes the rolling thunder. Prize able to at least hide himself behind the kiosk now. Suitor hoping to find something behind it. Shock could be good. No real connection there though as well. Silence goes very, very low. Mariz able to finish the job. Now it's up to Zap and 1v2. Nagset and Suitor. Not the best of weaponry, but plenty healthy. And Nagset knows he has a teammate to play off of and doesn't fully commit.
10 seconds left.
Eventually, the net, though, will close, and RETA able to take the round. Again, like you said, off the back of a pretty risky probe up mid.
Yeah, off the back of this mad aggressive play. I mean, this has been the name of the game. 2 ults committed. They go 2 for 2, but late in the round, really impressed there by the individual positional choices. The Suitor being able to get into B main, that ult for further delay that allowed Mariz, a bit of a rotation in. They set up that really nice crossfire when the players come out of market, dealing with 2 really tough angles to crack. Snazin now with the economy in a better position. Doesn't have armor, but does have the op.
Not a full commitment here to Halls, and it's just as well. Spikes may have been caught by that fault line timing. Who've just been pretty effective on this A side early rounds. Snowzine with an operator in hand again. Solo on the B side.
The setup, yeah, that solo on the B side, allowing everyone else to play towards an A, but as the ultimates come in, RETA will just play passively. Not take any damage here from the Hunter's Fury. Playing for retake. The retakes have not been clean over on the A side. The trading has not been effective. They've not been able to really pull in through the choke point. Spike with so much aggression, trying to find a target.
No info. None. Did you even know what's happening now? They see the flood coming in from short. An opportunity. Goes begging there for Silence to mow them down, but LZ holds his ground on the site. And Zap as well is going to get involved. Now Snowzine has to make this happen with theoretically a pistol. Had the op, was good for one. And now it's up to Suda, who is embedded. But obviously has the spike to defuse and is at risk of walking into a crossfire. Zap opts not to swing it. In fact, Suda's able to get the 1v1. 21 points of health and Spikes. It's a clean little Ferrari peek and a clean up of Suda. Another one on the board for 2G.
So dominant from Spike, just everywhere. He's in the walls. They don't know how to deal with this guy. And it's just getting through the chokes has been such a nightmare for RETA trying to get back into A. They are being contested so heavily by the 2G setup. They are willing to fight the players coming out of Link. You can see Silence just immediately swinging there. Crossfire set up on his swing. Had that support from Zap, who's playing over towards Elbow. 2G's attack sides, both Bind and Sunset now looking very clean.
Last lane thrown off the rip there by 2G. Trying to see if there was another trap play being set up by the defenders. This time, though, the Breach and Neon are both over at the B site instead. The Aldrone unlikely to spot LZ behind that mid pillar. Mirrors will have to dig deeper for information. So throws a recon. Here comes Snow. 1 for 1. At least he gets his with a Bucky. We've traded across the map in general, but locally, 3 versus 2 over at this A site for 2G.
In the meantime, 2G are trying to take advantage by going into a weaker held A site, feeling the pressure in mid, succumbing to it, but finding a great pick there to get the man advantage back. Mariz has to win that duel, and Zap just sending out the ultimate for good measure.
Yeah, last round of the half, may as well use it here. It allows him to see Suter trying to amble away from the tectonic activity. 1 flash to work with. Fault line just come back here for Suter.
Low on time, no teammates to assist, no idea where these players could be, so many positions to clear.
We'll have a crack at it. Relay bolt will connect and Spikes finishes the job. 8 rounds posted up here for 2G on their attacking side. Dealing well at times, right? We see a lot of pace variation from RETA. Sometimes Snow just doing his thing. That's what we mentioned at the start of the show, right? That blunt object often thrown by RETA. Probably not enough done on that defense side, though.
No, I mean, here and there finding success with that early round aggression. But the issue is if you stack up all those players on, one side of the map for that early round play, and 2G are just hitting the other site fast, which they did on a number of the rounds, the retakes from RETA were just not good enough. So many rounds that were, big 4v4, 5 versus 5 retakes on the A site specifically, where they just struggled to get back in. I mentioned this on Bind, and if you haven't watched this 2G team before, the difference in their fundamentals, I keep saying it, but I feel like I have to hammer it home, is just night and day, man. A couple months ago, they were really struggling at closing out man advantage situations. Their trading, their spacing was off just too many times against the other top teams in Brazil. Their setups in the post plants were good at times, but not as good consistently as we're seeing right now. This team has much improved over the past month and a half since we last saw them. I'm just so impressed by where they're at today. Every little mistake from RETA, their individual plays just being so shut down. Again, lead off the first half, lead off the attack half, 2 maps in a row.
And that's despite a bit of a slow start with that pistol loss where Game Esports literally just hurled themselves at RETA. Definitely one of the less inspired moves we've seen from them. But plenty to be happy about here for 2G. And they, of course, in this best of 3, are looking to close out the series comfortably and ease themselves into this group stage with a big win over the #1 seed from the LATAM region. RETA definitely came into this game with far more expectations on their shoulders, and they've been able to, I guess, display. So we need to see them bounce back here. I mean, we are talking about a team who had a pretty rough season and had a nice run towards the end of it. That's RETA. They've got to do more, especially with such seasoned veterans on their squad. They've had some good moments here, right? Playing off of that breach util. Let's see if they can make that work. Link it up on this attack side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking at Snowzine here, right? He has 3 veterans around him that should be elevating him to, the very, very good duelist that he can be. The younger, more inexperienced player on the team going to have a lot of support on this attack side, a lot of utility sent in for him to capitalize off of, and a lot of damage done to Prize. Great shock dart. Look at the damage. Wow. 3 players down below 100 HP now. Well below 100 HP. What is that from Maurice? Huh? Hello?
Maurice himself ate both those shock darts. Down to 19. 2G here, less of a flood and more of a smoke the map out. Try and isolate Maurice, worried to try and take a swing, and Spikes is going to take the fight to him instead. Maxed also going to fall. It was to the aftershock, no less. And now RETA are going to be overrun. Thought they were comfortable in a post plant, but 2G have 0 time or respect for that.
No respect at all. What a re-clear of B main. I mean, classic setup on Sunset. You get the B site, everyone's ready to spam. It's the Pearl cosplay. And the aggression coming out from 2G there. The pace that Spike gets back in, the supportive utility from Zap. The stun is perfectly timed for the swing. Oh my god, man, this team just looks like a totally different beast.
There's a great omen smoke as well to the right, to the left side rather of that kiosk.
Yeah,
2G pushed in.
Cut that angle off.
Okay, Snow is in. Silence fully aware of this. And we'll look to slow things down. He's going to pull the rotators in, but Nagset is in the middle of the map. His eyes and ears definitely should be catching this rotate coming through from Spike. Slow it down at the very least. Okay, there is the aftershock to stop the plan. It does. Now we're down under a minute 20. Here comes reinforcement through top mid. Nagset's in a backstab position here. His timing's been a little bit late so far today, and Silence will be watching the angle. It's going to be Zap to get in. He's found two already. This is looking ugly, folks. Suter on the site with nothing but the classic. And eventually he too will fall, bringing up a 12th round for 2G and a great conversion on a one pistol.
RETA, Delzik just baited into that swing. LZ trapped in the corner, sending out that paranoia just as a defense mechanism, as a trying to stay alive mechanism. And it ended up baiting in swings that were punished by Zap. Nice job covering his teammate, covering that angle. 2G looking to close this out, bringing all of that weaponry into this following round. Got a couple Bulldog Spectres. Let's see if they try to go for an aggressive play, if they have a plan cooked up on the bonus. And it looks like they do. Nothing unorthodox, but it's going to be that fast Neon play into B main. You can see the stun setup from Zap on the angle. Market is sent out, as is the recon, unbroken.
Rid of smoke top mid here. And broken the door down. Already that'll bring question marks up for 2G. They have no market presence whatsoever. There's always the risk of them getting encircled on that B side. But they don't seem to be bothered in the slightest.
It's just a slow, silent contact re-clear of B main. Spike's going so close. The flash! Wow, the stun is perfect, but can't capitalize. As a counter stun, counter relay bolt was sent out there from Snoozy to delay. Stop that push. Little exchange.
There.
Still an Aldrone available for Pricey here. Might also be something that could be instrumental in re-clearing mid, a part of the map that 2G are only now just starting to explore. Via contact, LZ just peering down there, seeing nothing. Who's telling 2G a lot though. RETA still group up here over towards B lobby. I'm looking to go in for it. Snowscene slides on the end of the side. He's lit though. That's an easy kill for Spike. Zap trying to get rid of the recon.
Taken out.
And there it is, another one for Spike. He's everywhere at once. Maria's eventually able to bring him down, and Nagset gets involved, but it's up to Suter again, last man standing. This time the Phantom rings true, but he's down to 4. And he's about to get some action here from this off angle. LZ will just wait. There's no plant yet. With 4 HP, Suter can't hope to make anything off this round. Not a chance.
2G are just way too set up for that. There's no reason for them to rotate off of the B site. The reconnaissance utility was used at a nice time, and that recon dart was perfect. But look at this from RETA. They are so slow to scale in and actually help Snazine. Is in so deep. Someone needs to be in. Someone needs to be prepped to break that recon. It can't be the Neon. He's got to focus forward, take those duels up front. This has been something that RETA has struggled with at times, even within LATAM, struggling to get nice follow-up into the site. So disconnected from their duelists at times, hard punished for it.
And now RETA thinking of Rolling Thunder, but this has been read by 2G. Look at now, they've got the Cypher at the site, and he's playing well off of it. Can 2G find a way to tease out this breach ultimate early? Looks unlikely. Here comes Snow. Oh, looking for some purchase with a shotgun, but it's no good. Murizo bowls him over instantly. Silence though again, holds his own from the back of the site. More than just serviceable, he's been incredible over this series. First duelist on that first map. But meanwhile, it's Muriz, the IGL, taking matters into his own hands. And Silence has to find a way to wrap around and knows LZ is a long way off still.
It was well done for Muriz to find that advantage. Great shot from Silence, who's just been mechanically so solid today. Into the 2-on-2. Do they expect this rotate from LZ? They do not. It's all on Delzik.
And he make it happen, Delzik, in a 1v2 to basically keep his team alive in this game. He's even the odds now. Elzy a little unsure about where he might be. And Delzik takes the fight in the smoke. Zippo clutch here for RETA. And it's been around to end the drought of this half. Finally gives them a foothold in the game.
That's perfect timing to get a foot into that dark cover. After a great effort from Silence and LZ. They had some really good utility placed on the B site for the defenders. There was that smoke placed on the left side of the pillar just to allow Silence to focus forward, not get traded from any players that were swarming into market, but none of it mattered when Delzik, the 1v2, the veteran, able to capitalize, shatter the economy of 2G. That's a lot of pistols I'm seeing on their side, and maybe an opportunity for RETA to get back into this game. Neither map has really ever been in their hands. It's been all 2G today.
And Roy was saying at the start of the series, he just felt like 2G had won the draft, quote unquote. Feels even more like that after seeing what they were able to do on Bind.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Going into this as well, I was thinking that to find success, 2G were going to have to lean really heavily into the Neon maps, rely on the talent of Spike, this young, upcoming, ranked demon player. And if they can perform like they did on Bind with him on the other Flex agents, what he did on Gecko was nothing short of outrageous. If they can do that without the Neon, their map pool is going to look just sickening in this tournament. And all of a sudden, we've got a new contender, a lot of pressure here on LZ. Goes down to SnowZ, great first blood. Off your feet!
LZ caught out though, Prize able to find him with the Hunter's Fury. Neural Theft here coming out. Pricey knows that his time is short. He's going to be stuck in this corner, and Snowzine might look to take the challenge. Another ping out there from the Neural should have told Snowzine that he's rotated out. Oh, Spikes was looking for two there. Only going to come away with a single kill, but Suta is low. Neural Theft here. Open things up for RETA, gave them that information, but now they're forced to play a raw 3v3. Snow's good for it though. Suta looking lower and lower by the second. The slide is cut short. Zap meets Snowzine with an anvil again. And Nags it in the post plant now. We'll have to play against a stack. Doubled up, fault line, sidestep by Nagzed. Gets his 1v1. That's Zap out of the picture, and Pricey just gets sprayed down through the boxes. That is back-to-back Zippo clutches for RETA.
And is this what it's going to take? Is this what it's coming down to? Just clutches back-to-back from two of the vets on the team. Good Hunter's Fury from Prize. Look at this movement. The double slide is just nasty. I mean, 9 HP away from taking down Suter as well. The shots from Zap. I mean, the individual skill on display in this round was pretty nasty from both sides. RETA hanging around, excuse me, for just a little bit longer at the very least. But here's the full buy for 2G.
Still another round to drain the coffers of the defenders. But RETA would have to win. Snowzine able to catch Spikes out in the open. More than happy to challenge him there with those Neon ultimates. He's not aware of another player embedded on the left side of the site, but he'll find them one way or another. 3 for Snow. And the bodies start falling. That's a tough one to get, but still great damage. Pricey and Silence both combined the health of about one singular agent. And the post plant means they have to head for the hills and hope to keep these weapons.
I mean, what is this agent now? We live in a post-can EDG world. Like, it's just outrageous. I mean, poor Spike on site just trying so hard to stay alive. The Hunter's Fury coming through is just getting rushed down by Snow. That is tough. That is really tough. This one's not coming down to a clutch. That's just clean from RETA. Big site exec with the ults.
Yeah, this first round they've won on the attack side. That wasn't really them clawing and scraping for something. Much cleaner from them now, and that definitely will put the squeeze on 2G economically. Snowzine on your screen there. Young, talented rookie here on this RETA squad. Someone that definitely benefits, I think, from the oversight of those veterans. And again, this is a terrifying 2G roster so far, but they have lost some of that momentum over these few rounds. Just as the young Zoomers on RETA come alive.
Of course, this is just the first match of the group stage. A lot of opportunity for wins in the future. crawling back into the tournament, the top 4 getting into the playoffs of the 6. I mean, everything these teams have been working for all year coming down to this tournament. And there basically is no second place. I mean, you are playing for first. You are playing to qualify to get into VCT Americas next year.
I mean, and I think like it was mentioned on the desk, it is life-changing for any of these teams to make that leap. And have a look at what G2 have been able to do with that Ascension spot. Something they fought hard for. That is what is on the table for either of these teams. And I think for me, like, great to see, we've talked so much in Americas over the course of VCT this year, saying how the Brazilian teams overall have struggled. Right? They have not been able to put out the results. MIBR, lackluster, Loud maybe on their decline. We know, of course, that Coach Sardak has made his departure. Maybe injecting some new life from the Brazilian scene into the region could be big. Or another LATAM squad here to stand amongst the likes of Crew, who've definitely been a force to be reckoned with. Someone like Muri's having a chance to go up against former teammates, former franchises. Nagzet and Delzik to return to the spotlight. Still a long way off. Still 4 rounds off RETA from parity in this game. And Spikes makes a leap here. A lunge for the speed lobby control.
Yeah, that's standard control take from the defenders. Now it's on RETA to re-clears. Murs breaks the door, threatening that there could be presence working up mid, that maybe a B split will come through later in the round, as the top of mid is smoked off as well, just denying information, keeping 2G guessing. The defenders are pretty spread at the moment.
Slower looks here for RETA. Again, nothing huge to work with ultimate-wise. Playing off the site entirely at AR2G, which is that link presence that only boost on the box. RETA tend to do this, right? Really only start to spend their util after a minute or so has elapsed. But here they come. Prizey, though, has seen it. Seen it all.
Here comes the big site exec.
30 seconds.
All right, goes in, caught by that fault line. Spikes able to capitalize. It was Muri's actually falling here. Remember, it's a bit of a force round for 2G in general. Nagzed always lurking towards mid late in the rounds, able to pick up the Omen. Still no plan. 18 seconds left. Spikes might be looking to make a play. Get up close to this thing, but has to respect Delzik sitting inside lobby. Spikes is able to interrupt again. 11 seconds left in the round. Still has to step up. Cover the smoke. Lets them have a 1 versus 1. Still no plant, folks. Nagzed has to try and salvage the round here. Has to try and plan, but instead he's forced into a fight with Zap. Then there's no way. Just enough time. Yeah, exactly. It is of the essence.
That is sometimes greatest demise, the clock working against them. They have been mixing up the pace here on the attack side so far, but typically from what we've seen of them in the past, they are a slow team on attack.
Slow, man.
To their detriment there. They were just trying to wait out all of that recon util from the Sova into B main. And then when they finally do go in, they face, it was such a great flood from 2G.
Spikes giving that freebie on Muriz at the start of that fight was big. The fault line setup for that was excellent. So RETA with egg on their face, spending an eternity, a literal era, trying to hit B.
And look at this. RETA want to go for that full split. They were so aware. 2G Snow is caught. 4 players remain trying to get through market. Nax trying to get through B main. Spike's fully flashed up, but it doesn't matter. So was Suter. He goes down. And it's all on Nags. Getting hunted down from every single angle.
All too familiar situation for Nagzed as he falls. And RETA concede the second map and the series to 2G. And they are feeling themselves. What a way to start here and to make a statement coming from a maligned region. Turning up against the top seed from LATAM and thrashing them on the first map. Not even remotely close. Turn up on the second and deal an uninspired, unimpressive RETA a death blow in this first game of groups.
That's the second seed from Brazil taking out the top seed from LATAM straight away in such dominant fashion. Bind was an absolute blowout. Sunset a little bit closer, but it just didn't matter. The neon prowess from Spike, their young upcoming player, was just fully on display there. I wanted to see it. I know Roy wanted to see it on the desk as well. And Spike did not disappoint. The 2G team talking their trash after the game as well. I think that was Zap getting hyped up. besting some vets, besting one of Brazil's veterans in Maurice. These young players trying to make a name for themselves from that scene, get into Americas. So impressed with them. What a showing. Not expecting that result at all.
And you can see the rueful look on Snow's face as he realizes that solo effort up mid that he tried to manufacture an opportunity with was read into entirely. He walked into a double face, and the entirety of RETA realizing that the level that they need to play at is miles beyond what they showed us in LATAM, miles beyond what they showed us in that first series. But there's a lot to talk about from those two maps, and to help us do that, we're going to head over to the desk. Sierra and Co. Take it away.
Thanks so much, you guys. That was crazy. I feel like going into Ascension, all expectations should be absolutely thrown out the window. These teams, a little bit of time off has changed absolutely everything for 2Game. This team that was the underdog going into the series, damn, they looked like anything but. The second map was closer, but of course it would be when the first one was a 13-2. Come on. And still, the confidence, the gameplay, and everything they were able to bring to this was just incredible.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you could tell that they were feeling confident. Even though the score was getting a little bit closer than the first map, I still felt like 2G was very much into the server and very dominating overall. It seemed like they just had all of the proper setups, and even on the retakes. This round right here also clutch from Nags, which is something that was being highlighted by Roy. But for 2G, I just feel like they were flooding. They were doing everything necessary to overwhelm. They kept the momentum going from the first map, and it shows. They just had series for the opener.
I mean, the clutches that were highlighted was the only thing that really kept RETA in this for a good amount of the time, Roy. I mean, we got to see sparks of brilliance from the players. We got to see Snowzine with some really fun neon gameplay that was really top. But even when they had these moments and even when they had these clutches, they were just still so far behind.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, despite the clutches from Nagze and Delzik, I mean, those are massive impact rounds. But even then, with those two very important clutches, they still only put up 7 rounds on the board. That includes first pistol as well. So, I mean, 2G's clearly matching RETA on all fronts. They're shooting better. They're playing. I mean, strategy-wise, they're kind of evenly matched. But I still feel like 2G's slightly more well put together. They have a little bit more set pieces. They have a little bit more things they do as like a squad where it's sort of difficult to have a fair fight. And then it kind of showed because the numbers in terms of kills and deaths were just so much better for 2G.
And then let's look at the stats that we have on the board, right? We were talking about it when we were watching Backroom. Look at the neons. It might be a little bit of a neon div. I don't know what you guys think, but Spike is the neon master in my opinion. Probably one of the best neons in the scene, and it shows. Not that Snow did terribly. It's just Spike is just slightly better. But also the support. I noticed that Spike had really good support from Zap using the fault lines. The timing was perfect for the flashes, and that's super important to have a really good little sidekick, I like to call it, for your entry like Spike.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, speaking of support as well, the support players themselves were not only providing good utility for 2G, but they were also putting up numbers. Like, look at Zap, look at Prizey, right? They're both having really amazing rounds. And on top of that, you have your secondary duelist / sentinel players, Silence, also having just looking so crispy. And it's like, what do you do at that point when literally every single person on the team is shooting back? Their comms are really good. Their patience in the late rounds are also there. Like they're just not making any mistakes, and you can tell they have their eyes on the prize.
100%. And this is where we start to really kind of change up perspectives. We talked beforehand that these teams from these different regions existing in their own little vacuum, how are they going to do once they get to an environment where they're all up against each other, and the number 1 going up against the number 2 seed, and the number 2 seed coming from Brazil coming out on top? I think says a lot to Gamer 1 to be watching, but of course there's still so much Valorant to be played, especially even on today. We're going to be taking a short break before an interview, and after that our second series of the day, so stay tuned.
face.
Hey guys, I'm Valina. I'm here with Spike, our first winner of the first match of this Ascension. I would like to ask him the first question, how is he feeling right now and what emotions is he really feeling right now? Então, Spike, você me fala o que você está sentindo agora, que emoções também estão passando por seu corpo agora?
Cara, eu tô muito bem, a adrenalina tá passando pelo meu corpo ainda. Primeira vitória na LAN, né? Então, tipo, tô me sentindo muito mais confiante que antes. E passar para as próximas LAN, tentar vencer.
He's really confident right now. His first LAN event, his first game here in a stage. So he's really confident, and it's like it really helps this win for the next matches. Now I would like to ask him, how was his preparation, not just his preparation, also the team by itself, and how did they prepare for this Ascension? Então, me fala como que foi a preparação de vocês, como que foi também o bootcamp com vocês e como foi a sua preparação para o Ascension.
Cara, depois do segundo split do VCB, a gente conseguiu ir para a Alemanha para fazer um bootcamp e conseguir treinar nos dias nos treinos da Europa lá, do EMEA. E com isso a gente evoluiu muito e tá fazendo um jogo incrível aqui na LAN.
So it really helped us that we did a bootcamp in Germany. We were there about 2 weeks, and it really helped us like for our games and to prepare for Ascension. Now, the last question that I would like to ask is, 2G is a really like flexible team, and they have a lot of like a really big pool of agents that they can use. And I would like to ask him, how does it feel to have that versatility and flexibility like inside the team? Então, me fala como que é ter essa flexibilidade dentro do time, que vocês podem usar qualquer boneco, pode usar qualquer tipo função. Como que vocês se sentem e como isso ajuda vocês?
Cara, é muito bom porque, tipo, na Bind eu joguei de Gecko e o Silent de Raze. Aí na Sunset a gente trocou pra Neon e ele pra Cypher. Então, tipo, a gente fica muito mais confortável pra trocar de comp e a gente consegue se sentir muito mais confortável pra jogar o jogo.
We really feel like really comfortable because the first map I played Gecko and then I could play Neon, and just like that, like our team works like that, and it really gives this flexibility and this diversity, and we don't have like a problem between changing like compositions and everything. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much, guys. I'm Valina. This is Spike. Thank you for watching our interview, and we're going back with the stream.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
The time has come and the stage is set for this year's Ascension tournament. So, we sat down with players from both M80 and TSM to gather some insight about their 2024 and expectations for Ascension. M80 are entering Ascension as North America's 1 seed once more, firing on all cylinders with an extremely tough playoff run.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had the hardest playoff run, like by far. Like it was like all the best teams pretty much, and we managed to like beat them, and it feels really good. I think the hardest part was actually qualifying for Ascension, and we managed to beat teams that, in my opinion, would probably win, and if we weren't there.
Ever since the team found their footing with NET, it has been smooth sailing, with now 8 wins in a row against domestic competition, with slowing down seemingly nowhere in sight.
I felt that we hit our form as soon as playoffs started because I feel our team has more experience and we've been here before and we know what it takes to make it to these lands. So when it mattered, we just locked in and it showed.
But this core has been here before and are well aware that even when you're favored, an upset is never out of the realm of possibility.
I can't speak for M80, but I think that last year that they got caught off guard by the aggression and that kind of snowballed the Union into getting a win. So I think in order for us to be more prepared, we really have to prepare for every team because there's only 6 teams, you know what I mean? Like, like what else do they prepare for?
With experience, enhanced preparation, and individual form all coming together for M80, it truly is now or never for the team.
Like Ascending means everything because I really want to play on that franchising stage. I want to be in LA, facing those teams with the crowd. Like it's unforgettable experiences that like you just always want to have because it's just like you only have one life and like you're not going to be able to do this again. Like you gotta make the most of it. So
NA's other representative may be a shock to some, as TSM made what many would consider a dark horse run to Ascension. However, TSM have been competitive against many of the top teams in NA long before the playoffs, but they finally hit their stride and broke through from being a competitive team to capturing some wins.
There was a lot of good teams this year, but the teams that were better, like they definitely overshined the rest of them. We really got our stuff together in playoffs, which is like, I guess the most important time to have it off. Like this one time to, show up and play and then be good at the game, it's in playoffs. And all these teams that seemed unbeatable before all of a sudden seemed beatable, and then it was one team and then another and then another, and we kind of just kept the momentum going, and eventually we made it to the finals. So
while some may be quick to label TSM's run as a fluke, the team themselves are well aware of what they're capable of.
So even after we qualified, there is a stigma and people still think that like it was like a fluke run or like a miracle run type of thing. So just hearing that makes us think that people still think we're underdogs, So
for this TSM roster, it will be their first international LAN in Valorant, and while every team will come in as prepared as possible, international competition always brings something new to the table.
I feel like all the Latin teams have really good players that can pop off at any time, and it's honestly scary because anyone can have a sick game, or like 2 or 3 guys having a sick game. It's really hard to combat against that. But
just like for M80, it's do or die time for TSM, and they might have even more to prove, washing away the stigma of a playoff run some may discredit, and finally proving that they belong.
Yeah, essentially means everything. We worked all year to get here, and this is our moment in front of the bright lights, and it's just time for us to prove it. Like, can we play on the big stage? Can we do all that? And we won't know till we get there, but man, I can tell you that I feel ready. I can say that.
Eu acho que, assim como qualquer outro time aqui que esteja aqui no Ascension, eu acredito que todos têm uma grande chance de ascender. E se a gente está aqui é porque a gente mereceu, a gente trabalhou e fez tudo o que a gente pôde para chegar aqui. Eu acho que vai ser uma partida difícil, né? Eles vêm de uma região muito forte, que é o NA. Eu me identifico muito com a trajetória deles, que eles também são um time que o público não imaginava que eles viriam para Ascension. E eu acho que vai ser uma ótima partida para começar o campeonato. Então, eu acho que o Brasil, por causa de falta de investimentos no Tier 2 e pelo modelo que é as franquias, acaba tendo um pouco de escassez no nosso cenário. E, além do mais, também a gente não tem a possibilidade de treinar com times de franquias, mas eu acho que nesse campeonato a gente vai mostrar que mesmo diante dessas situações ainda dá pra gente mostrar um nível muito alto e um jogo muito bonito.
I definitely think my team is worthy of ascending because we've only gotten better throughout the entire year. Through Split 1, Split 2 in the playoffs, we've been better every single time, and we've beaten all the top teams in our league. I think the last one is M80, so hopefully we'll see them in the finals and show them what we got. I think mentally we're in a very good spot. Like I've said, we've been better every single month of the year, and we've only been getting better. So our mentality is very strong, and tactically I feel like I've been calling the best I've had in a long time. So we are definitely prepared for the event. I'm actually very excited to play Galleries because this is my first international team that I'll be playing. I've watched a lot of their VODs and feel really prepared. They're a very good team, so we gotta expect like anything to happen because they're very aggressive as well, but we are very ready and excited to play that match. I definitely see my team as one of the teams worthy of ascending because we've shown throughout the year that we've been better in every single event, whether it's Split 1, Split 2 or the playoffs, we have improved every single time. And we've been every single team in our league, whether it's Moist or Oxygen, with M80 being the last one. So hopefully we can show them what we have during this event. Mentally, I think our team is peaking right now because we've been very strong in practice. And strategically, I've been calling the best I've had in a long time, so our team feels very mentally and technically prepared at this moment. I'm actually very excited to play Galleries. It's my first time playing an international team. I know they're very good. I've been watching a lot of VODs with them, and they play very fundamentally sound, but also very aggressive. And yeah, just excited, man. Just excited to play on an international stage.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Ascension Americas. First best of 3 on the day, and already expectations flipped on their head as it's going to be the number 2 seed from Brazil taking down the number 1 in Latin America. And now to head on over to our next match. Like number 2 of 3. We got 3 best of 3s today. Today's an awesome day. But we have Galleries going up against TSM. So for anyone who's followed along in the Challengers in North America, you'll know a lot about TSM. But let's talk a little bit more about Galleries and this matchup ahead of us, because this should be this should be quite interesting to look at, considering that Galleries, you thought you saw a lot of great stuff coming out from 2 game. They're the number 2 seed. This was number 1 here, Roy.
Yeah, that was going to be my point exactly, Sierra. We saw the number 2 seed of Brazil absolutely dominate the number 1 seed coming in from LATAM. It wasn't even close. There was at no point was there any belief in RETA after watching like Spike and all these players popping off. But now we're seeing the number 1 seed of Brazil. If the number 2 seed is that good, then surely the number 1 seed is going to show us something amazing today.
This team has been absolutely cooking lately, and talking a little bit more in depth about some of the players, and one of the players, well, we got to talk about Star Duelist and what he's been able to accomplish out there. Wow, no wonder this team has been ended up the number 1 seed. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, this is a team that's known in the scene as being very aggressive. And what is the very aggressive role? It's the entrier, Veto here. On the jet, Veto's really good at getting ground and space and not afraid to take those first bloods. 55% success so far in that first blood with a 31% headshot and a KD of 1.22. So that just shows right there, if you're, in my opinion, if you're above 1 as an entrier, that's really good because you're going going in there first, and who knows what's on the other side sometimes. So looking at the stats, I think that Veto is pretty successful, and he's got a great team behind him to help set him up.
Absolutely. And I think that is the one thing about Galoris when you're watching them is they tend to have this like sort of traditional team structure where they have an entry, they have a lot of support players. They don't really run any crazy compositions or anything like out of whack. It's mainly just really good fundamental Valorant. And of course they have this player right here, another star player controller who is, I mean, you thought the stats of the duelist were insane, but this dude has the same KD. His average, his clutch rate is 22%. He's averaging 155 damage. So like, not only do you have a great entry, but you also have the synergy of having great closers.
Yeah, which this combination is absolutely deadly. Having a strong front on one of the two be a little difficult to get past, but both of this, TSM definitely has their work cut out for them. And talking a little bit more about this TSM squad, I mean, this is the team that, to some surprises, were able to make it to this point. When you look back at the season and what teams you were talking about making it to Ascension, which teams you would see up here, TSM, I think, were more so 4th or 5th on that list, but they really ramped up and kicked into overdrive at that last possible point.
They did. I'm calling TSM what they are. They're the lower bracket warriors. They send everybody home that they face, and that's such a good feeling for them. And they took down teams that we didn't think they had a chance against. Like Poise was saying in his interview, they sent home Moistic Shopify and also Oxygen Esports, and they just really showed that they're composed and that they're experienced and that they're able to handle these pressured situations.
And when you're looking at this, Roy, because I think we've been on the same wavelength the whole time, looking at 7 games that TSM win, 7 does good.
Yeah, 7 does amazing. I mean, the dude pops off. The dude has almost 30% clutch rate. I mean, he's the 7 factor. When 7 is having a really good game, TSM's matches just look 10 times easier. And whenever 7 is really struggling, it feels like it really comes down pretty hard on GMD and Sims performances, which tells me that there is sort of like kind of like a common denominator of the 7 factor. And of course, this is Guimond, the controller player of the team, who also has a lot of pop-off potential. I mean, not only is he popping off in terms of kills, but he's also like, look at his assists per round. He's always active. He's always getting value around the map, and he's willing to take the risks for TSM.
And TSM, they need those risks going into today. And I want to start talking a little bit more about what we can expect in this matchup. And we already talked about duelists over on Gallery's end of things, but I want to compare and contrast that a little bit to TSM and looking a little bit more at Sim, because Sim has that firepower. Like, Sim is absolutely popping off. So I think this is a really, really fun little head-to-head to see from our duelist, because really, like, there is just so many memorable Sim clips when I'm thinking back to the season, but I really want to see that step up today.
Yeah, so I think for me, the big thing between these two teams is that Sim stats have, I mean, he does have a lot of first kill participation, but in terms of like raw stats, it doesn't look that insane in comparison to Veto's stats, who is not only having a lot of first kill participation, but he's also like he's killing more people than he's getting killed by. So I mean, he's clearly having a lot more performance. He seems more well integrated into the style, but again, we don't really have a scale. We don't know how Veto plays against a team like TSM, who have taken down some of the best teams in North America.
Yeah, and I have to say, Sim's probably one of my favorite Raze players to watch. I think Sim really understands that agent and is fully aware of what's needed of him. But when we compare these stats against Veto, it just looks almost incomparable. I mean, one is just much more stronger than the other, but again, we have a completely different playing field. Sim is playing against some really tough opponents in the NA Challengers, but then we have a really high-seeded team here too with Galoris.
100%. And I know we've been throwing a lot of stats at you guys, but we have one final one, I promise. But Roy, for this one, we've got to highlight both of these players, but head to head.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the whole point of what we've been showing so far on the show has been to kind of build the story that these teams are pretty evenly matched in their structure. They have great duelists, they have great support players, they're star players in a lot of roles, and it's pretty evenly matched, and it is going to be who's popping off. How many more players on one team are having a good game? You know, how's the strategy? How's the calling for these teams? What is the preparation like, right? And of course, there has been a bit of a downtime since their last matches. So like, obviously there's going to be some changes possibly. So it's there's a lot of layers of that. Like, can they adapt on the spot? Can they, can they pop off? And it's just like there's just so many levels of competition that are happening simultaneously.
Yeah, and like you were saying, we're throwing a bunch of different stats out here because the stats don't lie at the end of the day, but what really matters is who showed up today, who had their Wheaties, who's ready to go, who studied harder, and who wants it more. So we can show stats all day, but it really just comes down to this opener, and it's the first international LAN for some of these players. We have to remember that.
Especially too, you're talking about it all matters on what they show up to today, and that's where I'm curious to see what look we're going to see from them. We'll head on over to our Zippo map select for where the battleground is going to be taking place for our two teams and where we're going to be kicking things off. And we're talking about the map pool and how things could be a little bit different for some of these teams, a little funky. So Haven will be second, but it's going to be Bind M to kick off our series.
Whew. Okay, hold on. I know we want to talk about Vine, but the Haven for the second, I don't think we've seen Haven at all from Galores. We haven't. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, this is all going to be up to Bind, in my opinion. The fact that they left it open, maybe they had time to prepare for it. But for Bind, map pick from Galores, they had a 50% win rate percentage of it from Split 2, but it's not a terrible map pick for them because it's also not the best one for TSM. But I just can't get over the second map, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, just to circle back to the first map, Bind is actually a really good map for both of these teams. It's one of their most played maps across the board. I think there is Split for the Brazilian side, but obviously that's not in the map pool anymore. But I mean, yeah, Bind is a pretty well-versed map for both of these teams. I think it's going to be a very close match between these two, and it's really going to come down to the specifics. But in terms of Haven, I almost feel like it works in the advantage of the team that hasn't shown the map, right? Like, Galores has so much room for, expression here. There's really no prep work that TSM could do for that map, unless you're trying to go back to, like, I don't know how long ago Haven was in the map pool, but I mean, there's just going to be nothing available. So really, I feel like it's almost in the advantage of the team that hasn't shown that map to be pulling these out right here.
Especially to remember, we're talking about the #1 seed coming out for Brazil. So we already got to see, we talked so much about these little zones and how they compete up against each other, and 2-game beat the second seed. I definitely have high expectations of Glories ahead of this series. And even if, sure, there hasn't been anything that we've seen from them from Haven, it's been quite a while, since we've gotten to see any of these teams really play. So, like, the sky's the limit on what they've been able to accomplish on the map in the meantime.
Yeah, and to circle back on Bind, because Galores is such an aggressive, dominant team, this is actually a really good map for them now that I'm thinking more about it. This is a map that kind of similar to what we just saw 2G do, honestly. They were just hitting, getting it, and just doing the job that they came in here to do. So I feel like that we might see something a little bit similar from what we just witnessed, because we have to remember 2G, who we just saw, played against Galores, who we're watching now, and Galores beat that team. So
2-0.
Now we're going to be facing 2-0. So now we're going to be watching them play versus TSM. So it could be a similar thing that we just saw, Roy.
Yeah, and I think another interesting point on these maps as well is that both of these maps, Bind and Haven, are kind of like duelist dive favored, where like you kind of set up the duelist and they sort of go in and try to brute force through utility and brute force into control. And on these maps, both of these teams have these kind of duelists, and they also have this kind of support system. So it's going to be a pretty interesting dynamic of like clashing of two very like similar stylistic ways of approaching the game. And I think that it kind of makes for a cool gameplay at the very minimum.
Especially to having already set up Veto going up against Sim in this series, and even just seeing what Veto's been able to do throughout the playoffs runs that Galores has had. I think when we're looking at that, I think it's going to be really exciting. We've already exciting duelist matchup in that last one, but to be able to see that repeated, I think it's great. I'm curious about whether we're going to get comp changes coming on out, even tweaked just a little bit, since I believe it was Glorious that was playing the Fade last time on Bind and kind of swapped things around from time to time, and we've already gotten to see teams switch up their Bind going in today. So I'm kind of curious if they're gonna, they've had quite a few weeks to cook, if they want to swap over to that sky.
Yeah, they very well could do that because there is a lot of information out there about how they play with their agent pool already. So if you want to try to be thinking outside of the box a little bit, they definitely had that opportunity, like you mentioned, to change their agent pool if they wanted to. So it is only a possibility that we could be seeing moving forward.
Yeah, there's definitely, I think, going back to a previous series, a lot of expectations of what we could see coming out on today. But Roy, I'm kind of looking at this, the #1 seed going up against this #2 seed from NA that has a lot to prove in this, and curious kind of hitting the stage on how exactly that's going to be playing out.
I mean, if we're talking about TSM here as well, like TSM actually like has nothing to prove. They've been doubted their entire season. Even when they took down some of the best teams, people still didn't give them credit. So if I'm TSM, I'm kind of just chilling, to be honest. Like I have nothing to prove. People already expect nothing from me. But on the other hand, Galoris, they're the #1 seed. I think there's a lot of expectations on them to match the performance that 2G just put up, the #2 seed. And it's sort of this like battle of the egos in terms of like who wants to be the best representative of the region, obviously. So I mean, I feel like there has to be a little bit of pressure on the Galoris side.
I mean, I'm thinking of, you're talking about people have doubted TSM and have kind of never given them credit, but I'm looking back and even the little interviews that were being done in Poi saying like, yeah, time to prove like the run wasn't a fluke. And those are what I think of when I think of TSM is you're saying there's nothing to prove. I feel like that is the point to prove that it wasn't a fluke, that everyone who's kind of discredited them throughout the entire way are just frankly wrong and that they deserve to be here and can make that run. So I'm really keen to see, especially with how kind of late in the whole split the TSM really did kind of turn it up. I mean, all of a sudden they struggled through stage 1, they struggled through stage 2, and then it clicked. And now they're on this stage, Ascension, to prove that everything was worth it. And do they have what it takes?
I think it could go either way. I hate to say it, but let's see if we can see their faces, because then I might be able to see their aura, Roy likes to call, and see if they're in the right mindset. And here we have it. We have this huddle, and I love this moment. Again, it's just your heart's racing, and this is where you're like, yeah, let's go. We've prepared all of our year for this, and it all comes down to this moment. So yeah, they're just getting in the zone right now, and this is really important as an endgame leader. I'm one myself, where you have to really motivate your team. It all comes down to your motivational speech, and we're going to be seeing TSM Walkout soon too.
I mean, we're talking about that motivation, but being able to prove that on this stage that you have what it takes to ascend and be able to compete amongst the best has to be all the motivation in the world itself. I'm waiting for the huddle on this, Em. You're talking about the huddle.
Where is it?
The TSM
Zero
business,
synergy.
Guys. They're
SGG, are we calling it?
No, they're locked. I'm saying the opposite. They're locked in.
Okay.
Eye on the prize. All right. They want to sit and they want to get right into
Not
the game.
even
I
like a
respect
fist
it.
bump or anything, just sat right down. That's crazy.
Never let the other team know what you're doing.
Make them think everyone's in shambles, but you're actually just locked in. But no, I do have this like sort of theory that the teams that look the most chill are usually the ones winning, right? Like if they look too amped up, they look a little too motivated, means they probably care a little too much for the result. But I feel like when you're chill, it's just like, it's kind of like the Aspas effect. You just sit back in your chair, you're chilling, you don't even fist bump your teammates, and it's just like you drop 40s in the server, and like, what? I mean, what can you even say at that point?
Hey, I think going into this that, hey, I want to see the work and the preparation they've put in. You're saying the one that cares a bit too much. No, I think that already we've gotten to see a really big scale up in our previous series, and with quite a bit of time off. And I think it's really being able to show that you are worthy. This one's going to be so good because we already had the shocker on the day, M, and it's TSM. They definitely have that surprise factor. They've shown it when they've taken teams down. They're going to show it now again. They're bringing on the deadlock. Okay.
What else is different? Is that going to be it? Taking a look.
Yeah, I think it's mostly, these are not even new comps to either of these teams. I'm fairly certain they've both ran these variants of these comps before. I know Galores has ran this comp for a while now, but I mean, this kind of goes back to the point of like, once you run a meta comp, it's hard to go off meta. Like if you're an off meta team, it's really easy to swap up and go into a meta comp. But when you're playing the meta, like what are you going to do? Reinvent the wheel after you've gotten comfortable with like already a functioning composition? You know what I mean? So I'm not really surprised to see these compositions still in play. And of course, a proto on the deadlock is not something new. We've seen it before.
Yeah, so it is the same comps that we've seen from both teams, like you were saying, Roy. So nothing different, unfortunately. We're not seeing a Neon, we're not seeing a Fun Yoru. We're seeing the same old that we've seen from both of these teams, but that's okay.
I'm just looking at the most recent time we've seen TS7 swapping off the deadlock. So they're going back. I'm excited to see it. And I'm excited to see what they have to prove going up against the #1 seed here from Brazil. And time to head on over to our casters, Uber and Wyatt, to find out more.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, I mean, great point. TSM and Galores both playing with comps that they're very familiar with. TSM have been playing the deadlock on Bind ever since May, I want to say, and used to the great effect most recently with a big win against Oxygen Esports in those lowers in playoffs for Challengers, Wyatt. So expecting to see some magic here. Let's see what Galores have for us, a #1 seed from Brazil.
Yeah, that win you mentioned against Oxygen, that was a big upset for TSM to take. And my question coming into this match is, was that tournament, the qualification to get here to Ascension, where TSM bested the likes of Oxygen, MXS, was that a flash in the pan, or is this actually an indicator of them really leveling up?
Good opener here at the very least. Is he connected? But Sato's able to recover at the very least. The 1-for-1, Irango had to give that ground up. A Gecko util, a little too threatening. But this is very methodic here by TSM. They are scaling up ever so slowly in a proto with 20 HP. And the Ghost is able to find 2 heads. The guy with the pistol is just something different. And now it's up to Luxo, who has to peer into the site, carrying 4 TSM combatants and, of course, the deadlock wall in his way. The retakes are going to be very difficult for Galores for that exact reason.
Yeah, Proto said, methodic? Huh? I'm running in solo, winning 2 duels with a Ghost, both headshots. No one was in position to follow up, but that is just the individual skill from TSM on full display immediately. Individual skill that at times was no doubt the driving force of their huge run they had in the playoffs to qualify. I mean, they were just destroying some of the teams on that front, never lost duels. If that form continues, or if that's just the form that they're going to be in all the time, this is a scary team. I mean, Poise said it in the interview before we got into this game, but M80 was really the only team that they had left to best. And we'll see if they've improved enough to do so, but obviously, don't want to get too ahead of myself as the first team to beat is this Brazilian #1 seed, Galores.
And a bind map chosen by Galores that fits TSM pretty well. They're very comfortable here.
Very, yeah. This is a map that they tried to play as much as possible back in Challengers NA and found a lot of success on it.
He'll keep being pressured here out of lamps early on, but there's a risk being forced into a hard retake for Galores. They still have to deal with this deadlock util, and with pistols no less. Yeah, 5 hours later.
I mean, it's just the power of deadlock is this situation, the post plan, the delay.
They're gonna flood Sim, overwhelmed. He's only able to find the 1. Look to try and make a spray down and hands that Vandal over to Luxo. TSM, the next trap is gonna be set up here towards short, but that cheeky little brim smoke makes this a little complicated. Still gonna come for it. Galores though running out of time. They've got to go quick, but TSM are just that much faster. Gimon drops the molly down, disrupts Rude, and it's Irango, who will perish to the spike one way or another.
And I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to be seeing a lot of what we just saw there. Deadlock throwing down all of that utility, the wall going up into the CT spawn little connector, the sonic sensors onto the spike, send out that pseudo fault line stun, and then you just have GMD chilling in the back, Molly's coming over top. I mean, retaking against this comp is just a nightmare. And that is where it excels. That is where TSM have been able to find wins against their North American opposition. And I'm not sure if this is something that Galores have really ran into on this map. You know, the deadlock has been played here and there on Bind, but is not a mainstay like this Galores comp is that was popularized by 100 Thieves this year.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a couple teams in Challengers that were busting this out. I think it was, Fnatic or one of the teams that also worked this in a little bit. But, teams like SAD also, looked up a lot to that kind of style. Tried the deadlock, tried even crazier stuff, ISO Yoru stuff. That was definitely a Fnatic comp. But here, Galores need to figure out that giving up the site so freely, so easily, is going to make those retakes that much harder. They need to anchor here against TSM.
Yeah, TSM that have bought on that second round to get a few rifles into the third, so their bonus is looking a little bit more like a real buy, aside from a Proto who's got the Sheriff. But for about 4 years straight, I've seen a Proto make magic happen with that Ion Sheriff, but it's Sim to open things up, straight up duel against Durango. 5-on-4 advantage now for TSM. Potential to convert the bonus.
Such confidence from Urango there, who wants to shoot the Dizzy instead of falling off that position, even if it felt like Luxo wasn't really in a position to trade or capitalize on that. So it's an easy pickup for Sim at the start of the round, and TSM now decide to head elsewhere. And you can see that Rude's a little bit concerned about the Showers' potential, but instead it's going to be everyone thrusting down short. Here comes Sim, double satchel for Showers, baby, and Sato's head goes rolling instantly. Sim for 3 in the round. Galores in absolute tatters. An evil kick is just getting sprayed down. Not a chance. It's up to Luxo here. He'd probably rather keep his weapon.
No. You cannot let Sim get away with that, and you cannot let a duelist like him get that momentum and confidence early. Sim is a turbulent player. He's had ups and downs throughout this year, but his ups are pretty damn high. I mean, when he is on point, he is one of the most fearsome duelists in the challenger scene. You do not want him feeling confident straight away. Trailblazer timing was nice there as well from Poise. Credit to the IGL for the utility and the timing with Sim's double satchel. That was beautiful. Recognizing that Galores in that situation, we're going to play towards Showers, try and control that area of the map together in a 4v5 situation. Absolutely crushed. Bonus converted.
Because TSM don't have that Viper, they can't really sneak someone down towards lamps and embed them there. It's a little bit harder for them to imply potential presence up A short. And that's the reason why Galores are thinking so much about Showers, because they can see the A short push. They one way it with the Brimstone. They're less concerned about that. But they also don't have a great way to get that extreme Showers control here. They're up against the barrier here on the A side at the start of this round though.
Immediate push down short with the weak weaponry. Dizzy over top. The Proto is content just backing off. Oh, the sonic sensor goes off. And that's Sato punished. Rude now in no man's land.
This is very scary. Rude realizing that the map's definitely under control here by TSM, who just wait off the sites and wait for Galores to come to them. And straight, folks, into the wood chipper. Galores get turned into mulch in a round where they really try and push up on some of these extremities. That doesn't work either.
I mean, TSM barely moved an inch past the spawn barrier. I think maybe only 7 actually crossed it over towards Hookah. Maybe, someone took a couple steps towards Fountain, but they just let the game come to them. Arango now with a Thrash in hands. As does his counterpart, Gecko 7 on TSM. So a couple key ultimates in play here on round 5. As Galores are fully bought into this.
It already feels like there's a real download here for TSM on Galores. Why that sonic sensor placed by a Proto to receive the push-up A short. Absolutely centimeter perfect. Here it is. Luxo has to face this one down, and you've got to put some respect on the name. Sim has to trade it, though. Heel kick here playing inside Hookah, gets there, but it's just so telegraphed where he's going to be standing. And Arango is caught by a grab net at the back of the site. At no point does he have the ability to pull this off him. He's hoping to take a fight, but it's all too easy for Poise to swing around the corner. Homie is fertilizer.
He is cooked. I mean, just send them back in time to save. Oh my god. These execs from TSM have been perfect Sim winning opening duels now on both gun rounds. First time it was on Arango, this time on Luke Zhou, who's really impressed me in the Brazilian Challengers scene. I think one of the best players that I've watched. And from what I've seen, his anchoring on the B site has just been rock solid, but immediately torn to shreds by Sim, who is already looking so on point. Such a confident duelist.
And you feel like Glory's are on the right track when they're thinking about these early pops, but they don't necessarily have a comp that like facilitates for that. And also they're doing it on save rounds. They're doing it on some of those sort of weaker rounds. They need to find a way to be able to anchor on the site, but you see there, it's just, okay, the attackers trade 1-for-1, have a player advantage, and end up getting a post-plant set up. Glories know at this point that they can't afford to allow the deadlock utility to get laid down in a post-plant situation, so they have to avoid that entirely, which prices them into taking some risks in the early round, or at least having to set up some trap plays, potentially on the fly if they're not used to this style.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, trying to play in any way focused on retakes or thinking that that's a good option, you're going to get destroyed. You're going to get blown out on your defensive half. You can't allow the deadlock. You can't allow a proto to set that utility up. You have to be more proactive. And from what we can see there too, the utility that's flying in from the TSM side is so thorough at just rooting out players from the site, or just, in that case, with the grab nets, landing perfectly and trapping them within it. Caught looking at multiple angles while, there's mollies coming at you, flashes as well. It's going to need to be proactive from Glorious. They're going to have to try to fight at some of these chokes while a hit is going to come in. Find a nice timing where maybe there's some utility in hand. Flash around the corner. Go for something, aggressive in those moments. We'll see what the plan is out of this timeout, though. They've still got 2 ults that they've been sitting on, that Thrash from Marengo. Another Nightfall from Evil Kick. A couple rifles, but not much to work with for the Brazilian side.
TSM contract up short here for the time being. Here's the DC, the showstopper, though. The show gets stopped instead. It was Sim caught in midair by Sato. Arango, though, just takes a swing, takes a chance, comes off second best. That's beautiful stuff from Sato, though. Definitely standout player on this team. 7 rounds the corner and loses his head. The wall is down, so Evil Kick has to try and find a way to get onto the site without... Yeah, it's time to chop away at those foundations, my friend. Carry water, chop wood, try and win the round. Gonna be Luke Show here, tucked in the corner with nothing but a Sheriff to receive this attention. Nice haunt, though. A lot of info there. Nightfall comes out, but Luke Show can't convert. Golden opportunity goes begging. And TSM now with the player advantage, looking to get a plant down.
So low on HP, the lowest you can get, and gets gunned down, and now it's a weak GMD caught in the container. Trying to find a moment to swing on to Rude. Nice fade utility, applying that pressure for the Brim to try to get an opportunity to take a duel here.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful. Oh, the sonic sensor connecting there. A proto here knows exactly where Brood has been because they've been tapping and firing for the last couple of minutes. But the spray transfer is stellar.
What is that?
With a jaw to break an anvil, comes out and smashes through that TSM post plant.
That is unreal. I have seen Rude pull off some fantastic clutches for this Galores team over in Brazil. Immediately doing it to TSM here to get their first round on the board, snatch away some of that momentum, get the team hyped up. Well done from Sato there too. Locking down laps earlier in the round.
What is this spray transfer, man?
I mean, just ridiculous.
That is putrid. Oh my God.
It's just ridiculous.
Okay. See, look at that. So chiseled. So defined.
My ult's not ready.
Great start for Glories. But that's how they win a round. That's how they do it. How repeatable is that kind of feat?
And as important as that round is, this one equally so, as the economy is still in a bit of a tough spot for Glorious, but they have still multiple ultimates to be able to convert this important round. There comes the Thrash out of the teleport, gets no value. Sato was ready to try to follow up with the speed of that stim on the ground, but no one to follow up on.
Arango here theoretically can play a crossfire from this position. Good spray down, but Sim steps up and trades it. Most of the action, though, over towards the A side here, though. Glory's with a surge up mid again. A Proto has been waiting every round for this. That's a grab net. Rude tears it off of him. Disgruntled. And Seven at least is able to capitalize. Well, the gun's more accurate when you crouch, I guess. Evil Kick making full use of that. And now Spike is dropped. It will be a case of Poise having to drop back and pick it up. Evil Kick looking worse for wear after that little throwed out. And he knows Poise is just around the corner. Here's the C's.
Oh, good C's.
Poise caught.
Trying to meet up with Poise too. Crucial duel to win. Luxio just not able to get there in time. He has not had the hot hand so far. A really talented player, and he needs to step up for his team right now. This would be a crucial 1v2.
There'll be another clutch for Glories to win around. TSM don't know quite where he is. They're trying to check for it here. Concerned about a re-wrap through shower. Luxio shows himself at short and poised. He's quick on the trigger this time.
Yeah, just immediately swung on by the IGL, and Sim was ready to follow up if he lost that duel. I love how a Proto is playing towards short right now. He has just been absorbing this aggression with the utility. The pride around it was that sonic sensor that got him a free kill. And now finding that first, backing off with the grav net, allowing opportunity for his teammates to work their way over. This early round aggression, his contact walkdowns from Glorious have found zero value, and it's put their economy in the bin.
And that's the deadlock difference. You're damned if you do. If you push off those sides, try and take an early fight, get caught in that util. And if you don't, you have to deal with the wall thrown up and a very difficult post plant where you have to flood through one angle. Stack here, inside Smoker. Down. For Glories, is it's just the rifle of Rude that they're looking to play around. Pearson will move up to check this now. Is there a flood out of Hookah? Here comes Thrash to check things out. Sees the back side is clear, so TSM are in. Glory's waiting to spring for.
Still smoked off the by GMD and popping out off the Dizzy. Gets a couple blinds, but the shots just can't connect. TSM with the superior weaponry and on the proper angles, holding for each other. Make it look all too easy. I mean, Poise was making a hell of a lot of noise here. Rude is on the angle, ready for this. Oh, Poise, man. He has the hot hand right now.
He is feeling it, no doubt about it. That's a rifle down. Sapo not in a position to recover it either.
What?
That is that is a pretty convincing Blacklight flawless there, and it was the counter Dizzy from TSM. 7-3 that one up, blinded all three Glories players trying to flood out of Hookah there that absolutely crushed them.
I mean, 10-2 right now for Poise, the IGL of this team. Sim 10 for 5. I mean, Poise was talking about how much he watched Glories, studied their VODs heading into this, feeling comfortable with playing against this team.
They had the download.
Downloading them, like you said, yeah.
A couple of the reads have looked honestly uncanny.
Mark 2.
All right, some pings there off that haunt for Evil Kick. A lot of footsteps here over towards slope. Evil Kick will have to slow it up, and the C's will work to that effect. 3 players grouped up here for Glories. No showstopper to work with. TSM have been more than happy to make a little bit of noise as they pull out of Hookah. And they're sending Poised over now to see what's been happening at A.
Yeah, just weary about a potential flank. You know, not having any information. The Deadlock doesn't, offer that passive info gain. Like if they're playing another Sentinel, but Sentinel's not even, particularly played on bind anyhow.
Mark 3.
That cycle pod gets a ton of value. No one breaking that.
He's had like 5 or 6 pings off horns so far this round. Like I didn't have that in a game. And now we try again. TSM are pulled out. They do have Poised set up here. Still a guiding light to work with, so
30 seconds left.
There is a flash to play off of.
Sato has a showstopper.
Can he time this properly? Orango prepared here to stop the easy plant. Oh, Poise got caught in short by Rude. All right. Orbital strike worked out, but it was still in a post plant. Surely Sim sees Sato pop up there, but doesn't react. And gets taken down by Orango. Seven was able to find a kill on the show-stopping player, but there's only 2 left for TSM now. And this is where Glories can take it up a gear. Proto holds his ground, but not for long. And finally, Glories get another on the board.
Nicely done, that swift retake, and credit to Rude for the well-placed orbital strike to find that opening onto Poised. Very important. The ultimate's paying off there. Sato as well, just jumping up with that showstopper, creating a bit of space, and even just a distraction for Arango to re-push into lamps. I like that from Galore. It's a sign of life, some decisiveness, some speed from them.
And that hit on towards the side, the response to TSM. So much of that round was Evil Kick getting a huge amount of information. I mean, he is able to relay to the rest of his team that on 2 separate occasions, 2 or 3 members of TSM are still encroaching on that B side of the map. That is unreal. You know, when you compare that to TSM's team, who in the mid round doesn't actually have a way to get information outside of guiding light, a dizzy throw. But you want to make sure that dizzy's recoverable for an actual site hit, so you tend not to deploy them, you know, too far away from you. And that's one of the weaknesses here, is that the Deadlock comp doesn't get information of contested areas at all.
Yeah, they have to keep that watchful eye on the flanks as well. Evil Click definitely seems happy to throw out that fade utility, was expending a ton of it over in Hookah. You know, perhaps something that TSM could try to exploit by just drawing that out very early in the round, you know, as they did there. You know, had they actually just broken that haunt and gone for the hit, wouldn't have had to contend with the Seas in that situation. Already used one of the Prowlers. They would have been able to just burst straight through, follow up Sim without getting, you know, caught in the Seas, which would have split their attack in 2, you know, kept the players without the movement stuck in Octagon. But it's really just that haunt not getting broken, the smallest thing, and it just has so much impact.
We really don't see where the haunt is thrown, but safe bet that it's a little sloppy on the clears for TSM of those. And again, just basically broadcasting their location while being unable to use the same. Definitely hurts them in that kind of round. But we've also seen them just sort of walk up pretty confidently and take these sort of side hits. We might have just seen Glorious start to get a little bit more comfortable. You know, we're on board with Sim, and he's obviously watching for a swing from vents, but Sato pops up with a satchel out of a smoke midway through the site, and he doesn't appear to react to that. He's not watching for that. It is a bit of a weird angle. Normally you'd see maybe even a double satchel or a different angle taken by the Rays there, but Seven was still able to trade that. Losing poise to the orbital strike as they were hitting. Really nice timing off the Brimstone there. Throw that down, and that's towards A short, which TSM are using to traverse to the site.
And that round aside, though, obviously very impressed with TSM so far in this game. I mean, they were a team that up until the playoffs, they had not beaten any of the top 4 ranked teams in NA Challengers, and they beat every team ranked below them, firmly the gatekeeper slot. And then when it mattered most, they just rose to the occasion, beat Moist Shopify, beat Oxygen, qualify for this event. And so far, you know, they are carrying that over. They haven't faltered, slipped back to where they were at. It seems, at least so far, that tournament, that qualification is an indicator of the team improving, kicking it into that next gear, reaching the next level.
I'm really curious about Haven as well, a second map in this series. We've seen TSM actually more recently switch the Jet for a Neon. They are playing that Neon style on that map. But for Glories, the last time that organization has been credited with a match on Haven was over a year ago, with a completely different team in a completely different meta. You get the point.
With 5 different players. Yeah, I mean,
there is no data to be gleaned from them on that map. It's a map that they, frankly, have just been able to avoid playing for the most part. So, very curious to see what they have for us there. It's not a map you leave open, you know, if you don't intend to show us a little bit of something. But again, like in this veto in general, I mean, Glory's banned Lotus. So you ban Lotus, leave Haven available. You have to have something there. So we're not coming in expecting that to be an absolute stomp, but We have no data whatsoever, which is fun, but also for TSM, it's a little bit nerve-wracking. It's like, okay, well, we play our style, hope to win it. And so far, pound for pound, they definitely seem to be the stronger team, TSM. Right? We talked about Proto, the 2K, the pistol, some of the mechanics, but we're straight into round 10 immediately. Stardo's able to receive 7 early, but again, it's that sim pace that looks so good, and a Proto backs him up perfectly. Narango needs to embed himself now in showers, but I think he might have been spotted by the guiding light. So that might be obvious to TSM.
TSM are really extracting every bit of value from the stims. The swiftness getting into sight there, exploding into lamps, just devastating for Sato. Again, Orengo had an opportunity, had a timing, but can't capitalize.
I don't even know if the guiding light pinged him. It might have gone off prematurely. So it could have had a timing on TSM, but they are all grouped up here, playing towards lamps, which means this gets pretty ugly. Another haunt thrown out here. Sim goes down. It gets ugly. Luke's able to find 2. Poise, at least this time, stands up in the trades, and the Zippo clutch comes up. Galoris nicely done with the defense.
I mean, all of that just never able to break the wingman. They just were not active enough in the situation. And also,
look at it, bro.
Again, the haunt, man. Someone's got to break that. It just lit someone up behind the poison cloud. Free kill.
Oh, that is wild. Tech pause galore comes out here. Obviously, someone experiencing some setup issues on the stage there, but TSM looked like they were doing pretty well. They trade into the A side, they clear it, they get a wall down over towards vents. They get a little fortunate that Orango's not able to find a free kill with that swing out of shower, so they spot him out. They're able to win there. And then in a situation that favors them numerically, they are unable to stop that wingman defuse. Gets messy. It does fall apart. TSM have shown themselves to be a little scrappy right through over the course of, challenges in NA. But that's a round you just can't be giving
at
up.
that point in the round as well, their own deadlock wall just has them all contained in lamps. They can only swing from one angle. So they're all just trying to flood out. But again, someone just has to break these haunts. That's 2 rounds just lost to basically one haunt. Obviously some other things happened, but the haunt kind of the critical factor there. And I mean, frankly, with these multiple tech pauses and losing 2 rounds that were pretty obnoxious to lose, like really we're losing to not breaking one piece of utility again. You got to kind of wonder if the wind is getting taken out of the sails here of TSM just a bit with things slowing down.
Absolutely. I mean, pauses aside, right? There can always be a momentum killer. These last couple of rounds have been a little sloppy from them. A far cry from what we saw from TSM over the first 4 rounds. Like their A hits were so clean. Like Sim just double satcheling over towards Shower, finds 2 kills. Everything looks like it's running very, very smoothly. But that's been broken up a little bit. Glories also seem to have gotten their sea legs, so to speak. TSM though should still have the money to make something of this next round. I think they're still flush enough,
definitely,
to bring guns in. But they've definitely given Glories a way to get into the game.
Yeah, a couple more rounds here from Glorious. Get over to the attack side, which they've performed well on regionally. That has been their favored side. Could certainly make a go at things. By no means is the game out of their hands just yet.
We're obviously waiting for confirmation down on the floor. They're in Monterrey, in Mexico.
And we're
not there, in case you were wondering. We are. We are. People are asking in the chat. No, we are not there. I'm in my office. It's fine. We have a player disconnecting from the game. Obviously on LAN, that's concerning.
That is
you obviously
tough.
don't want that.
No, you definitely don't. They don't want that.
Unfortunately,
I don't want
in the current
that.
year,
No
being in the
one
same
wants
room
that.
as someone still doesn't let you play on LAN. You do need some cableage. Also, no, is that I can't tell if that's a pocket watch that Sim has on the necklace. That'd be kind of baller.
A pocket watch? No, that's
what
it's
no,
the
I'm telling you.
Vivian Westwood necklace with the little spaceship looking thing. I don't even know what the logo is. Something like that. It's like a UFO.
I should have just asked you, actually. Yeah, you would kind of know.
He's trying to flex on everyone wearing that. I don't know. It's like $400 or $500. We get it, bro. You get that TSM money. We get it. I'm here casting for my apartment. That's tough. I'm not even in Monterey. That's tough, bro.
Yeah. Again, I probably shouldn't second guess the jewelry choices of some of our Valorant players because some of them are quite extraordinary.
Yeah, don't look up how much 10's bracelet is.
I think I saw that on Twitter.
Don't look that up.
You know, that's cool. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. They want to go through that level of stress. Y'all deserve it. You'll buy yourself nice things, including footrests for under the desk, especially if you're a little on the vertically challenged side.
At least it doesn't seem like GMD's taking a nap anymore. He's woken
No,
back up.
he did.
Maybe that's why they lost the last round.
He looked very demure and mindful, though. I did appreciate that. A real moment of zen here amidst the chaos.
And Unk's trying to relate to the kids.
Yes, dude, no, I'm
very demure, Unk.
I am terminally online. Oh, okay.
Oh my god!
Look at how high that desk is. That guy looks like he was playing on the prow of a boat at home. Okay, I respect that. That might be Yorongo there with the desk lift. Coach Faded, obviously someone who we got to interview a couple times towards the end of the Challengers season. TSM's head coach. Great head on his shoulders. Really talked about their journey, and honestly, like, it feels like the prep for TSM in a matchup like this has really gone a long way. We are going to step aside for a sec. Lest I say something to incriminate myself. And, and we'll be back in just a moment here. Tech pause, of course, with TSM leading through 7-3 here over Glories in their first match of this group stage series. because we are so generous, we've decided to start the game. That's right. Us casters, under our own power, immense as it is, have forced the players to resume. We're back here on buy, and it's round 11 here. TSM on the attacking side and still with a bit of money to spend here. In fact, we've done well to maintain a balance. Poised with their Trailblazer to spot out any close holds, but misses the fact Narango's playing close left. They opt out of the B play entirely now. Bit of a crunch towards Showers. Perhaps as Sato is kind of exposed here. Still able to find Poise.
Wow, I mean, TSM going for some kind of mad play to rotate back into this A hit. But the Showers players were crushed. The Proto gets the first, has them both go for the grab net, trying to find a timing for the swing, but he just can't. But it's 7 from behind. The wrap from sight is perfect. So much delay provided, those players forced to crouch.
Grab net is so messed up. There was nothing they could do. 7 with a great timing to wrap around there, and Luke Show is in the 1v2 now. We are in the post plant though, and we are pretty deep into it. As you can be heard by the insistent and incessant beeping that only accelerates just as my heart rate does when I'm being told we're getting back into the game. Now it's going to be the thrash in the 1 versus 1. Luke Show able to fell it. Getting into half will be big. 7 shows himself, backs away, plays it to perfection. And TSM rack up another one.
Nicely handled from 7, one of the real foundational pieces of this TSM team, bringing that consistency all year long. This play through the teleporter was madness. I mean, they had no info really on what was going on Showers. They were just hoping that popping out with the Trailblazer, the ultimate from the sky, would provide it. Or sorry, not the Trailblazer, you know, the Seekers would provide that information. They got absolutely crushed, but again, it's a Proto. You know, he's not the top of the scoreboard, but the impact that he's found with the utility, shutting down some of these early aggressive plays on other rounds, he has had outsized impact on the deadlock.
Absolutely. These trap plays that TSM could put together on the attack side as Glories push up into them, or if they catch Glories overextended like they were in Showers there. It could have gone either way. Looking a little bit ugly for TSM as I think they got hit with a thrash there. Yeah, Yorango sent the one out, caught Sim, and then a bunch of util got thrown at him after.
Yeah, now, last round of the half, Loris, obviously they're forcing, buying whatever they can, and it is not much. And it looks like a round 2 force buy that they have right now. Evil Kick at least has that Nightfall available, could be the crux of an upset round win. We'll have to see. It's been slow from TSM. It's been patient, quiet. Now they're working in towards this A split. Sim has a showstopper to crack this site open.
This might slow down the Showers push. No, they're going to go for it anyway. No support from Shaw for the time being. They got slowed up by the molly, and they're going to go for it anyway. And Sim catches Evil Kick in the corner. Now you can play from short. Sato has to be careful. Yep, 7 emergence immediately. Still, these things are getting value. Great molly to slow up half of TSM's push.
1 enemy remaining.
Spike is loose. A Proto caught out in the open. And it's all down to Gimon.
Yeah, GMT was just so concerned with the market player that he wasn't ready to help Proto, and Albuquerque was fighting. The perfect moment as the spike is tapped for that free kill, closing things out. 4 rounds.
Switching side.
Hard fought, barely recovered from Galoris, but with this really bad buy on the final one, they get that last one on the board.
Yeah, huge fan of just the way that we delay TSM coming up short there. And again, like, you have a showstopper in hand if you're Sim. You're not going to sit and wait for the molly to clear so your team can move down short, unless you just want to throw that away entirely. So he does well. He doesn't overextend in the back of the site, but Sato is obviously holed up closer to short and can move out and take that trade. Just one piece of util really makes a massive bit of difference in that round. And Glories get their 4th before the half.
And again, mentioned it earlier, but this has been the favored side for Galoris, the attack side that they're heading onto right now. So a pistol round would be immense for them. They'll be right back in the game. A lead for TSM, but certainly not insurmountable.
TSM had to be feeling decent now. Again, deadlock on the defense side plays that a little bit differently. In fact, it's arguably more coveted to have that on those attack sides to make those re-hits possible. But you can definitely funnel people into areas that are covered with a lot of her utility. Use that to catch people out. It also means that for Galoris, those fast plays where they don't check, they don't clear that util, become much more deadly, a lot more dangerous. And frankly, they might need to work around a Proto's setups.
Yeah, from what we saw with their deadlock defensive play back during the playoffs and part of Split 2 when they were running this comp, was a lot of emphasis on shower control. So I'm looking to see if that's going to be similar here with the setups from a Proto, very A-focused and very shower-focused, or if things are going to be mixed up a bit more. And if they do remain the same, how prepped will Galores be for that? I mean, you have to imagine, very much so. This is their map pick, despite it being a good one for TSM. But there's a decent amount of footage out there of TSM on this map. They're going to be more than prepared for what they have to do here. I mean, matter of fact, they've played this comp in 7 matches, so more than enough for Galores to be ready and to make this comeback a reality.
And that sonic sensor there set up by a Proto is for the push, obviously out of Hookah at fast play. It will be devastating were Galores to walk into that. Looks like they were mostly centered over on the A side of the map here to start with. No shocks in terms of what's being brought up at the start of this round. Luke Show does at least have a sheriff. We're going to be out of the gates now with our pistol round. Their first map of this series. Tough first half for Galores here. See him looking at jump spot, some of the action coming down short, but not for Orango to maybe go over the top here. Good ping, he misses the player behind him. Oh, Sim gets a freebie. That's going to be cleared out, though. Sato was able to find 2 here. And Wingman does his thing. We're in the post plant now with some TSM defenders streaming in via vents.
That Dizzy just not broken fast enough. Gives a real opportunity for Sato to capitalize. 4-on-3 now. TSM in a tough position, but evened up immediately.
Looking a little bit better when it comes to the pistol play. Evil kick, and we got player over at short. That is Rude. Bought the util. So the Molly is going to be delaying that defuse, and Rude's been able to turn this into a 1 versus 1. Elsewhere, Evil kick wings out as well. Dangerous, very dangerous and poised. He fakes the double back though and is ready to face down the brim, but still needs to deal with one more player, and the defuse here looks all but impossible. Horn's going to ping him out. He's got no choice. And Galores take the pistol.
I mean, how lovely was the play there at the end from Evil Kick and Rude? They were separated from each other, but both played those little micro situations to perfection, taking the peaks at the right time, falling off, causing a little bit of delay. And Boys responded nicely, that fake runaway to get the duel, but at that point, too much time had already been wasted. Nicely done from the remaining 2 Galores players. A team that I really feel is pretty well-rounded. I've really seen all of the players step up, find impact at the right moments.
All right, off the stim, it's a play through showers here that's going to see absolutely nothing. TSM will reassemble themselves now. And again, in response, you see they put so many resources on the shower side of the map that they throw up a wall towards Hookah to slow down a flood through there, giving them time to bring him on back towards the B side.
Definitely keeping a watchful eye on how Proto opts to use this utility now defensively 2 times now. A bit more focused towards Hookah. Throwing this wall out. Does eventually get broken by Rude with that Inspector. And on the pistol round 2, had the sonic sensors set up towards B as well, so we'll see how he opts to mix that up. It's a spread default from Galores that is now going to be pivoted into this B exec.
Just poised left over at B here. Clearly the sounds of gunfire trying to break the wall weren't enough to tempt further TSM presence to this site. So now they're going to be priced into a full retake with only pistols. Very difficult to find much in a round like this. Sims opted to go through the TP though. Rude instantly smokes off Hookah, denying that raise any further ingress.
And that's Luke Show just taking a little peek for him long. Just falls off. You can really see already these 2 attack rounds, the discipline from the Galores players.
Looking very well drilled. Sato there acquiesces as 7 steps up to the plate. And eventually Sim spending a lot of time just working around the edges of Hookah. Meets his maker. That leaves a Proto to pick up where he left off, and he does so in exactly the same style. There it is. Galores convert on that pistol round win here and get to 6 in the second half.
You know, it's superior weaponry, of course, from Galores, but it doesn't matter. None of them are just taking duels for the sake of taking duels. They're playing all of those situations by the book very properly. And You do love to see that from them. The #1 seed from Brazil, showing why already. And interestingly, these Brazilian teams so far, they haven't been, opting to do the light buy on round 2, where you get a couple rifles so you can have basically a full buy on the 3rd. They're kind of just going the old style, pure buy up what you can on round 2, bring some Bulldogs and Spectres into the 3rd round, which is what they've got right now.
Blinded.
And obviously means the bonuses, they sort of get what they're given in that regard. So they always look to have a pretty clean second round, which probably explains why they played it fairly slow, fairly passive. A Proto here, a player being credited with shaving his mustache when he lost a clutch instantly, coming back 30 seconds later with a clean face. Gonna be waiting for a time to get that wall out, and he's forced out instantly. TSM, though, with these rifles starting to go to work. It's going to be Sato in a 1 versus 2, benefiting from the stim. With the spike down, taking some damage through that box, and it's going to be Gimon, the last one standing. Honestly, tough for TSM on the buy to only have 1 gun taken into the next round.
That is tough. Conversion of the anti-bonus, but just barely. So much damage done. Orango scaling nicely into the site to find that opening. We've seen now from TSM a real emphasis on playing some of these close angles. They did that on the pistol. If you remember, Sim was pressed up all the way on A short. This time pressed up all the way on hookah. And the players are getting caught. It's been tough for them. So we'll see if TSM make an adjustment in that regard. Those anchors have been getting shut down. They barely win that out.
Eyes a little awkward. It could have been a lot worse. Just a lot of light armor here for TSM. The sonic sensors are set up over on the A side. And Glorious are waiting for a timing here. Nothing super aggressive early in the round. They're just starting to send Evil Kick into showers now.
Yeah, it didn't even...
And here it comes. They're going to play up this Viper util.
Didn't even use util to get into shower. Just walked up all the way. Here comes the exec Sato indeed.
Caught by the sonic sensor. That could hurt, but no follow-up here from TSM quite yet. In fact, Poise ambles out into the open and is taken down by Evil Kick. Another sonic sensor goes off. Another trigger of it at the very least as Orango's trying to get deep into the site. Sato's having to turn it into a trade. Even in numbers here, but that showstopper could be an issue. Sato, though, not able to connect on anyone else but 7. So the trades go back and forth, and it's up to Rude. No molly to hand. No way to stall the defuse out, but catches a Proto coming out of the smoke. And another multi-kill for Rude. Another Zippo clutch for Glories.
The timing on the swing just off by a hair, and it results in another Rude clutch. This guy steps up in those situations so consistently for Galoris, who are on the verge of letting the round just slip through their grasp, trying to fight back sight because they knew they had 7 cornered in that pocket. But they had missed the timing window. The smokes dropped. They're caught just out in the open, multiple angles. TSM players were swarming onto them. And again, just a controller player, Rude, who steps up in the clutch situation to keep this string of rounds going. TSM had only been able to convert 1 on the anti-bonus, and they're right back onto an eco.
Rash and Showstopper are available to them. A Proto here has struggled to find the timings to deploy these barriers. And a couple of rounds ago was forced sort of out of hookah before he had a chance to lay it down. Here's that Nightfall, but 7 finds the timing. Luxo, proud as you like, perched up on that box, gets taken down by the Sheriff. And now Sim pulls out the Showstopper. This is going to slow things down for Glories. And he's having to get Rude at least on the way through. Sato, they're always there to punish, always good for a trade. This time it's Gibbond finally waking up. And that is a dirty, thrifty round for TSM.
I mean, that is just Galoris trying to brute force short, and the value from the deadlock, again, being the source of impact for TSM, that GravNet catching too. Lovely from a Proto, really excelling on this agent. Again, this is just a map that TSM have fallen back on. They've played it so many times in North America, getting picked into it from Galoris.
Come on, little homies. Let's get
and they're looking solid.
Such an odd draft in general for maps, especially because we know so little about Glory's Haven. Well, we're going to get to see it one way or another. TSM would like that to come around sooner rather than later. Obviously, just a few more rounds to get them there. Luke shows here actually shows through the wall. Gets caught there by a sonic sensor. GravNet thrown, but he couldn't get far enough to activate that and also pass through the TP there.
Now, this is the setup that a Proto was using very frequently when we have watched TSM on this map before, with the deep wall thrown out into shower to control that side of the map. Things are really slowing down now in the mid-round.
He's drinking.
I'm going to assume that things are slowing down, and it's not a gameplay decision.
Oh, you're kidding. I hope he's just... Ain't no way. Yo, Sim's chill. Ain't no way Sim be drinking midway through the round. We've got a tech pause called here. Normally, the timer you thought would stop, but yeah,
all good. No one took damage. We reset. All is well.
3 rounds in it right now. Obviously, round 18 of the game, Glories are walking into with arguably weaker weaponry, getting completely bowled over by a thrifty setup for TSM on that A site in the previous round. A couple of odd situations. Sim able to turn his showstopper into a guaranteed kill. And it was a good opener for 7 as well, as Sato was standing on top of the boxes on short, not ready for that timing. Just in case you don't know that, Sato, he even has his name on his epic gamer sleeve. As opposed to the cherry blossoms of his compatriots. Bold decision.
It's going to be tough for Galoris if they try to, brute force some of these rounds and just end up hitting the deadlock site as they did on that previous one. They're going to really need to get the information on that. Otherwise, they're just going to get eaten alive by that utility. Every single grav net a Proto has thrown has caught at least one player. I don't think... Has he missed one yet? I mean, it doesn't feel like it. At least when he's on camera, he hasn't missed any.
I mean, there was a grab net that he threw, but the player was already caught in a sonic sensor, so I think it was... one of the players, I think, was just not able to walk up into it because he was slowed, because he couldn't move. I also do think that the calling of a technical pause every round to inflict a crippling state of narcolepsy on your opponents and win the game by default is also a relatively novel strategy. I'm here for it, honestly.
Listen, you got to do it. Do what you can to get into the partnership league. There's only one spot. Every little advantage you can squeeze out of this, you have to acquire.
Yeah,
go
too far away for Pocket Sand, and the noise cancelling headphones of TSM render them immune to ASMR. So it has to be tech pauses. Maybe like, sleeping gas in through the vents, but, you're also susceptible to that as well. There's only a few ways that you could knock them out in that regard. Let's get him on, chat. See? You asked for him. We delivered. It's your boy.
And he is awake.
Yes. They're fighting off sleep very effectively.
The potency of the sleeping gas got him earlier. But he's returned to sentience. I have seen so many thumbs up from TSM, and it's given me such false hope that we'll be getting back into the game. 7 gave about 5 thumbs up in the prior tech pause. It was not a thumbs up. There was nothing to give a thumbs up about. Oh, and there it is again. He did it again.
And another thumbs up to someone else this time. How many thumbs up until they're able to convey their readiness and willingness to continue playing Valorant? I think maybe the rest of TSM could get involved in that as well. I really do think that thumbs up by committee is a much more powerful way of expressing your extreme desire to play the video game.
Okay.
We notice there, admin on his phone. Now, he's actually using his... the intercom device is on the phone. That's how he communicates. He's not playing Subway Surfers while we're in the tech pause. Don't worry, fam. They are obviously on the crowd trying to work this out. Oh, bro, just one more level.
Can we zoom in on that phone? I need to investigate.
I can tell you, it's the Unity app that they're using to communicate with. The back of house there. And good. Rude's off to the sauna after this game. Already brought his towel. Respect that. Probably pretty warm down there. Oh, actually, you checked the temperature in Monterey just because we were that curious.
Yeah,
like mid-80s, right? It's very reasonable.
High 80s, yeah.
was going to say, if they were in
'cause
Monterey
I saw-
Park, Los Angeles, it'd be like 100. So be glad you're in Mexico.
I saw
friends.
a lot of legs out. There were a lot of shorts. M80 specifically, they really were. They were letting the thighs breathe. These guys, though, not so much. You know, not
just
so
do
much.
just do the honestly, like, just go all the way. If you're really concerned about like aeration of your nether
What do
regions,
you-
just go the
all
full
the
Drew
way.
Spark and wear a kill. Just wear a kill. Just wear a
Right, the kill. Yeah. Yes.
Come now.
The utility
come now.
kilt.
I'll tell you,
The
Drew
mountain
Spark,
hardware
honestly,
utility kilt. Have mice and Ethernet cables, whatever you need to get this tech pause to end. Just have it in there.
That's right. Yeah, Batman's Batman's long lost brother, Connor McTavish with the defending the streets of Dublin with his that's Ireland, God help me. Not Dublin. Defending the streets of Scotland. Inverness, let's say. Yeah, with his utility kill. That would make for great TV, honestly. Gotham could never.
We've got an ETA, everybody. 3 minutes.
3
As
minutes,
of
folks.
1 minute ago.
So for those
I've
of you
been
at
told,
home,
so I've heard. No promises, but we can hope. We could pray. We can, I don't know.
it's part and parcel
Get on
because
our knees and beg.
I mean, at this point, I would bark for some gameplay. Okay? I won't lie. I would bark for it. We are obviously not live at the venue. We're not on site, so we're sort of in a remote situation here. We're, I obviously not me because I leave that job to those that know how to do it.
After these
our
tech
production,
pauses, I'd be going straight to the beaches of Monterey.
Yeah, I would. It's a nice looking place, honestly. I'm not sure what provoked that decision, but Wikipedia says that Monterey is the 9th largest city and 2nd largest metro area in Mexico, behind Greater Mexico City. It's also located at the foothills of the Sierra Madre Oriental. It's a major North American business and industrial hub. Right now, they're playing home to Americas Ascension. It was like the Olympics over there. They've got the streets closed. You know what I mean? Like no one can drive cars anywhere within that region. It's all locked down for this.
I thought you were about to just straight up read the wiki for 3 minutes until we got back into the game. I was about to say that is a great way to kill time.
The commentators in chat asks, are we on the effect of illegal substances? If you think like tech pauses every round is illegal, then yes, we are definitely under the effect of those. Perhaps it should be, honestly. But did you know Monterey is one of the most livable cities in Mexico? And a 2018 study found that suburb San Pedro Garza Garcia is the city with the best quality of life in Mexico. Our players are living it up over there in Monterey. It actually serves as a commercial center of northern Mexico and is the base of many significant international corporations. Just like John Riot could move over there and on his way solve his tech pause and then set up shop. What do you think?
No, and I would love that. I would love that. I'm just observing. I'm trying to get a feel for the body language right now.
Yeah. What's the vibe check? We're looking for aura here. There's like Emily.
Aura.
We need to see their face.
No, this is negative aura. Wait. Hold up.
All right.
We're back. Oh, you love
Chat thinks we're running out of material, but we could go a lot deeper. We're going to go back to the game, though. It's round...
let's get a tech
round
pause again,
18. Yeah, we could run it back, yeah. You know what? We've got a bit of catching up to do on the Pansy Hypoc duo in terms of tech pauses, I think. If we really want to earn our stripes, we will have to go through some of those. So back into bind, folks. Round number 18. TSM on the defensive side here. And Glory's just got thrifted out of their bloody minds.
You remember what happened last round? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, look at this. They're just taking full advantage of the Viper Wall. 3 players just on a nice little stroll into lamps. Hey, guys, they're about to be behind you.
Well, they're behind them. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. 7 able to find 2 there, perched up in the middle of the site. Sato, though, always good for a couple. Starting to show us a little bit more of that gun skill in this game, but probably comes a little bit too late in this round. Now finds himself on his own with the spike. Tantalizingly close, yet picking it up would expose himself to that angle 7 is on. Gets it for himself, though, and is considering a plunge through the TP. Or into the waiting clutches of TSM. Come on that swing out of heaven. He's able to get it done himself. That's 11 on the board now for TSM. And Glories, again, couldn't get much done with that sort of haphazard buy.
Inching very close to the victory now. This will be the full buy now for Galoris, as they're going to call a timeout. They need more time. If only there was more timeout time, they could win this game.
Oh man, here we are. Timeout here. Tactical pause though, being called by Galoris because again, a chance to buy into this next round. And they also have a Thrash available. They also, with that orb control, can get themselves an orbital strike here. So definitely a peak in terms of that ultimate economy and a chance to swing the game at a really pivotal moment. It's probably what I would say if there weren't like 30 minutes of tech pauses in this game already.
I was going to say, me, I have firmly lost the plot. I don't... What do they need to do to win this next round? What are the win cons? What are they... I don't know. I'm just waiting to see, honestly. I have... My mental shattered. And I'm slowly going to recover it piece by piece. I'm picking each little fragment up off the ground right now and reassembling my mind.
We're going to give you some of that ballistic theory, some of that ballistic therapy, rather. You watch people get shot in the face and you will drastically improve your mental state and quality of life, basically in an instant. It's one weird trick that doctors hate you know about. Everyone strap in for that. We're about to get force-fed that exact therapy.
Okay. All right. Let's lock in here. So Rengo does have the Thrash coming into this round. There's actually many ultimates online and close to a couple more, both Rude and GMD, just one off their orbital strike. So things could get very explosive here. As again, Galoris, they just want to hit this A site, and if they do, they have all this deadlock utility to contend with.
Also, TSM kind of giving up the site here. Unclear what has precipitated this. Obviously, they can set down the two sonic sensors, but they're not in the strongest positions to play off of them yet.
I mean, at this point, to Galoris, they don't really want to re-explore elsewhere. They were expecting maybe a market push, and you can see Sim has pushed out of Hookah with that operator. But all it's really done is allowed TSM to stack 3 players towards the A site now.
Now they're re-clearing at least from lamps. Sada's going to be waiting for this, though. Only good for one. A Proto's going to be there for the trade instantly. Though the Thrash comes out. Can anyone play off of this? Orungo's stunned up, but still is able to find that kill, and Luxo deals with Gimon. 2 versus 4 now.
Spike planted.
Seek is virtually superfluous in a round like this. They know exactly where Galoris are, roughly. And Sim has to peer into the A site with nothing but an operator. All of Galoris have wrapped themselves into corners or out of line of sight. It's going to be up to Poise to dig them out.
Yeah, they know roughly where they are, and that's pretty much everywhere. And this Thrash is just going to cause some further delay. The retake was essentially impossible anyhow, and the entire time Sim is just ready to get out of there with the operator, unless for some reason one of those Galoris players decided to offer themselves up on a nice little silver platter into his crosshair. Doesn't happen. Weapons will be saved.
And that'll be Galoris winning the round. And it's such an interesting start there for TSM because they sort of give up the site because they feel good about their retake, right? The ultimates are pretty darn, strong. Definitely in their favor for that. But then they second guess themselves and come back to re-clear and get caught off. And this is, at this point, right, we see the tempo speed up for Galoris. I think there's like something that, I think there's a mosh pit that prevents half of Galoris from getting down short there. Yeah, TSM going back in and it gets a little bit ugly from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, against the Thrash as well, being a little bit too focused on lamps can just really be a death sentence, and it certainly was for a Proto. Different position taken now with the operator from Sim. Top of truck, you get that nice angle towards short. Maybe catch someone on Galoris unawares when the smokes fade. We'll have to see if maybe Luxo tries to work up short, get some spaces. The rest of his team, they garner some control of B long, and now intend on peeling back off and just going for these A execs again, favoring this site so heavily. This time only 2 players to contend with.
Poised in a position to fall back to showers should be required, so Evil Kick is going to be crucial in that regard. Nicely done for Sim. Just take the raw contact here. Despite the wall, able to find something, and Poised is ready for Evil Kick as well, but not the showstopper from Sato. That could have been a double. That could have been anything. Rude and Rungo very, very low as they get to this side, but Sato is still looking dangerous. Wingman gets that spike down. Sato faces the challenge raw from 7 and finds another one. He has gone ballistic over the last couple of rounds. And he's causing no shortage of headaches for TSM, who are down to just 1. Finally, The rampaging starter was brought to heal by a Proto, but not after he takes 4 TSM kills. And now it's going to be up to a Proto, who's usually good in the clutch, but that is a tall order on this round.
What a hero Sato is on that round. There's been a lot of hype generated around his name in the Brazilian community. Turns up there after Sim finds the opening. First it was that showstopper, the trade onto Poise. I think that shot from Sim actually did collat them, just both through the legs.
Don't worry,
I mean, what a hero. That was damn near unwinnable for Galoris.
A double leg, that is brutal
And
for
it's
Sim.
only right we get another pause.
Absolutely, get him out.
They need more time. They need more time to yap to each other.
This might be a TSM tack pause here. After that round that goes awry, and they save an operator over those 2 separate rounds, and Sim is handling that contact fairly well. First playing above the wall, perched up on the truck. Gets an easy kill, falls back. But they don't expect Sato to barrel into the side with that showstopper, and that's what catches Poised, who was playing showers, who was ready to deal with the evil kick. Turning up there a little bit late. That was when things were looking good. And then Sato finds 4 kills, leaving a Proto all alone. And TSM now a little nervous. They started this game looking so strong, but those individuals that we highlighted on the side of Galoris at the start of this game have come alive. Now we're starting to see the kind of threat that this region can produce in some of their individuals. Can they tie it together and tie this game up?
TSM on an awkward buy now. A couple rifles, hero rifles, and Sim's trying to take advantage of that with an aggressive push that Luke Zhou is just ready for. Crosshair placed perfectly onto his head. Yeah, 7 is trying to walk up to it. That smoke gets placed so he can grab it safely. Does retreat with it.
Trailblazer, timing is decent on this. Gimon is going to see those 2 Glorious players start to make their way out here. So nicely done, Poised with the better weapon here. Makes full use of it to take the Gecko down. So that's your wingman plant condition offline.
You know, Galoris are ready to absorb this aggression, but it doesn't matter. Poised is hitting shots right now. Just double facing to even things up in the mid round, taking a risk. It pays off. And it's a passive setup. TSM are allowing them to walk into sight, but they are ready to contend when the spike gets tapped. And actually, I mean, again, the green fantastic from him.
One enemy remaining.
Playing inside the stim is big with the stinger. Sato gets ripped to shreds instantly. It's up to Luke Zhou now. There's a chance for a post-plant Viper's Pit here on the B side. Play inside that with a Phantom. Those odds are pretty good. TSM have got to group up for this now. And the Seekers should confirm to them the position of that loose Viper.
Spike planted.
It's going to come down as well. This is so winnable for Luke Zhou. 1 versus 2.
How good's the spray transfer? Because it's likely TSM front him at the same time. So low. Luke Zhou checks it. Finds Poised silhouette there through the smoke. Now Gimon decayed down to 1. Such a hard situation to win in here for Gimon. And yep, the stray bullet catches him out. 4 for Luke Zhou. And another massive Zippo clutch.
That is the 3rd time now. The trifecta of 1v2s for Galoris. 2 from Rude, 1 from Luke Zhou stepping up. When they needed him most, he's been quiet this game and is really one of the standout players for the Galoris side typically. Finally gets around where he's got some outsized impact late into the game. Bear in mind, though, that wasn't even a real buy for TSM. A couple hero rifles just ready to buy for this one fully. And that includes getting another operator for Sim.
There.
And gets a lot of map control here, and again, the Gecko's down. As the spike dropped, and it means that Galoris here have to commit to the side if they want to get into that post plant. Oh, Sim asking for a little too much there. There was a sonic sensor in play to take a fast hit, but he goes for it. As an operator dropped in hookah.
Yeah, you just have to ask if it's necessary to go for such a forward position at a time like that in the round. You've already got the advantage. Gonna be frustrated with himself there for going down. Wall.
Annihilation here for a Proto.
Yeah, that could be massive. If there's one thing I've seen NA players playing Deadlock do, is hit a hell of a lot of annihilations.
Orbital Strike is going to cover over Elbow here. Nobody for TSM in attendance, though. That was the Annihilation thrown out there, but Reproto and Poise are both down, and Luke Show is released from the cocoon. Now it's going to be Kimono 7 left, but Sada was already holding the angle. And Glorious a bit of cut above over the last 4 or 5 rounds. This has looked pretty
right here.
Horrendous from TSM. Conversely, though, the step-ups from Luke Show and Sato specifically have been stunning.
Yeah, he has come to life playing Raze here on the attack half. I mean, over the past few months, the Raze has really been the standout duelist for Sato. I mean, across the board, he has been playing all of them at a high level, dropping insane stats. But over the past 3 months on Raze is sitting at a 1.07 kills per round. Over 1 kill per round on average. I mean, ludicrous consistency from him on this agent. And that is part of the reason that they've taken TSM to bind, despite it being one of their best maps.
There.
This is good early, right? Sim takes a bit of that map control on the periphery. Then you just
Enemy remaining.
overextended into hookah, got caught out. Things started to fall apart pretty quickly, and that's what we kind of see from Sim, right? Even in the same round, these moments of excellent discipline, brilliance, and then steps forward too far, overextends a little bit, gets caught out.
Man, punished so hard there.
I was waiting for an attack pause, honestly.
Feels like they could each call 5 in this game, to be honest. A lot of pressure.
We're all out.
Showers now from Butt. Dope with volley and the nade for Sato to work in. Catches Sim again, goes down first. Wow, gets a... I mean, these trades are fantastic. The swings from Galore is perfect. The Proto with the Sheriff, backside.
Normally, I liken this to Nismo holding a Guardian. But there's so much for a Proto still to do. Poison Orb, very rude. Thrown up in his face, and Luke Show now dives in. Starting to brim a little bit with that confidence we've come to expect from this Brazilian. Reach in at a time on a Proto. He just goes into the smoke, and he's not ready for it. TSM now at risk of letting this map slip away entirely.
And that is just, I mean, such confidence shining through from Galores here at this moment. Like, the take of Showers to just go through the smoke, nade Molly, and then swinging together. The disruption that those two pieces of utility caused the TSM setup just sent them running. Caught by the Sato swing. I mean, you already mentioned it, but my God, he is just on fire in the second half. I mean, he's about to send TSM 6 feet under after they were up 8-4. Bear in mind, before the side swap. Nutty performance.
The first half definitely didn't give us any confidence in Galores. We really didn't feel like there was much to write home about. Their star players weren't really able to step up. No one able to distinguish themselves at all, really. Outside, I think, a crucial clutch by Rude in that first half to win them around back. It was all TSM. They were confident. They were executing very well, especially those A-side hits. And now they struggle to find value out of the deadlock. It's tough to see, you know, a Proto, obviously, the night and day difference. That first half, he's able to set up trap plays with so much of that util, catch people out. Here, he has to be reactive with so much of that deadlock util. He can't just leave everything lying in wait. The grab nets have to be deployed manually, etc. TSM at least have a decent buy here for what would be the last round of regulation. With a thrash to hand, but they're dealing with the one on the other side. And Sato with a showstopper at the ready.
Yeah, this looks to be an explosive ending to regular time, whether that's a win or sending it to OT. 5 ultimates in play. Thrash gets all that space into hookah. I mean, even back sight. Look at the information gathered as Gore is trying to capitalize, get into B.
TSM have nowhere to get back in right now. Also hit by a Nightfall. Information continuing to flow into the neurons of Galores. And Sato wanting to make this rocket flow to the cranium of Poise. It connects. Gimon, though, heroic effort, able to step up and find 2. Traded out eventually by Luxo. Sim onto the side, found Luxo. And Yurongo's caught by a Thrash. TSM salvage things and force it to overtime.
A beautiful flood. Sim getting back in there with a showstopper, but you can't give enough credit to GMD. One of the other consistent pieces of this TSM team that have made them so great as the year has progressed. The double spray down is just gorgeous. Sato unable to find that trade. I mean, stunned up is Sim, the Thrash getting value. I mean, just, again, the amount of ultimates in this round. They're all popped off. Regulation ends with a bang.
Nutty stuff there from Sim. I mean, he follows the Thrash in, but before he, follows that target up, he's found a showstopper kill. He takes down the player over an Octagon with a Guardian, no less. And then finishes the job on the stunned up player. Brilliant moment there from Sim and Gimon combined. Just as it looked like Glorious will be swarming over that site, they had full control. They had a lot of information. Maybe they blew a lot of that util a little too early.
That was the first time TSM really went for such a proactive, swift flood like that. And it just works to perfection. Guiding Light Ghosty doesn't get a ping, and TSM feel comfortable taking long due to that. Trailblazer in as well. This is just fastened to be.
They're going for it. Sim flashed out briefly here with a dizzy. Can't win it out. Luxo took no damage from Sim there as he was fully blinded. Spike dropped. This is going to slow that side hit down a little bit. Seven affected by a Prowler, forced to give up Hookah entirely. Now take up a position for the post plant towards Octagon.
Spike planted.
And look at
the late wrap.
Yeah, so late on that wrap right now. Could be the key.
Get him, wingman. Okay.
Group up inside container here for TSM. I think that Seven is the one that's probably going to be relaying a lot of the info here, but if he gets picked up by Rude on this flank through B long, it could be curtains.
Down you go.
There it is. Rude finds one. Seven knows, aware of it now, and he is able to complete the kill. 3 for 7 in the round. Solid as a rock here. Now Sato's going to make him work for it. Hit, though, by the Thrash, and Seven's going to run on in and get the job done. Heartbreaking for Glorious. They had the option. The flank was good by Rude, but not enough.
Beautiful
Switching
play
sides.
from Seven. I mean, gets the Thrash in the OT round. Come on, man. So well done from him. Has had such a breakout year as the initiator. I mean, he's been hanging around the tier 2 scene for so long now, playing a multitude of different roles. Initially, he started even on Duelist way back when, and he was like the 100 Thieves backup, a future prospect for them. And it's just not really been able to find his footing on a team. He's been good. He's had good performances, but this year, playing initiator with this TSM team, totally different level. What he did in the playoffs to get here, his Sova play was lights out. And right now on the Gecko, just continuing that level.
And again, doing it in his home country as well, which must be pretty thrilling for the young lad. Lo and behold, there were extra tactical pauses remaining. It's quite remarkable. Like a bottomless well of them. We're going to be into the game in just a moment here. That was obviously Glorious making that call. Presumably, they want to put together their attacking strategy, formulate that one, and take us to yet another run through overtime. That was really solid from TSM, but their attack side was never the issue over the course of this series. Their defense shaky. They floundered at times. We're trying to get their deadlock in position to get nearly as much value as they did on the attacking side from her, and it has been difficult over the course of the game. Afroda's been very solid, but so that deadlock util headlining and more of that individual gunplay has got him to where he is.
We're going to see if TSM can close this out. 3 players from them stacked up towards B right now, pressuring towards long. Just facing together. They're ready to take a fight. Poise even walking down close. Past the smoke.
They're going for it. Oh, they're going for it.
Spike
Sim and
down,
Poise
B.
and Seven. Ay, Dios mío, that is dirty. The push down B long. Spike loose. And TSM take a gamble here to potentially win the map.
That is just such a great call from Poised out of the timeout. Throwing a wrench in the works, hitting Glorious with something that they haven't seen on this map quite yet. The potency of the combo when you get that dizzy in tandem with another flash. Everybody blinded up, free kills, shooting gallery for the TSM squad. And now they just have to close things out in sound fashion, 5 versus 2.
Oop. Okay, no one there to follow up on that one for Seven, but the flash is there, and Sim gets the job done. Fist in the air for TSM as they run across rocky ground in the second half of Bind. The attack side from Glorious looked very, very solid. but they're going to walk away with the W and be happy about it as their map pick awaits them.
Yeah, the map pick from Galorus is the one that TSM just took. Bind has always been solid for TSM. It's been great for Galorus, but still a risk taken, and the risk doesn't pay off. We're headed to Haven, which Galorus have never played with this iteration of the roster. They've never played it in 2024, so we do not know what to expect. Neither do TSM. Poise said he was feeling prepped and ready for this squad and watched a ton of their footage, but there is no prep he can do for this, so just purely relying on TSM's own game here as we head to their map pick.
Yeah, it's been a solid map for them in general. I think they were happy enough to get Bind, a map where they looked great domestically, but here struggled a little bit. Some jitters to work out for both sides, of course, not only on the in-game side, but the tech side. We'll be back after the break for more of this series. It'll be Haven on the docket up next.
All right, well, we are going to the distance, the very first map of the series, taking it to overtime. But in the end, TSM coming out on top 14-12. And looking back at that series, TSM had a hot start. And then Valorant, they started finding their groove a little bit, started getting more used to the environment. And like Sato just completely demolishing that second half.
Yeah, I mean, he was doing exactly what we were sort of expecting from Galoris, right? I mean, we hyped him up, we hyped up Luxo, but it kind of felt like they were having such a slow start. And despite the savings grace from the 3 1v2s that they've won, I think it just wasn't enough. It really felt like TSM was sort of leading the charge in that first half. And yeah, they did slow down a little bit in the second half, but towards the end, they kind of just regained their confidence enough to close out the map.
Yeah, and being able to find that confidence again is going to bode well in the series, or even with the next map being one of their pick. You want to make sure when you're going into this unknown quantity that you're going to be cooking. And some of these hop shots coming out from Sim, as we got to see that one. I mean, Sim had some cheeky shots.
Yeah, Sim did a really good job actually on getting the opener pick. So many times we saw him creeping up somewhere at long or holding an angle on truck and just getting that first opener with an op, and they still ended up losing the round, so that's really unfortunate there. It ended up going into OT though. We swapped over to the defensive side and then Glorious was getting more rounds, but I want to talk about the deadlock because I just really liked how they were using the utility from a Protoss deadlock. I feel like deadlock is a difficult agent to play. It's not very easy. You have to be very mindful, very demure when you're on deadlock, and a Proto was doing a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely vouch for that. I really did feel like a Proto was doing a lot of work, especially when it came down to holding down the sites. Like, it really felt like the crouch bombs were just perfectly placed. Like, every time it felt like Galoris wanted to hit a site, or even in the retakes, they were just constantly getting grab netted over and over and over, and it really just felt like they're spending half their time just crouch trying to get out of the net. But yeah, I mean, also to touch on a bit of a performance here from the TSM side, Sim had an insane series, yeah, but so did Seven, the two players that we hyped up on the TSM side. And again, this is a Seven factor. Whenever he's having a good game, whenever Sim's having an okay game, together it's just like the matches just feel so much easier for TSM.
Yeah, even when we get down to that overtime too, I mean, Seven with like the biggest pop off and the biggest moment, being able to get ult to just close out the game, no ifs, ands, or buts, definitely super well done in this. So the TSM, that this individual prowess is something that even when they were taking losses in the regular season, we had always praised them for the skill across the board that each of these players had. So being able to see it come together today, take the first game of the series, is definitely great. But Valor is definitely showing that they have a lot of fight in their tank. And so looking ahead at the series, especially with Sato being able to play as he did, I'm intrigued with how the rest of it's going to be going down, because once we are looking at this unknown quantity, that is entirely TSM that's going to be on this back foot. I don't think because we haven't seen Valorant on this that, oh no, that something might be wrong. No, they just haven't had the chance to play it. So I think there is still very much so the potential of a third map, especially with how close that first was.
Yeah. And it was kind of a slow start, I feel like, on the first half of Bind. And so now everybody's kind of woken up. It got more exciting towards the end, in my opinion. We were seeing multiple kills from Sato as well, with clutches also from Luxo. So if they show up again going into map 2, now that everybody's warmed up and the tank has been oiled, then we will see, because on Haven, again, we haven't seen much, in fact, anything, actually, from Galores. So we're not really sure what to expect from them. But like Roy, I think you were mentioning that can be kind of a disadvantage for TSM. There is gameplay and info out there to watch and study to play against TSM. But how do they prepare against a team that you have nothing on?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really hard. And honestly, the only thing that you really can do is just like, okay, examine what are the meta compositions. Okay, how are we going to play if they have Neon? How are we going to play if they're running, Breach Raze or Breach Jet, excuse me. Like, what are going to be the differences? Are they going to pull out double duelists, right? Like, just kind of just having a sort of generalized idea of how you're going to approach it depending on their composition. Or, I mean, unless you're gods at coming up with, plans in the middle of the game, which can tend to be a little bit difficult. But the one thing that I do want to talk about here as well is the fact that this is an unknown territory for TSM. So is Abyss. So I feel like going into twice into these unknown territories does not bode very well for TSM. So I feel like if they want the series to be, I mean, obviously if they want the series to be clean, that's a 2-0. But winning here on Haven is probably going to be much easier than going to Abyss, where like generally the meta still is uncharted. Like there really is no defined way to play the map yet. And I feel like the expression for these teams in terms of strategy can be a lot more varied on Abyss than it is on Haven, where it's like, you know, the map's been out since beta. And so, like, you know, we kind of have a pretty good understanding of how the map's played.
Yeah, I think as a viewer and us as the desk and the casters would have a lot of fun with Abyss, but that being the decider match in a series, I think is definitely really scary. But even going back to Haven, looking at TSM to close out the series, I'm curious with what TSM is going to be going for, especially when we're looking at Sim, because we have seen that we've gotten this, okay, is it going to be Jet? Is it going to be Neon switching up really recently in between the two and kind of going back and forth? And I always love the Neon gameplay, but I'm intrigued with, now that they've had quite a few weeks off, what look we're going to see coming on out, especially since Sim is already cooking on the day.
He is cooking indeed. Neon is part of their map pool that we've seen on Haven, and I really, really like the Breach comboed with the Neon. Breach is an essential agent, in my opinion, to be partnered with Neon to help you get the ground, to make sure that your corners are going to be cleared. Timing is super important, and they've done their dry runs, they've done their homework, and they have plenty of time to practice this for Haven. It was picked for a reason. They have 75% win rate on it, so I'm talking about TSM actually. They have 75% win rate on it, and they have a very strong attacking side. So it's going to come down to this Neon, in my opinion. Are they going to be gaining the space needed, Roy, do you think?
I think so. I mean, I think their roles kind of fit extremely well on Haven, and it's probably the reason why they have so much success on that map, right? Like they're able to set up Sim for what he does best, which is take first engagements. But
yeah,
on a less serious note, have you guys seen the rise of meta of hand towels for players on stage? They just have, like, everyone just has their own little hand towel, and they just wipe their hands in between every round and in between the maps to, like, just make sure their hands don't have any sweat and any grease on them. It's actually kind of cool.
Oh my goodness. I have not been paying attention to that. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I'll start looking at what hand towels the players will be using. I thought you were going to bring up the meta of having the best equipment to game at any point.
Well, that also matters.
Segue to remind the viewers that there is a blacklight chair giveaway happening right now, which you can check the Twitch chat for. And pinned instructions. Try and win yourself some cool stuff. Unfortunately, I don't think that you're gonna win a hand towel with that one, but it'll have to do. Sorry, Ryan.
That's okay. I'll put a letter of complaint for the winner. Don't worry, I got you guys. We'll get you a hand towel somehow. But jokes aside, I really did feel like TSM was locked in on that first map, and I'm really hoping they bring that form, because I do want to take us a little bit back into the lore of TSM getting as far as they did once they beat Moist Shopify on Haven, and that was the last time that we saw TSM play, and it was actually 7 that ended up going 27-8 versus Moist X Shopify. And if I remember correctly, he was absolutely being a menace with the Odin, just completely Odining every angle constantly, putting a lot of pressure on Moist. And it just, that factor of just annoyance and just constant spammage coming out from 7, it was probably a big reason why they closed out that map against Moist.
They changed their comp. I'm looking at TSM specifically. They don't have the Neon anymore. They're going to be bringing out Jet. Boo. But you know what? We saw Jet with the op on Vine. So maybe that's their game plan. There's 2 different play styles, right, when you compare the Jet to the Neon. So I'm expecting to see more of the op going around. And then we have a Killjoy instead of a Cypher from Galaris.
Hey, considering some of these op shots that Sim was already going for, I'm completely fine with this pivot back over to the Jet, especially too since we now get to see this Sim and Sato Jet v Jet. It's going to be a great map. Valoris, this is the first appearance they have on it. Is it going to be a strong enough map for them to take us to a map 3? Let's find out and head on over to Uber and Wyatt for Haven.
Thank you very much, gang. Yes, look, I mean, we have seen TSM get off the Neon composition, go back to the Jet a little bit more standard, a little bit more straightforward. You know, coming to this game, we were thinking, okay, like TSM do run Neon on the defense. Are they trying to make some trap plays, some early pops on that D side? Maybe we expect to see a little bit less of that. But on the Glory side, no data really for them on this map for a year. So even if they had played, whatever they played back then is irrelevant. Different lineup, different time, different meta, everything. So that is what we're looking at. A very different look from Glorious, no matter what comes out here. And it's really going to be a question of how effectively can TSM control those extremities. You'll notice they're starting on the defense side here. Once Sim gets that operator in his hands, there were a couple of moments, Wyatt, where Sim's able to do just that. Step up. There's also a nasty sort of double collat opportunity that happened as a hit came onto the A site. We'll see what he can do once he's able to get that weapon developed.
Yeah, definitely prioritizing getting that into his hands will be pivotal for TSM. And we had mentioned it prior and have gone on about how Glorious have not actually played this map at all in 2024, but they are coming in with the most standard of comps, as are TSM. I mean, at Champions, like all of these agents were played pretty much all the time. You're just looking at like 100% of the time being played, Omen being played, 90% of the time Sova being played. Like this is just the standard stuff. Like Breach is always getting played. It is standard. Both of these teams, have scrimmed against these comps a million times. So it's not like Poised is going into this not sure what to do as an IGL. We haven't seen Glorious play this map before. Yeah, we've scrimmed against this comp 700 times before this event. So it's really not a big deal at all.
Definitely worth looking out for the duelists on this map, though. Both Sim and Sato with 8 first kills over the course of Bind. Sato is +6 in that differential. Sim is +5. So both of them able to draw blood early and often, crucially. And it was just those last couple rounds, the fall off from Glorious was palpable. And TSM are really able to crush them on multiple occasions with aggressive plays, regardless of whether they're on the attack or D side of the map. We have a tech pause here. Would you believe it? Just before the start of the game. Yeah.
How about that?
It's
curious.
A game crash there. So
curious.
Should expect to see that rectified a little bit quicker. It's less of a pervasive issue, but these teams will have even more time to settle into the stage here, get a little bit more used to it. Poised on your screen here, of course, with probably still feeling like he has a lot to prove. Coming back here and helming this TSM squad.
Yeah,
from that
back in the offseason before 2024 was really trying to get on a team, climb back on the horse. It's been rough goings for him over the past couple of years. Had a really great run a bit earlier on in the game with that Rise team a couple years ago, with Derek, Superman, etc. And frankly, even from that time, it's got me in my head associating Poise IGLing with Haven. It might just be because of that iconic fake round that they had against 100 Thieves in the LCQ a couple years ago on Haven to close out a game where they sent an Astral Wall and Shanks going in deep and a bunch of players on A, and then on C rather, and then pivot to A and beat 100 Thieves. It was a whole thing. Iconic old Valorant moment, but it's got Poised and Haven kind of, the wires are crossed in my head with those two entities. They're synonymous with each other.
Yeah, and we'll look to see that calling emerge even on this iteration with TSM. Seven having a great map. I know it's been much of the buzz around that player, but his last few rounds took him to 26 and 16 over Bind. Really fantastic showing. 264 ACS. Now looks like we're moments away from jumping in. Both TSM and Glorious have some very dangerous individuals we saw turn up at the end of Bind. Let's see if they can carry that through here and give us some fireworks as Haven begins momentarily. TSM will start on defense.
It took Sato a second to really get into the game, but once that was the case, went absolutely crazy on the Raze. Back on that prior map. Just have to see immediate swing from Sim. I mean, the rest of TSM in tow trying to get out of Garage and only getting punished. All of Glorious pooling through window and finding a very early man advantage. So much time on the clock still to work with.
TSM went for a defensive pop at the end of Bind as well. It worked out for them. This one was pretty raw, just a challenge with those pistols. Now we'll see Glorious start to make their way over towards that B side. They've thinned out this area considerably with an elimination over towards Garage, one on the site itself. They'll still do their due diligence to check back B and look to get a plant down.
Every TSM player now coming from that B-side link. Very passive setup from Glorious. You can even see Rude, the KJ in spawn, just ready with a lineup. Lucho trying to fight back site. Great tap down. Instant trade from a Proto, though.
A little bit awkward. A Proto hit with a paranoia from Gimon from behind here. Miran going to be able to hold the angle, though. Now we're even in numbers. Rude, though, with a relatively safe position to play from. Takes his time in bringing a Proto down. And 7 is one hit. Evil Kick makes sure it wouldn't have mattered how much health he had. 3 on the round for Evil Kick, and Glorious take the pistol.
7 just not able to assist his teammate there at the very end. It was a good setup from Glorious. Nearly got cracked, but stand steadfast. Rude coming very late from that Molly lineup position where he's all the way back in spawn. A great way to start things off for the losers of map 1. This is TSM's map pick. And we just have no idea how good Glorious will be on this map. They're playing a standard comp, but we just don't know at what level they can play it.
Fault line being lined up here for Poised. But that Nano Swarm slows TSM up. They can't really push their way through, and in the meantime, Glorious have crossed already. So the stack in sewer. Not exactly the most timely one. Nobody from TSM is actually peeking or swinging this. It's a Proto, obviously, has the camera over towards A.
Yeah, they're just taking contact off the camera. If it spots someone, instant stun. And the swing is going to come through from 7 and a Proto. Rude might get caught if he strays too far.
Aldron here. Oh, now the Nano Swarm, and the Proto's got no choice but to dance amongst it. Starter's already made his way in with a Vandal, no less. And collapses on the players trying to work it through sewer. Poised naturally smoked off here in heaven as the spike plant goes down just below him. And now TSM, we're going to have to group in for this one. 2 players in heaven. Sato with a respectful distance being maintained, ready to shred the defenders if they try and land up on the site.
Yeah, and at this point, obviously, it's just about damage for TSM, but it doesn't look like they're going to get any of that. Just the IGL Poised standing. Going to go down any second now, whether that be to an enemy or the spike, obviously. Glorious retaining a lot of weaponry for the bonus round. It's going to be a very competent one with the Vandal and a few secondary options for the rifles, but rifles nonetheless.
That's around that Sato brings a Vandal into. Has a great time. As TSM were looking to play off that camera for contact, but not ready for a fast push up through A. And the Nanoswarms really messed them up. They could not do a thing about that inside sewer and ended up getting just a trade in the end. With a double-face player set up, you're hoping for more. A clean pickup of a weapon, perhaps. And that was far from what happened.
Already we've got the lineup over towards the C side here from Evil Kick, a very strong Sova player on this well-rounded Glorious team, going over top, and it's going to be a fast take into Garage, and nothing from TSM to contend that take with.
Gimon clears it instantly, but Sim goes down. He had his attention elsewhere. The timing was good for Rude to emerge at that moment, but Gimon holds it down. Narango trying to spray him through the smoke. It's getting a little dicey, but he makes his way onto the seaside. Sato is deep. A Proto is not ready for it at all. And now it's up to 7. Clean stuff from Glorious. Just straight up fundamentals here. Fast hit to see behind that recon bolt. Now 7, the man of the hour, the man of the map previously, has to face the final boss, or at least it seemed that way. Sato with 3 in the round.
I mean, Sato is just taking individual duels, wins both of them at the end. Good for him. Bonus converted. Not necessarily the recommended play, but it definitely pays off. GMD tried his best, but it wasn't enough. The timing on that hit from Glorious is very cool. I mean, that recon is launched like a mortar, lands 40 seconds later. It feels like as the hit just slowly comes through Garage and they split into the C site.
It's almost like they found the perfect moment where Gimon briefly turned 180 to shoot the dart. And that was where that first kill came from. This time around, TSM have given up that C site. You'll notice they're really not working with much here. Boys with the Guardian maybe looking to passively control that angle. And some pings from Glorious over towards A long.
Some good control so far. Passive setup with the kill trips from a Proto. Has the Sheriff that high bullet pen. If someone walks into one, maybe can get a cheeky kill just firing through the wall at them. Sim up close with the shorty in hand. TSM just rat gameplay on this round and trying to find a silly kill where they can.
We're down under 50 seconds now. That second wave of utility is about to be used. Sim, he gets it. Doesn't have much health to work with, but still was able to upgrade to a Phantom. Now that ASIC comes a little ponderous, if I'm honest with you. Aldrone caught by the trip and a Proto stepped up. This is one and done if I've ever seen it. A Proto, yep, there it is. Sato trades it out. Few more steps up. Not much to be gained from that one at all, but a player advantage here for TSM. They've got good positioning. Their player in sewer is going to be a problem, and Sim just swings out with 20 HP and finds Lucho.
Oh, come on, man. The timings are just perfect. Just intuition, a feeling, swinging at the right moment. TSM so excellent on this A anchor. Credit to a Proto playing around the cage nicely. Swings out, finds the first, gives opportunity for the rest of the players to get back in, fight from different angles.
And getting in that sewers position there means that your retake was looking very, very good in what was a 3v2 at the time. We talked about the rack gameplay. Sim sat inside garage with a shorty. Tried and tested method and turns it into 2 more kills after the fact. Glorious do need to keep their wits about them. But now we have a proper buy for TSM, and the operator is in the hands of Sim. Oh, now it's not in the hands of Sim.
Yeah, it is in the hands of the dirt, actually, as Lucio just rips the defenders apart. It's only Poise remaining. They want to get a trade on him so badly. They're desperately fighting over this territory, and they get it.
Poise really was asking for more there, but ended up standing in the shock dart that got fired at him. Okay, a little ugly. A lot of early action in this round. TSM still favored that double up inside sewer, this time with an operator. It goes horribly, horribly wrong.
I mean, Lucio just finds this timing to push a little bit forward while the TSM players, specifically Sim with that op, were playing off the slightly deeper line due to that recon dart. I mean, the tiniest of things makes the largest of difference.
Yeah, Lucio wasn't even looking at the 2 players slacked up in that corner. He was trying to chase the player retreating, and still Sim can't find the shot. Maybe he doesn't expect Lucio to move in that way. Put it behind us now. 2 rifles for TSM in this round.
And TSM push into A long so Sim can collect the alt orb, get the blades online. Sato takes a hell of a lot of damage early from GMD, who retreats entrenched in that B site. Boys feeling the pressure, sending out the fault line. Stunned to slow
Proto, though, couldn't follow up. They forced the Proto out with the nanoswarm there, so no chance to make use of that breach util. That was really just used to cover Poised's retreat. Now a decent amount of map control. Glorious have, with air quotes, that garage position. Sim with the knives, no good. Luxo has been on a tear, and again finds the jet player.
Now, Rude, here's the jump away from GMD. Does he try to take advantage of this by pushing into window, just holding, playing it a bit more passively, hoping that someone walked into his waiting arms? Sato, come on, you cannot be getting away with that. No HP, updraft, instant headshot.
30 seconds.
That is absolutely unreasonable.
Spike planted.
Boys looked in a decent spot there to actually start to break down the push from Glorious with only 2 players on the C. Sato, man, just a little different. Sat inside the smoke at the back of the site. He's him on. Brood has been sat here all round, and eventually that patience pays off. Oh, TSM having a rough go of it here. A blacklight flawless for Glorious here in round 6.
Luxo finally coming to life. A lackluster bind performance. Sans maybe 1 round where he clutched up in that Viper's pit. But for a player that's often leading the scoreboard for Glorious, or at least is getting those consistent impact kills, you're looking for a lot more from him. Providing it here on Haven, back-to-back rounds, as the lead expands for Glorious after dropping.
I'm not even mad about it. TSM have to call attack pause here. This is getting out of hand very quickly. They've also got a round now where they've been able to get an operator and an Odin here. They need to make this one stick. They got to get value out of these weapons. The last time we saw Sim pick up an op, he dies instantly in sewer. You know, he's double facing, ready for a player who's not even initially looking at him. There's a 2K for Galoris as the individual just spray transfers and mows them down. They can't give up their weapon so cheaply. They have to be able to get some decent map control behind this. And maybe that means playing towards A long or just holding C, anywhere that can maybe take you out of those compromising situations that Sim has found himself in.
Now, I will say, the last time we saw TSM play Haven, it was against MXS, the game that qualified them for this Ascension tournament. Haven was the last map in the BO3. 7 went 27-8 on the Sova. And I want to say 25 of those kills were with the Odin just holding down Mouse 1. He was going crazy with that weapon. So if you can repeat even 50% of that performance, can start to turn the tide for his team.
God, you're going to ask that from him a second map in a row? That was him on Bind as well. Ends up 26-20, I think, at the end of it. Having a monstrous last few rounds with 3K clutches to match. Here, at least, is a very pivotal round in terms of this first half. One of the most important. See, Luxo looking comfortable. Calling for a tech pause. You never know.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Please say it ain't so. No!
Tech pause! I knew it. He was calling for it.
Oh, my God.
Proto looks about as surprised as I am at this result. Wait for confirmation on...
No, my God.
I'm convinced
saved.
They're just trying to bring back the PTSD of the previous map.
Oh, my Lord.
Trigger warning, folks. Long periods of inactivity. If that makes you squeamish, look away.
My heart sank. And now, rejuvenated. The joy of life has returned.
It has been
to me.
resurfaced like the wreckage of the Titanic.
Oh, my God.
Covered in barnacles, dripping with kelp.
Oh, my God. The sigh of relief.
I didn't have to listen to any more facts about Monterrey, Mexico.
No. All right. Operator in the hands of Sim, trying to lock down C long while the rest of the team focuses their attention a bit elsewhere. A site. 2 players stacked up. 7 was there as well, but now drifting off towards B, which TSM have left open.
An operator's not going to get any action at this early stage of the round. And TSM have been propelled multiple times with multi-stacked in sewers. It's just not been a part of the map that's played well for them. Here comes the hit though. Paranoia and Fault Line both deployed. Player there caught in the tripwire. Gimon going to be quickly to capitalize on that one. Sato sits inside the cyber cage and sees very little except the dome of Gimon emerging from the top of his smoke. And then off we head over towards that seaside. Sim somehow blown up. Not sure where that happened. And the Hunter's Fury not able to punish Luke though for the plant.
Nah, Luke's going to go down, but look at Arango. He's got the ultimate ready to go. Rolling Thunder could win this round out, despite it being 2v3.
One enemy.
Oh, scary stuff. No, okay. Urango and Rude actually get mowed down before
They just
the
swing
Rolling
too
Thunder
early.
comes in.
They just swing too early. That is a tragedy. Opportunity to recover thrown away. Squandered the ultimate entirely. TSM recovering that round. And I like how Galoris played it. It was a pretty cool attempt. Rude finds that pick over on C, right when that action was happening with Sato.
I can't believe that. Such a small timing issue. That round is yours for the taking if you're Galoris. Waste of an ult. TSM, they see the ground rippling towards them. They just say, nope, I'm holding them one for the boys. I'll see you on the other side. Absolutely brutal. It's a momentum killer if I've ever seen one. A-long play here. Operator in position. Sim got to be forced off the line by the Fault Line early. Will we post the angle? See Sato and thinks, I don't fancy myself there.
Trying to re-peek even. And that is the Sim special. He will repeak a lot of angles. He does not shy away. Oh my lord. And I don't know if he deserves to be alive after that little maneuver.
That is devious.
It is outrageous. But that, I mean, there were at least 2 players spraying at him. How is he surviving there? Lockdown.
I get the frustration.
Gives the space.
Spike planted.
And again, Luxo will walk away from the plan, only taking a small amount of his health, and he started to step up ahead of that aftershock. Good for 2. He's poised in a proto and a head scratcher. Poised will be revealed by the recon bolt. TSM say, boys, I think we might need to pack this up.
Yeah, Poise does pick that up on the run. Luxo almost catching him. So close. I mean, something happened with Sato, man. This guy has been different after that first half of Bind. The first half of Bind was 7 and 12. Second half was something like 20 for 8. And it's just carried that momentum over. That 2-piece was absurd. On the hunt for a proto. Looks like he might survive, but he just doesn't. Luxo, last second, steals that gun away.
Let's see how this went down here. Sim comes out there. Obviously, those aftershocks force some swings on occasion. Some things that can look pretty crazy sometimes aren't necessities. But that was Sim trying to go full Kang. Never go full Kang, bro. I love it though. If it works, it looks incredible. He looks like an absolute genius, a mastermind. But he had to retake again with that operator, walked straight into Sato, who was well and truly up on that site. Those retakes on A, pretty hard to pull off.
Oh, those are the moments like that where Sim is very punishable. And here's this exact same hit. That deep recon sent in, bounces up, and the split comes through garage.
Completely caught out there was a proto. Poised here. Okay, Classic's going to work. Luxo, those striding up on the side, confident as you would be in a round like this. Sim has the op to hand. Begrudgingly takes up the angle, goes to 6. Hangs around and gets Sato for his trouble. That might be all he can really ask for here, though.
On the run, but there's no reason for these Glorious players not to chase, and Rude just... Here's these footsteps as well. Knows exactly where he is. You can even see Orango on the opposite side of the map going through spawn. They've got him circled in. Take him out with ease. Operator out of his hands. Galor's just literally rinse and repeat. Same exact C exec. It worked for them before. Y'all think it's going to work again? And it did. They just do it again. Exact same hit.
Yeah, this time, of course, with a massive weaponry advantage. You can step up with a bit more confidence into those classics, those stingers. And take that fight away. And again, TSM fans, things might be looking grim right now, but you got to look to the attack side on this map. That's definitely where they've really been able to make a name.
The bread is buttered.
That's it. They've got good weaponry still to work with here. Sato takes a little bit of incidental damage at the start of the round. The double swing's not good enough to get the better of Sim. He's waiting for evil kick. Okay. Sato still stands his ground and challenges that.
Patience. Perhaps. Oh my god, man.
I mean,
Punished, brought to the 4 versus 4.
Sato is committed there. He has to play because he swung to the other side of the window. He has to cross the window or try and play from a different angle. So I respect it, but still, risky business. This time, no Poise. He's got a bullet with his name on it. Orango trying to get to the side, caught out, would have been down by the fault line anyway. And Aftershock is going to force Rude's positioning. Trapped here between 2 arms of the pincer. After some craziness at the start of the round, though, this has been a fantastic bounce back for TSM. Poise maybe one of the operator there, but that wouldn't have helped him much with Luxo up in his grill. 16 points of health and but a dream. It'll be a fake TP, walk through the smoke, and Kimon, seen that one before.
That breach utility just getting a lot of mileage when the site exec is coming in. Nicely shut down by Poise and a Proto, the 2 anchors towards this B site. Proto just found this perfect timing to swing out of the smoke in that C-Link connector. Nicely handled. I'm still harboring much concern for TSM at this point, though. Feels like they're really trying to force things, and they're not letting the game come to them.
I mean, and in theory, like what Sim went for it at the start of the round. It's not that egregious. Like, you got double swung, he's able to find a kill, and then, you know, goes back for more. Assume there's a player to trade. If Sim gets traded there, it's fine. That was a very odd. Sato just jumped out the window and stood still. Said, all right, I'm going to hold this angle. Speaking of which, Late Storm available for Sato in this round. Still plenty to buy here for Glorious, and enough for the next as well. We all know things get a little scary when 7 gets an Odin in his grip.
Some significant map control right now for TSM with Sim pushed all the way down C, and some passive info gathering as well from Proto. You can see his cam and A long just on that right now. It gets broken, but did spot out the Jet. Sato making their presence known, working up towards A, and that's called over the 7 rotate as well. Look at him going through spawn. So there are going to be 3 players set up to absorb this site exec.
Smoke towards heaven, as is standard. A Proto eats a knife. Sato gets them refreshed and now is looking for more. 7 pinged out there by the recon. He stepped forward, I think, to try and line up with the Odin. Dangerous now for 7, and he can't do anything. Luxo burns him down.
30 seconds left.
Sato is knifeless, but has a weapon to rely on still, and it's going to be Sim and Poised again around where the operator cannot see the early action Sim would hope for.
Now, it got good map control, though. It had the 3 players stacked up, but the Vultures just picked them apart one by one. Each player just a little bit isolated from the other, and some nice utility from Arango to force 7 out at the end. Sim just trying to retain the op, Poised to the rifle. They're going to be hunted down. The economy for Glorious is pretty strong.
Yeah, enough that they can afford to try and pry some of these rifles away from TSM, but they are going at it in 1s and 2s. So they have donated 3 guns to the TSM fund. And I think that's all they're going to be looking for in this round. That's your 11th round wrapped up. Glorious take it out to a 5-round lead heading into the last of the half.
Poised as well, kind of building close to that Rolling Thunder for a final round with those kills too. I believe he's only 2 orbs away now.
Here's the final moments, of course. TSM just stripping those weapons away from Glorious. Unfortunately, for them, doesn't make much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. Last round of the half, Glorious should still be able to buy up entirely. Proto very locked in here. Again, we saw him on the deadlock previously, which had a great attack side. Defense side a little rougher, but still a really solid performance from him individually in that map. See on the trademark Cypher this time.
Looks like Glorious intend on continuing to just get this free control of Garage that they've really garnered this entire half. Cam spotted out, instantly broken. We're heading into this C split. It's worked for them a couple times already.
Sato gets in behind the Paranoia. A Proto nearsighted for a time. Both cyber cages thrown up though, making Sato think twice about getting more side control. The speed of this. A Proto's able to turn and respond though. Great shooting to bring Sato down. And it's 7 coming out from Garage. Evil Kid gets the drop on him, but still 4 players at TSM standing strong. Spike to hand here. Well, the opportunity for a plant. Hard to come by, no doubt. No trade opportunity there for a Proto, and Sim a little concerned now. Obviously, was holding back on C with that op. Evil Kid can play, I guess, for a Hunter ring post plant, but in a 1v2, that's scary. Can get run down midway through that ult.
And not only is he going to play with the Hunter's Fury, but his recon is going to cycle back up in 15 seconds.
30 seconds left.
This is really winnable.
None of that Sova util available for Evil Kick, but at this point, it would reveal his position anyway.
I mean, the real concern with using the Hunter's Fury here is that he has no idea where the TSM players are at the moment. He's playing so deep in the site, perhaps throwing TSM off there. They might think he's playing passively.
He knows. An easy one, and he knows the seconds following it up there. The shot came out from Sim, who's got himself a rifle, a jump peek. Sim is brought down, and what a clutch from Evil Kick. It starts from Garage with a backstab, and then he ferries the spike elsewhere and wins the 1v2.
I love that. I mean, a bit of mind games there, really. The Sova with the recon cycling back up and the Hunter's Fury decides to play forward and fight. You're just not expecting that. I mean, 9 out of 10 times you're thinking this guy is just ready to try and kill you when you tap the spike. One of your players is weak. And he just flips the script, fights forward, wins the duels. I love the confidence there. Ult be damned, doesn't need it.
That is backbreaking. for TSM, not walking out of that defense side with more than 3 rounds. And the way that they lose it, despite 7's heroics there with a 3K on that C site after a Proto, which you saw overwhelmed, still able to find that kill on Sato.
And I love that from Evil Kick as well, though, just because even if he does go for the ult, he's not going to feel comfortable popping it anywhere, really, unless he hears both players on site, you know, then there's a chance he's going to get rushed down as well. Like, there's a lot of ways that can go wrong, and I mean, just takes the most confident line as just an impressive decision. I love how he played that.
Everyone on this Glories team has stepped up as an individual, and that's what's made this map such a landslide for them so far.
Yeah, I just don't feel that this team has any weak link. They all have high impact moments. You know, Sato's, obviously his entrying, his duelist play is looking pretty fantastic. Rude in the clutch situations. I mean, matter of fact, they're all getting clutches at this point. It's pretty wild. This is a very well-rounded, very competent team on all accounts.
For so many of us predicted sort of TSM to look strong in this kind of game. Expected them to be a force to be reckoned with the exception of Wyatt, who actually made the Pred of Glories. I respect that. Respect that very much. You can start to see why there's a reason to have confidence in this team. They took TSM to the limit on Bind, and now on TSM's map pick, they are absolutely schooling them. At least they did on that attack side. But let's see what TSM can get going here. Pistol round win, almost paramount at this stage of the game.
Gloris set up for the standard A lobby fight utility. They recon the fault line. Jet ready to fight from long. It's actually going to be just the early shock dart. And it does do some big damage. Sato taking the duel. The Sheriff wants to peek again because he has that dash, but not able to connect. Just falls off.
Fault line catches onto Sato. Sim doesn't really check his left as he moves in because it's Gimon that's going to come out of sewers. Arango is at least able to come in through Link, finds 2, but then chooses to give up the site and try and group up. There is that backstab potential. Rude is taking the long way around here, but this is going to be watched by a Proto.
I mean, right now he's slow walking back through mid because he doesn't want to reveal that he's actually going back towards the B link, but that's going to take him a goddamn long time to do.
It's the paranoia, and that's immediately silenced here by that aftershock, but Arango drops down and finds one. It's up to a Proto now. 6 and 10 for the game. Can't get it done. Rude finally turns up with a classic and gets the job done.
I mean, how is Arango winning that duel? Just launching, flinging his body out of heaven, descends and immediately taps down poise. That is absurd. I mean, that second kill onto Sim as well.
What a round for Arango. Brilliant stuff. And Proto has to play it slow, has to respect the fault line thrown at him. They know he's coming from sewer. So TSM losing that pistol, it is pretty disastrous for them after a lackluster first half. They haven't been able to get their Jet in position to take over the game. There are moments in these clutch situations that they've just turned against them more often than not, even when they're favored in numbers. Now they're scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Forced into the round. Outlaw to contend with in the hands of Sato, who's locked down A long. But it's the C split. Yeah, does Rude find a timing here? He does. Oh my god, what a shot from a Proto.
Eye on Sheriff for a Proto. Always good for one. Luke Shaw under pressure now, forced to sidestep away from the fault line announced from the back of the site. Gimon stepping up. Gets himself that Vandal as well. TSM have this plant with Evil Kick and Sato locked out of the site. Sato, of course, with scope weapon to work with at the very least here. But this is tough indeed for Gloris, and what a round. What a round for TSM to start to build back into this game.
Yeah, a bit odd from Gloris there. Recon instantly broken.
No pings off that recon. Shocks to the site. Both Evil Kick and Sato healthy enough to withstand them. Sato, that Outlaw starting to get involved now. But no defuse properly. Evil Kick eventually had to show himself, and 7 gobbles them up to give TSM their 4th round. And on a Thrifty of all things.
Boy's trying to pick up that Outlaw, but denied at the last second with a moment of indecision. Yeah, it looked like Gloris, they wanted to try to flood back into C, but the timings were very haphazard, caught individually, just not really in position to get in together at the same time. Punished hard for it. Sim does actually buy up an outlaw now regardless, as it's just sheriffs in the hands of these Galoris players. They've still got a massive lead, obviously, but that is the beginning of something for TSM. A necessary risk taken, forced by after the pistol round loss.
TSM know this, right? Pretty customary to force down mid on an eco. And they are playing around this very meticulously. I think their respect for Galoris has skyrocketed over the course of Haven. And they're playing it methodically now. That's a smoke in the garage link.
Enemy kill.
Sim sees one, does not see the second player, but goes back for a peek and sees the dome of Luke Show. Beautiful sheriff shot though. Again, takes the jet down. Sato ready to take a peek and move, but Poise gets the drop on him. Wraps up on him now, and both remaining Galoris players stuck at the extremities of B.
Just hunting for any bit of damage they could do. Lucho's already hit one nice shot, dark cover to get into the site. Oh my god, Orango tap. So clean with the ghost.
Still the question of the defuse though. That's the hard ask. Seven wants to light them up here. Lucho gets ahead of the smoke for the time being. Defuse was gotten off of there as eventually the shock comes in and claims Urango. TSM convert on that previous thrifty win. Keep a Vandal coming out of that round.
Enemy kill.
This trade from Lucho and Sewer was pretty nasty, but overall, listen, you'll take that if you're TSM. Still got a couple rifles into the next at the very least.
I think they maybe recovered another rifle at the end of that round, so should be two of them. Can buy up around that pretty easily. Might also be a tack pause opportunity for Galoris here. No, instead they're straight on to the next round.
And this is one that is so pivotal when you take the economy of Galoris into account. Doesn't seem like there will really be any ultimates in play unless Seven can find a kill, maybe find an orb. The Hunter's Fury could crush Galoris' economy with a round win here. So we'll see if they try to play to that win con. He does have the spike in his hands right now.
Sim wants to close a little bit. Brood spots a lot. Takes hardly any damage for it. I'd call that worth. He's now going to play the close corner. Sim has no easy kills this round. He's going to have to go hunting for him. This is the only part of the map that TSM are testing at all. The rest of it entirely given up. With the exception of that one tripwire to watch the flank through A lobby.
Shadows traveling.
Yeah, smoke down, stall things out. Sim says, no, I don't respect that. I'm going for it. Lucho inside the smoke, though, deals with Poise basically instantly. But Sim is able to, with this rifle, get some work done. And then stands in a nano swarm. Brood is making short work at them here on this C site. Cyber cage for a proto here.
30 seconds
but he's not testing it. Aftershocks gonna force Seven to move here. No other way about it. And a proto shows his gun barrel. Brood can swoop in and pick that up. It's gonna be Orango's. Instead, the result is the same. Galoris don't offer anything up to TSM early. Sim can't find any operator purchase and ends up having to run at the site with a rifle.
Yeah, handled well. Throws the op to Poise to try and get this space entering. I mean, does find the trade, but is laid waste by the minefield that Rude had on that site. Utility pretty spread across the map. The turret was watching B, the alarm bot watching garage, and TSM were just unaware, unprepared to deal with those mollies. Luxo playing that situation and well, getting into the dark cover, finds that perfect timing. Just a very solid defensive round from all Galoris players there. And now look at this trap play. Rolling Thunder ready to go. All of TSM could get caught here. With the Paranoia too.
Smokes in play, Paranoia followed up, but Sim was within his effective range. He could see both Luxo and Orango. The trap play for Galoris looked good. But it's really Rude doing the work here through Sewer, and that's 4 for the Killjoy.
It's just anyone on this team at any given moment can step up, find outsized impact in a round. Also, just such a cool setup. I mean, you really do not expect that. That is an uncommon play to have the breach pushed up in long there, crossing to the box when the dark cover is laid for the attackers to walk up. The second the drone is used, Paranoia, Rolling Thunder just obliterates them. and Rude cleans everything up on the site. Rock solid anchoring. TSM's map pick. They are floundering against the #1 seed from Brazil.
And I want to remind everybody, we have no data for Glorious on Haven. They just haven't played it in officials since a previous iteration of the team. So that's obviously of no use to us. We have no idea what to expect coming in. And in fairness, the composition is straightforward. I think a lot of the strategy, the overarching strategy is fairly straightforward. Yeah, tactical pause. I think Sato is showing us what he thinks of that term in this case. But it is TSM. They are floundering. They are grasping it away to get back into this game. But already at best, it's overtime again.
Yeah, absolute best. I mean, I'm also just right now during this tac pause, kind of harkening back to what we were talking about in the prior game with 2Game showing up, destroying RETA, the #1 LATAM seed. I mean, the Brazilian region, it's been tough globally this year, not finding success in VCT Americas. And we're seeing just a lot of the same faces being shuffled around on the teams that we have at VCT Americas. Look at the players that the region has bubbling under the surface. Like this team has some sick players all around. It's so impressive to watch them.
You stick that? I can't believe you stick that.
That is bold. That's a we're down 12-5 stick the kind of vault.
Diamond, the TP back towards the spot of Glorious, gets spotted out. And he absolutely loses the fight. That was pretty unceremonious way to exit the map for TSM. A paltry 5 rounds to their name. And Glorious absolutely steamrolled them on a map of TSM's choosing. So, folks, we're headed to Abyss for a decider.
And already today, we've seen 4 maps. 3 of them have been the Brazilian team just dominating the opposition. Such an impressive performance. I mean, GMD looking a little bit stunned right now. They have to walk that one off as we head to Abyss. The floated map, the decider in this series.
And they're telling us, Poised is telling us they've got their eyes on M80. They've beaten everybody else that matters except for M80, and they're coming for them. But they had blinders on to what the rest of this Americas region has been able to produce, and Glorious have shell-shocked them here in this second map of the series. It took them a little bit while to come alive, maybe to get used to those stage conditions, Wyatt, but once they did, this was not close at all. This was a absolute shellacking.
Yeah, absolutely. Haven has been great for TSM. Haven is a map that Poised as an IGL has always excelled on. He was talking about prior to this series starting that he feels right now with his calling, he's tactically at his best, but they just got bested on their map pick in stunning fashion. So we'll have to see if they can recover things on Abyss.
Now, we're going to see you guys after the break, the decider map of our second match of the day. It's TSM and Glorious in this group stage going at it.
Well, the first map of the series was close. The second, well, Glory started warming up, and from there, this unknown quantity. Turns out they're pretty good at Haven, taking a strong map, TSM's map pick, and taking us to a map 3. I mean, Roy, when we were looking at Haven and TSM picking this is something that TSM's looked good on, and even just the individual skill, but kind of got worked a little bit.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, Brazil has had a history of being very good on Haven. Like, it's been a pretty constant among all Brazilian teams where they've had very strong Havens, and I think it's because the style of the map suits their playstyles very well, right? Like, we saw how far ahead Sato's been playing in front of his team this entire series, constantly pressuring space by himself, constantly challenging TSM, making them feel uncomfortable even in their own territory. And that's all a result of the fact that he's on this Jet duelist, but he also has Breach that is able to constantly provide him like a utility from far away to allow him to get this like space and get this aggression in the forward space.
And on their attacking side as well, I felt like they really used their utility very, very well to flush out angles, push Sim away from typical opping angles too. So really good job on that. Not too many teams utilize their utility that well. And like you were saying, Roy, Sato had insane crispy aim, in my opinion. I thought that he was on fire. He was doing so good, and that was really exciting to watch. And it just seemed like Galores has the answer. It was very difficult for TSM to hold A on their defense side.
Absolutely. And I think a part of it too is that Uber kind of nailed it when he was saying that anyone on Galores can pop off. Like, Brazil's #1 seed is not messing around, and they really showed us that exact statement in this series, where literally there was constant pop-off moments from Luxo, who finally woke up. He decided to join the server. He wanted a little bit of the spotlight. It wasn't just Sato this time, right? We saw clutches coming out. We saw Orango recovering rounds that were like completely unwinnable. And there's just so many cool moments that these players from Brazil's Galores have just been stepping up constantly, and it's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, and when we got to see the very first map in this series, it was pop-ups. Like, we did get to see some clutches. There was definitely a couple in the bank, but being able to have that online so much sooner as opposed to, hey, this is kind of getting late and things was really nice. And just got to call out Luxo again, because that was insane job. Even just that final round was nuts. So if this is a Glorious that's going to be continuing playing like it's going on in the series, definitely one to be watching out for, especially now with something a little bit more unknown for both teams ahead of us. And I mean, Glorious have definitely showed that this unknown, like they've put in the work. I'd be a little bit scared if I was TSM right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're really feeling it. They're cooking up something on their side of Galores, and it's working. We were highlighting Luxo and Sato before this match even started the series, and they haven't disappointed yet. I think from TSM, Sim was just over-peaking, in my opinion. Sorry to say it, but overheating. And he wasn't really getting the support that he needed to successfully keep peaking. And I understand as a player you feel like you need to go all and out for your team, but it's the right time, right place for him. So going into this, they're going to talk about right now when they're backstage talking about issues. Maybe it's communication, maybe it's sticking to the game plan. I'm not sure, but this is the moment where they have a chance to clean it up, anything that went wrong that they felt like, and try to take the third map.
I I mean, even looking at Haven, it's something that Glorious can have then this prep and this kind of tape and knowledge on. For Abyss, neither of them really know. So I think that TSM, when we're looking at such a big map, especially with these individual pop-off moments that they can have, I feel like this would kind of go quite well for them. But Roy, you were talking about how Haven fits the Brazil playstyle a little bit more. So I'm kind of curious what you think about these two varying playstyles now going into our deciding map.
Yeah, okay, so this is going to be my talking points here. Once again, you and I are still on the same frequency. We're like in tune radio. But Abyss is very different than the way Haven plays, right? Like there's so many objectives to do on Haven. Like there's long A control, there's garage, there's front B. There's so many things to challenge on Haven. But I feel like on Abyss, it's slightly different in the fact that, I mean, you could only either hit A, hit B, or like do these like really slow defaults in mid. But there's not really much else to contest on the defense side besides like a little bit of A main and a little bit of mid, and that's really all there is. It's all about the site holds, and you have to be able to defend these site holds. And to be honest, TSM did not do that extremely well on Haven. They were not, even when they had 3 players on site, they still couldn't really stop the execs that were coming in from Brazil's #1 seed. They just could not stop Galorus's hits, and that kind of bodes, it's a little scary for TSM going into this third map that is all about that.
And we've seen TSM be down before, so I just want everybody to remember that they had an insane lower bracket run in NA Challengers to qualify for this event. So if there is a team that has showed resilience before, it's TSM.
100%. And I'm curious then, we talked about the play styles, but then, I mean, like, going into this now, like for the player perspective, this unknown map in this pool, like which side do you think this favors more of?
Well, like Roy was saying, we didn't know what to expect from Glorious on Haven, and clearly they were well prepared. They probably, maybe it was a bait map. Ooh, now I'm thinking that they wanted them to pick Haven and that they already had a game plan. Yeah. That could be it. And going into Abyss, again, they left it open for a reason. They probably have a game plan too. And also it's kind of scary for TSM because Glorious is really feeling strong. That was a very convincing win in compared to map 1.
Yeah, and to go back on your points here in terms of like sidedness on Abyss, I think it really comes down to whatever meta these teams decide to run, right? Because right now we're seeing the resurgence of like the old Ascent, meta where KO and Sova are there, that DRX is popularized. We've also seen some of the double controllers that Leviatano's running with Harbor plus controller. And I think those double controller comps are incredibly strong on attack, but they do tend to struggle a little bit on their defense. So I think the sidedness matters more on the composition and the approach of the map versus like the map itself, if that makes sense.
Makes sense. Do you think then, with what we've gotten to see from both of these teams, that this is even something that from the get-go, whoever's brought out this comp, whoever's kind of won in this agent select is just going to straight up be able to take the map? Do we think they're kind of evenly squared off? Or is it more so Glorious with what they've been able to build up and this momentum from this Haven, even if they're kind of a little bit of a deficit from the agent select, could be able to just outplay?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had the foresight because, again, we have no data on Glorious, right? But once I see the agent select, I might have a more updated opinion on that. But, I mean, I think it really just comes down to the compositions and the approaches. It's really all going to be that. And depending on, like, the clashes as well, obviously, like, TSM might opt for the similar composition that they ran before. They might opt for the DRX comp. It really is hard to say. But, I mean, if I'm Glorious, I'm definitely leaning into this double initiator because it seems to work very well for Glorious, and I would like them to lean into that more so than the double controllers.
I would just like anything to be setting up Sato in the series because been having an absolute game. But I want to know then your wish list of going into this, especially knowing these teams and kind of the agents like that you could envision coming out.
You know what? I'm gonna go with against what Roy was saying. I feel like let's get a double controller setup going. I mean, because this is a map like you were saying. You hit, you exec, and you need the double controllers to help you get that more successful. Although, of course, double initiators would help, but I just feel like more map control would be in Glorious' favor, especially because they're such an aggressive team. This is a team that likes to be in your face and likes to overwhelm, likes to flood on post plants, and double controller would definitely help assist in that area.
What I think is going to be really fun about this agent select from both of these teams is we're still so early on in the tournament. So this is going to be the insight and what others can take tape on going on for the rest of this group stage, which I think is just absolutely amazing. That's a lot of information. We got to see Abyss already in our pool, but we didn't get to see it play. This is the first time. So heading into the Blacklight agent select, we'll get that opportunity. And oh my goodness, right? TSM's cooking.
Oh my God, they're both kind of cooking. I love the double duelist. I've been a big advocate for Yoru on this map, and nice to see Seven's duelist re-debut, I guess. It's kind of back, but I'm actually a massive fan of the double controller, double duelist solo initiator. I really don't feel like you need a Cypher on this map because you're constantly challenging middle as defenders anyway. So I really don't think you need a Sentinel. I think the double controllers pair extremely well on this map, and I kind of like what TSM is cooking. And on the other hand, I do like the double initiators for Galoris' side because it allows them to overrun sites and kind of do what they do best.
See, I'm just considering that game 2 that we got to see from 7. This would be awesome. So let's not waste time. Head over to our casters for game number 3. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Already very interesting agent select out from both these sides. The double duelist looked for TSM. And then we see Galoris go with that Gecko look. So something reminiscent of Heretics, except they have the Omen instead of the Astra there. So nice little variation. Maybe looking to play more of that post-plant style with teams falling back off those sites.
Yeah, we did see a decent amount of Yoru on this map at Champions as well. See how Sevin adopts to the role. I mean, playing Initiator, now flexing over to a Duelist. It's a big fight in mid. The TSM win out. Trading nicely.
And now Luxo and Evil Kick at the last two setting. I mean, we saw it from NRG early in the year, right? Ethan would also flex over to the Yoru. It was on Breeze fairly, but it was a pretty comfortable transition for him. There's still many elements of that kit lend themselves to Initiator's game style. And that'll be that quick as you like. A big fight taken in for TSM. Nothing overly complex about that round. Just good positioning.
The double duel is pretty crazy. But I like to see it. Sim already picking up a scoped weapon, the Outlaw in his hands. Obviously, this map just has massive sight lines to exploit with the scoped weaponry. And with how much Sim has been offing, we'll see how much he'll carry that over from Haven here to Abyss. And I will also see how much the pernicious mind virus that has him just re-peeking everything and going for the craziest shots, jump peaks, etc. will, take part on the Abyss, or if we'll be reining that one back a little bit.
Well, before that, we couldn't have a game between these two teams before a tech pause was thrown in here.
We simply must have at least one tech pause, just for good old time's sake.
So I'm using the inside information of looking at the screen and trying to see who's currently talking to an admin right now to determine the cause of this technical pause. Everyone looks pretty normal.
Curious.
Yes, join me on this journey as we try and sleuth out the reason for this, or wait for my production to give it to us in a few moments. We'll also be able to relay that to you.
Any second now.
This decided map, of course, of this series. Still got a whole another game to go today, by the way. M80 take on All Knights after this, which is going to be a fascinating one. Obviously, your top seed from NA versus your number 2 seed from the LATAM region. All Knights, really interesting team. Fun to watch. One of the most aggressive duelists I've ever seen on that squad. Just Dante Deus, absolutely unhinged kind of player. Up against a team in M80 who are pretty good typically at shutting down those really aggressive teams and often go without a duelist themselves. So
yeah, unhinged, and the neon movement from that man is crazy. So more to look forward to if you were just going to be locked away in the Valorant viewing dungeon all of today. You have so many games to tune into. And it does not end. We've had some pretty sick action so far.
And this series obviously is taking up much of the day for these two teams. It's been a long one. They are obviously coming out of that Haven game, a TSM pick where they get 3 rounds on their defense side. Really average start. And they're playing a lot of that map by trying to stack up in sewer, find these 2 and 3 player setups, try to trap our Galoris, and they get absolutely blown over. Sato continues the trend that he found in that first map and was an absolute nuisance over the course of the series. And Luxo with a great map in general. 7, the top fragging player on TSM, only going like 12 and 13, I think. So very underwhelming from them as a whole. And I feel for anyone on the East Coast. I feel for Roy, you know, that home is going to be with us for a hot minute.
He's going to be up until 3 a.m. Yapping away. Salute. Yeah, this Euro should be pretty effective, though. I mean, obviously, this map is massive. Just having the rotates available with the gate crash as well is pretty pivotal. Being able to get to the right side on defense, manipulate rotates when you're on the attack side as well. Making that presence and then faking, getting elsewhere, right? So we'll see what 7 can do on an agent that he doesn't play all too much.
No, we definitely don't see that from him, but he's definitely an individual with the ability to take the games over. Also, you know, gotta be aware of this. What kind of high altitude training have our players gone through? Because Monterey, it's actually only 540 meters above sea level, actually. So it's not that bad. I thought it was like proper up in the mountains, but it's actually not really. 1,770 foot for those of you Americans.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if you've really, you know, I think Denver's probably even higher altitude than that.
Oh, I'd love to see that. I love to see that.
Wyatt knows where I was going with that next. I was going deep into the topography and geography of Monterey. This, though, a bit more interesting surrounds to ponder for the time being. TSM have gotten forward on this B site, really establishing a lot of map control, with the exception of Poise playing a bit more safe through mid.
Might actually be a 1,700-foot drop to the bottom. Really measure that out. Sim and a Proto posted up, just easy kills.
It is astonishing how the fall risk on this map was really understated when it first came out. The amount of clutch situations we've seen people fall off this map in. I'm also referring to the All Knights game against their regional rivals RETA. That was absurd. It happens more often than I expected. Kimon dying by more, well, not natural causes, but more reasonable causes in the context of a game of Valorant. And now Glorious with their last 2 players are setting up over towards A here. They'll have themselves a plan with Wingman. And Luxo can set up here on this A side.
Playing a cheeky angle, but forced back. No activity. The Bulldog bullets coming at him. 7 cleans up Lucio, and Marengo might as well just take a leap, buddy.
Yep.
But he'll go down to the Outlaw. That's fine.
Odds are about the same for him in that situation. And good start. This is how the round obviously played out early. You notice that TSM really are pushed up here. Sim able to take that first elimination, playing forward on that B site. The point of weakness is that Luxo is able to get up through mid there and start to apply some pressure. He pulls out and heads over to the A side.
I'm not gonna lie, as the camera panned back, I got really nervous for a second. I started I was locked in for a moment. A bead of sweat left my brow. I thought we were headed to another.
Yeah, every time we come out to this sort of scene.
Every time we come out, that scared me, but we're fine. We are fine.
Tell you what,
I mean, Orango, he is not fine. He is a headless man.
And headless men don't do well in the marketplace of ideas, folks.
No, they do. They struggle.
Kalura's here. Have to dig through their repository of strategies here to find something to work with 4 people with. This Viper Wall, pretty annoying for them. We've seen a couple of variations on the controllers on this map. We've even seen Harbor in some regions. This Viper Wall pretty effectively cuts off that push into B. So forces you to take the vulnerable if you want to swing coast after getting onto the side itself.
Down B.
Slow around now as that spike is dropped in Nest. It has to go and be recovered. Yeah, a little scary. There has to be Cloudburster for Sato to get across, so that's a 10 HP. So there's a bit of clench factor there for the Jet. But Glorious able to pull their players out of this B side.
Yeah, a bit scary for Glorious, just taking some straight-up long-range duels. They're facing down the barrel of an Outlaw as well. Ruda's gotten some good space here.
30 seconds
Did
left.
a nice job of this. Occasionally on Haven, too, just exploiting another area of the map, pushing up deep. So that A site will be available. 3 versus 4 with the Vandals, with the superior guns, obviously. more than doable. He's playing so forward, finds one. Nicely done. I like that aggression.
Great to get the drop on those players, rotating through. Trying to come through your own spawn on this map, not nearly as safe as it is on others. Luxo here is ready for another 7, hope for a better weapon. Instead, gets a Warrior's Burial. 3 on the round for Luxo, and Glorious salvaged this round admirably after losing 2 at B.
I mean, Luxo started this series in the grave and has exited. He has returned to life, to sentience. This man has been popping off since Haven, showing the form that we saw within the Brazilian region online. Was worried that he might, you know, be cursed with the label of onliner, but that has not happened. He is turning up.
Now, it's not the first time we've seen a Sentinel-less comp on this kind of map, right? EDG did that as well, if I'm not mistaken. It does pose some challenges for TSM. You can't really passively control mid. You can't really leave someone on the site as a pivot either. Here comes the thrash on towards the site. Arango looking to let it loose on 7, and the catch is good. Sada was there, ready to capitalize, but Poised is going to emerge from that upper site and find the 1-for-1. Poised on a dime, he's trying to throw that Al drone down. There's still 2 players by Coast here for Glorious. Poised about to find that out. Yes, the double ping for him. Viper wall comes up. This will allow Poised to cross the site, but now Glorious have pulled their forces out of fully playing for a retake.
Have to try to swing a bit proactively though, and they do. Look at that triple face. Lovely call from Glorious, reposition from Rude as well, just to set up a crossfire. Some more angles for GMD to deal with, and due to that, no choice but to retreat.
Cam thrown down on the spike side itself, sees Gimon come in, and then he makes a very swift exit. Holding at least onto the weapon coming out of the round as Glorious post their second attack side round. A really frenetic, fast hit there with some key abilities, including Thrash employed.
Yeah, the Thrash as well as that tag from the Jerome that Evil Kick sent out assisted the Thrash, really, because they could see that one of the players was just, you know, running, jumping around, trying to dodge away. Great time to Thrash. They don't have multiple players to try to break it when it's coming at them. Finds that tag. Allows an easy first blood for Sato, creating space up top, and all of that has put TSM on the eco, pushing down mid like they did on the pistol. They collected a bountiful harvest on that first round. We'll see if they can do it again.
They've got to go. I thought they'd really try and overwhelm the show here after that camera got thrown down, but they only imply the presence of 1 player here. But in reality, TSM have really canvassed mid with all these individuals. Okay, doesn't know about Poise. It doesn't matter. The correction is beautiful for Luxo.
Okay.
Come on, find the kill.
Guy.
Yeah, that's absolutely dirty. It didn't matter that he didn't know that there were 3 players there. He just sees them one at a time and reacts. And Gimon with that rifle preserved from the previous round comes up with nada.
Just some straight up 1v1s. Luxo wins them all. Superior weapon, superior aim. Topping the board right now early as the Cypher.
Look at this. I mean, the crosshair placement is pretty crisp, but even that is not enough to get you out of that kind of situation. So, buy at least here for TSM. Hate to say it, but yeah, it's a good time to call attack pause now. Coming into a round where you are bought up, ready to go. You also have Dimensional Drift and Viper's Pit to deploy here. So big ultimates coming up for TSM. And they tried to take mid in that last round. Sent 4 players down there. And one of the Glorious individuals are able to unravel them there and then.
And they definitely could have just gone 1-for-1 on that. The attempts at the swings were pretty monotonous.
They just swing together, I guess.
Wading through the syrup. Yeah, they could have increased the tempo there just a little bit. Not quite my tempo on those swings, if I'm being honest. Maybe a second faster would have been nice.
Yeah, lining up a little bit there. Luxo playing around of aim laps instead of Valorant, it seems. But again, that was a variation we saw from TSM because their weaponry is a little bit weaker. Trying to go for something novel. Remember, we come into this game, I think it was probably mentioned, you know, on the desk coming in, but neither of these teams have any, you know, games on Abyss. It was often floated, I think, it's sort of towards the end of the Challengers playoffs, but we've had a break since then. We haven't had officials really from either of these teams. Okay, with the exception of TSM playing with like 3 or 5 of their players. They played with like Baby J and Exalt in another tournament, but Wouldn't read too much into that, folks. But this quote-unquote real deal TSM looked horrendous on that previous map. It was Haven.
Going for an aggressive line, just all the way up, banks the flash off the wall. Seven just creating his own opportunity. Easy 2 first kills.
That's a spike. Now we flip the map a little bit here. Didn't know they got up mid. Good for one. Might have seen the shoulder of Sato. Tell you what, he's struggling to win those duels against Sato. That has been 1 point.
Gun here.
Bit of a sticky one for Sim.
All right, TSM, we have to close this out in nice, safe fashion.
I know exactly.
Nice high-low peak.
Okay, overpulse there.
Down, boys is swinging alone and punished.
Luke Show V2, dangerous player. The 7 hat ends up with a great round. Couple kills to start things off. They get the spike dropped, and then Glorious got forced into a really odd situation to play out of.
Man, I was getting worried there for a second, but TSM able to trade things out at the end. Just high-low setup. Boys thinking that one of them had gotten stunned there. Wasn't the case. Punished for it, but again, the high-low setup just seals things up at the very end. So TSM out of the timeout, able to stop the bleeding at least for now. The economy is still not particularly good. They've got a number of ultimates to try and win this crucial round, but to actually start building that bank up.
Our drone gets down. I think threw a dart into the smoke there. Smoke refreshed in mid. Gimon knows he's going to be under a lot of pressure right now, so trying to grab well to slow things up, but there's a TP onto the side here. Rude is getting aggressive, but a Proto catches him as he tries to advance. Sato, uncharacteristically, loses a straight duel there to Gimon. TSM are on the site in numbers here. But there's presence in tower. Irango drops to the side and eventually drops. It's only Luxo left. Poise and a Proto want to lock this down. And I don't think he knows about where a Proto is. Giving time for Poise to wrap around plate from tower here. Luxo's options are very limited. Okay. Proto knows he didn't go all the way up. He knows he dropped down. He also knows there's a risk of being spotted out here as he wraps around, but the camera can't be used while you're planning. And Luxo is exposed.
And you can't let Luxo get away with another clutch like that. A Proto really biding his time, ensuring he can get an easy kill. Does just that. None of the ultimates needing to be used from TSM. They win the round off the back of just such a fast flood to assist to GMD, who found a very high impact kill. Shutting down Sato on that swing. Like, what a fast reaction to get that headshot. GMD just ever consistent for the TSM squad. All year long has really been a standout. I mean, this guy has been consistent for genuinely 4 years straight now in Valorant. Has always been such a solid pro.
This is the time we're going to rely on storied individuals like that. It's a group stage game. No elimination on the line here, but still crucial to win this. Sim floats on through and picks up Sato there with a knife to the brain. But it ends up being a trade at best for TSM. Still good at defensive pop over towards that A side of the map, but Luxo is going to see it all now.
Luxo is just determined to win this game one way or another, and if it's just him who has to deadlift everyone to the finish line, he is going to do exactly that. A Proto caught, pit wasted. The smoke drops, Wingman gets the spike planted, and this round is sealed up. The economy has just never gotten off the ground for TSM. They just have to save here. 3 players below 1K.
I can say the same for Glorious. We've had a lot of these back and forth rounds here. This is how they can actually start to solidify that bank. 13-5 after 7 rounds for Luxo. God damn it, man. Guys look sick, and he faced that 3-player sort of storm down in mid.
This guy is, he is nice. He is nice, man. I mean, it was a cool opening from TSM. That double swing with Sim floating majestically. But it all comes down to the lurk from Luxo, finding the pick onto GMD. And then after that, just flanking, putting a Proto in the pinch, getting pressed from all angles.
Here's that pop right on the back of a flash here from 7. Sim capitalize on that. A little bit of a gimmick that only results in a trade. Proto here, again, just has no information actually about where Glories are on that side of the map, so actually swings out of his own pit into the waiting arms of Luke Show. Sim here, I know, has been a hot topic in Twitch chat. Right now, hoping to drive TSM towards victorious outcome here on this map. Very much anyone's game. Still an even affair. TSM, though, the guns are a little dodgy.
And as for Galoris right now, they have the Cypher set up to monitor what's going on the opposite side of the map, where TSM have shown a willingness to get aggressive, but 7 with the Marshall down mid gets that tag, gets some damage onto the most impactful player in the server right now. I mean, this is a hell of a lot of damage, softening them up for the Sheriffs. 2 one-shottable players.
This is a huge difference made. TSM here, of course, with a double duelist comp on defense, have to try for these sort of setup plays. Have to try and leverage the kits that those duelists offer them on defense. Luke Show and poised. Full heal, gonna have a thrash over onto the site. TSM respect this, they're gonna play off of it entirely, so the 4-player squad of Galoris here will have their plant.
Thrash being recovered as well. Dimensional setup looks like it. Dimensional drift to get the information. Root like very close. Great timing into the dark cover. Immediately traded by Sim though as the wall comes down from the Astra.
Whoa, okay. I don't know if Sato was ready for that, but his reactions were enough to account for the difference. Grabwell there, a bit of a problem for the Jet. Sato very low and vulnerable up. And now it's Evil Kick. Top of the site, brought to heal by Sim. And a great round for him. We highlighted him at the start. 4 kills for the Jet.
The Cosmic Divide that came in from GMD just cutting off the players who are, you know, playing passively, like back danger towards Nest. They're just irrelevant in the fight. As Sim just kind of leads the charge, swarming these players, caught. They pick them apart one by one. Nice recovery in the round from TSM, a round where they came in with a terrible buy.
It's all right, Wyatt. It's not a tech pause. All good.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay, no, it's not.
Never sure.
We're playing the game.
You hear the tremble of the lip.
Playing the game. The quiver. The fear.
Back to the action now, and 7 is actually forged away out of that A site.
Yeah. Pushed up, has the gate crash, so you can just take that first duel and vanish back to safety if necessary. Also just to lock things down with this operator. Mixed success so far in the series, to say the least, for him with that weapon.
Oh, he's had to throw another one! And he got caught out. That is rough timing. Or did Galoris play around the gate crash cooldown? We won't know. Over to the A side, though, they pretty comfortably get in. Rude here alongside Luke Show are controlling this upper side as well.
Yeah, that's a cool little way to control the upper side. You had Rude playing over towards B, containing, and then TPs to get with Luke Show. Sends out the paranoia so Luke Show can take heaven. Very cool little setup to split it down.
Timno's going to be there. Double face. Durango is down. Do they know about Rude's position here? Still back towards mid, but on that upper side. They still look to threaten Gimon and a Proto. Set up, but not before. They go to work on the entrenched Galoris players on the side. Okay, giving Evil Kick a lot to work with here. That is absolutely devastating. TSM trying to unravel that post plant. They almost get there. It's just that one player. And Evil Kick just destroys them.
Crosshair placement just right on the pixel. I mean, perfect headshot onto GMD. Reaction time is lovely. Was so ready for that. Fully still. Didn't move an inch. Really well done. And it's just back to what we've been saying really all series long, and especially since Haven, just how anyone on this Galoris team can step up at any given moment. They all have the capability to make a round-changing play. Wow, just barely gets out of there as 7. Sim immediately onto Rude, traded out by Sato.
I think this B hit is here to stay for Galoris. Recon able to spot a Proto out. Sato knows exactly where to be looking here. Steps up and gets him through the wall. Dizzy came on in, so there was nothing a Proto could have done either way. Sitting in the back side, I think he's poised up on that high ground. Has to stand his ground here. Aldro maybe to re-clear, was maybe even thinking about that mid-presence, and he wasn't wrong. As Luke Show has made his way up to start to threaten this B-side play, but Gimon is ready for it.
No charges left.
Now we're even 2v2. Sato, though, is pinged out by that recon. Boys might want to reload sometime soon and instead gets taken down. It's going to be Sato traded. And there it is. Evil Kick tries to go for a plant, but this time it's Gimon that comes away with 3. Keeps TSM ahead by a hair.
Last round before in the half.
Yeah, keep on the steady hands of TSM. Well played from him. That Dizzy coming over top was nice. Sato's just set up so well here. But TSM have shown a lot of proactivity when it comes to flooding back into these sites. And it really has been the catalyst of the round wins that they are getting on the board. Supporting each other. Getting in very quickly.
Again,
despite the size of the map and the distance that needs to be covered, they're managing to do so.
But this is a double duelist comp on defense that has been able to put up 6. It's pretty solid. Again, they're going to go for the same play. Oh, in layers, in fact. Now 7 and Poise actually emerged. That's beautiful. Maybe they thought the pain was over once Sim ducked out. That's clutch. And that's TSM putting themselves 2 players ahead.
Yeah, that's very cool. On the prior one, 7 and Sim were a bit more time swinging at the same time, but this one, it was Sim just diverting attention and crosshairs, a little bit guided to the right. So this player swinging from the left could get those easy kills collected. 7 does so. And I draw your attention to Veto, where Rude has just entrenched himself deep into the site. TSM are certainly aware that this is more than a possibility, but actually a likelihood.
Very passive positioning on the map now for TSM, falling back to these internal angles. Some internal canines in Rude, that's for sure. Able to find a proto here. Post plant set up now. A chance to keep the defenders at bay with this paranoia.
Yeah, paranoia for Sato to swing, but doesn't connect on to Sim. So passive is on the angle, just trying to find a moment to even things out.
So patient as well. Doesn't fully commit to that angle. Still gets punished though. Sim's able to find him through the wall, apparently. It's all up to Rude. And TSM able to clean him up, come back through again, really giving up the map, playing for the retake together. Nice way to come out of this defense side with 7 rounds to their name.
Yeah, and that is the definition of discipline right there from TSM. Rude gets that first, but it doesn't end up mattering. I mean, they're even ready for his forward push. They just lost the duel. He had done that on a prior round in the same situation when they're a man down, getting the spike planted. He wants to fight forward and find something to even the odds. And they almost made it happen. But TSM with a very competent defensive half. Small lead, but a lead nonetheless as we get to the side swap.
And what we're looking for is to see how this Yoru plays into TSM's attack side strategy. They obviously, as many teams do, will look to fall off the site somewhat after getting that plant. But getting in there behind this Yoru, and of course this Jet, gives them a few options that were not really available to Galoris. TSM really started to adapt and adjust to the pace, frankly, that the attackers were bringing on that first half. So this is where we really see what this comp of TSM is designed to do. They've given themselves a real foundation here for a successful map. But they looked extremely shoddy when it came to Haven, and Bind even had us questioning a couple things. But they came alive there when it mattered. And that's why we're in this third map at all.
And that being said, have to say still overall, impressed with TSM, the progress that they've made this year. Was looking forward to seeing them again after they had such a massive, what felt like overperformance possibly in the playoffs to qualify for Ascension, but they are still playing well. They've played a lot of quality rounds here today. Galoris are just no slouch of an opponent. There's 2 Brazilian teams that we've had the pleasure of seeing play today. Both have been very impressive. I think playing at a level that people really didn't expect.
Again, taking their time here. We're starting to get to the business end of this series in general. Your number 1 seed from Brazil takes on your number 2 seed from America. Or North America, as I should say. TSM definitely a Canadian or 2 here and there. Let's see what they can show us now with this Yoru and Jet combination. That Astra to pave the way as Galoris look to make up the deficit with a successful pistol round.
So at the moment, it looks like they just want to go for this 4-1 late lurk on to be GMD going to place those stars and then come in for the backstab later. How do they execute this, though? Here comes that gate crash deep into the site as the Viper wall goes up. The recon in deep as well. A lot of utility to allow some safe passage here for the plant. Over on the cliffside. 5 versus 5, and now it's time to play long range.
Between the Viper and the Astra, that B site is completely covered with util. There is just no choice for Glorious but to play this full retake, considering that they weren't really embedded and anchoring the site anyway. Sim definitely sidesteps the paranoia coming in, is ready for Sado. Head goes rolling as soon as we catch a glimpse of it. They'll up to one Brood dude. In the old 1v5 in the pistol here. This is not a great sign for Glorious. And a Blacklight Flawless to start off the half for TSM, already in the lead. Looking to show what this attack side comp can do.
And Sim immediately on this attack half, just making up for the misdeeds on Haven. He's playing very well right now. Those were some crisp shots onto the Glorious players trying to spill back into the site. TSM, all of them really were just posted up, ready to take those long-range duels. And once you have that spike planted over on the cliffside, it's just so easy to close out the rounds. I mean, unless you just lose a lot of gun duels, but you know, it is tough to do that. You can play around the pillar in such a safe, effective manner as they did.
So Gimon here. Obviously, his Astra can play completely externally to TSM's setup. And it is a very... It's like the curry spot of Abyss, if I'm honest with you, where he is sat. Very, very passive angle, looking for a late lurk. Which means that TSM have a bit of time to work with as long as they maintain mid control, which a Proto is offering them. And there is Rude, just shows a little too much leg, I'm afraid. And out in front of them, Aldrone ready to block bullets.
7 going to gather that ult orb as well, just trying to get close to the dimensional drift. Spike is going down safely, and TSM will have no problem cleaning things up. I mean, obviously this is early days in the tournament, Mitch. I mean, it's only day 1, this whole group stage to go through, but there's a lot of weight on these teams. They've been playing all year, 9 months at this point, just for one tournament that has no second place. Every match counts. 4 teams are going to make it through this group stage, and you have to claw for every single win that you can get. There are no slouches here. It is a stacked field.
Yeah, when you think about it, the road to Ascension is extremely treacherous. These teams already have spent so much of this season playing multiple splits in our home scenes. TSM, who started off the year really lackluster, really didn't impress anybody at all. They were volatile, they were streaky, they couldn't put it together until it mattered, until those playoffs. Able to take down Oxygen and MXS in back-to-back games before falling to M80. And they showed themselves to be the real deal, and they came alive at the right time. But again, there is an even better time than your regional playoffs to peak, and that is here at Ascension. And an even better time than that is right at the end of this series to get a good W at the start of your group stage.
And a win here against Glorious would be another nice pelt for this team to collect. They've been knocking down some of the best teams in the Challengers scene as of late. A lot on this round for the Brazilian side. This is their full buy. TSM on the bonus, but they have a pretty competent buy themselves. Guardians on a long-range map will be effective.
Now down under 40 seconds.
Time to jump.
Here comes TSM, poised shows here. Luxo on the cameras were able to see that. Dimensional drift will get 7 pretty deep here.
30 seconds left.
And able to spot out that position for Evil Kick. Actually going to emerge here behind the clone, but then they crash out. So Glorious not quite sure just how many people are swarming over this site right now. Him though, what a correction! The vertical flick downward. Not easy to pull off, but Luxo has the trade, and TSM completely get off the site.
Luxo just trying to press forward silently.
Oh, beautiful.
Caught in the molly, but wins it. Come on.
You're kidding. The Proto didn't want to be there. He was forced out of that position by the mosh pit. Naranga here. Wingman going to go for the defuse now. Is able to deal with Kimon. We're up to half on that defuse. And Naranga here can try and get the rest of it done. Shock Dart licks him down to 75.
Tell me I'm
No Astral Util left anymore. There's none of that to use. And now it's poised for Yarango. And he plays it to perfection, Poise. You love to see that. No chance for a defuse.
You love to see that, but you hate to see that. That is just the state of a miss, buddy. Just jiggling behind pillar. Bonus round converted, and TSM can feel the victory within their grasp. They are so close at this point. Sim has really stepped it up on this map. And they play that round nicely from the macro sense too. Good calling from Poise. They really drew a lot of that attention, kept the players from Galoris more focused over towards A as they pivot back into that B hit with the late lurk as well. Coming through the mid side. Nicely called from TSM, nicely executed.
And honestly,
pause called late in the game, a necessary one, no doubt.
Absolutely. You've got to try and collect yourself here. The problem for Galoris is I don't really think there's the weapons to build much around behind here. I think they were pretty skint at the end of that last one.
Now this is going to be an eco round here. Buy what you can, but make sure you can buy for the next type of round. And I mean, they should. I mean, I would imagine they're coming in with some kind of plan to try to win this eco, obviously. But they're doing the future planning for the buy round, where if TSM do get this, get to 11, then that is obviously where they need to stop them to try to make this comeback a reality.
And of course for TSM, for all we've said about them over the series, and I don't think that they were exactly getting themselves rave reviews after Haven. They've been very good for this whole map. They've been very, very clean. Again, we saw them try a bunch of stuff to generate value from having two duelists on the defense side. Hey, got them a 7-5 half. Win the pistol, convert on the first gun round, and they find themselves up 10-5. Now Galoris having to take attack pause there. Sato, though, cleans up 7 early. He was a little too far forward. Okay. Is this where the thrifty happens? This is no way. Sato very low, though. He has to be careful. That ends up being a straight trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, they collect a couple nice picks, but get perhaps greedy, searching for more. And TSM still had Poison to Proto posted up on more passive angles. Ready to chew up that aggression. They do just that. And no weapons collected for Galoris either. They're still just on Sheriffs.
That one probably hurts most of all. That's why they designed that aggressive pop out of A. To put themselves on a bit more even footing gun-wise. Looks like Evil Kick have a little bit of armor at least. Up against Phantoms, it may matter, but Sato is one shot.
Biding their time. It's not playing close. What a first shot.
What?
And Evil Kick picks up the angle from backside.
Ah!
Oh, no, no, no. Connects with the instant headshot on the swing. I mean, that is just nasty individual play. They came out of the timeout with an aggressive look to fight for A main with the Sheriff buy. Bring it down to the 3-on-3, but that is just pure individuals.
Can we talk about the recon dart, the recon bolt thrown there by Poised? Is that supposed to go like into the site, or is that intended to be on the side of the door frame before they hit? I don't know if you. We don't have it on replay.
I was not paying attention to the
Either way,
recon.
it didn't get him.
I was paying attention to the headshot.
Yeah, I didn't get him any info. They sort of pushed in after that, regardless. Oh, well, what a history be the judge. Right now, another round out to play here. TSM still flash, of course. Sim still kind of clean with it. Luke Show again has to be the one that shuts him down. But still, we are well and truly fighting for this site. And Gimon is a very deft little correction up to his top right. While Evil Kick was trying to play from that box. And looks like that last round goof up might be a little more than the memory in a moment. Cutting through.
I mean, no, TSM have brought it back to basics. They didn't even give me enough time to set the stakes for the round, which were that they, due to losing that eco, are in danger of their economy being broken. But why am I setting the stakes at this point? Doesn't even matter. literally,
I mean, you gotta do something to fill while they're saving.
Galoris, Galoris, they're the ones who have to save. That could have been the beginning of the comeback, but TSM just brute force into the site, trade out, win the duels.
It looked decisive though from TSM. Like Sim
For
getting
sure,
up onto
yeah.
the side, plays the coast, and the rest of TSM moving into B main here. So no room really given to Galoris to set up there. That's good. That's how they close out this game. Maintain the confidence they had. Just because they lose a Thrifty doesn't mean that needs to vaporize. A long
Sim
day.
has done a significantly better job on this map of finding those first kills as well. Definitely have to give him credit for getting back into this series after the devastation that TSM suffered on Haven.
I mean, that level of mental fortitude is going to be the bare minimum prerequisite for a tournament like this. Again, like you mentioned, second place doesn't really matter. It's win it all or go back to the drawing board for another 8-9 months.
This tournament is a marathon as well. There are a lot of games to be played. You gotta pace yourself, and you definitely need to have the resilience in a format like this.
Through mid, TSM are very deep already. And of course, Irango on the other side opting to play very passive deep holds. But TSM haven't really tested the periphery anywhere else, so it's an educated guess that has Galoris being very careful about this part of the map, and this will be very illuminating. That our drone goes in even more. They see Evil Kick here. The Harness Fury coming out, but it's speculative at best. Recon here knew there was a little fake going across there by the Yoru, and Evil Kick's able to come out and find yet another one. This is much better looks here for Galoris. They play back, wait for TSM to come to them. And now it's up to a Proto and Poise to try and save this. And Irango has to hear this.
And it's 2 versus 4. Irango just backing off, playing the molly, trying to delay, deal some damage. I mean, come on, a Proto cannot be winning that, but he's traded out. Sata with this operator.
He's recovered well and truly. Little flick to get the job done here. And Galoris keep their heads above water and also keep pressure on that TSM economy.
A lot of pressure. Evil Kick coming up huge here. I mean, this is nothing but individual play. Again, TSM, this is 2 rounds in a row where they are hitting the B site and running into 3 players. This time they just didn't win the duels as they did on the last. Evil Kick played that little micro situation very well. I mean, we've been seeing him do that all day long. Score just being adjusted there. Was confusing myself for a second, but all good. Galoris on 7. And now, Mitch, allow me. Stake setting. The economy. TSM. Was staring down the face of 4 ultimates in this round as well. Must win.
And a Proto is on Sheriff here. Not really a debuff, but just well worth knowing. That economy has definitely started to run dry for the attackers. And Evil Kick again. The theme for Galoris has been to give this mid up. Allow TSM to do what they will with it. Catch them when they actually try and hit a site proper. You can see that, don't worry.
Deploying drone.
This is a pretty bold call here from Poise. There was a lot of emphasis placed over towards B, looking like they wanted to go for a split again, but we'll finish on A. They have to contend with this Cypher setup.
And Luke Shaw was heard a TP of the Oro over towards the side here. Looks like Seven was actually able to deal with that thrash. Looks like it got picked up before it found its intended target. Mirango has to peer through the smoke here. A risky play to make under the best of conditions, but turns it into 2 kills. And that's the best that Galoris could have hoped for there. Now they have to work in from the outsides of this site.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah, it's only a Proto here left, and they didn't have any other smoke, so this pit is a must.
This pick could be everything. There is some good util available. Evil Kick has a recon. There's a paranoia for Root as well. Recon sent out. They're trying to get in. Oh my god, catches a Proto immediately. That is filthy work with the knives. Evil Kick swinging in from the bridge in tandem. Outrageous to shut down a Proto straight away.
What are these
Never
retakes?
expecting to just be pounced upon like that. Come on, man.
Unreal. Irango tries to get ahead of the retake scenario by just peeking the smoke and is able to find 2. So think of that what you will. Misato dives in, finds a Proto who's playing in a very safe spot on the site with those blades ready. And then TSM just absolutely crumble. Not the first time this map that a retake from Galoris has absolutely gutted them. That's going to be frustrating. They lay all the groundwork, right? They get everything done. They're able to push onto the site. They trade players in a 3 versus 3. They have a post plant. And to have it all come crashing down like that is really going to get to you.
And even at that, there was a late flank coming from Rude through main. I mean, perfectly set up and executed from Galoris to keep them in the game, the round to break the economy of TSM. Ults expended, but the value found. Gotta give credit to Arango, that 2-piece spray transfer to keep things at a 3 versus 3. Pretty outrageous. Have to imagine the huge majority of the time there he's just getting traded out, and that's a 4v3 for TSM.
Yeah, he knows full well that he's probably not going to survive that peak. But able to throw a risk in there and take a 2-for-1 exchange to even the numbers is, yeah, it really paves the way for that retake ultimately for Galoris, who, you know, have to play into a Viper's pit. That is a very difficult situation to navigate at the very best of times. But Sato has zero fear, leaps in with the Blade Storm, knows that he doesn't even have a better close range option, and finds the exact target.
He was so certain that a Proto was going to be crouched on that box as well. He just went straight for him. Crazy.
They did have what they needed. They had a recon as well that they could throw in there. Either way, that's the economy of TSM, right? That's completely gone. The goals.
Oh my God, gets out. Pinged up too, but rounds the corner.
Got free. Not a scratch on him. Now to play through this cyber cage a little bit. Plays lit on this side. It's going to be poised. Dealing with Luxo at the very least. But Sato has really not left this position. He's been able to stay pretty close to the action. He won't be able to stop the plant though. And here comes the Cosmic Divide. Now that wall, another wrinkle in the plan for Galoris to try and deal with. And okay, the Nagamon saw that. Sato's able to come through the wall. Sheriff's going absolutely nutso this round in a 2v2. Looking for an upgraded weapons here, surely, as Poise backs up. But Rude is waiting for him. The best laid plans maturing here for Galoris. Can they get themselves another?
Oh my God, that got very, very dangerous for Galoris. That Cosmic Divide from GMD was a very bold move, but it ended up working out. Almost just created such a just chaotic enough situation that their bad weapons could come out on top.
Yeah, it's very messy here. Okay, well, again, it was a thrifty round from TSM there. They were trying to make use of that Astra ult as well as they could, plus a collection of sheriffs and whatever they could cobble together in such a round. But it's the kind of thing that can let your opponent's economy get out ahead. Full buy for TSM.
Yeah, they've got the Viper Wall placed for A. Everyone's stacked up. They want to just go for this straight up hit. The Owl Drone will force Evil kick back. In the site. A lot of work to be done. Dimensional drift in to gain information.
Spotted. Sim pinged out. A trade at best, but Timon can come back in and put the odds in TSM's favor. Sato has to play from outside of the smoke here from security. Instead of playing right towards the edge of the map here, this will be a difficult retake for Galoris.
Sato right now might have an opportunity. Seven just
was he
walks into his waiting arms.
He was pretending to be a decoy. I'm almost
No, he was just trying to follow it up, I think. I mean, I don't know, but he goes down regardless. 3 versus 2. Dashing from Sato. Shut down from GMD.
Okay, just the one. That's a proto. And another retake. That was a 3 versus 4 retake there for Galoris. And that was TSM's buy. They're not going to have another one for a little bit. And there's a real world where this ends up being a tied game. It's a tax side for TSM. We were hyping it up. We were saying, okay, they've got a double duelist composition. They've had 7 rounds on defense. They've really paved the way here for a great end to the map. But look at how much they've struggled.
And how did that all go so wrong? I mean, 7 just walks right into the crosshair.
Well, he just does not think that Sato was going to be set up on that right side, but there was a smoke there prior, so you don't really know. I'm interested what info Q he's playing off of there. It was just funny because he was walking in a straight line, so it resembled that of his decoy.
The economy is back to the doldrums for TSM. They are on the cusp of a couple ultimates, though. If they lose this round into the next, perhaps the final round of the game.
Galoris, though, can buy for the rest of the game, essentially, with the win here.
Sim has collected that Alt Orb to get the Blade Storm activated.
Will supplement his lack of weaponry in this round. But what is the idea for TSM? I guess the Viper Wall here probably keeps a couple of these Glorious players interested in A. Much like the Lurk Wall you see on maps like Lotus. And they've got to work this mid somehow. They've pinged sort of, yeah, okay, A side upper. So they might be trying to get someone in there, embedded, and ready to sort of pincer in with an A main hit.
Yeah, they want to go for this A split with the Viper Wall, cutting the defense in half. Fast through heaven now. A lot of pressure on Oranga.
The A main side of the split is a bit slow, though. They're not quite there in time here. Still, Seven and Gimon able to hold it down. Yeah, the A main crew just arrived, so timing wasn't perfect there, but as soon as you start to break the door in upper, you have to go. So in the end, no harm, no foul for TSM. And they've got themselves Vandal, multiple Guardians, and Sim with the Blade Storm has perished already.
Yeah, they really caught the Glorious players in some awkward positions with Orango down on the ground, just trying to play in a cage. GMD on the backstab as well right now. Should be able to put the nail in the coffin on this round. Get TSM to 12.
That's very dangerous. Yeah, Gimon's position is absolutely devastating, potentially. Evil Kick, though, is looking upward. Gimon just pinks that. Multiple players of Glorious looking at him, in fairness. But a Proto should be able to lock it down here. It's up to Evil Kick on this defuse. Snakebite. He got the defuse, man! You gotta be kidding! Hello?
And he runs away with the hop like a bandit. I mean, come on! I cannot believe he got that Molly at his feet. Was that the last bullet from the Guardian forced to reload? Oh my lord. That I cannot believe that. That is devastating. Again, a 4v3 on the A site. Squandered. Devastating for TSM.
Well, I'm craving some ballistic I'm craving some ballistic therapy of my own now after that. Oh my god.
I'm stunned.
Hard to watch indeed. That's a heartbreaker for TSM. Just that Snakebite is a little too late to the party. An Evil Kick gets away with outright murder.
You are divided.
All right, Cosmic Divide here going up. This looks like a fast A hit. And in come TSM, wanting to get this one out of the way as quickly as they can. They've been able to get some Guardians, Vandals into the round, so buy is reasonable. Oh, never mind.
Spike planted.
I was worried for a second. We'll have the A main hold here for TSM in this post plan. She caught someone!
Through, yeah, it does catch one. Rude wins the duel, collects a Proto.
Last player standing.
There's boys wildly firing there in ADS, and Glorious get their 12th round of this match. TSM get in. They've got a post plant set up at the wrap. They're just not ready for. The Thrash catches them out, and Rude's able to find two.
The retake from all angles is just so lovely from Glorious, exploiting, going through spawn into A main, that thrash from Orango. And at the same time, other players coming in from heaven, pinching through sight. It's just so good. It's so well executed. Sato now up in hands for what might be the final round. If the Brazilian first seed can capitalize here. First loss for North America.
And
that would be pretty outrageous.
I mean, and we're talking about a team that was 10-5 up. 10-5. Winning the pistol after having a great first half. A 7-5 scoreline. Convert the next 3. Take flight. I feel like all they need to do is string together some of these executes. I'll tell you what, they've been unraveled. A couple of individuals and Glorious have really caught them pants down.
All right, the spike being dropped in A main there. Evil Kick did here from that heaven position. There are 3 players still over towards A. As GMD has just been on containing duty, making sure that no one from Glorious is pushed up, gone on a little stroll towards B main. As they now work into this B split, teleport, gate crash, and dimensional drift for information. Backside from 7.
You can see a lot from here, a heck of a lot. Does he emerge and try and take the fight? Well, it's going to be a Proto going down first. 7 is inside the smoke, but Luke Show knows it all too well. 3 versus 3 now. Oranga trying to push up, out from upper sees the head of Sim. And he gets so much damage. Both Gimon and Sim are down to 10. but he can't find either of them. And perhaps it's plot armor, perhaps it's something else.
I mean, that is gutting. Perhaps it's not the buy of the Vandal.
That is devastating. Now it's a 2v3 for Glorious. Trying to close out the game, trying to close out the series here. They're still on the table. Paranoia connects with Poised. He's stuck, got pinged out as well. It's dangerous to be Poised right now. And Rude wants to make his way up through that smoke. He has the timing, but Sim is waiting. 4 kills for Sim in the round. Heel kick steps up to the side, and Sim gets the ace to take TSM to overtime. What a ridiculous game.
Outrageous from Sim, a duelist that on the prior map was really faltering and has now just fully rejuvenated himself on Abyss. In the final moment when it felt like TSM were going to throw this game away, throw that lead away, steps up so massively.
We're doing this again. After 6 rounds, TSM find the one they needed to take us to overtime. And Irangu, man, with the Phantom, a couple 140 shots on 2 players. Absolutely heartbreaking stuff. Finds us here now, out of regulation in a locked up game. Saw this on map 1. TSM won both overtime rounds and took that map of bind. Will history repeat itself again?
Soul crushing for Glorious, who have to immediately reset, get their heads back in the game. So close to closing things out. So close to just an unreal comeback on day 1 of Ascension. I mean, what that would have meant for them to start things off so strong with a win in the group stage. And TSM might just snatch it back away. Slow from them. Steady take of A main.
Revealing area.
This will be illuminating. Boys calls that out.
Right now, this drone is being sent out from Evil Kick just to maintain attention being drawn from TSM on the B site as all the pressure's coming in on the IGL Poise. He's on the retreat.
And he's not going to be able to get away. He doesn't have enough room. He found 1. He found 2. Poise holds his ground. This is legitimate 1v4 stuff. Now, Rudes look dangerous, but doesn't have the time to get deep into spawn. Definitely not onto that ledge like we saw earlier in this game. Decoy there from upper. That gets spotted out. 7 now knows someone's playing below the rope here. Rude knows there was a dash past him, but he couldn't do anything about it. Gimon's there to snap him up. And now it's down to Evil Kick. 1 player against the 4 at TSM is too much to ask. And Glorious, surely not. Surely they're not about to let a second overtime go in straight rounds.
Heroics from the IGL. I mean, I thought Poise was going to try to book it out of there, but he felt like that wasn't an option. You know, that sightline is too open. If he tried to get back into spawn and dash up there from the jet would have just been his demise. So he stood in sight, fought, gets 2. I mean, come on, that is outrageous. Glorious need to be trading that out. And from there, it just crumbles. They're going for these individual efforts to try and recover the round, but it's disjointed. They're picked apart one at a time from just the death ball of TSM rolling back on in off the flashes from 7. This would be soul-crushing for Glorious. I mean, both of these teams have just put so much into this game. This is only match 1 for both of them. They're going to need a long night's sleep after this. I mean, this is mentally taxing for all 10 players in this server. 12 if you'd throw the coaches in there as well. And TSM Faded is going to need to get faded after this, I'm going to be honest. This has been a long day for him.
Yeah, Bind was a 90-minute map, Wyatt. 90. Just to give you an idea, Haven obviously about 45 minutes. So we're already, you know, staring down the barrel of about 3 hours for these guys. Pretty absurd stuff. And it is draining. It is mentally taxing. It is going to take a toll. But this is a round Glorious cannot afford to drop. They could justifiably be walking into their second match in the group stage with a win, with the pelt of TSM around their shoulders. They just need to stabilize here in this overtime. That was TSM, by the way, obviously on that defense side, poised, brilliant anchoring in that round, getting himself to before TSM came back in numbers. Glorious cannot afford to stumble here.
Glass cannon operator for Sato. Eyes on the right side as Rude is pressed up, just watching towards that ult orb. This is where TSM are playing. They're gathered up for the B hit. Drone dealt with immediately.
Dangerous for Poise, very dangerous. Sato actually makes the adjustment to look left instead and is able to rotate and catch him at coast. Beautiful flick. 7 caught up inside Crow's Nest. He wasn't fooled, but this is unreal. Ultra instinct for Sato out of nowhere with the ace.
I mean, come on, just I'm stunned. I'm speechless. There's a reason the Brazilian community are hyping this guy up. There's a reason you've heard the rumblings of where's Loud Sato? Some people have wanted that. I suppose this is why. Oh my god, man.
Oh, you gotta
destruction.
I would simply have just jumped off the map, actually, if I was the last player there. That's terrifying.
I cannot believe that. I mean, he's thrown them in the wood chipper. Just shredded them to pieces.
He has mulched them.
I mean, actually, just... I cannot believe that. I'm stunned. I'm stunned.
An attack pause here for TSM. I don't really know why, considering there was no opportunity in that previous round to consider tactics. And I don't know if tactics really played a part in it.
I don't think so. A tactical pause. Sato. Sato go ace.
That bro out there.
Genius call.
that bro out there looking like Avatar, bro. He got all them elements at his disposal. Just blasted TSM.
Oh my god, man. I'm glad someone called this timeout. I need to catch my breath after that. I can't talk about the game. I can't talk about. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm in a I'm in a haze. It's something a nasty combination of 14 tech pauses and that unbelievable ace has just put my brain in the air fryer, man. I need to collect myself.
The last airbender just clapped him, man. There's no other way around it. All right, TSM, if we're reeling, imagine how they're feeling. My god. They got their lunch cut 8 different ways. Push out of A, though, has been good for a trade. Spike loose briefly. 7 will be punished for his hubris. We'll see things.
Perhaps a bit fortunate to find that one.
We're going to settle down on this.
Yeah, he's just gotten so much space here for free. Walked up while all of that action was happening towards A. Lucio was kind of controlling mid at the same time, and they've gotten this plant down. Sato playing.
Spike plant.
The setup B here. Is he going to get assistance? I mean, typically, obviously, you see a lot of passive play when it comes to the post plants on B, but that is not the case here. Glorious are ready to fight forward.
We liked this sort of deep B retake setup for TSM, but that was when Glorious were actually pushing into the middle part of the map. This time they're sticking out onto the side, and that's what happens. They don't need to commit, they don't need to go further. Poise does a fair bit of damage, but Luxo is able to shut this down, and Glorious now get themselves to match point. It almost feels fated in terms of how they got here.
Far too easy. It really does. I mean, that was just textbook stuff. Holding the angles for each other. TSM didn't stand a chance. Just 4 dominoes toppled over in the blink of an eye. Match point for the Brazilian side that have come so far, even just in this map, the comeback that they had to make that started with a sheriff, pure sheriff by eco. And now they're up 14-13 in OT. Sato pushing deep. They haven't done anything like this so far.
Sim can spot it. He sees all of it. 28-30 kills for Sim in a blink of an eye. Racks them up. But what a moment for TSM star play to come alive, because there was a challenge delivered by Sato that he absolutely had to answer. And now that's put TSM in very good shape here to get a reset in this extra time. That mid play for Glorious did not work out at all. What is left in the playbook here?
Spike planted.
Now, this was a Rungo. You'd be peeking out that smoke, brother. You know it.
Joe does find the first still. 2 versus 4. TSM have struggled on the A side post plants, but surely they win this one out.
Their post plants in general have been rough, Wyatt. This one here playing off the site. Luke Show walks into their crosshair, in fairness. Serves himself up. And 7 is going to go and give Root a nostril exam. And again, flashing out of that dimensional drift to stop him from defusing. There's nothing he can really do about that.
No. No, there's not a single thing to be done.
Keep the OTs going.
I know, what a play from Sim. This is the honest Valorant that I love to see. Just two Jets going crazy. Just, it goes all the way back to the dawn of time, you know? Wardell versus Tens. Until now, we have Sim and Sato just going crazy in the server right now.
Why is that here reciting the deep magic?
I have dusted off the tomes from the great library.
Do not recite the deep magic to me, witch. Oh my goodness. Dolores were not there when it was written, but that's to their credit. And these Zoomers are turning up. Turning the heat on TSM. Sato, great opener there.
Now Sim on the opposite side. Confident to continue holding this site with the dash available. Will not falter off this angle. It's passive from Galores playing this default. They're covering over towards B, containing A as well.
The same spot that Sato has been playing from here as well. Allows him to check coast as well, because he is playing B solo right now in lieu of a proto, which means that the Viper wall is just decoration. Here it is. Okay, sort of forces the double back there briefly for Sato. Boys is able to finish the job. Sim got a good amount of damage there on that Jet encroaching, but falls ultimately is Rude and Evil Kick can really establish themselves here on this site, and now the reinforcements for TSM are a long way off. Flash here for 7 to work with. That's about it.
How the hell did Sim find one there? With a Dizzy having him full blind. It's just some random tap. Got a headshot onto a Rango. 2 versus 3 anyhow. 7 trying to work back in. Utility available. And there's a lovely first shot. And connects on the second as well. Bit of penetration through the wall, but connects multiple Vandal bullets to the dome. GMD shut down. 15-14. Another chance for Galores to close this out. Just 1 round away. They couldn't do it on the previous OT cycle. Is this the one, or are we just going all night long?
I mean, it was what Galores had to do to get themselves out of this position or into this potentially winning one. It's pretty ridiculous. What a way to start off our Ascension tournament in 2024.
Spike drop.
But this kind of showing here from Galores, who really, by rights, shouldn't be threatening to win this map at all, based on how that first half and that second pistol rather went.
Recon sent deep into mid, and with the poison cloud up, duelists will make their way forward, dealing with that drone straight away, but
he saw it all.
That gathers a nice bit of information. Sato, not the glass cannon op, not again.
The setup on this corner here. No flash between either of these agents. They're waiting for a push, expecting one out themselves, poised on that angle. A proto, a couple steps behind.
Yeah, this is a slow setup from TSM to work into an A split. Poise does have the drone. That's going to force Sato back. It's possible Sato gets caught between both sides of this push.
Preemptive on that.
Potentially trying to retreat. Here come the players in heaven.
He has to get pinged. He's got no choice. He's wanting to hold the line. He's forced back and brought down. Sato just lingers a little bit too long. Feels uncharacteristic from him. He's been so measured over the course of this series. But that might have hurt Galores in their quest to try and get the map done. Dizzy sees nil. Zorango's made his way into mid and is trying to shut down the potential of Gimon to backstab late in this execution. Sim sees Luxo. Still an Evil Kick. Have a swing back out on that one. Nicely done. That evens up the numbers. Now Galores want to get info about A main. They want to see what their setup is. So, Recon thrown out. Poised with a shock over towards that side. Mosh Pit's going to force him off that angle. Durango looking to get it to half. He gets there. There'll be more. Durango's found yet another one. That is beautiful. And the wingman's done his job. He's gotten them halfway there. It's all Gimon. And Gimon to try and save the game. Defuse on the way. And Gimon keeps TSM alive. Zippo clutch to take us to another round of overtime.
Oh, what a hero as the time dwindled down. It is the steady hands of G&D. This guy has just always shown up for TSM all year long. And he does it again. God, these post plants, they are just never smooth sailing for TSM. Every time it's just so fragmentary, disconnected, with Sim on site getting punished. Similarly to how Sato did earlier in that round, being pinched from heaven. And now Sim says, whatever Sato can do with that op, I can do it just as well. Picks it up, glass cannon, locking down A.
Again, threatens to be overwhelmed here. Gimon is really dominating this part of the map. Vents through Nest. He was so crucial with that late flank last round after Rude failed to stop him. And it looks like Sim has been able to back off of A main entirely here.
Yeah, this is a change of plans from Galores. They wanted to go for the exact same split that TSM just ran on the prior round, literally 1 for 1. But GMD, the anchor, shuts that down. Throws their plans awry. It's now a B split.
Proto's giving ground here, but might still get double faced. No. Luxo and Arango split up here. Chance for a Proto, but just a shoulder peek from the Gecko. You see thrown out, but the Dark Cover's going to prevent that from being an issue. Luxo, though, found 7 down on the side. A Proto! It's going to be poised to bails him out from inside the smoke. And now Luxo's in an awkward spot. Had to clear that. Had to take 2. Too tall in order. But there will be a plant. This is over towards Coast here. It's the wrap again from Gimon. He's gotten himself into a flanking position. You'll see Evil Kick here as well. Beautiful stuff. Leaving Rude alone. Surrounded. Viper Util still in play. An Astra to deal with as well. The Proto shows, and that's a confirmation of Rude's position. He gives up his life for it. Nova Pulse doesn't connect. Rude steps back a bit here. Rude put himself on the 1 versus 1. TP out. Where could he be headed? Straight off the side here, ready to play that full retake. TP across so we can get the line on towards Coast. But he's down to 30 and Gimon has to look to try and clutch this again. Gives it a tap. Little peeks from Rude, but he's low. Another peek like that. Another wallbang hit, and he's gonna be gone. Gimon trying to get the defuse here. But the time, he knows it, not in his favor. And that's gonna be a glorious round.
I'm losing my damn mind. How does Rude do this again? Galores have won so many clutches in this series, and I think Rude has gotten 4 of them now. Unreal. 1 versus 3. Crushing for TSM. And Galores, 3 times in a row now, they are going to have a chance to close this game out.
And that is after, of course, Gimon gets his nasty flank position. Able to get rid of Evil Kick there.
I can't believe that. Rude getting the teleport online.
I've got to see these post-plant stats after this game.
Unbelievable.
16.
This is the tried and true for TSM. Their BXX just straight up worked many times for them.
32 rounds of play here. Simeldo deal with Luxo. This is for TSM again to stay alive in this map, and they're really not wasting any time. Knocking heads together on this B site. Get that coastline plant once more. Can play off behind that Viper wall. It's going to be frustrating for Galores to get through, but Evil Kick gives him an opening. A very tight angle finds Sim.
Arango does at least have the wingman too to try to get on the spike to force some of these peaks out. Force duels to be taken by the TSM players that are so passive.
Sato here. Always loves to play this close angle. Wants to hedge between both angles. Finds one, but 7's going to be there. Evil Kick trying to get that defuse with Wingman, but it's not to be. And again, we're going to run it back yet again. TSM hanging in this game.
Overtime.
And after 32 rounds of play, we've not been able to find a victor. Back and forth through multiple overtimes.
TSM really just taking things back to old reliable. They found a lot more success on this B site, and they've had a number of just straight up executes that have worked on that side of the map. So just working again, some consistency there for them, at least with their play there.
Here we go again.
Operator.
Defensive Viper wall thrown up here to break up the push. Sato makes the jump across and Sim catches him midway through. He has been transcended in this overtime. And that's going to take the wind out of Galores' sails, literally and figuratively.
Spike planted.
Wingman, though, is going to be able to get the plant down. This is a different spot for it, though. It's going to be poised, set up. He takes 2. That is beautiful. Luxo going to be frustrated by double flashes here, and 7 probably won't give him the pleasure of the challenge. Another decoy broken through. 7 is just dominated Luxo in this round. So frustrating to play against that Yoru. And now Tarangu has to try and find a way to put it together. 7 says, absolutely not. We're fated to win this one.
I can't believe that first shot hit by Sim. Both jets have just been electric. That is goddamn. That is vile. That is filthy. You just can't be hitting shots like that.
And that might be the one.
Oh my god.
That might be the one that gets in there. That is insane.
Might be. Galores have had 3 opportunities in a row winning that first OT round. They have not been able to close out. This might be the end of them.
Can TSM finish the job again? Another overtime. Did they end up clutching it out? Round 34 is live. Sim is 33 and 24.
Insane. Can you imagine as well, just like the exhaustion that Poise is feeling, the IGL for this team? They've played how many rounds in this series now? I mean, how do you stay so focused and on point?
I mean,
it's outrageous.
Bro almost tried to vote draw, I'm sure of it.
Here.
Listen, it's a group stage. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. A draw, it's better than a loss.
Okay. Deep up TSM, mid rather, had TSM gotten. So all this noise on the periphery here is just to try and pull some people out of position. They're looking for something on A instead. Luxo going to be just the trade here, but that opens up the way to the A site, and already the spike is being ferried in that direction. TSM make a different player, thrust down mid to try and win the series here.
Massive distraction caused by Sim. Orengo just trying to regain control of even just their spawn side. Brood picks up Poised. Nicely done. Lurker dealt with 4 versus 3. Paranoia, Wingman, good pieces of utility to get back into this site.
What we're looking for from Sim, just 2 players left here for TSM. And they're playing that full retake position. No Astra Stars down either by the looks to interrupt this defuse. Proto nearsighted to cut. Just plunge through. Trying to throw it down. Finds it with the classic here. Going up to Gimon in a 1v3. The defuse comes out. And we're going to run it back yet again, folks. TSM fall apart in another post plant.
Galores just the beneficiaries of the hard work of the trusted Wingman. Just sticking that spike while they're able to fight forward. While it draws out, the TSM player is forced to spam away at them. This game is going all goddamn night. I'm just in a moment like this, I'm thinking about a Roy on the analyst desk on the East Coast, and we're on game 2 of 3. That's tough, buddy.
It's 10 p.m.
We're
out there.
going all night.
Don't you go anywhere, brother. We need you. Look at this push up. What a timing. Okay.
What is this that they've caught?
Oh no, but they fluffed it. Okay, never mind. 7 and Sim able to ruin Galores' days. They all drop down. That is a person. That's why you can't move. You've clipped on their model of the other player who's going to shoot you. Luxo might have created an opportunity here if he can get back into the site, but Sim's found 3 in this round. Luxo shuts him down again. 1v2. Spike a long way away though. Look at that minimap. It's down outside of B. Luxo's got another one, and he's got to give the information on Gimon's position. He'll have enough time to get this spike recovered. And he knows exactly where the Astra is. Luxo needs 4 to win the round here. Frankly, I've seen crazier things happen in this game. But Gimon is waiting, salivating, and he doesn't know what happened there.
I mean, look at his reaction. Actually just saying, what the hell is this guy doing? And takes him down. I mean, listen, I respect the balls from Luxo to try to just push up and take the fight to him when surely he'd be sticking the spike, but GMD just prepped and ready.
Happy that his delivery came to him. I'm sure of it. So again, we find TSM off the back of a very odd round, but they've thrown in a really nice little variation there that push up very fast out of B, completely stumped Galores. And they've had a few of those looks on quite a number of these rounds that have put them in this position to close the series out. They just need a post plant win here. That's all they're after.
All right, TSM, they're returning to one of their classic just A splits, but they're running into 3 players, including the Cypher setup, multiple kill strats.
Okay, the Rango only gets a clone there. Evil Kick, though, is able to find 2. Just 1 player at the site right now, though, for Glorious. It is Evil Kick. Playing it safe. No real pressure on him yet. As there it is. He's able to make his way over the top of the container. Now it's Rude and Sato. Sato, who's gone off the boil in the last couple of rounds, but was instrumental for Glorious. And he makes the correction. Poise is down now, the 2 versus 2. Spike yet to be planted. TSM grouped up for this now as Rude and Sato are the same. 2 groups of 2 to decide the outcome of this game. Paranoia's an issue for Sato, but he shrugs it off. Tries to work that corner, and Gimond is there. Rude tries to take him down now. The 1 versus 1. A Proto, can he seal it? He can! A Proto gets the job done. And TSM take the series.
I mean, that absolute madness in that series. What a way to end it. So clutch coming up from a Proto. It's been a little hit or miss for him over the course of the 3 maps, but when it matters most, he shows up, shutting down Sato, who's just been an absolute star for Glorious, the #1 seed from Brazil, by a hair being bested by the #2 seed from North America. I don't think a series gets much closer than that. I thought we were going until around 100 on Abyss.
Oh, man. I mean, it probably would have helped if Rude didn't flash Sato there in that 2 versus 2. But that wasn't really what it came down to in the end. A straight up 1 versus 1. And a Proto who's, yeah, definitely, you know, he's had to sit in a corner a little bit this game, be a role player, do his job, deal with just some pretty ridiculous conditions surrounding him on the battlefield. But he last loudest, folks, and that is a 2-1 score over the series for TSM. 2 of those maps going to overtime. This one going to about 1,232 rounds, but ultimately, Wyatt, it's TSM
It's like
who
3 a.m. I mean, I've lost all track of time. It's like I'm in a casino. I don't know what's happening anymore.
pump the oxygen into Wyatt's windows, right? Just keep him giddy, keep him going. All right, we're going to head over to Ades to break down this extremely long series. A lot to talk about, but TSM have emerged. NA's #2 taking down Brazil's #1.
That's what a series. What a series. A series that was long enough to cover for the entire day. We still have another best of 3 after this, by the way, but wow, TSM be able to clutch it up in the end. Honestly, Emily, with how this was going back and forth, I genuinely didn't know and didn't think of who would be at advantage, who would be on top. It was just always so back and forth in these OT rounds.
It was very back and forth. I actually thought it was never going to end. It was just constant battle after battle, and there was multiple aces that we ended up seeing towards the last part of the half, and I think even one in OT. It was a Stato versus Sim battle simulator to me. Both of these players showed up, both of them shined. It just came down to, there was a few secret diffuses that ended up happening in the smoke. The spam wasn't in the right spot, but also just hitting sites and getting entries, and just, I don't even know where to begin, honestly. That was so much that just happened in the OT.
Yeah, there was a lot going on, and I think for me, towards the end of that match, the micro just kept leveling up with every overtime. Players just kept getting more and more dialed somehow. You would expect them to run out of gas eventually, but no. Their foot was on the pedal the entire time. They have infinite gas, everyone. They literally have infinite gas. And TSM's calling did not let up either. They kept up the pressure. They kept up the tempo. They kept the momentum rolling, and eventually they closed it out.
And just going back to some of these shots that were hit coming out from both teams, which is absolutely insane. There is a part of me that wished this OT wouldn't end, because it was just incredible to see. But I am very intrigued to see about the stats and everything else. 24 first kills over on the side of TSM, Roy. Let's dissect that one first.
Yeah, man, I think a lot of that was probably Sim, but the other part of that was also Seven, who was also having a really great match. Both of these players were, every time they would run an exec, every time they were doing some kind of mid default, these 2 players were getting their opening kills, and it was amazing. Yeah, half of the kills are actually Sim, so half of the 24 that TSM got are in one person's hands. It's Sim.
Yeah, that was Sim, like I'm thinking back to that one shot tracking Misato's. There's the dash and the smoke and everything else for that uphill was just incredible. And then Sato with that insane ace as well. It was just that both Jets really, really showing up, and not even just them. I mean, we haven't even gotten to talk about Luxo and some of these plays, Emily.
Yeah, Luxo also shined, as we can see with the stats here, 29 and 27. This was a person who clutched a few times early on, multiple 3Ks, had really good spray transfers, and was doing an excellent job with those cages and utilizing the Cypher util. This is a player that we highlighted before the game. Same as Sato, same with Sim, and same with GMG, and all of these players definitely played how we expected of them, and it was just an exciting series to watch.
It was, and there's a couple of different things to be highlighting through this, but first up, wanted to go back to one of the earlier rounds and kind of talk about how it even got into this OT position, because Roy, when we look back to kind of the post-plant situations coming out from TSM, it was something that a little bit of a struggle, which obviously doesn't bode well when we look at these overtimes.
I mean, absolutely. TSM was struggling in their post plans. There's really no other way to say it. There's just so many situations where they were in winnable positions, but Galoris just kept up the pressure. Their util was amazing. The way they came in from every direction as well was just on point. I mean, you can just tell in this clip, like, it was just so close. But I have to say, like, Galoris's retake percentages must have been unreal in this matchup, because it really did feel like they won almost every single one of them, and that's why we even got to the OT in the first place, right? Because it looked like a TSM sweep up until that point.
It really did. It was one of those things that was just like going through that. I'm glad that it went down. It went down. So they have something to learn from, and we got to obviously see the 1.5 million years of overtime. And talking about like these clutch situations, I mean, they are able to clutch up TSM when they needed to. Then later on, even if there are a couple of post plants a little awry. Sorry, this is later on. This was like Roy, like
this is the
going
ace.
through this. This is the ace. This is the ace. I'm getting my clutches mixed up. Too many aces, but Sato in this ace was nuts.
No, I love that. I know the ace is insane when you're just getting giddy in the back room over here, just like, oh my god, you guys see that? Oh my god, you guys see that? Like, even you got excited. I was like, yes, this is amazing. But unfortunately, it just wasn't really enough in the end. It doesn't even matter. But
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's all right. That was hard, but we had to make sure we could show that we didn't get Sim's insane shot, but we do have a little head-to-head to really talk about these duelists just a smidge more. Because reminder, this was the very first day of group, so if this is going to be like the performance that's coming out, Emily, I mean, this is a group stage. Only 4 of these teams are going to be making their way out, and both duelists really showing up in a huge fashion today. And for how much we were talking about Sato throughout this, for Sim to have this type of performance when it really mattered, I think is humongous for TSM and their chances for making it out of groups.
Yeah, I agree. Both of these players are definitely stars for their teams. Sato just has very snappy, clean aim. And looking at the first blood percentage in comparison from Sim to Sato, Sim has 33%, while Sato has 16%. So that means we were watching this on Haven, on Bind, and even on the last map of Abyss. Sim was doing such a good job on getting those openers, but then we didn't always see, even with that first blood, of TSM winning. So that really hurts, but Sim's just doing his job really well on that opener of getting that, of getting those first picks. So 1.6 KDA as well. I mean, guys, that is really insane from Sim, and he pulled through to all the way through towards the end.
I mean, it's plays like that and just performances like that that are going to be able to take you far through that. And we have had so much about this series for today. We're still going to have an interview coming up, but we're going to let everyone be able to actually take a smidge of break and get up from their PCs, because I know everyone has been glued to their chairs. So we're going to have the quick break, interview, and then on for our next series. So stay tuned.
planted. One enemy remaining.
Standing ahead. No more.
Remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Hi guys, I'm here with Seven. He won the second match of Ascension today against Galores. Congratulations, of course. The first question I want to ask you is, how are you feeling right now?
It was a long game, so just to finally get it over with and come out on top, it feels amazing.
Yeah, I imagine, like, really tired.
Yeah, no,
the first game, you guys with like 300 overtimes.
By the third map, my eyes were like blinking super slow. I was getting really tired, so I'm just glad. I'm glad.
I imagine. The second question that I want to ask you, can you give us like a new insight of how you guys worked these months for preparation for the Ascension? Did you guys focus more on your team, or did you guys like focus also on other teams?
Oh, I mean, it was a combination of both. I know my coach really put in a lot of work into the opponents and, you know, figuring out what they do and like the reads against them. And the rest of the players were just really focusing on, you know, playing their own game, you know, doing the best they can, playing ranked, grinding, scrimming, and just as a collective, like it all came together.
Sure. And the last question, is your first international game? Is your first time, not your first time here in Mexico, but it's your first time playing against other regions. How are you feeling coming back to your country, to your home country, playing here in this stage against other regions?
I mean, it's like a dream come true. Really, the storyline is amazing, and the people around me here, all the people around me just support me a lot, and I'm just super blessed to be here.
That's right. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Now you have to go and celebrate and prepare for the next match. Guys, it's all for us right now. We're going back to the live stream. Thank you.
Bye.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Americas. We have had 2 amazing best of 3s on the day and 1 more for our very first day of our group stage. It's going to be All Knights going up against M80. We've had a lot of Valorant already here, Emily. I hope you're ready for a little bit more. This match should be a lot of fun. I mean, M80, they're going from this team last year that it could have been them. They could have been a different team here. They could have ascended already, going up against the number 2 seed coming from LATAM that honestly was having a great season, just great run before falling just a little bit short of calling themselves that number 1 seed in their region.
Yeah, M80 is a force to be reckoned with. It's a team we're very familiar with. They're very well established and organized. So I expect nothing less but superior gameplay from them. All of these players that we see on this screen have so much experience, and a lot of them have even been playing together for a long time. I'm a strong believer that sticking together gives you an advantage over time, because team chemistry is just something that, you know, takes time to build. So expecting really good things from these players that we see on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about that chemistry and what they've been able to build up to. M80 for the duration of the season has been a team that we've been kind of looking for that up and up, especially to looking at that core team and core people that Roy last year competed. Let's talk about Koala first. I know families in the chat. So hello to the Koala fam. But Koala is someone that always just consistent out here that we can look to for putting up a good performance for the team.
Absolutely. There's a couple things I do want to mention about Koala Noob, besides the fact that he is undeniably one of the best openers in the league, if not the best duelist in the league, statistically and otherwise. But I would also like to highlight something that is not easily visible. And it's the fact that he is insane at ping pong, by the way. He won the Toronto Ping Pong Championship with 8 of us, including the M80 players, Shopify Rebellion Mel, and EG Apoth. He actually won that tournament. Double elimination format, by the way, so it was not luck. But on top of that, he's also a very good Valorant player. So yeah, there's that.
Wow.
We got to add a new stat line for your best placing ping pong ranking there. And let's talk about some real stats.
Okay, well, that's really cool. Thank you for the fun fact of the day. Looking at the stats of Koala Noob, though, we got a battle sage on our hands, you guys. Koala Noob is so good on the stage, doing the cheeky little walls that we've seen on TikTok and that we love. Also has a 33% clutch percentage. First Bloods as a sage is almost 70%. That's huge, right? So this is a player that is versatile, is very confident, has crispy, clean aim that we've seen, and apparently is really good at ping pong.
It's just truly a master of all trades over here. But looking at the M80 squad, we definitely have people that are talented across the board. I don't know necessarily about ping pong, but we got to talk about Xander here as well, Roy, especially going ahead of the series.
Yep. I think the charm of Xander is the fact that not only is he a very high fragging controller, something that almost all of the top teams have in common, but it's also the fact that he's IGLing on top of that, maintaining really high first blood successes, keeping up with an insanely deep map strategy, as well as trying to balance almost every map in the pool all at the same time, which makes it an unbelievable asset to any team.
Yeah, being able to, I mean, sometimes you get to see the IGL kind of, you know, a little further behind in the stats because, of course, they're calling for the team and they're still able to put such an impact out there with their calling, but being able to do both, I mean, what Xander brings to the squad is immeasurable. It cannot be defined just by those stats. So, and I think having that versatility and that strength of calling should be really big ahead of this series and just the run ahead of them, because M80, I mean, they're definitely one that has a storied history looking at Ascension and what they can accomplish, and I think a lot of people's favorites going into this. But we got to talk about their opponents in our very first group stage and talk about All Night, because even if they are the number 2 seed coming out from Latin America, it was a close match in their finals, losing to RETA Esports, who was putting on a fantastic performance, even if they did get swept earlier on in the day. Like, All Nights, what they've been able to accomplish with their matches, Emily, cannot be expressed. Like, they don't discount this team.
Definitely don't discount them. Yes, they're number 2 seed, but this is a team that worked really hard to get here. I feel like their competition of getting here had 2 BO5s that they had to participate in. They lost the last one, but all of the BO5s that they played in win all 5 maps. That takes a lot out of you, and that just shows that they have a very strong map pool with a lot of skilled players like Sabando that we have on the screen right now. Roy.
Yep, and the reason why we are highlighting this player is to draw parallels between these two teams, because they are very similar in many different ways, right? They have 2 duelists that are incredibly high impact. They have 2 controllers that are very high impact, and they sort of have a flex player as well. His name is Nico. That player is a lot like Nismo, where he plays and he fills almost every role that is needed for his team, and they maintain such high level of stats and high level of impact on so many different roles. I'm getting attacked by a cat.
All right, well, I'll let you fend off the cat attack as we keep on talking, because we have Walkouts sooner rather than later, and we still have a lot to be talking about here, especially you're talking about drawing parallels of these players. So we have to talk about the duelists over on All Knights, because Dante, I mean, we're looking at someone who's able to combat against this firepower coming out from M80. I'm really looking for Dante for this, someone who has really been able to put up a performance in those best of 5 games that they've had. And if we can go ahead and roll the head-to-head of Dante versus Koala Noob, Emily, we can break this down just a little bit more.
Okay, so when we're comparing Dante versus Koala Noob, they both have different agents that they prefer to use. Koala Noob, we've seen him play on a few, more recently Yoru, which is exciting, and Dante really likes the Neon. So this is gonna be an interesting fight because it's head-to-head versus different agents, but looking at the stats here, Koala Noob looks better statistically in the KD with 1.36 compared to 1.18. But looking at the first bloods, which is what I look at for duelist, it looks like Koala Noob is more successful by almost 10% when compared to Dante.
Yeah, and I do want to emphasize the fact that almost 70% first blood success rate is unheard of at this level of play. Like, having that high of a percentage just means you are simply much better than your opponents. Your openers, the way you were set up in the rounds, the way you think, the way you do your mechanics, all these lead to such a high percentage. I mean, openers are supposed to be close to 50-50, but if you're at 70%, that is just mind-blowing statistic for a duelist. Like, not only is he making space for his team, not only is he playing so many different roles, but he is so reliable at putting M80 in 5v4s, and that's such an important thing to talk about.
100%. And I heard our players out there are slow walkers, so we have time for our next head-to-head too. We had talked about Xander and we talked about Sabano, but let's look at the impact going up against each other, because Sabano, I mean, when you're talking about that blood rate and just Sabano and the impact, Roy, this is someone that definitely keeping an eye out in the server.
Absolutely. I mean, the controllers right now are such a cool role because, again, they can be star players. It's not just restricted to duelists anymore, right? And these are 2 perfect examples of that. And obviously, their KD ratios are incredibly good. They're not only are they good throughout, getting kills and not dying a lot, but they're also really good at closing out rounds as well. But again, look at the first blood success rates for these players. Really high. They're winning a lot more opening duels than they're losing on both, whether they're lurking, whether they're defending sites. Like, either way, they are getting their kills. And on top of that, Xander's also IGLing, which is just mind-blowing to me, because that's just like IGLing is like a role in its own self. So the fact that you're performing as good as All Knights is one of their star players, their controller player Sabando, you're also putting up very close numbers to him.
Yeah, I think you really touched a really good point of being the in-game leader, and being able to put up these sort of stats is certainly not easy. But when you're on N80, it kind of is, because you have really good teammates around you. I look at this team and think of them very highly. I know that if somebody is struggling or having a difficult game, they're going to have a teammate that will pull through for them. And yeah, I just think very highly of them. But they're going against All Knights, and this is a team that has a lot to study when they're going against such a world-renowned team like M80. So there's a lot of stuff out there to counter them, to anti-strat versus them too, and pick up on the tendencies, because again, we know the M80 players, we know their tendencies and what they'll typically do. But then again, they had some time to change their style and their gameplay. So who knows if we're going to see something different or see the same old that we're used to seeing.
And I think that is the one thing about M80 that makes them sort of an awkward opponent, is the fact that they're not very attached to their metas at all. Like, they're not attached to any of their compositions. We've seen them swap mid-season. We've seen them swap into playoffs. Like, we have seen them completely willing to just abandon compositions, adopt a completely new style of play, and still find a high level of success. So when you're prepping for M80, in the back of your mind, you're still thinking like, this is the type of team that is just willing to just snap a finger and pull out a brand new composition, and now all our prep work is useless and we have to play against a triple Senti comp on Lotus, for example. And it's like, how do you even manage to begin dealing with that in the moment when you've never really practiced against such a like a meta or composition?
Which is the terrifying thing. I was actually thinking back to the triple Senti.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yes, that was craziest stuff. Like, M80's never fails to kind of pull something out of left field here, but I just want to drop a little fun fact for y'all before we get into our maps. But on the day, it has been the number 2 seeds that have been upsetting the number 1 seeds in all of our match. So I don't know. All Night's coming in as the number 2 seed, but for reals, like, there's no one that you can really count out because everyone did earn their spot in Ascension.
For sure.
So M80, I definitely think they're the top dog coming into this. I don't think that there's anyone looking at this being like, hey, I'm gonna really bet against M80. But there has been a little bit of time since we've gotten to see the teams and what they prepare. So All Nights, I'm definitely excited to see what they will bring to the server today. But let's start talking about the map picks and bans. I think when we're talking about surprises and all of this, we know M80 very well. We definitely know that they are not necessarily the one for the surprises, at least when we look at their map pool, Roy.
Absolutely. The first map that's going to be coming up by All Nights is Sunset. Interesting. Okay. M80 also picks Icebox. Not completely surprising. They've been pretty good on that map overall. And Decider going to Lotus. This seems kind of tame, actually, in comparison to the other Vetos that we've seen. It sort of teams are sticking to their strengths. Of course, the Decider being Lotus, a map that a lot of teams do flex. So I don't think it's too crazy of a comp, or of a Veto, excuse me. But again, the compositions are a massive question mark right now because there has been a significant downtime since playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I'm really going to look to, especially to talking about the Sunset kicking things off. I mean, when we're talking about Qualinoob, I feel like we've kind of set this up to kind of talk about all this crazy stuff that he can play. Because last time we saw him, Emily, was the Yoru, I believe it was, over on the Sunset, which is a lot of fun to see kind of that flex over. And M80, even if this isn't their map pick, it's definitely something I do not dislike them on whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Yoru is a great choice for Sunset. It's a very great agent to keep your teammates guessing and playing the mind game, and that's what's really fun to watch as well. It helps you be more creative, is what I'm trying to say, in terms of creating your strategies around the Yoru player, and you have to think outside of the box. So this is a map, though, that is picked by All Nights, but it's not a bad map for M80. They do have 60% win rate percentage on split 2 for Sunset, so it's gonna be either way for me because they picked it for a reason. They know that it's something that they're well prepped for, but again, they're going against M80, who it's not their worst map either from what we've seen them play.
Yeah, and on another note as well, like beyond just like straight up win rates, there is a bit of a stylistic difference because I mean, Yoru, despite my opinion that Yoru is a very great duelist character, he still isn't very meta on Sunset. Like we don't really see him that often, right? So there's always a bit of an X factor of what M80 is going to be cooking on that map, and of course it's going to be the Yoru versus the Neon, and whether we've swapped initiators, whether is M80 still on the Gecko and Breach, is All Night still on the Fade and the Breach as well to set up the Neon. Like there's so many different clashes of styles. So I think the first map will be at minimum pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't see Dante and All Night switch off of this Neon because they did have the Raze beforehand, but swapping over to the Neon, I think even just with our previous series, seeing the capabilities that Neon has on this map, especially in the hands of a capable duelist like Dante, I think will be fantastic.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun.
It'll be absolutely fantastic. I'm intrigued once we get later into the series and I just look back at this Icebox and this Lotus and the amount of times I remember watching and being there watching M80 kind of go through these matchups, that if AK doesn't necessarily show up really strong to start things off, that this Lotus might be a little bit rough, especially to Emily with what we've seen coming out with M80, which is just shenanigans galore.
Yeah, M80 is sort of the trendsetters. Roy was talking about this earlier. They come up with their own meta that everybody else likes to copy, and that's why I'm excited to see today. They had time to come up with something new and be creative, so maybe we will see something like that. Icebox, though, for map 2 is a map that we never saw on Split 2 from All Knights, so we've been, in our last VO3 series, we saw 2 maps that we didn't see from a few teams who absolutely blew our mind. So even though there's nothing really on Icebox at the moment for All Knights, at least from Split 2, I'm expecting them to be prepared. They left it out for a reason.
I mean, we're talking about the prep and everything. Anytime we haven't seen a team well-versed on a map today, they have been more than well prepared. Everyone bringing what they got here for Ascension. And now we have the Walkouts hitting that stage. M80, the core of this roster, they were here last year and coming so close, falling just at the last moment to now G2. So this is a big arc of redemption for them. There's a couple of different little storylines looking at M80 here, Roy, for why this can mean so much. So getting off on the right foot up against All Knights is going to be huge for them.
Absolutely. I mean, this is their time. This is, if there is a better moment, it's right now. Like last time was the best moment. Today's the second best moment. Obviously, they have to kind of just shed the past, just focus on this tournament, one match at a time. There are really, I mean, we joke around, we say overdog, underdogs, but like at the end of the day, every competitor in this tournament is fierce. You cannot disrespect anyone. You have to take them extremely seriously. And M80 will have to play to their highest level to like guarantee their wins here. And All Knights, they still have a very, very good chance as well because they're very talented and they're quite experienced, despite, you know, us not recognizing a lot of their names prior to Challengers. But it still is going to be a very good match and a very close match.
And let's look at the teams right now. This is the huddle that we love to see. And I'm telling you, it makes a difference. Although TSM still won without doing a huddle, but that's fair. But here we are. This is a moment where everybody reminds each other, we got this, trust our game plan. Don't forget what we came here to do. And again, this is just such a great feeling. And even right here, when they're about to do their chant, you want to be loud. You want the opponents to be scared of you and know that you're the one that's there ready to fight. And I feel like we might get some banter versus these two teams, just the way that they did their little chants right there.
I'd be down for some banter. I don't know about y'all, but I could hear both of them doing their little chants from here. They're yelling from here. I think this is going to be a great match ahead of us. I know it's late, so I appreciate everyone for tuning in there with us, because we'll make sure it's some good Valorant to be ending off our day, the first day of the group stage here of Ascensions. And I know that over on the NA side of things that maybe we aren't necessarily the most familiar with All Knights, but again, what they've been able to do within their region and some of these wins that we have. For this loss to RETA Esports, it's like a sea of green when you're looking at their stats and what they've been able to do. So I don't think they're going to make it easy for M80 whatsoever. And the upsets that we've seen today, number 1, number 2 seed, Roy, none of it means anything realistically.
Yeah, no, number 1 seed, number 2 seed is just like an ego thing. It's literally just like pride. It literally does not mean anything. Obviously, it's been a while since their last official, so there's been a lot of time to grow, develop, add maps into the pool, swap things around, make changes. So I mean, anything can really be happening right here.
I think that's one of the reasons why I like the format of this event that we're here happy to watch, because it's round robin. So like you guys are saying, seed doesn't really matter. Everybody plays everybody at the end of the day, and everyone had an opportunity and equal chance to change or fix up whatever's needed to take the win. Only 4 teams out of the 6 is going to be making it to the next part of this whole series to get their opportunity for what they've been fighting for all year long. So this is exciting, and it's an equal playing field. We're starting right here. Every team has the chance to take the win.
Especially, too, when it is groups and everyone gets to play up against everyone. A loss here isn't going to be the absolute end of the world, at least not for this moment. But to be able to start this on the right foot and make sure it's not coming down to stressful, crucial moments down the line, I think is just absolutely huge. As well as just that momentum. I mean, for these teams, they've traveled out to Mexico. They're playing out on land. They're playing in this live environment. It's good to say there's nerves. I'm not actually really seeing any right here.
Yeah, they look very chill.
Yeah, we're at least, okay, maybe nerves apply for other players. Right here, we're just pumped to get into this.
I'm telling you, it's a psychological hack. The more you think about the match ahead of you, the less, like, the worse you perform. You have to just be happy to be here. You have to just enjoy the moment and kind of just hang out with the gang, play the game. It's kind of just chill. But yeah, I do want to also talk about, you know, M80 being the severe overdog. I think it's kind of undeniable to say, right? Like, ever since they added net in split 2, they did take 2 losses, but after those 2 losses they took in their kind of their debut, they've been on a win spree. They have not dropped a single match since then, and in their last, like, what, 3 matches, they haven't even dropped a map. They've been absolutely dominating the North American region, and I think that has to add some layer of, like, expectations from, like, an org side and from, you know, from the community, that there's, like, everyone is sort of expecting M80 to be the overdog in this tournament. And I'm hoping to some degree that they're able to just kind of, like, look past that, just stay locked in, stay focused. And I think they have the experience to leverage this kind of pressure.
Yeah, it'll be, you gotta stay locked in. You can't get too ahead of yourself here. And Elliot, got you on for good reason, because we have our Blacklight agent select.
Let's go. All
right. Let's get into this. Let's start figuring out where we're going for Sunset.
Okay.
And we are going to be running back the Yoru for M80. All right, M. And then for Dante, it will be that Neon again.
Yeah, M80 is using the same comp that we've seen them usually do on Sunset.
Yep.
And looking at All Night,
They've swapped their info initiator, so they swapped the Fade for the Sova, and that makes complete sense because the Fade does not deal very well with the Cypher traps. So obviously swapping to the Sova allows them to just kind of have a different pace that they wouldn't have access to with the Fade.
Well, a change coming out from All Nights and M80 with the quirkiness. Let's see who can be getting that momentum here in map number 1 for Sunset. Our last casters blew their voices out after the 1.5 million years of overtime, so we had to bring in our next fresh pair. We have Keg and Henrik to take you through Sunset.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And indeed, what a tough act to follow that second match was between Galoris and TSM. But tough act is a way to describe how both of these teams got here. M80 arguably the toughest layout in their playoff tournament, and All Nights, after ultimately being one of the main reasons that LATAM regionals include runner-ups last year, this year, they didn't even need the help. And after 2 5-game extravaganzas, they are here at Ascension for the first time. Keg, this will be an exciting attacking team, but up against a wild favorite like M80. Tough ask for the first day of play.
I mean, the observers did it perfectly, right? An absolute slam dunk in the beginning here. And what Roy said on the desk was perfect. A very, very big overdog team like M80. Not a single loss except for one in the initial debut of their new player of net. And these have been some very tough rosters in the past as well. Want to highlight Koala Noob on the Yoru before things get started, Nismo on the Breach as well. On the defense, keep an eye on their utility usage and how well they can synergize against each other. Many different rounds. Mid would be dominated by Koala Noob, disrespecting any smokes the attacking teams would bring. But Net may have some problems here in Market.
Yeah, big overload onto Market immediately, and All Nights are going to be able to get some solid clearance. Tinshoff already pretty low, though, and so he'll have to play the backup, but he's pretty used to that already, being the sentinel for the team. All Nights make their entry from Market onto site itself, and M80 will ultimately take the back seat early on, knowing that they're one down. BCJ with the dizzy out, but Dante Deus has already risen up and has already made a statement for the game, opening up the pistol with 3 kills.
Oh, one opener for Dante. Unbelievable on pistol. These are oftentimes the beginning rounds, but we'll see from All Nights overheat right off the rip on the attacking side. Dante staying with his team the entirety of this round, bypassing the smoke, a triple headshot. Absolutely says a statement about All Nights early on. And remember what they said on the desk. Every single match today has been won in an upset against the lower seeded team. All Nights have already set such a good example early on for a team that M80, for all intents and purposes, have been so consistent about shutting down the aggressive presence of something like a Neon.
It's true. These are the playstyle that M80 is used to combating in a high-flying society like North America. It's half the reason that Nismo's been pushing the envelope with Deadlock for this bit and how it's been so effective. But conversely, All Nights also don't have much trouble with these compositions either. In the LATAM scene, this aggressive playstyle, even with stuff like the Yoru, isn't exactly not commonplace. So All Nights feeling very comfortable with this composition, as well as their own. The Sova change is simply a sign of the times. The only change that we saw between these two team compositions, they ultimately feel comfortable comfortable about their Sunset XX, and it's not tough to see why most of the composition for that map is required reading at this point.
Yeah, I mean, look, contact plays are great on a small map like Sunset, but if you want to go in fast and you want to have maximum info to do so, the Sova is such a great option at doing that. Safety, name of the game for M80 this next round. A huge stun, potential paranoia presence for the double swing outside of B main. BCJ and Koala Noob are most certainly ready for the contact plays. They may have spotted Nico Machine, but the call's been made to back off. Now you may notice that A site's a little empty for M80. Retakes are pretty often on this map, but at times it can be scary too. The 4-1 split met with the lurking Tinchoff could be a spell at the beginning, at least to give away the plan. But that's a scary way to start things off with this Cypher licking his wounds to try to get out.
Yeah, this is incredibly brazen for Tinchoff, but that's why he specifically didn't go for that gun. Playing into M80's stack, just trying to get the opener so that All Knights have all the space in the world to approach site. And he'll get a kill on top of it. M80 will once again play for the retake, play for the full util dump, but they don't have much to offer, and Koala Noob is not on an off angle. So not too much homework that All Knights should have to do for this post play.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, M80, they need to be careful here. If they want to contest, they may be giving orbs to All Knights early on. Dante could get so much closer to getting overdrive early on. The Hunter's Fury as well, a big issue. It's a flood in though. Sibando, Nico have a great crossfire, stunned away completely. Some damage has been done, Tenrak, but again, Dante, you're just feeding the beast. Already one off of having that overdrive. And let's say this rifle round does not go in All Knight's favor. It'll be their bonus buy. That means you have an economic save going into the next with a big laser beam that we've seen Dante dominate in his own region.
So true. It's not hard to say that Dante's probably the best Neon in Latin America. Super sorry, Verdi, but it's true. I know.
That's a deep cut, man.
Ruffled a couple feathers there, huh? Yeah, sorry, gamers. I'ma say it.
That's such a tough conversation to have.
It is, but I've already had it with myself, and I think Dante wins it out.
All the different voices.
Sorry, yeah, I've gone through the million different probabilities, the different possible futures.
Yeah, the caster time stone in your hands.
But I think it has to do more ultimately with Dante's ability to play close range, because the way that you see All Knights push, especially on their attacks, and their attacks are what that get them a lot of rounds. I'm gonna go ahead and let you know now. It's his ability to kind of shift between the 3-2 stacks that All Knights goes for. You'll see that they lean on a lot of double initiator compositions, even outside of Sunset, and that's because there's not a lot of not babysitting, but I would say the two initiators, Nico Machine and Adverso, who is the IGL for All Knights, have been very big chauffeurs for the remainder of All Knights, just trying to transport them to site and then util dump in the aftermath. Tinchoff, as we saw before, playing that ISO role, everyone has these ideas very much like laid out for them, but Dante as that duelist, especially as that Neon high flying, high caliber, is able to get closer than a lot of other Neons can. Not just on top of a relay bolt, but on top of a trade, on top of a smoke, on top of a cage, on top of whatever the stack that Dante is currently running with has to offer. And that's why I think we've seen so much more universal success, besides Verdi just flat out carrying Echolos over through playoffs a lot of the games that we saw there.
It's interesting that you bring that up, right? So you're saying the difference is that Dante is set up much better for his team with utility usage, positioning, spacing, where Verdi just goes really fast and can overwhelm individual players.
That's what I said.
That's good. But I think you're completely right about that. I think mechanically speaking, like in a vacuum, you compare the two Neons. Well, first, one's not an Ascension, but
it would have been a second time, though. It would have been a second time, and he would have been the only Latin American here who would have. That would have been really cool.
And he was the one that dominated on Neon in Ascension last year. Yeah. But Dante has gone through a whole anime arc on his Neon himself, even since playoffs, where in the beginning, a lot of early timeouts had to be called by All Knights just to put Dante back on a leash. Make sure he doesn't overheat. He's got to play with his team. He's going too fast. But this Dante is looking great already. I'm so impressed with the communication that we're seeing between the players so early on. And that's usually the big strength for M80. They are the ones with the protocols and an endless loop. Recon bolts out. Stuck what seems like almost boba. It does. Can that detect?
That's a great extension for Dante Deus, but the rest of the push isn't going over as well. Xander able to hold his own in market for a little bit too long, and so M80 are able to kind of chip away at the rest. Nismo with those final two playing on the backline of B-side, and M80 will escape with 3 on the bonus.
Oh, That was huge. Again, a lot of Neons love to take advantage of really pushing deep through mid, past near the defender spawn to try to cut off an angle with smokes and get into Boba line for the split push B. Worked out great early on. And again, that rifle round from M80 we said would be a huge marker to see whether or not this defense can hold on tight early on. Small tech pause though, as we get things sorted off. Hey, you know what? Maybe this means we'll have a map about as long as the TSM one.
I love this. I think we all, you know, as a group, we get to discuss what we saw every round, and there'll be a little pop quiz after. I think it's great.
Oh my!
Now I think we get to talk about M80 in excess a little bit, which we haven't really gotten to do so far this game. And I think a great place to start is Nismo, who has been the innovator of North America so far this split, not only picking up the deadlock on like half of M80's map pool, which by the way, fiercely small going into this tournament. I don't know if that's changed. Hopefully it has. But also such a consistent attacker. Since last year's Ascension, he's been topping the leaderboards when it comes to ACS, rating, KD, all the right stats.
Yeah, all the perfect stats there early on. Do like the fact, though, that the whole structure for M80 really just kind of flows into itself. A lot of people were wondering when Nitro left the team, who would be taking over the in-game leading responsibilities. That fell back to Xander, speeding up M80, both attack and defense, so much more. But it goes deeper than that. You mentioned Nismo, cold caller, especially for the attacking side. But we're early on for this defense going to be seeing more so Koala and Net calling the shots. They have a great sense of the macro. And that enables, again, someone like Koala who, so far, again, we're just about 4 rounds in, haven't seen a whole lot of aggressive action and disrespect this early. Must be a lot of homework done between both teams. That must be the expectation. That we'll see that overheat from M80, and that's why they're playing it so safe.
Yeah, Koala's definitely waiting to spring that trap, 100%. Though, it should be said, they are not exactly staying away from mid until Koala decides to enact, which I think is really good conditioning from M80, just to constantly disperse AK, and also, more often than not, probably keep Tinshoff busy, because that guy is going to be leveled away. Just like this time, where he'll waltz into tiles with the 2 with the help of Sabando, while the rest of All Knights presses on to B main, going for a little bit of early util trading.
Oh, I like this default, though. Put that early pressure down. It's not quite a default when Tinshoff falls. Mid side now completely open. No space gained on A just yet.
Xander's
Noob is so close to getting that A orb. He could get ult and re-clear everything that AK's taken over.
So true. Can you approach it in time? Don't believe so. Too much of a risk, especially now that the Dizzy's going to confirm that at least one is here. Fault line to slow down and get Koala to swing into at least one. And All Knights will win that first bout. Now 4v4 with 55 on the clock, but All Knights still not fully committed. Sabando, though, the remainder of that 2 that was posted up with Tinshoff is now fully escaped through mid and is holding off in market, waiting to see if he can press something from there. He cannot just yet, but he'll turn right back around, wait for the rotation that All Knights is trying to sell, and grab a kill on the Net, raising back advantage.
Huge pick to remove Net. Now camera not on site, B side completely unknown to M80.
30 seconds
Full
left.
retake is possible. Dante, overdrive already set in stone, could take Boba control. A lot of teams
Spike
today.
planted.
Spike plant goes down, they extend upwards. All Knights choosing to do the opposite, play safe for B-Man.
It'll be the latter. Guns a-blazing, util a-blazing on the B site is M80.
Down a body.
We begin the spike shuffle. Fun smoke for the one-way, actually. That throws All Knights off a bit, but Dante Deus is slip-sliding around, able to keep the trades on their side. BCJ only distracted for one half of that spike, and now against 3 members, M80 put all their eggs into a basket that could not be filled. All Knights up to 3 on the attack.
Yeah, even with the scary loss early on of losing your Cypher, All Knights were able to reset, work through mid, no re-clear from M80, work their way back across the B side, take it back over. Again, a critical pick, removing Net that early on. Any capabilities of slowing down All Knights to get on the B site was null and void. Any information about their locations post-plant, not available anymore. M80 now, this is their opportunity to change up the pace. Koala Noob, ultimate available, stinger in hand. We could very well see a very aggressive round start off of a stun from Nismo into an ult.
I love this double initiator that's running with Dante. A lot of times when they're stacking with the double initiator on attack, You'll see Adverso frontlining and util dumping for the initial pre-plant, and Nico Machine on the post-plant, just backing things up and unloading everything as that spike is going down. It's a really fun tempo that All Knights rarely shift unless there's a different place they have to exec.
Okay. Cyber cages go down mid. Puts that doubt in the minds of M80 about the mid control and whether they go up. Not that they know about it, but Nets, tripwires are completely set up for A site. That makes all of mid and the upper areas of their own spawn completely unknown, forcing to hold these angles.
They might press it on the dry swing. BCJ good for one, and on the bounce back, Koala Noob has to let a blind go, as well as the space of B. But M80 is still present on this site. They could fight anytime they want. It's a question of when the timing is right, and it's certainly not now with the Cypher ult in to twist the knife. M80 will play, if anything, for orbs.
30 seconds.
They can't play for much more than that, especially when you can just spray through smoke. Sibando and Dante each getting theirs. How about we pad some stats for this Neon this round, as he is locked fully in. A good couple hours of practice, I imagine these teams have gotten in the meantime today. They are fired up and ready to go exactly how we wanted them to see.
I mean, all the Neons today we've seen have been absolutely destructive, which makes me surprised this early on that M80 haven't been putting up much more of a stall. I mean, when we think of stall M80, you're thinking back to the triple Senti on Lotus. TSM would bring Neon all the time, and there was never a chance to hit the site at all. This time, though, Dante getting away with the freest picks in the universe. And it leaves All Knights now with a considerable lead early on. Now, let me throw a quick story at you, Tenrek.
Okay.
Remember last year, M80 back on Ascension?
Sure do.
Didn't really have much opposition when it came to the event itself. Sure didn't. They didn't win Ascension. They lost to a small team. You may have heard of them, called G2. But they only lost to one non-American team, and that was their first match in the group stage. That was the Union. Not in this tournament. Now I'm going to throw another crazy stat at you.
Okay.
G2 is also not in this tournament.
You don't say!
Yeah, exactly. And so you're thinking, okay, well, this team that has been on an 8-series win streak, they picked up a new player. It was rocky at first back in June. They were flawless from there out.
Yeah.
The stumble has yet to be seen in America up until this point. This is one of the best matches we've seen against M80 this year. And again, we're still very early on, but attack pause called unusually early for M80. Something needs to change.
The response time just really hasn't been there. Although I think it should be said there hasn't been a whole lot of integral rounds that M80 can springboard off of, so I think this attack pause might be more of a mental reset. For All Knights, though, they're fired up, and they have been talking since the moment they landed at their first land to make it here. They are all chat, and it is so entertaining to watch. They are so bombastic, and they back it up every single time. This is the Latin American Valorant experience, and M80, as many times as they've scrimmed against collages that may be similar, this is the real deal. And it's been a while since M80's played at a LAN in the first place as well, hasn't it? Gotta shake off those nerves too.
Yeah, but like the slow playstyle from M80 isn't an unknown thing for the team. Mostly that's on the attack side. They take that time out and they're like, oh yeah, we're M80, we'll just play faster. And that's where they start to string together those monstrous rounds. And yeah, there's that change of pace I was looking for. Koala on the off. Gate crash ready but misses the shot. That's unusual.
Yeah. But it's about time we see him break it out. One of the things that Koala has really been trying to be a mainstay in, and I will say, when you think of Yoru opping, you do think of Koala Noob, so probably done his job. Teachoff once again ISO'd in mid, just facilitating every rotation that can happen. In the meantime here, it's a great tapestry that's woven, as long as you don't walk into that operator. Koala Noob will collect on attempt number 2, and now it comes down to net in the back line as the rest of All Knights attempt to placate. Sibando does a good job of opening as well. As the TP in M80 is ready to play, but All Knights is 2, and they'll unload a little early. Dante, same position on the pistol exec. It'll work just as well with the rifles. All Knights are up to 5.
It was a strong beginning from M82, removing huge critical information early on. The immediate getaway, the rolling thunder, the fact that Dante yet again pushes into sight completely unknown to the rest of M80. it makes you wonder, what's the market hold looking like? How is he able to get so close to that entryway, hop up the boxes, through the smoke, and land so many of the same shots over and over again? Really, the big guessing game needs to be M80. How do we shut down this Neon? I mean, they have net to do it, right?
Yeah.
But he's been so stacked up on A round after round, they're unwilling to give it up. But B has been faltering every round so far.
Xander finally posted back up in there, in market, after he left it the previous, I think, 2 rounds. Koala Noob, time probably the biggest enemy here for All Knights after an ult like that. As no space really made. Oh, great poke. Back from top mid to get rid of Tinshoff, and now All Knights definitely have to make it happen. It'll be more of a one and done push. Big weight on the mid pull though. Nico Machine a little lonely at the moment, but no chance M80 are gonna pull back. They're still playing really back, and All Knights know it. Rolling Thunder to intercept, and that's where Koala Noob will collect. 3 deep. How about a 4-piece? BCJ will beat him to the punch. Nico Machine still standing, good for 1, but the swarm enacts, and M80 will keep 4 stable for their second round of the game.
Beautiful protocol set up for the back of spawn, making sure that, okay, we get that opening pick, won't have flank control anymore from All Knight's side. The fact that they can catch Dante out in the middle of the Rolling Thunder and collapse upon these attackers now shows M80. They're well aware about the different strats that All Knight have pulled in the past. It's going to make the approach for splitting B site much more difficult for the attack from here on out. But to be honest with you too, dude, like 5 rounds already on the attack is a pretty good start for this team.
Certainly on our way. Again, it's been all about the second seeds today. Never count them out. Koala Noob. A taste of the fact that you still can't handle Dante Deus, who's still got a lot of gas in the tank, and he's gonna make it happen. What a switch up! But he still loses the duel. Doesn't matter. Rest of All Knights get it done. Full sweep, and they don't even have to look at him half the time. Xander, the last one standing, and can at least get rid of his controller counterpart in Sabando, the long-term facilitator who was ultimately the most efficient player in LATAM South the previous split. But there's so much more All Knight to take down on this retake, and it might not even be worth it for a Xander, whose team's eco is still looking a little dire, especially this late into the half.
It's not the best situation. We've seen M80 before. But the fact on entry, Sabando, highlight on the desk for, again, the consistency and impact that he's had all throughout the season. Using Dante as bait to run through the crosshairs of everybody as a distraction.
And he just clears everybody, it's amazing.
It just melts them down like gold. And yet here we are again, All Knights, giving M80 a run for their money. And to be truthfully honest with you, this struggle with the LATAM aggression that we're seeing here on the attack, I thought it would be TSM that would be the ones to struggle a whole lot more. But they went toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in a grueling overtime just an hour ago. And M80, this is very unusual, the fact that they've only gained 2 defending rounds.
Yeah, it speaks to, again, the depth of the execute game that some of these regions that don't necessarily have as much scrim practice time. I believe it was Sato, actually, from Galeries, who was talking about how Brazilian teams just don't get those options that a lot of North American teams necessarily do, even Central American. And yet, how far they come, how far they have yet to go in the remainder of this tournament. All Knight's trying to say the same thing with all the experience that they've racked up and the players that they've been able to poach. Dante Deus being one of them, out of the blue for this All Night squad, and has been radiant to make them the top 1 team in LATAM South rather than the number 2 spot they had to settle for last year.
Great opener early on. Change of pace, the aggression from M80 was supposed to work wonders, but only on site isn't now finding some value. It's Nismo to find 1, but trades everywhere you look. And Christmas tree in the feed leaves Koala Noob with an op. The last one left. A 1v3 is certainly doable, but the improbability rises every second. Full utility. Headshot lined up, Sabando. Might as well have been an op in his hand. Holy.
Yeah, nice shot, dude. Jeez. Flex harder. All Knights really are flexing now. And it's not just Dante who is gonna keep on sliding like that until All Knights start losing. It has been a real big team effort. Gotta speak to Adverso's util on these swings. Really great timing with these pushes. And again, as the pack, even when they're segmented or fragmented, like we see with the 3-2 stacks that they've gone for, like at least half these rounds at this point, at least for the early round, they're still able to just coalesce so conveniently on site. Really incredible stuff.
It's that international experience from Adverso. Having played so many tournaments in the past on Lev. And yeah, here we are again. Another brutal buy coming out from M80. Xander's gonna maintain the Phantom. I mean, whenever you think about M80 and Phantoms, they always spray through those smokes, and that's where they gain the majority of their kills. Hasn't been the case so far. All Knights choose to push in once more, look at those tripwires in the back, purposely to be anti-Dante. Catch him out like a fly, be like a spider, eat him up backside.
Cage trigger. You'll see the beginning of it as Dante is on. Past the cages, jumping over the wires, just trying to cause as much chaos as possible, and Net will shut it down. Is All Knights on site enough? Net says absolutely not. 3 down with the Sheriff, and that will probably do it. Rest of M80, a swath onto site. A decoy fools Adverso not, and in fact, he makes a clean getaway over to A site to at least farm some creds on the spike, if not, have himself a chance at a 1v4 to give All Knights an 8th.
Imagine. I mean, we've seen some wild stuff today.
That'll be the day.
This could be a possibility.
30 seconds left.
No B side at all. Call's been made to rotate back over.
planted.
Soon to find out, hey, Spike's down. 1v4, Adverso, no utility. Either needs to push up so aggressively and catch somehow magically all of M80 off guard at once for a spray down. Or take them down one by one, but that won't be a possibility. 1, 2, wait, 3, no! Nearly so! Adverso removed half of M80 in seconds.
Dude, did you feel the clip coming? You were.
I did.
The way that you spiked that into existence, I could feel the Reddit gold from here.
The wavelength. my fingers attached to the monitor like it's happening. I was in the mainframe for a second. Look, there it is again. And it was so close for a third too. Could have been play of the game right there. Play of the day, really.
Yeah. All for
That would
naught,
have
though.
been devastating to M80.
Some guns at least drop, but M80's cycle is looking decent at this stage as well. Goodness me. So it comes down to, how M80 can replicate something like that. And obviously, no round is going to go the way that did. Net lit up that kill feed at the right moment. But it also was a moment of an uncertain All Knights in which Dante couldn't make nearly as much space because those trap wires were set up there. Because All Knights decided to full stack into the site where Cypher was, and rather than clear it, Dante, he runs over those obstacles. He's a hurdle jumper, and it works as long as the rest of the team inserts, but they didn't farm enough space that previous round. Still looking at the horizons of B site, which is All Knights' favorite perennially, of course, throughout this map. But they will not set their sights as heavily just yet. 70 seconds on the clock and M80 widespread, but once again, leaning heavily on the B side.
Like that smoke early on, shuts down All Knights for a fast aggression towards B. Opens up the possibility. No, Orb has been captured, maybe not so much for BCJ to get thrashed this early. Held down by Nico. Re-clear coming out from Koala Noob. This will be huge. Plenty of information gained. That's Dante. The fastness, the speed of which this round could be should be altered even more. 45 seconds left on the clock now. Default call, All Knights.
Oh, there he goes. Yeah, you see Dante, he's completely shifting his playstyle now. Nose can't play with the stack, so we'll just try to sell and kill, and Koala's still around. M80, the lean, will still be their downfall, and All Knights are pushing with advantage on the B site. Not much time, not enough to clear out Xander, who's got 2 down on the lineup. The dart will force him to double back, but AFK are so uncertain. Dante is here with an ultimate, and it's got to be the saving grace for All Knights. It might be, though. Nismo caught out, but he's able to lock it down, and M80 will escape with their 4th round of the half.
Dante has truly been the 9th layer of this matchup for M80. Unstoppable, even when the rounds do not go in their favor. What a great recognition in the mid-round from M80 not to over-rotate into B. More often than not, you will see teams see the speed of that Neon, the walls coming down, your star duelist getting removed off of elbow, and then that rotate. But it was all a big fake. One of the many strats in the attacking pockets of All Knights. And while they're a team that, well, for the most part in their own region, don't work the map terribly often, they love to speed into a site and cruise in. You can see why they've done it in the past. They like the fake sites too, to switch things up. But this time it should surely be no fake. This is pure pressure.
There, I'm out of here. See, there's that backup from Nico. On the 3. Adverso on the 2. Tinshoff already gonna get inserted, and the Rolling Thunder to Link to open things up on one channel. That's so the heavier stack can initiate and engage. All the way on to backside as well. So much action early on that M80 aren't ready for, and Sabando gets some kills in for good measure. Just BCJ, who was able to cut into Link at least, and that makes this fight realistic.
Here. Look, I can only do so much.
Good clears, doing what you can. Good starter onto Tinshoff, and the spray. For a moment, a glimmer was there, but All Knights will lock it down and end the half with 8.
Really so many glimmers, but the shining force has been Dante. Just unbelievable. Like, my peanut brain barely struggling to keep up with the sheer speed and the slides. And again, that's been the dominant factor for this tournament so far. So many neons, so many accompanying breaches. The sheer overhaul that you can bring out. Oh, man.
And thus the onus is on M80. No? How does All Knights replicate from the other side? And you just say, 5-stack post-plant exec, and you're probably right. Can't lie. So M80, all eyes are on Koala Noob, in my opinion. Certainly can't op every round. He's probably going to try to once or twice up top mid, but apart from that, it's going to be on him to make that push happen and get that opening space so that the rest of this initiator util, Nismo, can fly right in and take over the same way that Dante and All Knights did.
Yeah, but I'm worried, though. I mean, you think of a map like Sunset, you can work the map so much, and there's so many interesting things on the attacking side you could do, like working mid, and All Knights were a perfect example of how you can split up B site to do so. A lot of opportunities to over-engineer your spacing, get caught out, miscomm, dwaddle between sites. But that requires space to be made. And although M80 have found so much success on attacking sides, again highlighting the triple Senti Lotus comp that we've seen in their past before, having a lack of space here on this attack, again, especially against a force like Dante, who's just so in your face to shut it down, means that M80's executes have almost always need to be together. And that requires them winning critical gunfights that they couldn't on the defense.
This, I think, also is a good segue into talking about how M80 actually comes. You brought up earlier a little bit how Xander, while he IGLs, the communication of M80, the role setting is practically non-existent. Everybody's just kind of exclaiming their intention, and all of these players, all of these guys on M80 are so damn experienced that they just play off of each other's intuition a lot of the time.
Get these losers
A couple
out
big
of
ideas,
here.
Mans, and Xander, of course, helming that. That's going to be his job on this attack, is segmenting these smokes, not necessarily on default, so that Dante Deus is cut short more often than not. Koala Noob also needs to get a kill there, and he can't.
Cage triggered.
Oh. Tripwire down, Tinshoff in a great position. Use the one way of the cyber cage. Stall. Mid side completely open, though. We've seen AK in the past take that breach stun. Neon Dante rush down mid for those opening picks. It's shaping up to happen again. A reverse crunch.
Meeting at the middle, and of course it's Dante who lights up the kill feed more than anybody. And he'll join the rest of the team Adverso, and Tinshoff right at the gate. Straight into Net's mouth. 3 kills on the Ghost, at least one of which was concussed, I do believe. And M80, stunning final fight to give them a very sudden pistol round.
Huge, absolutely huge round for M80 to bring themselves back and get that early eco lead. Now, Koala Noob, surely to invest into the Outlaw, may try to hunt down Dante early on. Remember back on the desk, Koala Noob is an anomaly in Valorant for having so many high opening pick rates in his matches. What was it, around 70%? And Roy said,
like that.
you want to go for like 50-50 at best, right? No, this guy, we'll put an extra 20 on top.
I think nobody else is really in Koala's solar system. Like, just looking at the number doesn't exactly speak to it. M80, another push.
It's a vandal.
This time the gun diff, a little bit worse. But yeah, Koala Noob, you see the 70% and you're like, that's pretty dang good. I wonder who else is near him. The answer is really nobody. His ratio of 2.2 first kills for every first death is second to none by a wide margin. I think the closest in his wheelhouse is Mata on Moistek Shopify, who was like 1.5. With the volume of first kills and first deaths that those players had, I mean, they're on islands of their own.
Yeah. And surely now this is M80 closer to tying things up with All Night. Cameras down on B to watch over Marketplace and hear audio for the site itself. Koala Noob, going back to that conversation, right? Has a high opening pick rate because he has a lot of util to back him up. Similar to a certain Neon we talked about earlier. Very, very, very similar in terms of really leading the charge in terms of those kills for their team. And at this point, All Knights should sacrifice themselves to the almighty Spike. This eco, so important to leverage and keep on going. I'm really worried about this rifle round and how All Night want to play it out. I mean, we've seen shenanigans in the past, right? What about a Neon with a Bucky? It's not a rifle, sure, but in your face, a Vandal this early too? We could see so many different things.
We're close. Yeah, let's get silly. I'm ready for some silly stuff.
Remaining.
Yeah,
After,
Frenzy Neon.
Yeah, after 17-17.
Ares Neon.
Let's be goofy. But yeah, we'll head off to the Spike for Nico to go down. And indeed, two sides of the same coin. These teams, and like you said, duelists are All Knights with a pretty similar attacking style in general to a lot of North American teams we've seen. A lot of composition similarities, and Dante Deus is definitely taking a page out of some of our star duelists. I think I can safely say that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But the way in which they push, again, it's about minimizing collateral, which they do. Their util usage is so bloody good. I mean, their rotations of post plant. I mean, it's astounding, really.
That early rush down from A side, not finding a whole lot. M80 very quiet on their front. Early Cyber Cage comes down. Sides were reversed. We saw Nismo bring out that same smoke, albeit a different agent. Now, Koala's so close to having that dimensional drift. That'll clear out the entirety of B and force everyone off site.
Yeah, this should be a one and done here. They'll actually enter with Koala, just get this early because they know All Knights are going to rotate to it, and Dante is going to be very quick to the punch. But Koala makes himself known at that back site, then no one else is going to push. All Knights don't, and so Dante is walled away until the plant happens. So now you got to finish up. Koala Noob early pickoff. BCJ takes the shuffle, and so M80 can trade very positively in the opening half of the fight. Closing half, quite trivialized, as Net will win his crouch battle, and it'll just be down to Sebando, who is caught by Net as well. This kid's catching a couple pop flies in this second half to boost his KD a little bit.
I mean, Net has always been just a clutch warrior for M80.
Yeah, this Net guy's pretty good.
Yeah, he's all right. You know, he's been on a few good teams in the past. I guess you could say he's a very good ascending player. But
yeah,
no, I mean,
dude, the funniest thing, the opportunity to do the funniest thing Net has.
I mean, it would be cool to see a two-timer, right? But Net absolutely deserving a spot at the top accolades of Valorant has been such a great addition to the team. And we talked about this so early on, too, that ever since Net did join the team, and although he's not necessarily that mainstay IGL that he replaced, similar role just enabled M80 to play so much faster. And many of these rounds you will see, comparatively speaking, are as fast as these Latin American teams with just how overwhelming their executes can be. Tactical pause from All Knights. They're the ones now trying to think, okay, how do we get past Koala? The barrage of utility, the smokes that are out. Big advantage that M80 has always had in their arsenal. And this is the time now for All Night. They have to find a way to get past these barriers.
Yeah, this can't just be about Dante being in the right place at the right time. It can't just be about relying on a swift rotation, which is, it's clear that's what this comp wants to veer towards, but M80, they're willing to run that foot race, and they will win it if they exec fast enough. Something tells me they're not going to continue to go for this bombastic a playstyle for the entire game, but M80 can take this and run with it, beat this B-site dead horse until All Knights do have an answer. And the answer was Dante, initially for fighting, but now it's a little more muddled. Where does Sebando fit into the fray? He's been a bit of a leech for some of these stand-ins.
A leech?
Some of these corners. I know. J'accuse. But I say that because normally Tinshoff is that one-off when All Knights has to stack 4. And I think Tinchoff plays it really, really beautifully. In fact, I think he's a method actor when it comes to that role. You know, he had the least assists in LATAM, but he was also its best clutcher. How weird of a statistic does that turn out? How many Sentinels can say that in the world, period? The way in which Tinchoff literally goes from 0 to 100, whether or not it's playing completely preventative on a site that a team doesn't want to touch, which M80 did do that a couple times, or playing as that isolator, willing to be all by himself for the entirety of a fight, willing to 1v5 just to play for slowdown, and yet still being able to find value a majority of the time. Not a lot of Sentinels can say that either.
I suppose so, but going back to Sabando, right? His anchor ability and the fact that he has so much trust to solo hold a site, it can't be understated.
It's true.
Like, sure, he hasn't been necessarily involved in the big fights so far, but that's an All Knight's issue above all else, not necessarily Sabando. It's having that pre-round recognition. This is a team back in their finals that would win the majority of their rounds by having that accurate guess about where the attack would start and shutting it down before the execute could begin. Now, M80 are switching it up. They're playing with the map. They're recognizing the early utility that could come out and how they can play around it. That's forcing All Knight to make their secondary move. They're the ones that need to respond. And I don't think they're a reactionary team like they want to be. Both these teams love to set the pace. They force the enemy team to play their game, and that's how they win.
It's true. M80 has definitely shifted this game in the past couple rounds to fit their play style a little more. No longer do we see that high velocity All Knights that was able to kind of just battering ram themselves into a site. Now it's about stacking properly. Now it's about making sure that the extender doesn't grab one before you're able to fight post plant. Now it's about timing those stoppers so that with the right util, you're able to cut one short, and M80's attacks cannot be this fast. They will be forced to not rinse and repeat this B-side exec like All Knights felt so comfortable doing before. And Dante. I want to see more clips. Please, more kills.
Hey, look,
I'm on my knees here, please. More kills.
We're only in map 1. We have a lot of Dante to go.
20 bombs not enough for me.
Yeah, 40 minimum. 50.
And pictures of Spider-Man.
Oh, I should have done the laugh, but this is nerve-wracking though. Smoke goes down early. Spycam spotting out Koala. No rotations called above that. Sabando's no longer on an island. It's Tinchoff to do that instead. A singular tripwire, the other dedicated top of mid. Now remember, Koala and Xander have utility that would let them get past those trips. Not saying it's going to come out this round, but it's always a lurk option that needs to be in the back of AK's minds. Nico Machine has that floating capability to watch out for it. Tinchoff has only a Sheriff and a potential 1v5.
Oh yeah! Monster! This is why Nico feels like a chaperone. But Tinchoff feels like the GOAT.
30 seconds left.
Definitely getting the brunt of the punishment from M80 early on. First run of the Thrash. And of course, the guarantee that it's gonna be a site. All Night swiftly on the run back. Xander receives the message loud and clear. A little too loud and a little too clear. TP also has to come through. Dante begins the fight and wins it to start out. That's enough to bring out the overdrive on 5 HP. The rest of All Knights will enact. And Dante's gonna keep it going. Another push with 5 health points. He still finds damage. He still finds a kill onto net. Koala Noob in the 1v2, and All Knights, there's too much pressure. Adverso and Sabando, the two longest standing members, will make it work. And it is a thrilling retake from All Knights, exactly what they wanted to lean back into. It took a lot. It took Dante lighting up, but that's what you ask for when you ask for All Knights.
Beautiful Blacklight Thrifty coming out. Unbelievable there. The overdrive being the ace in the hole, desperately needed by AK to keep themselves going after that timeout. But you can't rely on that ultimate every time either. Same could be said for Koala's Dimensional Drift. Very, very powerful tools in both these teams' pockets. It's just a matter now of seeing again M80. They can play the map well. We've seen them do it so many times at this point. These early defaults have been good. But it makes you wonder again, like, the speed, the rotatability, identifying where Dante could be. There's a mental checklist for both these teams on core components they need to identify. We're back into it again. Early owl drone inside of B main. We'll spot the Yoru puddle. But otherwise, not a lot of info gained.
No. This is ultimately a great idea for a sell, maybe, for M80.
Is this a bait?
Oh, yeah, it is. They're going to try swing this. Oh, my God.
I can't believe the Yoru puddle works.
That's awesome. Good for a 1-for-1, though. Nico Machine does not die alone. TP from Koala Noob into market, and he's doing too much of a do-si-do here with Tinshop. This is what he excels at, but Koala, still in the meantime, circles back, finds the kill onto the back line, and VCJ has the rest covered. Now it's Dante time. We have to fight this final boss, and a final boss he is. 3 deep and spots Xander. Once again, 5 health points left. And this fast lane doesn't cover Spike. He can't just sweep in easy street. He's gonna sell the rotation instead. Xander, uncertain of where he's at, comes down to the one shot. Dante the double back, and he finds the shot! A Zippo clutch for the Neon, the absolute star of all nights and Latin America.
This kid is a monster. A monster that we're creating, M80. Unbelievable, and this is only map 1. Shutting down M80 one at a time. What would normally be just normal trades. Watching the crossfire corners. No, not happening. It's just Dante. I need to see the scoreboard again. How many kills has he gotten?
It doesn't matter, I'm hungry for more.
28!
That 50 bomb ain't too far off, Max.
Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, if we go to 1,000 overtimes again, we could very well see that. But this sun is prepped up and ready for the swing from Dante. Shut down unusually early. A big, big sigh of relief for M80. They can operate the round again.
Yeah, we no longer have to play in 2 phases.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the raid pulse is gone for a little bit, but look at this push-up from All Night. They have taken this space back, and that should surely find at least one.
So deep in, Sabondo swarmed, swathed, and Tinshop on the run. Dizzy will not catch, but what can Tinshop do other than say, they're coming over here? Oh, okay. Swing out and kill the people who aren't looking his direction. That's too deep, and the fault line misses. It's a retreat, and Nismo's ISO'd, but he can at least deal with that Verso, who is also segmented. The Hunter's Fury to try and finish off this low health pool of both of these remaining M80 players, but it's just not cutting it. You've got to get to the nitty-gritty. You've got to fight it out, and Tinshop can't. Stuck up in the corner, finally stuffed away. And Nico Machine, late to the party, still has some util in the tank, and it is dangerous util. One that can shred the rest of his health pool, but so can the Vandal! And another Zippo clutch for All Nights, getting them to 11 this map.
What is happening? Unbelievable M80. At this point, you'd have to consider a timeout just to, like, breathe for a second. What is normally, like, a textbook double cross. Yeah, you're stacked up. It's not the best position to be in, but low HP, losing what should very well be easy fights for this team is just not happening. Sierra did say that the lower seed team has won every series today. Yeah, I'd go for a pause too.
And again, it isn't it isn't necessarily just the one. Like I would say I would spam Dante. God, can you believe we haven't even made a book joke yet?
Oh, I already have.
He's
the ninth player.
Really? Oh, dude. Oh, you made. Oh, okay. You made the one that goes over the dumb people's heads. Okay. Cool.
Oh,
thank you.
Well, none of our viewers are dumb.
I am saying I am.
Oh, I've never read
our
it.
Viewers are. But there are so many more extraneous factors, and Nico Machine again is a symbol of the ability that All Night has to have. All Night constantly has in these rounds, which is just their pocket player, and most of the time it is Tinshop. Sometimes it's Sebando, sometimes it's an initiator. Adverso has played once or twice now. I don't believe he's been able to clutch it up. But these not even anchors, again, these pockets, these players who have just lurked the lower corners, who have just pressed mid so gently. Killing the map with kindness is All Nights. And these infections from the Sentinels, the controllers, the initiators, any old player. Greater uncertainty than M80 already had against such a high kilter team.
Shadow.
All stacked up mid. The smoke's continuously going down. A good guess the tripwire's up top, but not 100% known, broken away. Already watched out by All Knights. Good crossfire, potentially held A site in their control. Very little information found. Nismo could lurk up mid in the late round. With the help of his utility, still stun available.
All right, let's get started. No, you're done casting. It's time to fight now. Dante Deus opening frag. All Knights get it done. An M80 questioned, but they can't for long. They have to make the call, and the call is let's push this. It's gonna be a 3v2 for a very limited time. And they will make the cut work. All Knights a little bit late here on the white swing, though. They'll still make the fight happen now. Mid-plant. TP back. Means that they have to watch for Koala, but that also means that Net's a little ISO'd on site at the moment. You got to circle back to elbow to make this fight work. Tinchop getting up close and personal in the off time, and it might be enough. 1 for 1. And your Cypher's on site. Fake TP. Tinchop doesn't fall for it, but Koala comes through. And M80 lessen the gap to 3 rounds.
Onslaught of so many gunfights. Everyone's still remaining very stoic. Good A-side pull, especially the fact that it was a triple stack outside of AK. With Dante on board with a... I'm sure we'll see a replay of it in a wild opening pick. The neon slide and its accuracy is unbelievable at times, and it works out so well for all these young gunners. But the fact to be seen, though, is that, again, Dante, directly 1v1 contested, brought down a whole stack of M80 once again, stacking up, fighting exactly as how many other M80 opponents have done. So it's Dante again. The speed, unmatched, a double kill to shut him down.
A little bit excitable, I think
Right
that one was. I'm gonna be real.
Exactly where.
But on the eco round, it's something that Dante's okay with to insert Sabando, who is able to trade for 2. And again, now M80, they will be forced away. They will be siphoned out to sight. They'll get a plant, they'll get space, but All Knights have a very unpredictable position. How many people are coming from where Sabando was? And how many people are coming from the extraneous spots? Xander has to watch Boba. Got Koala re-extending as well. Nobody is watching this flank just yet. Obviously, the wire being there, but they don't know the sheer volume of this counter push.
Slow and steady does win that race. Weaponry, Nico, just a stinger.
Diffuse the slide.
Seems like they're playing just to die here. There's not much time to exit. If you do this, it's got to be now. Yeah, you can just swing out and take this pretty easy. Unfortunately, a little too little time in the bank that time around for All Knights to really waste another second, unfortunately, and so they'll be caught in that little pocket of time. M80 will win out that gun round. And yet they still keep it exciting, right? They still find a way to do something different, and Sabando being all the way up there, being the man behind the slaughter, I love that.
It brings up a good... Well, you brought up a good point at the early round, though, is that we're seeing Dante just rush in
He's just
so
running it down.
early. Yeah, and that was a common issue that All Knights faced all throughout playoffs, is that they would have Dante overheat tunnel vision so early on Fishnet opening pick, and he does it again. No success this time. Those timeouts we mentioned before all throughout playoffs were to put him back on that leash, have him settle down, and play with the team again. Now All Knights are starting off, well, I was gonna say a 4v5, but I blinked my eyes, now there's 2 left alive. It's those anchors.
Yeah,
often left on those islands.
Definitely overheating is Dante, and by proxy, that means All Knights too. They're gonna save, which means Koala Noob, a hunting we will go.
And this is scary too. Koala had dedicated Yoru ult this round. It would be a huge advantage if he's able to get both and start to string yet another one back together.
Put that weapon here.
Not a possibility.
Taking care of business here to make it a 10-11 game. Sabando would really adore holding on to this gun.
Shadows traveling.
All Knights in a stiff position where might just have to play for the 11-11. Not much to their name going into round number 22. And it comes at the hands of a lot of space slipping through their fingers. Very, very excitable Dante finds 0 value in a very, very crucial round.
Curious to see now. Yep, pause, brought out. Almost always now we see the reset off of Dante. Any Neon really, but especially Dante has been a big offender throughout playoffs. Make sure that he can play with the team, at least at the very minimum have that tradability. But at this point, 10 and 11, a timeout like this to reorient the entirety of All Knights, that might be all it takes to win map 1. They are 2 rounds away. And M80, if we want to go back in time a year ago, the only time they lost the series, really up until the very end, grand finals of Ascension 23, was off of this opening group stage game against the Union. I mean, plenty of times in America before this, so far in Challengers, we have seen the same teams fall in the same exact spots, just like Oxygen did in their own playoffs. Eliminated the same exact spots. M80 could fall the same.
Of all of the teams that we expected to not be able to run out of steam, it was M80 by this point. Because we thought they had already did it. With changing things out for net, we thought the beginning of that previous split was the moment that we had gotten drained.
This is not like the Neon's a big surprise to M80 with this comp. They shut down Sim on TSM, right? Back in America, would shut him down round after round. But here's the thing. A lot of the Neons back in America are much slower. They play much more together with their team. It allows that wiggle room, the disrespective utility that M80 can find. Speaking on defense, on the attacking side, M80, they have been finding their groove. Koala, though.
Wow.
Very important shots missed over and over so far this map. That's another one to add to the docket.
And that gives away the operator as well. A lot of the intention from M80 has already been read, and they've barely escaped the T yet. But All Knights, they'll still play back. They'll still play respectful. Tinshoff alone on this A site with this Stinger in hand. All Knights not necessarily jumping the gun here, but this is a calculated risk to take on this defensive round.
Look at that camera, though. Early flash came out. Audio heard. Tinshoff calming it already. No movement whatsoever from All Night. Dante's watching mid. Crossfire set up for B main. This could be M80, at least attempting to sell the fake, but they're dedicating towards this. Xander does have ult. Keep that in mind. Could very well send that spike back over to B site the very last second if need be. But with an operator in hand, it seems unlikely. M80 have to execute this fast, and Tinshoff has already given up A site. They're waiting for that Rolling Thunder from Nismo.
They're gonna have to wait a little longer. Xander will remain as the rat of tiles, and for it, he will get one kill with this operator that he's now got to try and escape with. He will. Back to the trap wire we go. Dante Deus, the attempted chase down. He does not make it. And now it's a two-man trade. Owldrum's gonna give them away. Net forcing attention, but the rest of M80 is here and watching, waiting for Dante. Ooh, find one! Xanter, the TP just in time to escape, but it's one down for M80. They've got to hold it down, and Net is the one to lock it in. All too often, it's come down to his kills on the day, and M80, it will work out for the better. A little bit of panic, but it is a tie game now, and All Knights again. What can they bring to the table now?
Just really good A, B, C checklisting coming out from M80, making sure the fact that they can hold down for the flank identified big opponents on the board like Tinshoff, Sabando, and Dante. Make sure that they have been accounted for, and positioning is good. The flank was called, and although it didn't work out too well, at least they forced out the utility, and as you mentioned, Xander, ultimate, bypassing out of the way, not taking that one. M80 are playing these post plants so safe now to make sure they can get away from this Neon. They've identified him yet again. So what's the call here? Again, M80 are taking their sweet time with this early round. It makes All Night very antsy. Early Owl Drone will mean that can't be used later into the round. Recombo, the best native sense of hard information given outside of Tinshoff's utility. But Tinshoff does have that neural theft. All it takes is one really good kill against M80 to unlock this whole round. Stacked up on B, Rolling Thunder available, a neural theft of their own. This is gonna be a hard beat.
Koala Noob entries just in time. Sabando, crucial start, and he'll now TP up for the follow-up. Also can't really find much promise. Too many bodies in the way. But All Knights is here to play. Like you said, that neural theft available. And a Rolling Thunder now for Adverso. Countered by Nismos and Dante Deus. Tough stuff, huge for M80. Trying to escape that radius, but can't do it in time. Makes it a whole lot easier for All Knights, or for M80 rather. Mosh first, and the cavalcade of util and gunfire should be too much, but the sprays from All Knights are doing a bit of a job. Adverso, the only one remaining, will try to fake for half, but M80 have too many resources and players to work with. and they will surf on to game point.
Close call once again. M80 slowing down their own pace, and execing as a group has worked wonders. Splitting up hasn't gained much. No amount of space has really warranted the 1 or maybe 1v2s that they've been facing and losing out. As many bodies as possible. Our gigantic ball of M80 has worked out well. 12-11. A reversal now made on map 1. We still have a long ways to go, Tenrak. This is looking good. All Knights, this could be their last chance. It certainly is in regulation. Change it up again, and oh, Dante.
Well, we're in, I guess. Adverso with the cleanup. And so from here, wow, yeah, Dante got out. That's very impressive.
Crosshair placement's been impeccable with these wider than anything I've ever seen before wide swings.
Kind of mandatory wide swings, I guess, with the slide. But yeah, Dante leads into it heavy. Feels good, for sure. Precipice of a 30 bomb for him. But he's not at the fight, at least not yet. M80's still a little bit indecisive, playing for orbs. Xander alone. Dante caught. Nico not there for the fight and now has to manage this second angle. Can catch Xander on the chase down.
Oh no.
Perfect timing to keep All Knights at advantage. And Net caught out with the recon dart as well. All Knights could read this re-leaning the B side, but they don't even need to that hard because Tin Shop's util has been here the whole damn time.
There's no smokes. There's no smokes for the execute.
Way in. They've got to just make it
30 seconds left.
There's no trap wire on the immediate entry, so Wingman will at least get onto site for free. All Knights will hear this. They'll clock it, and they'll get ready to fight it. Adverso with the setup. The backline of AK with the knockdown. Net's target number 1 easily dealt with. And a thrash from BCJ to at least cut this fight in half, but still so much to do. BCJ wants to manage it all, and has a bit of a gap in his smoke to at least grab one with it.
1v2.
Very much doable, but Sabando catches him on the run back. And we will go to overtime in this first game between M80 and All Knights.
We saw what happened the last time we had overtime today. It went very, very long. But honestly speaking, again, the level of competition we have seen today has been instrumentally amazing. Every single team has done their homework. The counter-stratting, the amount of prep put in has been unbelievable. And I believe one of the members of the desk said it themselves that with all the counter-stratting and new strats being brought out here, surprising teams, it's been surprising us too. We have been seeing so many new things and new variables come out from every team today that it's always hard to predict what's going to happen next. And this is making it one of the most competitive Ascensions I think we've ever had.
For sure. This is what a great opening day to the tournament, man. If there was any way to show that this is anybody's tournament, it is this. Your favorites against your underdogs, a story you've heard so many times today. Who will win on Sunset? All Knights initiating on attack again. The 3-2 once again back in tow. Tinchoff and Sabando, best of friends in the dog park, while the rest of them teeter over B main entry, waiting for something to fizzle out.
Great pressure early on for B. Notice no rotation set off just yet. Koala sets up the gate crash deep into defender spawn just to ensure a quick rotation back to B, or even just to catch out the cross mid. There's only one person watching it, and Xander blocked out by a perma cyber cage. That enables so many possibilities. But if Koala TP's out now, and he can't, it got broken, he would leave BCJ all alone. This could be the potential one and done with this op, if he's not quick enough to the draw after the first shot.
Down if you hit a shot or not, and he doesn't! Tinchoff is quick on the draw, and All Knights is quick on the push. Dante, no run, BCJ enacts with punishment. Dante Deus will never not sprint again, and BCJ will never not hold this spot again! 3 kills to give M80 some solace here on the A site. Xander on the back line has an easy one for if Sabanda decides to enact early on, but it's Tinchoff to go in by himself. First, the Omen IGL can hold it down, and M80 have ground their way to game point here on Sunset.
Great fact not to overextend and take this early round bait out of B main. Instead, BCJ taking his ones over and over. A very rare circumstance for All Knight in this map, losing these individual anti-trades. And now M80's 1 round away from securing map 1. Unbelievable fact now. We could go to Icebox next. When you think of that map, and you're a big fan of any section of America, you always think of M80. Sunset, it's growing on them. The pause has already been made. And so, the most difficult part may have already been selected. If they can just win this first map, Icebox could be an easy ride.
Yeah, this was the hump that M80 had to get over. It was gonna be this or Haven. You and I in the green room, we were mulling over what the map choices were gonna be. We knew it was gonna be the hard ban onto Bind. We knew they didn't want to go to Abyss, but I was frankly really surprised that AK made it their hard. I guess they're that scared that M80 wanted to take him there on the on like an off choice. But the Icebox choice over Lotus first for M80, first of all, is a little alien, but not completely unexpected because AK's Lotus is also banger. If we get to that, I'd love to watch it. But I truthfully expected All Knights to go for Haven instead of Sunset here because their Haven's been looking miraculous lately.
Well, I mean, this is what we said in the green room too, right? If we see a 3-site map early on, like Lotus or Haven, it'll be a really good test to see which team could have that stronger leadership in the early parts of this tournament. The fact that we already know the structure very well of M80 shows that, yeah, they may have the competitive edge in either of those maps. But we have not seen it, and we won't see it on, at least, well, so far this series for Haven. And so we won't get to know the depth of the leadership, I suppose, on a big rotating map like this, but we've seen plenty of rotates so far. M80 just need one more attack round to bring it out of their own map pick into Icebox. One-way setup, executes out.
Loudspeaker blaring, M80's here, and they're here to play. It's Koala Noob for the first. Koala Noob trying to be the second as well, but tagged out by the recon bolt. He'll take some chip damage as the plant goes down without a hitch. Now M80, they'll try to be the long arm of the law, and it's once again Koala Noob. Time to jump. I know his mother's in the chat. Probably talks about engagement all the time, but not the kind that you usually talk about to your mom with. Nice try. I know I don't talk to her about Valorant this much, but I wish I could because I'd have so much to say about this team who is so close to winning it out. And indeed they will. Koala stacking 3 more kills for the round, and M80, you've seen the story before, but did it take 26 rounds? They'll take Sunset.
Oh, great adjustments made by M80 at the very end, grouping up together, playing their own games once more, really fishing to find the critical players on All Knights in order to take them down very, very early on. Dante, a lot of that steam fell post the last 2 attack timeouts. Not a lot to be seen, but hopefully we get to see All Knights bring it back again on a... I don't know if we'll see Neon on Icebox, but it could very well be interesting to see.
No, All Knights comp on Icebox classically is unfortunately not Neon. It is a swamp comp, which I am excited to see if they decide to carry that into a game against M80, because M80's games against specifically swamp comps have been tumultuous, to say the least, since Net's addition to the compendium of the squad. It'll be a fun interaction to watch. M80 still definitely the favorites to make this a 2-0, but it'll be a close one. We'll see after this short break.
face.
Friends, buckle in. We're going to be here for a while longer. First map of our final best of 3 of the day is going to go to overtime as well. In the end, M80 to take the first map in this series. And honestly, Emily, there is for quite a bit of time. I didn't know how this one was going to go because honestly, I didn't spend a split following them. I wasn't quite sure what they're fully capable of, even though I've gone back and looked, and they definitely impressed to start things off, but M80 to pull it out in the end.
They definitely were impressive, like you said. The first 5 rounds, I'm like, okay, they came to play. They're ready for M80 and what they've got, but even though they had a strong start and the half was 4-8, M80 is just staying composed and they took it into OT. But a lot of good things that I saw from All Knights. Lots of back-to-back clutches that kept them in the game, and they really played with their heart out. But I found their play style to be very aggressive. I thought that they had the set plays on their attacking side, which was what was really working against M80, and that was really refreshing to see, Roy.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point because whenever they were setting the pace on the attack side, it really felt like they knew exactly which fights they were taking. They knew exactly how to punish M80, and that sort of style was working extremely well for them. But as soon as they flipped sides, it was kind of M80 doing the same thing back to them. They were the ones dictating the pace. They were kind of the ones choosing which fights were going to happen and how comfortable Dante felt during these fights. And it did feel like M80 kind of rolled them over. But I do want to say that M80 winning that first map is a really good sign. Like, everything went pretty much wrong for them. They have a huge clutch moments that they lost, and they're still able to come through. But I really do want to see a little bit more consistency and like sort of in their approach on the second map, because the way Dante is playing, he could easily take a map away from them.
Oh yeah, Dante's on fire. He's cooking up something. But M80, like you said, is a team that we know can stay composed. And from the history of me watching this lineup and some of these players, I know them as a team that just needs a little bit of rounds to warm up, right? They just need to get the feel for the play, kind of get more into the zone, and they definitely show that they stay composed. Looking at the rounds, both of them each won one thrifty, and first kill 16 went in favor of M80.
I mean, All Knights, they had a couple of those clutch moments. I think what made the scoreline a little closer, because when we looked once we got the side swap, M80 definitely see posed to take the sooner rather than later. So AK managing to have those clutch potentials. The checks out, and we got to look at the MVPs, the duelists here, because I feel like we talked so much about Dante that we didn't really give Koala the respect for like what he was able to do on the Yoru on this map here, Emily. We got the 6 kills. We have a really impressive scoreline as well. We were just like, ooh, flashy neon. Oh my goodness, Dante is amazing, which also true. But we gotta give Koala his kudos too.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard when you have that insane 4K that we saw from Dante. I mean, that was absolutely insane. He was weaving and botting, sliding around. He has his ice skates on. But we have Koala Noob, who is on the winning team that won 14-12, went 26-19 on Euro with the 6 first kills, and that's perfectly played from the Yoru, getting the space, being annoying, and also playing really fun mind games.
Yeah, the wild thing about Koala's score is he got 1 kill per round, but it really felt like All Knights were constantly countering him, especially when he was on the defense side. They kept shutting down his plays. They kept kind of like making him very uncomfortable, and Dante felt like he had his number in that first half. So the fact that he still ended the match with 26 kills is insane. But I do also want to draw some attention to the fact that, like, yeah, Koala stats are impressive, but Net, BCJ, Nismo, all these players on M80 had really important moments that sort of saved them the match as well.
I mean, M80, they're known for those moments. The amount of times I feel like I've seen them behind on like a Lotus map or something, and they're able to all clutch up and really be able to pull out a victory is, yeah, they've been here before, and now they got the first map in the series and have the opportunity to close it out into, especially looking ahead at the next map. This is something that they are pretty easy to say quite comfortable with. There is, but people fear this map coming up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, saying quite comfortable on this map feels like an underselling of how strong they are on this map. So many teams in North American Challengers were terrified to play them on this map. It was almost like a ban in almost every single one of their series because of their composition is so versatile, and the fact that, you know, Koala is a very flexible player. He's able to play Omen on this map and have virtually no loss of impact, makes them very weird to play against on this map, because you still maintain the elevation that you would have with Jet, but at the same token, you have the extra layer of smokes, you have the extra layer of kind of like counter utility that allow this map to start functioning in like a more awkward sort of pace that a lot of teams aren't used to on this map.
And a big discussion point that we've had today with a lot of the maps is we haven't necessarily seen this team in a bit, or we've never gotten to see this team. What are they going to be bringing? Whereas Icebox for M80, this is something that, like, we know better than anyone. All these teams know better than anyone. So for this to be the next pick in the series, Emily, I think for All Knights and for All Knights fans, this is definitely a scary prospect ahead of them. They definitely showed that they're capable of shooting. Like, their mechanical skills are nuts. They're capable of this.
Yeah.
They definitely have a tall mountain ahead of them.
Yeah, they're going against M80's map choice. They have a 75% win rate on Icebox, which is incredibly strong. Maybe they didn't get the memo that Roy got of how everybody was afraid to play them on that map. So if not, then, you know, they left it open for a reason. And I seem to keep on saying this, but they just had a lot of time to prepare on them. If it is one of their stronger maps, sometimes you can use that as your favor being the opponents. That means that you know exactly what they're going to be doing. We didn't see agent select difference in the first map from M80, so that's telling me maybe they're going to stick to their game plan and have the same one, but I guess we'll find out soon for Icebox.
I mean, when I think back to Icebox and how strong it's been for M80, I wouldn't think so. But then again, when they're willing to pull out the triple Senti on Lotus, you never really know what they're thinking. But I am intrigued with exactly how All Knights will fare into this. Because when I look at Icebox, even though we're definitely hyping up M80 on this map, I don't think that All Knights looks bad on Icebox by any means, especially to the comp that they're playing. Especially annoying, they have that Harbor Viper here, Roy, so they definitely are capable of playing this map. When they lost in the grand finals, this was a very close match, losing 11-13. So they are capable. It's just whether they can do it against one of the best of the best on Icebox we haven't.
Yeah, most definitely. And the double controllers, I mean, on both sides, right? But specifically for All Knights with the Harbor, it kind of makes things a little awkward in the sense that, like, you have an extra layer on your retakes of like having 2 separate walls that are layered on top of themselves or like spread out. And then once you get on the site as well, you have sort of the barrier cove, and it kind of allows you to put a lot of pressure on the spike and force these teams to make, you know, mistakes. But again, it's M80. They're not really the type of team that is, they're just going to fall back and play for spam all the time. They're willing to kind of intermingle their styles. Like, they're willing to hold sites with the Omen, and they're willing to play off when the time comes, so they can sort of do both. And I think it's really going to come down to like the battle of the ops, because Koala will pull the op out on the defense side, and you know, Harbor does pair kind of well into that with this extra layer of, you know, push walls and sort of waves. But how much pressure can you really remove from Koala? Because you tried that on the first map where like you kind of countered him and he still had 26 kills by the end. So it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, and we'll get the opportunity to see Dante over on the Jet, and Dante already had a great performance in that first game, so just how much impact can be made on Icebox there. But as we're getting set up for the series, we got to make sure our players are ready. It's quite late over there, so while they're getting their coffees, and while we get our coffees, and you should too, we're going to be taking a quick break. And on the other end, Game 2 of M80 versus All Knights.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pound yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. We look, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child not again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
about time to get it. It's about time, not forget it. It's about time. Never gonna get up now. Never gonna stop now. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you roll with me. Whoa, you
everyone, we are back. Sorry, it's late, so we had to get some caffeine, and you all know how long a French press coffee takes. But we're back, we're in our seats, and I'm getting word that our players are as well. Reminder, final series of the day, M80 are up 1-0 in the series after an overtime win on All Knight's map pick. And now we're looking at Icebox, which is one of M80's best maps. One that's very much so scary to go up against. All Knights have shown that they're capable, but do they have what it takes to take it to a map 3? Let's head over to our Blacklight Agent Select and find out what they're going to be bringing into this matchup. Roy, these are both known quantities from the teams, or they were. It's going to be All Knights to throw a little bit of a wrench in the plan. Dante was going nuts last series, so I'm excited for this.
Yeah, I'm also excited for this. I think the ISO is a really cool pick. If I remember correctly, this is sort of the old EG comp from this year, right? If I remember correctly. So I think we're going to be seeing some familiar stuff from probably inspired by the EG roster. I do think ISO is a very, very strong pick on Icebox. But again, no changes from M80. They're running the same composition. So it's going to be a nice, good old fundamental play here from the M80 side.
What I'm really excited about with this ISO was an issue that I had with Dante in the last map was some of these rushes that he would go for and he wouldn't get the kill, and it was kind of hard to trade him at times. Whereas with the ult for the ISO being able to take those engagements, I'm so excited for this. I think this is potentially a really good pick for them. But M80, they're strong on Icebox. They definitely have their work cut out for them, and it's time to head into it and head on over to our casters for map number 2.
Here we go. Once again, we are back. Are you caffeinated?
Never.
Never?
I survive on water and whimsy.
Whoa, I need caffeine and whimsy to get through this, but we actually have a very interesting mechanism now from M80. A taunt coming out from All Knights. The ISO may be a bit of an ego pick at times, but the most important thing is that, remember, M80, they have been dominant in America. But the last time they lost a series was back on this map, losing out to a collegiate team of Blinn way back in June. Now, the important thing to remember, adding context, is that that was the first series that Net was added into the roster. Adjustments needed to be made. Since then, M80, they haven't lost. But they did squeak away a win back on Sunset, so this is the opportunity to keep that streak going. And plenty of time has passed 10 regs since we had that loss from M80. It's time to see what kind of homework All Knights have brought out.
Yeah, it's not like M80's Icebox is invincible, really. They have shown weaknesses against the teams that they have played since their loss to Blinn Esports in North American Challengers. But I don't think they've come up against a comp like this. All Knights, like you said, if Dante Go Kill was a composition, I am looking at it right now. This is a very out-of-the-blue pick that you could only give to one guy, one kid, to potentially save this game. Save this map that is, again, M80's choice, the one that they are, at the end of the day, more comfortable with, more confident in, and one that they will begin the attack on. Koala Noob, the first to jump on in. He's been taking the Omen role with this composition, while BCJ still on that Gecko. And it will not result in a plant on attempt number 1. The whole gang's here for the intercept.
But hey, look, a minute left on the clock now. Still plenty of time to reroute out of B main, go back to A.
Here.
Smoke's available, at least one for Koala. On the timer, sure.
Going up.
But that being said, though, this Viper wall has a timer of its own. Going for attempt number 2 now. It's going to be the sprays through the wall. But look at this, M80. They are a team that does not like to respect the wall. They push up aggressively, take that space back. But that ISO is already set up and ready.
Let's watch Dante. Cam on him. 1 down. Now with the armor and a whole party to help him out. It is a death ball from All Knights to take back over B site and absolutely demolish round 1.
Important to note, too, going back to the ISO pick from Dante, we have historically seen some interesting choices on this map in the past. Roy talked about it on the desk. I mean, we could go as far back as the inception of this map to talk about how RETA has found records of acolytes, finding so much impact on this map in terms of kills. But even recently, too, we will see Deadlock comps, RETA comps, RETA Gecko comps, RETA Deadlock comps. Really just so many different puzzle pieces that could come to the same conclusion to fight up against a team like M80. But the fact that we've seen that flashiness from Dante to start things off already has been pretty good. It still means M80 has a hill to climb, but it's not an unfamiliar one.
And this isn't too different from the playstyle that they normally use because it's very rare that Dante Deus is this by himself. May certainly look that way when he's playing Neon, but that's just because he gets to run a lot faster than everyone else. And he's running the marathon with the rest of his team on Icebox. He will be the pacemaker. Sabando, the opener on the defense this time around, is once again, it's a B press default from M80. This time, little guy is going to get the whole dang job done, but not get too many more steps in after it. Verso from Snowman, Smokeless, M80 is now down to 4.
Just using that same wall against them for the post plant. Firing straight through the Viper to find so many impact kills. 2 left alive, Xander, Nat, what can you do? Not a whole lot when you're triple swung. It leaves Nat to be the last one left with nothing more than a Sheriff. And plenty of heads that have yet to be popped. 2 now for AK, a great start for All Night.
Really great start indeed. Nico Machine farming up a couple orbs in the meantime has been doing a great job of playing keep away as these controller and initiator duos take over. And of course, Verso has been that backline through and through here. Don't get it twisted, Tinchoff's just the guy outside. It's Nico who comes to collect. He intentionally holds off on using a lot of his utility when you'll see All Night's exec, just so he can use it in the mid-rounding. A lot of bravery and trust to your teammates when the util is divvied up beforehand. And a lot of the time here for AK it is. Sabando even more forward this time on the half-witted bonus, but Nico will do the same, and with the stack on A site, they'll be successful on the lurker. Net unable to perform this round, as it's another B press for M80.
Maybe wondering why M80 is so keen to go for these BXX over and over. No smokes, very little flashes available for All Night in the post play here. A gigantic swing 10 rec. And even then, it's still All Night to come out the victor on their bonus buy.
A spray war that is easily won by the ones holding the whole angle, and BCJ bullied by the wingman before he can get a word in edgewise. What a stunning 3-round sequence from All Nights that shows their absolute dedication to gatekeeping B-side.
Big rifle round from M80 shut down. We talked about how much of a benchmark that would be at the beginning of Sunset, and that was a round that M80 had won. But with All Nights, they have certainly done their homework, and that was the big scare factor that we were wondering going into this. They chose a map that, historically speaking, M80, they are dominant on, more so than Sunset. And yet here we are, 3 rounds down, possibly looking at the precipice of an eco depending, a timeout, depending on how the eco the next few rounds can look.
There was a lot invested, but to call this early. After you've done the same thing 3 times in a row, you can't. You gotta try something else before you go for the time.
You gotta be looking at this round if it doesn't go in M80's way, or even the 5th. Going 0-5 at worst? That's when you have to start making a change.
Yeah.
It's a broken buy from M80. It's not the worst in the world. Few Vandals on board here, but their approach to A is a good start. Look at where BCJ is. Way back over on B. This could be an attempted flank one way or another, big macro play. Still plenty of time to manipulate the rotations of All Night on the clock. And they're barely moving.
Yeah, Sabando's gonna stay stalwart here. I don't know about that call to plant BCJ there when Sabando's already been playing so forward. And you know they have the gun diff now. Yeah, nothing gonna be gained from that except maybe forcing Tinshop to lean over a little faster, but it's not like he was gonna be there for the post-plant fight anyway. Rest of AK is, though, to support Dante Deus, and Net can't even get the shot down! Nico Machine has the whole damn site to himself, 4 kills! And All Night's 4 rounds.
Bro is a machine, holy shutdown potential. And the desk talked about way back earlier today about how Nico is such a great flex. Oftentimes on maps like Bind, you'll see him being that entry raise and not Dante. Everyone on their team has so much fragging potential, and we'll see that round after round. It's really a battle of highlights between these two. But so far, yep, there it is. Round 4 timeout. I should say the round 5 timeout now. 0-4, M80. They've been able to find space, they get the consistent plant down, they can keep their money alive doing so. But they have yet to win this post plant, surely because of the space given by All Night.
Yeah, it's just not. There's just one corner that has yet to be cleared each time. And then M80 have decided to take a pack fight against a team that clearly is able to go bar for bar with them. I am really amazed that M80 is still going for these double, triple swings into sites where it's clear you need to have a couple, I don't know, like a flurry of punches behind it. Which makes me even more terrified for how All Knights are going to attack this. Because All Knights, they have that segmented util. They have that ingrained in their team structure. And usually it's Nico Machine who's holding on to that util until the bitter end. Guy got to dump it all this round and pad his stats to get himself up to a 6-0 clean KD going into round 5. I mean, what a showcase for this team. Map 1, we really thought they used it all, but they're not close to done.
I mean, remember, M80 is one of the more structured teams that we've seen back in America. And even they can be good to have that firepower to shut down very aggressive teams. So many have tried this year, and each one of them have failed. M80 are going to make this approach back yet again to A. Viper Wall dividing out the site, a great post-plant option to keep M80 back.
Big push immediately in M80. Close range fights, isolated with the help of that opener smoke.
Spike planted.
Koala Noob getting a little more active with that util. Good for the long run. And now M80 can play the game that they were trying to play for the past 4 rounds, but they just could not get the time window. This time, AK, not much to offer. Tinchoff is coming from the flank, but Sabando has been cleared, sterilized as his sight. M80 will butterfly away and break the curse.
I don't think butterflies can exist in the snow. But this would play pretty nice, cool plays coming out.
Dude, you're on fire today.
Oh, well, the map isn't, but I mean,
wow!
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
Thank you. But no, overall now, M80, a successful round in their pocket is a really good start. But your leaders have fallen, and your anchors were the last ones left on B site. Yep. A big brazen display just pushing up and taking maximum space from M80 is usually the alternate that they find. Now, remember, this is M80 without a native duelist. They don't have a jet. They don't have a raise to take that elevation. Instead, again, Koala on the Omen has more utility and a little bit more of a laid-back style to help the rest of the team push in. Keep that in mind why the pacing may seem slow.
And separate.
Yeah.
Look at where we're going.
I mean, at this point, right, you could be looking at Koala soon to be getting into the shadows, right?
Yeah.
Teleport across the map any which way you want to go. That allows M80 to work the map a lot more. But if critical pieces fall early on, that becomes so scary. Imagine M80 losing Xander immediately, right? You don't want that. But you do have Nismo, Null Commando, shutting down utility, any of that prowess on B site. That should allow the fast plant, but All Night, they just wait for that wall to come back up the spring through.
Oh, Xander timing is so great on this window to catch the first in Nico, and now the mid-fight continues. Xander, a little bit of a brave peek, but he is out of there, waiting for who next can collect on him. Sabando reveals himself, but doesn't fully kill, and so much time and resources is being spent on Xander! M80 free passage, so much time wasted here on the B plant. What can All Knights do except have Dante just frontline? How many can you get? With a paranoia, nothing at all. M80 clear house and grab a second round.
Oh, the preparedness out from M80. They are all set up for the post plant. They know what to expect. Big, massive props into this round for Xander. Really good push and a great delay outside of top hall to ensure the massive rotate not only was identified, not only was weakened down, but the fact that he single-handedly had stalled and could control his team to be like, hey, I found where they're all at. This is what we need to focus on in the post plan.
All of them, bro.
It was huge.
They were all there.
But, I mean, we didn't see M80. Well, we saw them towards the end take a little bit more solo plays. But these lurks and working the map is a gigantic weakness that All Night could have. They'll have to start re-clearing a whole lot more. We focus so much on Dante, but as an ISO, that is your job, rather than hunting down these immediate picks.
So they'll stand alone, waiting for the rest of the team to get something done. Sabando, yet again, very aggressive, but now with the help of Nico Machine, who has yet to be found out. Great line! Found onto Xander. Punch to the gut for M80's attack here in round number 7. And Net unable to make much headway on A in the meantime. That is where Tinchoff's util is set up this round.
Still back over on A, though. Look at all that utility Tinchoff has set up. the alarm bot for the left side, the double nanoswarm directly for default. All of that just to delay, 50 seconds left.
And they will still entry exec. A lot of util being spent here for M80, but it's what you gotta do to guarantee that everything's cleared. Which I guess they still haven't yet. And you still gotta deal with the steps to make sure that Koalanu gets out of here scot-free. And he'll actually insert. What a turn from Koalanu, but taken by Dante's ultimate, who will instantly win it. God, speed running the ultimate, so we can get back to the fight, which is now a 4v3. Make it a 5v3, make it a 5v2. All Knights keeping everybody stable. Zero troubles in the ball. Oh my God, Dante. Dude, just take the steering wheel from me, man.
Unbelievable.
Just take it.
Deus,
take the wheel.
Watch the recoil control on Dante's shots. Like, he doesn't spray too often. He does a lot of burst firing, but the crosshair placement mixed with just the raw accuracy of controlling his rifle is unbelievable. But remember, All Night, a flashy, very important round for them to win off the hands of 2 ults used. They brought up the Thrash, that brought out ISO's kill contract. They found so much value out of removing physical bodies and capabilities away from M80. They're not going to have that again. Roy mentioned on the desk, up versus up. When will we see it? If we will see it. But at least Koala Noob is equipped and prepared.
And ready to hand it off. Should this first line not work?
He's been missing shots today.
Yeah. Not as consistent with this op as he'd like to be, for sure. And so M80, they'll have to go window shopping a little bit longer, and that's enough time for Dante Deus to say, I'm getting a little bored. Let's go fight. Looks out mid with the shield, unable to find Promise, and we'll duck back again, seeing if he could catch someone lurking. But All Knights, they'll stay patient, they'll stay respectful, especially up here in the mid channel as this orb goes on, but ultimately, it'll be a pull towards A site, one that All Knights should be able to read.
Remember, we haven't seen slow rounds like this on Icebox from M80 since the days of Nitro. That being brought in, the shakiness of when they fought Blend, the last time they consistently lost the series. Maybe coming back to fruition. They're only 3 rounds behind, but they still make their way back to A. Viper's Pit could have been enabled, but they stopped. Oh, they're gonna double down again. They face the plan to dump the util, and now there's nothing to stop them to get it down.
Yeah, now they're able to unleash everything here.
Oh!
Hunter's Fury, not guesswork, and Verso! Amazing timing and tags!
Another!
Rest of the damage can be done from a distance here, and All Knights have played the clock impeccably. The pit still goes, but a 5v3, very winnable for All Knights. BCJ on high, unstoppable for 1, but only 1. Smoke directly outside of the pit. Xander, minor position giveaway, but there's enough time to back it up. Deus rounding out the back, making sure no one's on belt, no one's on spawn. It's all happening in the ultimate. Perfect timing to step out for Xander to find at least 1, and 2 more on top of that, but there's enough firepower from All Knights this time around to get them to 6.
Firepower's unbelievable. Big round for Adverso. I mean, the Hunter's Fury. What was that? A triple delay against M80's plant. A critical kill off of it. And then on top of that, 3 more. I mean, look, again, to reiterate, we talk about Dante a lot, but every single one of these players in this lobby have had their standout moments in this series alone. And we're barely starting map 2. But what can you do this time? A potential split yet again. We saw this work so well before. Xander was the one lurking off Halls on B. But this time, it's the whole team back at it again. Added difference this time. Koalanu gets the opening pick. Can also ult backside for info. Net, post-plant, lockdown available. A lot of ults to clear that space. A big struggle for M80 so far. They can just shove away these defenders for a little bit and breathe.
Good attempt by Tinshoff. The timing was so great, but the shots unfortunately were not.
Can't use that.
And M80 will refuse to overextend after the mishaps of the previous rounds that have been lost. Dante, in we go. Double tap, up and going. Onto yellow, perfect flash timing for Nismo to stay up. And now has the second angle against a very powerful All Knights that are still able to make this pretty even. And Verso in the 1v2, and he's won these before. Koalanu behind the block as BCJ gets felled.
1 smoke.
For the 4K, for the round. He can't get it done. Koalanu clutches up, and M80 will get a 3rd.
Such a close affair from M80. Each of these rounds are looking really scary. But terrifying. Yeah, terrifying. But big reminder too, lockdown still available for net. Big win condition could have been for All Knights is to have that ult go down. Even if it's a round loss for the team, they still have enough ahead. Worst case scenario though is that Koala and M80, they hold on to their ults quite a bit more and can stack them up for yet another round. And guess what they'll do? Thrash is available on top of the lockdown there. Could be another ult dump like we just saw from All Night just a few rounds ago. To secure one very easily. Oh, especially with the raid boss of A gone and Verso's removed. Oh, make that choice over.
We are suddenly amping this speed right back up. All Knights went from 0 to 100 and M80, the gas is still slammed. But the sight, yet to be. BCJ is just now on, and he's been a bit patient with these spike drops, I'll say. But it's all to make sure that this fight is dealt with in 2 separate chunks, both of which M80 can take an advantage. And with the help of that flash, M80 are able to make a clearance the first time around. And atop the lockdown, it will need to be a full reset for Sabando. Potentially a save with all the time that's wasted because of it. And in fact, off he scurries. It'll be a 6-4 game, but with how much in the tank left for M80, still a good amount of ults and a new mentality. They are not looking back.
Great ult economy overall from M80. They're handling and cycling it so well. Oh? I mean, there's no attempt to defuse. But just, you know, getting a little bit more in the pocket wouldn't be too bad either. I'm really curious to see how... Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good thing he didn't attempt to go for it.
Right.
Sabando, what's he gonna do with his Viper's Pit into this next round? Surely, 9 times out of 10, you'll see defending Vipers pre-place it, say, B main or shut it down A main for denying orb control, but I can't imagine All Night wants to play that stationary early into a round. This has to be a post-plant ult.
Yeah, with how aggressive he's been getting in B lane, I think it's definitely going to be a post-plant pit. And I mean, All Knights is very comfortable with engaging off of that setup as well. They can take the 3-4 seconds that they're a little bit vulnerable and explode from either Heaven or, I assume, Kitchen probably is where they'll end up going from there for that take back, but they have 2 rounds to find the right opportunity to do it, and it might not come their way, especially if M80 are, again, as brazen and fast as they have in these past 2 rounds.
Yeah, but they've been taking down critical pieces before they can act so brazenly, too.
Yeah.
And Verso last round, and Dante before that, right? I mean, just, you get rid of critical figures, then you go for your execute. M80 are playing for, well, I don't want to say they're playing for picks, but they're playing for the momentum of what they can control in a round. If Dante's still on the board, they know they gotta fight. This kid does not care. He will go for anything regardless of circumstances for the highlight plays. And believe me, I've seen on social media, it's already blowing up with some of the amazing flicks that he's been able to accomplish this series. And don't worry, there'll be plenty more to come.
One of the best parts of Ascension is introducing the North American crowd. And, of course, the other America's crowds, yeah, really, to these players from these Challengers regions that normally wouldn't have the luxury or time to pay attention to. Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Sabando, same position he's been sticking in on this B lane, and yet the pit goes up now.
Okay, but that's so stationary. You would think M80 could then start working the map mid to B, mid to A, just straight up A. But Koala Noob has ult. They could identify exactly where the Viper is, point them out, and instantly slay this beast.
Oh, that's nasty. I love that idea. Well, that's why Tinshov's here. So just stave off whatever gets thrown in, and there's a lot thrown in already, absolutely overwhelmed, and the TP indeed coming in. Tinchov has to hold down what's left of the pit itself, and he's able to do a pretty good job before the rest of the team comes through, and Verso waiting with the Hunter's Fury. That's 2 more picks with this guy's ult. How consistent he's been this game so far, and how much of a panic Koala Noob is in the 1v3 inside a smoke, and with basically 0 time to get this spike down. He just barely will, though, as the rest of All Knights come screaming back on the retake. Smoke back down on yellow, so Koala can waste a little bit of time, but Dante spots the gap and kills it. All Knights up to 7.
Vandal was just a laser beam from Dante. That was so risky, but I love the idea of what Koala chose to do instead of ult directly into the pit. He went behind the pit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking he'd do.
Yeah, cleared out yellow for the site, and then allowed the crunch for the rest of his team to, well, in theory, unlock the entirety of the pit. Problem is, though, that didn't work. Everybody inside the pit dissolved for the most part, and it left Koala to be the last one left. But I don't think anyone was necessarily expecting Adverso to use the Hunter's Fury so early. That was just the nail in the coffin. But even then, very brazen with their ult usage. It is the last round, and there's still plenty left for all night. I'm looking at Dante's ult. Very scary in this circumstance.
This line drawn.
Yeah, especially with these weaker guns, this is where Dante gets to shine and feast. That's been a lot of his role. Oh. Okay.
Oh, hi.
Well, we're just zip-zapping all over.
I mean, I do like the stage. It's really pretty. Okay, flash is out. This is double flash outside B main. They're looking to maybe take this space back and enable this caravan over for B under halls. Oh, this is so risky, but it works. What about Kitchen? You have no idea. It's the Thrash. That might be round.
On top of the ISO ult 2.
Everybody's
one
stunned.
detained, one domain expansion, both conquered. All Knights fired on all cylinders.
Coming back.
And it'll lead to another 8-4 half if all goes smoothly. But BCJ and Nismo sitting on top of this spike, letting it cook.
Both close to all.
Waiting for Thrash to come back. There it is. Disperse! M80. All right, BCJ has to have the crossfire of a lifetime, and with the ISO wall, he cannot do that. So, AK make very quick work, and again, util conservation, baby, helps to have 3 ults in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ult economy for both teams was fantastic throughout the entirety of that half. All night, too. Dante finding, I think, 100% success off of kill contract is so impressive, because even if you don't get a kill here, you remove a body like Xander from the field for a considerable amount of time. And it just allows an opportunity, again, say you don't win that fight, to have your teammates stack up about where Xander's soon-to-be corpse could have been and secure the kill anyways. Halftime, though, a really fantastic side from All Night. But as the desk said, this is a momentum-based team for M80. They just need a few rounds to get started.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw how quickly they can execute in rounds, what, 10, 11? I think it was, where they were fast, they were surgical, and even to an extent, they were alone. The confidence that courses through these guys' veins sporadically this game has been really interesting.
Oh, hello. But even as far back as playoffs, right? We saw hero play after hero play come out from All Night, and it helped secure so many critical finals wins. And it was a brutal one at that, too. It was down to map 5, I think, back-to-back.
Yep. Yeah, map 5 against RETA, and then map 5 against Cholos. What a tournament that turned out to be for them.
And look, I'll be honest with you, RETA were looking unbelievable going into this tournament, and they still are. A bit of an upset early on today, but all of the teams fighting for the Ascension spot were very aggressive and very, very contact heavy. And so my fear going into this tournament was M80 and TSM, but most importantly TSM, would they be able to handle the overwhelming amount of action that these teams could bring? TSM, well, they did a pretty good job, even if it took 8,000 overtime rounds. M80, I'm shocked to say this, dude, but they've looked like the shakiest team I've seen today.
They did. I 100% agree with you. Shakier than RETA, to an extent.
To be fair, though, let's add a little bit more context, right?
It's on and off. It's a little bit touch and go.
It's not necessarily just M80 though. Like if you're going into this tournament, what's the one team you're gonna VOD review to high heaven?
Oh yeah.
Every
100%.
little micro protocol nuance strat, right? They have a microscope above them.
Group stage turning Valorant into a battle royale. And M80, unfortunately, has the bounty. All Knight's first attacking round, their pistols have not looked shaky in the least. And yet again, they look to swarm. Dante with that front line. How many you reckon he gets this time?
Oh, it depends on how fast M80 want to take this. Slow caravan back over towards mid side. Look how deep Team Shops KJ turret is though. Past the Viper wall. No immediate threat detection coming out from the attack on this post plant flank. It's going to be Adverso.
One poking a head out. first to do it, and it's just in time against Net. Milliseconds left on that double tap timer, but it's enough to gain early advantage, and All Night spring the trap. They're still running back from lane to detain the remaining members of M80 a little bit more coming on the flank. Yeah, what a fun little white guy scooch. Excuse me, just gotta get past you real quick. Head back over to mid and meet the rest of my team. As Nismo gets half a defuse for free, and Nismo and Xander are winning their fights a little too much right now. Xander is able to clear away everything with the wide angle, as All Night's apparently allergic to crossing that toxic screen for far too long.
I mean, we could have said the same exact thing back over when the signs were flipped. The usage of that toxic screen and how well you can just blast right through it, take those pre-fired angles, and the success factor is unbelievable. Xander, a great 3K to secure things early on, plus the added awareness that there still could be a mid player after Adverso glided by the remaining two players on that mini fight to begin with. It is a battle of awareness and really just the positioning game that's so important for these early rounds. M80, most importantly, I believe, winning their first pistol of the series.
I believe you're right. And in a perfect world for M80, it'll be the last.
Yeah.
But still a ways to go.
3 rounds. I mean, you have to start thinking at this point, right? Okay, 3 rounds of a difference, yes. But if All Nights can get this rifle round down, start bringing that lead even further up, Icebox is a scary map for their playstyle.
Yeah.
Keep that in the back of your mind.
Ooh, spotted the foot first, and Koala changed sights, but still manages to grab the first. BCJ, the juggle back to prevent the Outlaw from getting into the wrong hands, but it still will. The mosh pit having to settle for the chip damage, and now All Night's attempting to make it work off of this. BCJ, another follow-up pick onto Dante, who again, out a little earlier than the rest of the pack. But AK have the space and the util to make the noise and get the spike down. Sabando follow-up pick on, but M80 have the angles and the manpower to overwhelm and conquer, making it an 8-6 game.
I mean, at this point now, sure, we have a very small sample size of what M80 wants to accomplish for these retakes, but comfortability factor already looking so much more paramount. Net, am I reading that right? 3-11.
Gun here.
For what?
KD.
Oh.
Well,
Jeez.
hold on, though. We'll have to take a look again, investigate this further, but
yeah.
3-11 for Net. Look at the options that you have in terms of your agents for M82. The attacking side rounds were going to be difficult to begin with. You don't have that space creation of a jet. You don't have the neon. And I mean, look, we saw it earlier this year. You don't have the deadlock to create space, right? And so now this is a defender-oriented team from M80. 3-11's correct. But I have no doubt now, with how much control these agents can have, they should be able to bring that stat line back.
Oh, what a start, Xander! Hey, you were asking for it a little earlier, and it certainly isn't Dante, but it certainly is a fun shotgun. Oh, gotta feel good playing that secondary. Xander still able to have some fun with those smokes. And now, M80 free reign over B lane. Don't have to hold a candle to any of these other sites, especially if Koala Noob can silence Tinshoff like that.
Remember again, big reason why we saw M80 lose their last series back in June on this map was because they brought a new player on. They were still figuring things out. The microplay and synergy was way off, and you could tell, very uncomfortable. But 3 months has passed, and things have adapted so much more. Considering the fact, too, Tenrek, that the new player is the lead IGL, the in-game leader of this side.
30 seconds left.
They can control the defense now. With the help of Koala and their positioning, it's all set up to make sure a team like All Nights cannot gain any space. You have to wonder, with a save like this and plenty of time to spare, surely... Okay. Surely this is the beginning of a timeout. Thank you, Nico. Thank you.
They're stressing us out over here, man.
Sleep paralysis demon.
How it feels to play Valorant this late in the night. I mean, even in Monterey, you gotta be hitting curfew. But the war rages on And indeed, the silence this round is deafening for All Knights. As with so much time before we've come back to this, I mean, is there really more than one opportunity All Knights will be able to craft for themselves in these attacks? And really, like you said, with the inability to create as much space with a mobility-based duelist, it's not looking easy. Great shots by Xander! What a transfer!
One enemy remaining.
Self-helping, of course, with the snake bite, but you just can't write this stuff. What a player, and what a showcase to tie things up almost instantaneously.
Oh, just the shutdown potential is unbelievable. 4K out of Xander. Yeah, I mean, look, I thought the timeout would come out last round. Is it coming out this time? The answer seems to be no.
I think we're just vibing.
Yeah, 8 and 8. I mean, at this point now, there needs to be a response from All Knights. They have yet to win a single attacking round. Again, space creation is their issue too. Their ISO is their duelist. They have a wall, yeah. But it's no tailwind.
And now, yeah, now you have to hope that he'll trade off with somebody else. He'll have to, again, be that chauffeur that the initiators are usually used to being too.
It's you and me.
Normally it's driving Miss Dante, but Dante is in the driver's seat, the one place he doesn't want to be. BCJ able to deal with Dante in the midst of the ultimate as well, but pretty swarmed upon by the remainder of the team, so not much more to do from there. The rest of All Knights trying to get on. Tinchoff the first swing, and it's a perfect shuffle that leaves M80 completely swept. Save for Net, who still has 2 more players to go through, and a combined 65 health between them. A very possible clutch for this KJ. No util in the tank, though, and no way to sufficiently clear this. Spike ready to get dropped. Net not necessarily ready to fight just yet.
30 seconds left.
Spike is yet to go down.
He's waiting for the fan out.
The HP is not looking good.
I swear to God, Tinchoff, if you dry peek this, I will... Okay. So you double up, right? On the recon bolt. Now Verso gives himself away immediately on the wide swing. Net has the better of the health pool, but Tinchoff has the better angle. And All Knights will retain the lead by the skin of their teeth.
Barely. Oh, but barely. And it took an aggressive presence from M80 start of round. They took one away, and that was Nico. Could have been a really bad beginning. But from there, it was trades on trades on trades. Now, I have to wonder now, is the pacing going to change from M80 again? Surely they won't play as aggressive as before, right?
I don't think it's possible at this stage. I think you kind of run out your playbook there. You've got to play off ROM X. You've got to play the psychological game a lot heavier going here, and it starts with bullying, and All Knights would love to do that on A site. Very prone to doing it, especially with this ISO shield just up and running like a bullhorn. And Tinchoff again, the isolator, can catch Koala Noob this time around. Already, All Knights, the tempo shift has been monumental.
All grouped up together. That Viper's Pit is down. We talked about how stationary it was back when sides were reversed. Could have been an easy opportunity for any attacking team to rotate out of it rather than contest. This is the contest. That Viper wall divides out the entirety of B main all through the backside, nearly to Snowman. M80 are waiting on the other side, timing's out. Suppressing knife will find no information. That might be fatal. That might promote the rotate off, but BCJ is still watching.
Right there, fill him up, bud. And he's gonna throw his kid out. That'll be strictly anti-plant. Nico Machine is even gonna let this Hunter's Fury fly, or excuse me,
30 seconds
Verso.
left.
He's gonna let this fly. To try to cover the fire. M80 still able to lock it away. No molly this time to stop it, so a snake bite combined with a fragment is gonna be what does the job to actually expel Nico Machine, but it is a little bit before the spike is able to get down. Or a little bit after, excuse me. And so M80 still gotta play this out. With so many angles on the post plant, this is just quintessential icebox for you. As Sivando, interesting wide angle to take before the Dizzy is launched up, and it leads to M80 gaining easy fights early on. They're able to swarm the competition off of that and take an easy defuse to tie us back up.
Oh man, 9-9 once more. All Night taking their time, speeding things downwards. So much more. Oh, what an amazing opening pick. You don't see too many players trying to challenge a player like Koala like that so early.
Was pretty impressive. Very quick.
And at this point, question marks really about what we can expect to see for the early parts of this next round for the attack. Their speed, where they want to go, how they want to approach. M80 are taking their sweet time now with these retakes. They know they have the advantage. Pause is called, assumingly for All Nights. Figure out what the heck did we do.
Well, unfortunately, I think the endurance game is finally starting to wear off on All Nights. Really. M80, it seems like they're just looking for mistakes at this point that they can poke holes into, and they're finding them honestly, a little quickly. And it comes off of the reads that they've been able to make thus far when it comes to All Nights aggression. Sure, maybe it's not going to be Sivando that's frontlining, but it sure as hell isn't going to be Dante in that situation, so let's go fight. Let's just go give this a try. Stack up. Easy first blood. Who cares if we trade? We have advantage from there. And we can util dump because we're playing strictly for retake.
I mean, you still have to enable Dante though, right? He's the duelist. He needs to be taking these duels so early, not critical utility wielding agents. He needs to still be the first in line. He needs to be that cavalry charge in.
Which is why it's so strange that he's playing ISO.
I get the idea, but I mean, the utility difference. Why one agent alone, right? That's the world of a difference. I mean, to boil it down very basically, right? Like, you're playing with Reyna without a flash. You have the wall.
Excellent explanation. Incredible way to explain
Well, I mean, that's kind of what it is, though.
I think that's the perfect way to describe it, especially for Icebox, because really, I mean, your shield is so willy-nilly. Dante is, like, is having to use it so, like almost toxically proactive. It's like he's BMing with it, but he's not. He's looking for an opening pick. It'll come from Nico this time around, actually, after BCJ gets caught on a bit of a swift retreat. Tough break, kid. We'll get him next time with the lockdown. Assisting, actually. All Nights this time should be pretty easy. Dante will get on the board before going down, and that should be enough of a clean sweep to force away this Opping Omen. Koala Noob will let the Kyron show us a 10-9 scoreboard, show us All Nights continue their lead.
Could be best case scenario, too, to have that lockdown used when it's a tied game. There's no other ultimates brought out by M80 that can shut down the lockdown other than just dumping mollies on it, hoping for the best. Now, to be fair, though, Nismo is on KO and has the null command capabilities. But we are not going to be available, at least for this round. It's over. But into the next, double digits now are reached by All Nights. 3 rounds away from bringing things to Lotus. M80. They lost the same exact spot in the group stage last year. It was the only series they had lost to a team that wasn't the Guard, now G2.
Yeah, 8 straight matches won since the apogee of net.
Apogee?
I think I'm not elaborating. I used the word correctly. But I think that I really think it's interesting that M80 actually didn't really starkly improve until it actually came to playoffs. They definitely, I mean, obviously they were winning by the time net came around in week 3, I want to say. But even then, the wins were scraped. It was a lot of 2-round maps that they were taking up. It was a lot of like map counter calling, because a lot of North American teams in particular have very shisty map pools where like they'll just lean so heavy on one and just have it so down pat that M80 have had to have a weirdly deep playbook for each of these maps. Icebox is an outlier in which they got diffed when net was new. They came back, they played default, they played Icebox, they scraped out wins against 2 of the best teams in North America. And from there, it seems that what you focus on is just refining your execs, which M80 has appeared to be doing in this off time.
To be fair, too, though, M80 has drastically altered a lot of their comps since that acquisition of net, where, you know, we'll see the triple sentinel come out and teams are like, what do we do? And even when you would think positions like that would not work out for M80, even casters way back in those matches would be like, well, this isn't going to be easy at all. It just magically, M80 would be able to stack up and have those protocols and comms together to make what seemed impossible work out so well.
Yep.
You can't bank on that every time.
In a perfect world. Totally unrelated. We
Yeah.
appreciate everybody's patience with our tech pauses today. Opening day of Ascension, obviously, a couple things that sometimes you just can't control, but tech team has been doing a miraculous job of being able to get us back on track more often than not.
Yeah, we're just chilling.
Really incredible how they've been able to just kind of get us back on course so consistently. Among so much newness, new venue, new region hosting an event
me.
like this, new teams, new me. I got a new outlook, chat.
Oh,
Things are gonna be
glass
okay.
half full.
I mean, that's how you approach this if you're M80, because you can't just say, well, guess we're 50-50ing, because that's what it feels like a lot of the laymen will say, when you're this deep into the game. Well, guess I just have to aim diff.
I mean, you have Dante, who's been quite literally aim diffing. And okay,
Right.
maybe it's not just Dante, but I mean, Verso has been doing well. Everybody really has had their highlighting moments to be able to have those wild 4Ks.
I mean, even Tinchoff.
Xander.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, even Tinchoff has had his chance, and his job is literally to not be a part of the team fight most times. So everyone's really had their shining moment today. It's really awesome.
And Xander has been, that primary IGL, right? He's the mastermind, right? We talked about how there's a lot of calling on both sides from different people, but it's really Xander who's that head honcho within the team himself, and he's still finding a lot of impact.
Yeah.
Normally they're way out yonder just trying to either micromanage everything or making sure that all the strats go out well. There's a lot of different philosophies. But 9-10, a big pause once more. M80 figuring out, all right, well, we have this time to kind of simmer things down and figure out, all right, maybe this will give us an opportunity to level the playing field in terms of mechanical.
That's a lot of what these pauses do. The toll that it takes on some of these players sometimes.
I mean,
'Cause,
yeah, look at
I
him.
mean,
He's devastated.
Yeah, no, Nico is super panicked right now. You can tell All Night's very anxious group of individuals, very clearly not a happy bunch, who don't have a lot to say. M80, and that's the other thing that makes these two teams so damn similar, right? Is we've been talking about two sides of the same coin this whole time, and I think more than anything, it's just how both of these teams carry themselves. These teams are loud. I would give anything to be in the venue in Monterey right now.
They're actually M80 and All Nights.
Okay. All right. You got me this time, but I'm on the lookout now.
Oh man, but no, you're completely right. Both these teams have definitely styles that you can really see a lot of that personality shine. I mean, we talked about how the different players of All Nights, they will play very aggressively and take those timeouts to reel themselves back in. Whereas M80, they have usually the opposite issue where they play slow, take that timeout, and change the pace considerably faster and lead that charge back into a site, especially on their attacking side. But M80, they are the top dogs going into this matchup. Well, okay, this tournament. They have won 8 series in a row. And again, the last time they had lost was back on Icebox, way, way, way back. But going, again, back to Ascension last year, a returning team in this same venture, they lost only to one non-Americas team, and that was the Union back in the group stage, the same exact spot they're in now, their opening day. And it's so weird again because there's been a lot of these, I'm trying to think of the word, like identical things that have happened, like repeating patterns.
Yeah.
Oxygen, right? A team that I thought was surefire to get into Ascension alongside M80. They were eliminated the same exact spot in the bracket they were last year. The same exact spot. And M80, I mean, they could be repeating the history trends too. Now, we did get word that it should only be about another minute or so.
Don't say that. Why would you say that?
Well, maybe I just want to continue
Don't
the
say it out loud.
10 Rec podcast.
Aw. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're pretty good at this, right?
I've never.
Chat, we're pretty good at this. We should keep doing this, right, chat?
Jeez. It's a podcast. You don't mention chat.
That's true. I can't break the fourth wall. Fourth wall might be broken.
The immersion. Oh, hello. We're back in. All right.
Just like old times.
Whew. But early utility dump outside A main. Proves very little information to be found. BCJ? Oh, no, never mind. Not BCJ. That's me, Nico Machine. Flash available. Quick entry on the A.
Wow. Very quick. All nice. Wow. Yeah, they didn't want to waste another second. Beat our producers even to the punch. They'll absolutely destroy. Nismo's null command, I think he spent more time dead than alive.
It's like how people spend a third of their lives sleeping.
That's crazy.
Xander. Xander.
Wow!
Sure.
Wow!
That is some psychic awareness right there from Dante.
Yeah, his spidey sense was tingling that time. Woo! Close one. Could have been a 1v1 real quick. Instead, it's 11-9. It's All Night's 2 rounds out with this balls to the wall play style that we're seeing. And we say, it seems like we say that every time. Like, okay, these guys are kicking it up a notch, okay? But they really are doing that every time to the point where we gotta stop again. M80, now make the call. We need another reset.
I'm really curious to see what the changes will be after this timeout. We didn't get to see the entirety of the early round, and I'm curious to see if it's going to be more of a stall factor against All Night from just getting past that initial A choke to get on the site. That has been a big point of contention between the two. But M80 too, on that same token, they've been really good at their post plans. Obviously at this point All Night, they're focusing more so on winning these early fights, taking that extra space, making sure that the retakes from M80 can't even start, and if they do, it's limping in with 2 or 3 bodies left. So M80, they're gonna have to pull out some real shenanigans to ensure that they can win a solid retake again.
It's gonna take, it's gonna take a heavy resource dump this round to even get you over the line. Such a tough ask for M80 this late in to a map that they really wanted to be the one to close it out. Their choice. Nismo will get assaulted on the A front line simply to absorb all of that util and force AK to reconsider earlier than before. No belt presence this round, and M80 seems like they've been able to siphon the right way, at least early on.
That one's wrong. Valuable information. Sabando does have that Viper's Pit. Net might be waiting for that pit to go down before releasing the lockdown. Ball's huge. Oh, the push is in! Huge
what a nasty push.
Down.
Double controllers. Still traded out.
This isn't even their whole roster. Net is way far away, taking mid control to deny the rotate. All Night are trapped inside.
Yeah, Net doesn't even need to go any farther than this. Oh, but AK are playing heavy committal. They know they have to walk into the site. And they feel pretty safe about at least getting on, taking this yellow space, knowing that they won't be super duper forward.
30 seconds left.
And with a pit in the pocket, Sabando can play the long game even longer. Adverso, huge extension to Nismo. Now on the double back, this is risky. Punished, no, Xander flubs! Adverso still inserted, and Nismo past the prime. Net in the 1v1 of his life to hold on to M80's chances of Icebox slipping away. And Adverso Sova racking up kills this round like it's nothing. Nismo 1v3 to potentially save this map, save this team from having to go to 3, from already a debuff in the group stage rankings. But there's no way in. And no way out. Adverso will finally fall, but so will M80's chances of not going to overtime, if not map 3.
The beginning of something devious there for Nismo unfortunately did not amount to a whole lot towards the end. A fight for overtime now would be wild. Both teams on the precipice of winning their own map picks. And again, M80, this is a map that everyone thinks about when you think of the team. And them not able to convert these rounds handedly. You know, there was a reality, maybe a small one, definitely at this point, that this could have been a quick match. These were two maps that we've seen M80 play on so many times and do well. And now they're going deep into the strat book. A triple cross inside of mid, quadruple, no less, with kitchen control of Nismo. And it's a split push from All Night. Spike is available B main. There is the potential of dumping utility early on, and Xander's on the way outside B main. It's really gonna be the call of this Viper wall, won't it? The rotate's been called through mid. No one's watching for the cross from M80. They're all so far back.
They're so dialed down. They're going POI by POI.
It's gotta be pure retake, right? Huge information.
Wow, Koala Noob. Great timing on that. With no more time for All Nights to reconsider, they'll simply fake to try to ward out some gameplay. There's the ISO ult. BCJ, a victim, but not for long. Winning the duel, and Dante's ISO pick is quickly slipping through his fingers. M80 still very much in this game. BCJ, no less. And now with an ult to call his own too. Xander, a revenge round to get himself back on the board. 2 kills so far down. And Tinshoff, not a challenge for the remainder of M80, at least this round. Surely not. Wingman will get silenced halfway down in a 1v2, and I fear I've spoken too soon. The double down, though. M80 find the lineup and the round. 2 out from extending.
Huge Omen coming out from Koala. The fact that you could find the information just before the execute gave tell that there was no misunderstanding, no fake A plays whatsoever. Immediately, a team that was just waiting for that first or that big move from All Nights to get onto a site could be made so much earlier to get that extra space as soon as the spike would go down. No time to dilly-dally and re-clear spaces such as kitchen. It was immediately directly head-on. Big importance too, though, is Dante losing the ISO 1v1. The first time I believe it's happened so far in this match. And AK, they played so slow. Owl drones out, does not find a lot of info early on, may have spotted the alarm bot. And then you have Sabando watching for the cross back over, faking the Viper wall, I believe. But Xander is just so on it right now with these timings of his utility.
Lockdown for lockdown. Does All Nights press? Seems a little bit. Nico is very up to let the wingman go, but it's just into the pit. Xander having to wait it out. Are they going to be able to find him in time here? Doesn't seem like it. They're too scared to get in the pit. They can't get inside safely. They've got a util dump too much, and by this time the rest of M80 is here. BCJ opening pick before getting traded away, and All Nights have got to swarm the pit. They've got to deal with Xander first, and they're just unable to. Too much space, too much time for M80 to come collect. They will get everything they need, and then some. Keep at least 2 stable here if they're lucky. Sabando has a lot of juice left, and a good reason to play this slow 25 seconds to maybe find something to call his own, but M80 will lock in and bring us to 12-11.
M80 are finding their groove once again. Not overcommitting early round, hiding away. And this is one thing that we noticed a lot in our VOD reviews of All Nights getting into this tournament is that oftentimes you won't see...
No time.
You will see this team stacking together.
What?
Round after round, very little lurking. And now the only one left needs to lurk and push aggressively here. A stack up, great audio found.
Yep.
Huge. Did he count the number of footsteps? He may have, that's 3.
He had to have. Knows where they could be snaking.
Toxin screen down.
One of your only chances to seal this map and take us to 3. Do we go to Lotus? The onus is on Sabando. First opportunity gone. That might be the only one you get. Barely any HP and so much in the way. M80, 1 round out from keeping this party going.
And look, if you're a fan of M80, you don't have to change the strats whatsoever. It's all the onus on All Knights to figure out what can they possibly do at this point. They're struggling to win these gunfights when M80 is so dialed back. What could be advantageous angles? Top of Nest, for example, right? Should have been enough to remove Nismo. Way back screens, but it wasn't. A 1-round difference. I mean, these matches have been close. And M80 have gone through the trenches to bring back these leads. 2 maps now. 2 defuses in a row. The most consistent factor for them in this defense has been securing them. But this is aggressive. They're changing the pace. They try to. They found their contact. Do they continue to push up?
I cannot use that. I am the hunter!
Big decision for Adverso, just to clear the board.
Voila.
What a fun hole that Dante finds! That's rough, buddy. But the gang's all here. AK's ready to play, M80's ready to play. See if we go to map 3 or overtime. Oh, rough start for map 3. Nismo catches Dante's dome. And now you can play keep away. Now you can play for the retake with so much more confidence.
Body. Flash surely gone a ways now. The op cannot push into that, right? Spike still needs to go down too. 40 seconds left. That'll turn to the timer once more. No ults available, but Nismo has plenty of flashes. Xander has the snake bite to work with.
Last player standing.
More there. Oh, Nico, okay. Nice weave back. Not gonna happen. An M80, again, enough manpower by the end game. Much better discipline among this defensive squad. Just in time to swap sides.
This was the scary side.
Switching sides. Overtime.
M80 again, pushing power for both these teams is not so great. You don't have your Jets, you don't have your Neons this time. You have ISO is the only duelist on the server. And that doesn't belong to M80. They had to work together again as a team. And that Viper Wall B was so imperative for both teams to spray through to find those opening picks B side post plant. You have to wonder what changes will exist.
Yeah, there's not much to change. That's the rough thing about Icebox. But with M80 back on the attack, I would hope to see a different strategy from Xander movement-wise.
It's gotta be more lurks.
Yeah, that's what I feel like it's gotta be. If you can hear us, then you can hear M80 inches away from their first win. And then they're off tomorrow. This match is on an island for M80's sake as well, so this was the kickoff, and they're hoping it's smooth sailing from here. But these teams are locked and loaded, and All Knight's attack is one not to trifle with. 1 for 1 as Sabando inches on. M80, the brigade attempting to fight back initially here, but AK are able to segment the fights and isolate all defenders.
Xander.
The only one left and can't do much about it.
Run.
All Knights seemingly have us swimming in attack as M80 did.
Switching sides.
And hi guys,
Overtime.
we're going OT too. Did you hear?
Oh boy. Whew. I mean, look, at this point, we're in the reverse zone. M80 surely should have had that defense round in their back pockets, but they weren't able to. Instead, Hollow Knights, they won all the gunfights they needed directly in the middle of sight. Now 13-13. We weren't quite sure what happened on the initial overtime round, but now we get to see potentially a repeat. Split push once again towards B site. It was a default towards mid the last time we had seen it, so surely different this time around.
Yeah, how nice of them to reenact the rounds that we missed.
It's like a play.
Oh, big cut after Dante's easily flashed. I think he might be getting a little tired. Understandable. The endurance game again, wearing away and looking for that gamble on the dry swing. Tinchoff still uncontested so far though, but Xander, perfect reveal. 4v2 for M80's attack as they look to once again keep it clean. And Verso already divided and conquered. Shouldn't be too difficult from there.
One left.
Tinshoff, couple clutches in his day, but none against M80. That trend will continue, and so will the lead for the favorite.
It's been the battle of the attacking sides. Not a single defense round has been won just yet. This is M80's chance now. It was the approach back to A site before. Is All Knight's gonna want to go A again? They themselves may try to work through mid, a split push even maybe towards B. There's a lot of options on the table than just brute forcing your way in. It's been the side that we've seen from them. Remember, they too don't have any space creating duelists. They have an ISO. ISO won't be able to get their ult immediately into the round, but you do get halfway. Instead, potential starts with split push with the immediate contingency is a good start. Forces M80 off. But look at Xander pushing up. This is different. An aggressive lurk.
Yeah, he's
won't catch out
alone.
Sabando.
Okay, now not anymore. I was scared for a second for him.
Audio? Audio.
Poison orb emitting.
This is really big. Xander has to be good for... Oh, it's an insert.
The wall.
And a cell! M80's at B! M80's moving to B!
Poison's off.
That didn't spot Sabando?
We're not... Okay. And he's leaving. Okay, AK, they won't commit. M80, the cell is expired, so they'll head back to A. And we'll start all over again. A lot of 6D chess, I guess we'll say.
The idea is that you would over-rotate into B site, but M80 have different plans. They know full well what All Night is trying to do.
CJ the spray into the alarm bot as it's procced, and AK begin the ascent. Takes a moment with the double util dump, but they're posted up. And Dante's electric, good for one, but M80, their entrance is quick. And Adverso, his HP is apparently low, enough to make it a very quick 3v2. M80, 2 kills out from wrapping this match up at a 2-0. They have a toxic screen to assist them. First tap as Xander gets the do-si-do. Going in from there, a high-low is all you need. M80 took a village, took a while, but it took M80. They will win their first match of the group stage.
I'm pretty sure it took close to 80 rounds for them to close out this series. Already redefining history, a flawless start so far for them in their run of Ascension. M80, you can tell teams have done their homework against them already. This is not going to be an easy journey for the team that is under a microscope from everybody on every single map. Could be a good warning for them that they have to be very careful as they continue on.
Yeah, the road is not exactly better paved. You've got RETA next in the pool for M80, followed by Galleries. Won't even face off against TSM until Friday, I think. A long road ahead for the favorites, but it begins with a victory. Big congrats to M80, but I mean, we cannot speak enough about the credit we need to give All Knights today. We expected them to have some rousing performances. We expected Dante to go frankly crazy. We did not expect a game this close at all.
No, by no means. And again, this is the Titan going to the tournament, the number 1 seed, the only number 1 seed to win out today in our 3 best-of-3 matches. I mean, it's an achievement in of itself, I suppose, but look, if this is the start to Ascension, I can only imagine how much more difficult every single match will be from here on out. But our brains, they are fried from the M80s that have happened and from all the All Knights that have fried their way through this matchup. We gotta hear it from the desk and see what happened.
These two saying their brains are fried over one series. It was a great series. Do they not remember the TSM Galleries series? Come on, you two. But hey, we've been here for the long haul, and finally, it gets closed out. M80 to take the series 2-0. Looking on forward when I think back to this series, because now, AK, they are going to be starting off the group stage with this loss, but it'll always have to be said on how close this was. It was a 0-2, but overtime on both, a fight they really took to M80 on their best map. And I mean, M80, they pulled it out in the end, but what a way to kick off Ascension.
Yeah, this was an amazing matchup, and a part of me kind of feels sad for All Knights because I feel like they should have won this series, as weird as that is to say, because they played extremely well from start to finish. But M80 did claw back a lot of the rounds. They kept their composure, and it really was this sort of level of experience that we're expecting from M80. And then when we talk about experience, this is what we're referring to. It's the grit, it's the resilience, it's the ability to stay in the game even when a lot of unfortunate situations are being lost.
Yeah, and resiliency for playing at this hour too, but great stuff coming out from the team. The double OT, I mean, I just want to get to the stats because I'm looking at this. I mean, M80, I mean, the amount of times that over on the desk we're like, oh my goodness, Xander's absolutely popping off right now. 28-20, yep, this checks out. And even though we had talked about some of the flashy plays that we got to see from Dante and we got to see these step-ups, it was Adverso for AK here, Emily, that was honestly like a silent killer in all of this.
You know what? Yeah, he was the silent killer. I don't recall too many crucial rounds, so that's good on him. He was doing his job as a Sova, getting the info needed. But Xander, for me, Koala Noob as well, he wasn't afraid. It's really difficult this late in the game for you to just have the confidence to go in and try to get those first bloods. And we were seeing these players not be afraid for that. There was a shotgun round from Xander in round 15, going in there and instantly denying whatever plan All Knights had. And BCJ also, I think he went 2 for 2 on those 1v1 fights. So that was exciting to watch.
Yeah, I had a little asterisk if this was a different scenario and we were talking about All Knights winning and got to show some cool Dante replays. I had a little asterisk of, could not take down BCJ because BCJ in those 1v1s was just absolutely popping off. But got to see a nice little pop-off from everyone for M80 Roy, which was a nice way to be ending off the night.
Yeah, you guys know that meme where it's like Adverso, boring player. You know, 10's very flicky player, but you never remember an Adverso kill, but you press tab and he has 30 kills. That I feel like that literally is the meme. And he had so many impactful plays, and there's so many rounds where he went huge. And I part of me feels like my heart breaks for him because he really did try his best to close out the series for his team, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Oh my God, again.
Again, I have to do it for the one time. I had to do it for the one time.
Would it then be a 2-time? But like, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But, you know, they're bringing it back for the one time. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. But we are going to be able to have a winner's interview with the victorious M80. So short break before that. Stay tuned.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with Koala. He won our third match today and his first match with M80. I imagine that you guys are really, really happy. How are you feeling right now?
I'm personally very, very excited. My team was very hyped. We're all very happy. We're going to take a nice dinner, and yeah, we're just very happy.
I imagine that you guys are tired and just looking forward for this dinner. So the first question I want to ask is, how did you guys prepare for this Ascension? Did you guys focus more on your team, on other teams? Like, what was these last months for you?
We obviously took a look at all the teams. We wanted to see what we were up against, what our opponents like. Noticing tendencies and everything that they like to do, like we're of course going to take note of that. But to be honest, we're very confident in ourselves and we really trust our game. So we're just going to do what we did, what that got us through North American playoffs, and we're just going to keep doing our thing. Because to be honest, I don't think there's anything that we need to change that much.
Great. So last question is, we know that you are a really flexible player. You play a lot of agents. How is it? Do you like that? Do you like playing a lot of agents? And also, how does that work for your team? How, like, this idea came up for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously being on Duelist would be like the most ideal for me because I've been a Duelist main my entire time playing Valorant. But I'm a very hard worker. My team has full trust in me, and we like to experiment stuff. And generally, the Duelist role is probably the most flexible. So, like, some maps you don't really need a Duelist. And when we start thinking about, like, other comps and stuff, like, we look at me first, like, do we need Johnny on Duelist? And when they tell me to try something, I go into the server, I work hard, I watch VODs. I want to try to be as flexible as possible. Like, my plan is to be with M80 my entire career. I want to win with them. But if for some reason I have to go to a different team, I want to be able to be very flexible and not just a Duelist player. So, yeah.
Well, that's it for us, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And we're going back to the live stream.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
They definitely deserve a nice dinner after that victory, but like dinner this hour, like I got I'm ready for bed. Like they're crazy, but it's glad it's nice to see, Roy, that spirits are high after taking that win for M80 here to be kicking off the group stage right.
Yeah, could you imagine how bad the vibes would be if they had such a hard-fought battle and ended up losing in the end? I mean, that doesn't happen for one team, I guess, but I'm speaking strictly for M80 at this point. So I think they're going to enjoy their dinner. They're happy with the results. I mean, All Knights put up a pretty awesome performance here, and I think they really showed that they're, there's a reason why they're in this tournament. There's a reason why they're in the best of these regions, and yeah.
And I mean, when you're talking about, they're showing that they could be one of the best, but looking back on the day, even if we did get 2-0s, the way these 2-0s happened, really showing that everyone really showed up to play Elites, and that when we're looking at kind of the expectations of how Ascensions was going, you can't get too comfortable in what you think because the teams will surprise you.
Hey, I just want to point out that I was the only one that made a prediction that 2G was going to beat RETA. Okay, everybody else doubted, but I didn't. And I just want this to, show that we were talking about these are groups. Everybody plays everyone. Yes, there's seedings, first and second from your region, but at the end of the day, everybody has the equal playing field here.
Yeah, and we still have a lot of group stage matches ahead of us. And tomorrow is going to be a great day. It's been a long one today, so we only got the 2 matches tomorrow. You still have to be, getting your rest beforehand, but it's going to be TSM going up against RETA Esports first to see if TSM can continue the winning streak or RETA can turn things around. Next up, Galleries going up against All Knights. Both teams that really did show up today, but neither could close out. We'll see if they can make the adjustments and who can get that first win for them. But that is unfortunately it for us today. Too bad we don't have a 4th best of 3, but we do have to end this eventually. Emily and Roy, it's been awesome. Production, you're awesome. The casters have all crushed it. And if you're still here, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for the next day of VCT Ascension Americas. Have a great night.
remaining.
You copies do nothing.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
Off your feet!
One enemy remaining.